I was just watching Armor Hero and shouted Armor Fusion, but was instantly transported into the armor world by the 100-ton king. I thought I could awaken the Emperor Armor and dominate everything, but I couldn't even summon the phone bill hero. Unexpectedly, the campus belle Lu Ruyan stuck by my side and even said she wanted to marry me. Little did I know, just as we were about to consummate our marriage, the system suddenly arrived. In the festive wedding chamber, gazing at the exquisitely beautiful woman beside me, the corners of my lips curled into a bright smile as I kissed Lu Ruyan's luscious, rosy lips. Several hours later, a melodious voice rang out, "Congratulations, host, for battling the Flying Shadow Armor Summoner for 3,000 rounds. Reward, the Xingtian Armor Summoner." What the heck? My wife, who takes half a day just to kill a chicken, is actually the Flying Shadow Armor Summoner? Impossible, absolutely impossible. My wife is sensible, knows when to advance or retreat, can act cute and playful, and understands everything I don't. How could she possibly be an armor hero? In this world, armor hero summoners hold a very high social status and can even directly participate in national affairs, but very few know their true identities. Just as I was lost in thought, a warm embrace enveloped me from behind. "What are you doing, hubby? Why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? Do you dislike me now?" "Of course not," I replied with an awkward expression. Lu Ruyan smirked mischievously and pulled me onto the bed. "Congratulations, host. You've once again battled the Flying Shadow Armor Summoner for 3,000 rounds, only to suffer a crushing defeat. Out of pity, you've been rewarded with +2 energy points." Meanwhile, on the central highway of Haicheng, cries for help and shouts filled the air. Behind them, a starving wolf beast was rapidly advancing. With its crimson eyes scanning the surroundings, it quickly spotted a man with Earth attribute bloodline among the fleeing crowd. The beast accelerated and appeared behind the man in an instant. Just as it was about to sink its teeth into the man's neck, a bolt of lightning struck the starving wolf beast squarely in the chest. With a loud boom, the starving wolf beast was sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing heavily to the ground. At the source of the lightning stood a blue and white armored figure, the Flying Shadow Armor. The starving wolf beast immediately got back on its feet. Enraged by the interference, it let out a furious roar. Suddenly, it vanished from sight in a flash. Lu Ruyan sneered, "It's not like that useless Wind Eagle armor. How dare it challenge me in speed?" The hungry wolf beast moved swiftly, leaving after images in the air, but to Lu Ruyan's eyes, it was still too slow. With a slight sidestep, she effortlessly dodged the beast's sharp claws. Swift as the wind, calm as the forest, fierce as fire, elusive as shadow, Lu Ruyan silently recited these words in her heart, gathering strength in her left leg before delivering a powerful kick to the hungry wolf beast's chest. The hungry wolf beast was sent staggering back 10 steps, and before it could regain its balance, another slap landed on its right cheek. The beast bared its teeth in pain, growling, "What the hell? Do I not deserve any respect?" Seeing the hungry wolf beast dare to bare its teeth at her, Lu Ruyan's anger flared even hotter. Moving with lightning speed, she appeared before the beast and unleashed a flurry of slaps, striking left and right across its face. "It's all because of this damned beast, ruining my wedding night. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into becoming his wife?" The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her aura surging with even more terrifying intensity. Meanwhile, at home, I sensed the monster's appearance through the Xingtian Armor Summoner and recalled Lu Ruyan's hurried departure. Putting the pieces together, I realized she must be handling the situation herself. The system issued its first task. Host is requested to observe the battle between the Fei Ying armor and the starving wolf beast. Task completion reward, +4 willpower and a one-time physical enhancement card. The card allows the user to gain 20 times their normal combat power for 1 hour. With a forward stretch of my hand, a red camera materialized in my grasp. As I shouted, "Xingtian armor, merge," a red and white striped armor fused with my body. Clenching my fist, I felt the surging power within and couldn't help but marvel, truly worthy of being the strongest among the 3 sets of heaven, earth, and human armors. Suddenly recalling the scene from my previous life where I was sent flying by the 100-ton king, I muttered to myself, "I wonder if the Xingtian armor can hold its own against the 100-ton king." Steadying my mind, I silently chanted the incantation Shadow Step, and my body vanished completely, leaving behind a once smooth road now in ruins. All of the various vehicles that had been parked on the road were all blown up, rolling black smoke covered the sky and filled the entire area, emitting a pungent charred odor. All sorts of horrifyingly large pits appeared on the ground, the shallowest of which were dozens of meters. The Flying Shadow Armor stood in the center, and around her, 10 evil wolf beasts surrounded her. The evil wolf beasts all had a common trait: their faces were particularly swollen, turning from wolf heads to pig heads. A doppelganger? Or a virtual shadow? This monster beast is a bit interesting. And Shang-Ro muttered, if it was in normal times, she wouldn't mind having a little fun with this monster, but not now. It was almost noon, she had to go home and cook for his husband. And Shang-Ro focused her powerful intent energy on her legs, which blossomed with a blue light. She rushed towards the nearest vicious wolf beast and extended her long legs, kicking it in the abdomen. Flying Shadow Blast Lightning Leg. The vicious wolf beast tried to resist, but it wasn't even on the same level in terms of power, and with just one kick, it exploded. Not the main body. And Shang Ro continued to act, and with her speed advantage, she blew up the evil wolf beasts one by one before they could react. Evil wolf beast, hurry up, can't be sealed by him. In a bizarre rocky cave, a man cloaked in black robes and in his 40s looked at the image of the flying shadow armor fighting the evil wolf beast and shouted in annoyance. He was the explicit overlord of the Shadow Realm, Shadowbuster. Shadowbuster slammed down the armrest on his seat and kept giving orders to the evil wolf beast. The evil wolf beast was one of his trump cards, something must not happen to it, and now he didn't have a few cards left in his hand. It was all the fault of the abominable armored warrior. The evil wolf beast heard Shadowbane's order to retreat and was about to spit out black smoke to leave the area, but an accident occurred, the space around it trembled violently, and with the flying shadow as the center, a strange world rapidly extended. The air was filled with a rich blue electric light, and huge, ethereal light emblematic patterns of armor surfaced on the ground. The sky was dyed a deep indigo color, as thick as ink, with a few streaks of blinding blue lightning occasionally streaking by. This was the great move of the flying shadow armor, wind forest and fire mountains flying shadow definitive art. Wanna run? Where do you want to run? If I let you run today, I won't be surnamed in. And Shang Ro rushed towards the evil wolf beast, storing a large amount of energy in his feet and stomping it to the ground when it didn't react. Boom rang out. The evil wolf beast's body exploded and transformed back into a magic sticker. And Shang Ro unlocked the flying shadow essential kill technique and inhaled the magic sticker into the summoner to store it away. Although, storing the magic sticker should be left to the 5 elements armor, the flying shadow armor, as the high-end technology of planetaries, could naturally store it as well. Among the armors, the only ones that didn't have a way to store the magic stickers were the 4 elemental armor made by modern technology and that true armor. And Shang Ro had just finished resolving the evil wolf beast and was planning to leave this battlefield, when suddenly, she was keenly aware of a ripple in the pool. Who is it? Don't blame me for not being polite if you don't come out again. And Shang Ro summoned the blast shadow blade and pointed the tip of the blade in the direction of the pool. Aya, sister, it's me, Xiao Bai, don't take a shot at me. A delicate female voice sounded. A blue and black armored warrior floated up from the pool. The armor had a unique helmet, shoulder armor resembling a western swordsman, and water elemental reliefs on the arms and calves, giving it a cool and powerful look. Tsunami no tsunami? Why are you here? And Shang Ro was slightly stunned, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes as she hurriedly put away her blast shadow sword and opened her mouth to ask. I was sent here by the headquarters. The headquarters detected an abnormal energy fluctuation here, so they let me come and solve it. Xiao Bai, the Tsunami GZ Nano Summoner, said as he lightly landed beside Shang Ro. By the way, sister, Xiao Bai wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Shang Ro. Let's go somewhere else to talk, don't stay here for long. Look. And Shang Ro pulled Xiao Bai's hand, and with a flash of her body, she left the place. On top of a tall building, Gu Tian wore the criminal heaven armor and watched the two of them leave. Another armor had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, it was really getting interesting. Unfortunately, the distance was too far for Gu Tian to hear their conversation. It was Gu Tian who didn't want to get too close, but he didn't dare. In the 4 sets of armor, the heaven, earth, man and Shura armor, there was a very perverse skill. It was called shifting shape. It wasn't shifting shape. Shifting shape and changing scenery refers to the generalized skill of those with high intentional energy strength, which allows them to travel to any place they want with whatever they want to carry, and the stronger the intentional energy, the farther the distance they can move, and the more places they can go. In short, those with weak intentional energy can only follow the places with strong intentional energy. Shifting shape, on the other hand, only accelerated the user's speed and was able to shorten the time it took to reach the destination. Shifting shape was very practical in battle, with its powerful speed, it could attack the enemy by surprise. And Shang Ro's intentional energy was 75, and Gu Tian still didn't know if she could make shifting shadows, so he just had to stay away. Congratulations to the host, after watching the battle between the flying shadow armor and the evil wolf beast, rewarded with intentional energy +4, physique +4, and an experience card. Although the intentional energy had only increased a little bit, Gu Tian was able to clearly feel that his control over the armor had increased quite a bit more. As for the experience card, this was something to treasure. It was able to boost one's battle power by 20 times. He just didn't know who was stronger or weaker than his wife after using the experience card. Speaking of Shang Ro, Gu Tian couldn't help but recall his wife's battle with the evil wolf beast, and his heart palpitated. It was too fierce. Gu Tian had counted that his wife had slapped the evil wolf beast several thousand times. Every single slap had created sparks. The wolf beast was directly weakened from its peak state. In the end, the beating was not enough to relieve the anger, directly changed to kick. Kick it to death. Every time he kicked, he would leave a big crater on the ground that was several meters or a dozen meters deep. Fortunately, the beast will not vomit blood. If it will vomit blood, it is estimated that it can vomit a few dozen pounds. This was simply a living hell. However, she was still quite good in front of herself. A look of letting people bully her. Chapter 5. What? You found me a brother-in-law. The two of them disarmed their armor and casually opened a private room. Xiao Bai is a very cute little girl, just reached adulthood, tied 2 double ponytails, her face is agile and playful, her chest is also bulging now, and her legs are covered with a layer of black silk. Xiao Bai looked at his own sister adoringly and said with a smile, "Sister is worthy of being the #1 person in our armor alliance, wiping out the evil wolf beast so quickly." Unlike that Sujido, who clearly summoned the Wind Eagle armor which is known for its speed, but ended up being disintegrated by that evil wolf beast in a few moves, and in the end, if it wasn't for the Inferno Dragon armor and the Black Rhino armor coming out to save the day, maybe we'd all be eating his mat. Xiao Bai spoke contemptuously, what she despised the most was people with the weakest strength and who refused to cultivate properly. This sidestepped the saying that there was no such thing as wasteful armor, only wasteful people. And Shangro gently knocked her own sister's little head, said slightly reproachfully, "This kind of words, in front of me to talk about it is just, don't go around telling others, our armor alliance is concerned about unity, don't hurt the peace because of these words." Xiao Bai dissatisfiedly pouted his mouth, his nose gently hummed, obviously somewhat unimpressed with his sister's admonition. And Shangro shook her head helplessly, her own sister, was just arrogant, with a nature that was not afraid of the sky and the earth. You also don't talk about others, you also have to control the armor properly, piloting the tsunami of tsunami that is good at controlling water to hide inside the water, and still found by me. And Shangro said half jokingly and half seriously. That's because sister is too good, I've persisted in exercising for the past few years, and I've already reached 70% cooperation with the armor, which is very high. Xiao Bai retorted. In the armor world, the 5 elements armor mainly relied on bloodline, the heaven, earth, and human armor mainly relied on intentional energy, while the 4 elements armor and true armor mainly depended on the degree of match with the summoner. By the way, sister, what exactly have you been doing these past 3 years? Why is it that every time the armor union notifies you of a meeting, you say there's something going on? What kind of thing could make you leave behind meeting after meeting? Little White cocked his head and asked with a face full of curiosity. And Shangro looked a bit torn, and after hesitating for a moment, she still gently pulled on Xiao Bai's hand, looked around warily, and lowered her voice, "I'll tell you about this, but you're definitely not allowed to tell anyone else about it, especially that old undead." Seeing her sister looking so serious, Xiao Bai patted her towering chest and said righteously, "Don't worry, sister, don't you still trust your own sister?" And Shangro was still a bit uneasy, and pressed again, "Really promise not to tell?" This caused Xiao Bai to break down a bit, "Sister, what in the world is going on? See how vigilant you are." And Shangro gently bit her shell teeth and her face began to blush with a shy look. This could make Xiao Bai on the side look dumbfounded. Her own sister, the underworld demon slaughterhouse, the alien beast-busting maniac, if it wasn't for a General Duan Mu, or else the oxymoron killing machine would have been hers, but now she was revealing a look of a little girl. Could it be that she was possessed? And Shangro pulled Xiao Bai next to herself, got next to her ear and whispered, "Your sister found a handsome man." Xiao Bai stared at her sister with unbelievable eyes, her mouth big enough to stuff an egg. "Sis, you actually found me a brother-in-law? I've become a sister-in-law so soon?" A playful look appeared on Xiao Bai's face as she pulled on Chang Ro's coat and asked after him, "How did you two meet? Why did you marry him? You said he's handsome, how handsome is he, can he attract me?" And Chang Ro pinched this younger sister's nose, "What's a little kid asking so much for? Adults matters, little kids keep their mouths shut." Xiao Bai immediately raised her hand in protest, "No saying I'm small, I'm 18 years old." And Shangru smiled without saying a word, thinking of her childhood, when she was still small, she ran into a boy, although she was separated afterward, but her luck was very good, when she grew up she ran into again. And Shangro raised her head to look at the alarm clock hanging on the wall, and suddenly with a jolt, she slapped her head. It's over, it's all your fault, causing me to waste so much time, it's almost noon and I haven't even gone back yet, my husband will definitely worry about me. But don't worry him out a good deal." And Shangro immediately ran downstairs furiously, 3 steps as one, just a few seconds to reach the first floor from the 4th floor. Right, there were still groceries to buy. "Xiao Bai, quickly keep up with my pace, accompany me to buy groceries. Speed up." Xiao Bai. How did one do it wrong? Also, why did he himself still need to go grocery shopping? And Shangro saw her sister still slowing down the stairs, making her so anxious that she directly went up and grabbed her double ponytails. "Ah, sister, lighten up. I'm going still not okay?" Chapter 6, Sister, what do you want my black silk for? "Sister, wait for me, don't run so fast." Xiao Bai shouted at the top of his voice, his 2 long legs wrapped in black silk moving as fast as they could, desperately chasing after Changro who was also running wildly ahead of him. So tired. Xiao Bai felt like her lungs were going to explode from running, panting heavily. In her left and right hands, she was carrying 3 stuffed bags of ingredients, and the bags were strangling her slender fingers to the point of whitening. And Shangro heard her sister shout, her footsteps slowed down by a few points, turned her head to look at her own sister, and said with hatred, "Don't hurry up, if you starve my husband, it's all your fault." Xiao Bai? How did it become her fault again? She didn't know anything. Older sister has changed. Became unrecognizable to her. Right, how did I forget this thing? And Chang Ro slapped her forehead in chagrin and turned to run to the vendor. Auntie, give me 10 pounds of wolfberries, 20 pounds of oysters, 30 pounds of bullwhips, 40 pounds of tiger whips, 50 pounds of turtle, 60 pounds of venison, the quality has to be the best, and move fast, and let my sister give you the money later. She wanted to give her husband a good tonic, sticking to a sustainable development strategy. Standing by the side of the small white stared wide-eyed, how do you have to give money to yourself? This trip herself lost a lot of money, spent her tens of thousands of dollars. She originally wanted to come to her sister's place to dabble in some food, but in the end, she stole the chicken and lost the rice. Her little money Xiao Bai? It's true that when you have a husband, you forget your sister. Clinic. And Shang Ro pushed open the door and walked in. A pair of small eyes anxiously looked around. Her husband, where is he now? She didn't come back for so long, would her own husband be angry? Where is everyone? And Chang Ro looked at the hall of the clinic and didn't find Gu Tian's figure. Suddenly, she felt herself being wrapped into a sturdy embrace as someone wrapped their arms around her waist. Wife, didn't think I was behind the door. Gu Tian's hugged his own wife and said with a smirk on his face. And Chang Ro turned around and smashed Gu Tian's chest with her pink fist, muttering her little mouth and saying grudgingly, you just know how to bully me. I'm going to punish you. As in Chang Ro's words fell, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Gu Tian's lips. Gu Tian was in high spirits. This punishment, the more the better. He could enjoy this too much. Gu Tian? At this moment, Xiao Bai, who wiped her sweat and was about to go inside for a couple sips of water, saw this scene and almost blinded her 24K titanium dog eyes. She didn't see it wrong. Kissed? Really kissed? The sky collapsed. She rubbed her eyes incredulously, thinking that it was all a lie. She was the chief captain of the armor union, a person under a person above 10,000 people. She would actually act like a delicate little girl nestled in someone else's arms and kissed. If this is spread out, I don't know how many slimy dogs' beliefs in life will completely collapse, and they will be in pain. Especially that Vidra armor summoner Li Tianyu who had been courting her sister. Little White silently withdrew his small feet that had stepped into the house and quietly sat under a certain tree at the clinic compound gate. At this time, it was better not to disturb them. This world, after all, epileptic into the appearance that she did not recognize. On the dining table, steaming dishes emitted a tantalizing aroma. Hubby, come on, thirsty soup. I personally boiled the 10-whole tonic soup, all with great tonic ingredients. And Shang Ro was all smiles as she handed a bowl of grayish-white soup to Gu Tian. Gu Tian pursed his lips as he looked at the soup and Shang Ro handed over. His wife, surprisingly, started to suspect him on the first day. As if she had sensed what Gu Tian had in mind, and Shang Ro's fair cheeks were instantly tinted with a touch of red, and she hurriedly explained, Hubby, I don't mean that. Gu Tian lightly coughed twice, not wanting to talk about this topic anymore. He would be embarrassed if he chatted any further. He saw the little girl with double ponytails who was frantically picking at her rice on the side and opened his mouth to inquire. Wife, who is she? And Shang Ro hurriedly introduced, Hubby, this is my younger sister, called in Xiao Bai. I bumped into her when I was grocery shopping today. Oh, it's the sister-in-law. Gu Tian smiled and stood up, politely extending his left hand. When Chang Ro saw that Xiao Bai just buried her head in her food and didn't react to Gu Tian's greeting, she was furious and reached out to pinch her on the tender flesh of her left leg. Hiss! Xiao Bai sucked in a breath of cool air, so painful that she almost screamed. Seeing Gu Tian's hand stretched out in the air, she also stood up and stretched out her own small white hand to shake with him. Bad sister, you can't even eat a meal in peace. The two of them sat down again, and Xiao Bai's pair of beautiful eyes sized up her brother-in-law. Not bad, human-looking. A straight full score on the face value. However, there was no hint of a strong aura. It felt like a scholar. Like a little white boy. Xiao Bai was actually very opposed to her sister being with him. Her sister was a flying shadow armor summoner with a promising future and ambition. He, on the other hand, was an ordinary person who spent his life running around for firewood, rice, oil, and salt. The difference between the two was just too great. If it wasn't for her sister's instructions not to reveal her identity beforehand, otherwise, she would have told him to stay far away from her sister. Meanwhile, Gu Tian took a sip of the 10 perfect soup and was also sizing up his sister-in-law. Not bad, very pretty and pure looking. The only thing that's a little bad is that there's a bit of childishness. Wait a minute, Gu Tian suddenly remembered standing with his wife this morning following the tsunami's nano armor. He narrowed his eyes slightly. His sister-in-law, it couldn't be that tsunami's nano summoner. And Shang Ru, who was sitting next to Gu Tian, was slightly uncomfortable when she saw that Gu Tian had been staring at Xiao Bai. Stinky husband. Can't you look at yourself? But soon, she felt that she couldn't just blame her husband, she had to look at herself for the reason. And Shang Ru did not move and began to compare herself to her own sister. In terms of body shape, the two were not too far apart, and looking at the face value, it seemed to be in between. Could it be? Is it a problem? And Shang Ru stared at the black silk on Xiao Bai's legs, and a little thought bubbled up inside. After lunch, Xiao Bai was planning to go back to the armor union. She still had a lot of things she hadn't done, but she was pulled aside by her own sister. With hopelessness written all over her face, Xiao Bai looked at her sister sadly and said, "Sis, what are you doing again?" And Shang Ro gently bites her shell teeth and asks somewhat shyly, "Sister, do you still have black silk?" "What?" Xiao Bai didn't react at once. "Black silk." And Shang Ro repeated again, her voice unconsciously rising a few points. "What do you want black silk for? Little kids don't ask so much, you'll understand when you grow up." Xiao Bai shook his head, "I just brought the only one I'm wearing on my body." "That's good, later you take off the black silk, I'll use it tonight." And Shang Ro's eyes lit up with a tone that could not be refused. Hearing this, Xiao Bai looked at his sister with a shocked expression. "Older sister, I gave it to you, no need to return it to me." Xiao Bai touched his burning face, took off the black silk and handed it over to his own sister. Chapter 7 Plan to kill the flying shadow. Shadow Realm, in the cave surrounded by black mist all year round. Darn it, this group of armored warriors is just too damnable. Shadowbane sat on his chair, watching the image of the evil wolf beast being killed by the flying shadow armor, and was so angry that he almost popped out with a brain hemorrhage. One must know that back then, the Realm King had only given him 15 magic patches, and after so many years of fighting, 13 of them had already been consumed, leaving only the 2 magic patches of the demonic ox beast and the grasshopper beast. If he failed to complete the task that the Realm King had given him, he would not be far from death. "Overlord, I have a good idea, I might be able to get rid of an armor." Below, a masked man replied respectfully. Ugly General, don't speak up yet, if you can't, you'll be thrown to the alien beasts." General Ugly hurriedly bowed down and replied tremblingly, "Overlord, the speed of the flying shadow armor appearing this time is really too fast, it only took 20 seconds or so to arrive. If we follow the previous experience, the fastest is not even this fast, so my subordinate boldly speculated that the flying shadow armor is in Hai Chang. At that time, let's summon a few more exotic beasts and swarm him, and quickly finish him off before the other armors come to support us." You idiot, I thought it was some good method, but it turned out to be this. Shadowbuster cursed angrily. Not only was he not happy, he instead scolded the ugly general below. "I only have 2 magic patches left in my hand right now, how can I possibly finish off the flying shadow armor in such a short period of time? You move your pig brain to think more." When General Ugly heard Shadowbane's unceremonious insults, his face under the mask was covered with frost, but his mouth was still smiling. "Overlord, with our strength, it's true that it's not enough, but in the Dragon Kingdom, we're not the only ones who want to destroy the armored warriors. There's also a culter and the underworld demon." Once Shadowbane heard this, he began to hesitate. "Will this work? Although we have the same goal, we are all on our own, and we don't communicate privately. After all, the 3 forces despised each other." General Ugly raised an eyebrow and continued, "As long as the benefits given are large enough, I believe they will step in." Shadowbane pondered for a long time, constantly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. In the end, he slapped his hands hard and made up his mind. "Alright, Ugly General, I'll give this task to you. You go contact the people behind the underworld demon and the occultist. If this is done right, I'll greatly reward you." "Yes, Overlord." Ugly General hurriedly answered respectfully and left the cave. When Ugly General left, Shadow Hegemon let out a long sigh. He stood up from his chair and slowly raised his hands. In an instant, the city's electric currents were mobilized and madly surged into the cave, and even the Armored Alliance, which was millions of miles away, appeared to have its electric lights dimming and flickering. The electric current was like a raging torrent, constantly converging in Shadowbane's hands, emitting a zzz sound. Finally, he spread his hands, and the current transformed into 2 shiny magic stickers. Shadowbane went to the breeding cave and inserted the magic stickers of the demon cow beast and grasshopper beast into the equipment of the breeding cave. The breeding den was the source of the Shadow Realm's creation of exotic beasts, and a sickening scent of blood permeated the area. He looked at the 2 monstrous beasts manifesting in the breeding cave and raised his arms. "Come forth, my little darlings. Sea City, night." Although the vicious wolf beasts that appeared in the morning had caused a lot of panic, it didn't affect people's mood for a late-night snack in the slightest. On top of a tall building, the ugly general looked at the lowly humans and revealed a cruel smile. Behind him, the demonic ox beast and grasshopper beast kept making low hissing sounds. The ugly general was waiting for someone. He had reached a cooperation with the spectral demon, and together they would seize the flying shadow armor summoner tonight. As for the occultists, he also tried to contact them, but they were incredibly condescending and didn't even let him in, directly turning him away. This made the ugly general's heart churn with hatred, and he secretly vowed that he would make Uxer pay for today's arrogance in the future. Suddenly, a cloudy wind blew. "What's the use of bringing just these 2 beasts?" A voice full of teasing rang out. Baru carried the blood-devouring sword that emitted a sinister aura and appeared beside the ugly general with an arrogant stride. He looked at the demon ox beast and grasshopper beast with contempt in his eyes. They were nothing more than 2 monstrous beasts formed from the changes of Earth's low-level livestock. Compared to a high-level living being from Ares like them, it was like the difference between a firefly and a white moon. General Ugly heard the irony in Baru's words and said in a deep voice, "What do you mean? Don't forget, we are now in a cooperative relationship." Upon hearing this, Baru threw back his head and laughed. If it wasn't for the fact that we've just been revived now and our strength hasn't been restored, otherwise, how could General Lufa agree to cooperate with a bunch of trash like you? Then, he pointed his blood-devouring blade at the ugly general and viciously threatened, "I advise you guys to be more sensible. When you defeat the flying shadow armor later on, the summoner will belong to me. If you guys dare to rob it, I don't mind destroying you." The ugly general forced down the fire in his heart and revealed a smile. "That's natural, there's no use for us to hold it anyway." Baru sneered, "It better be. Leave the flying shadow armor to me later, just bring those two beasts of yours and watch from the side." The ugly general's face sank even further. "The original plan was for you and my men to strike together as a trio. You're sure you can blow up the flying shadow armor alone before the other armors are backed up? That's the key to the whole plan." "Ha ha ha, I told you, don't compare me to the two beasts behind you." As Baru's words fell, he spat fireballs out of his mouth and launched them towards the skyscrapers of High City. The moment Baru struck, the energy it released was detected by a satellite thousands of kilometers from Earth. At the same time, an alarm immediately sounded in the Armor Alliance. This satellite, a collection of many high-tech advanced technologies from the Dragon Kingdom, could quickly pick up all sorts of supernatural powers and feed them back to the Armor Alliance. In the command room, Jinmei quickly magnified the image transmitted from the satellite by tens of thousands of times, and could clearly see the underworld demon ravaging the city. She suddenly remembers that the flying shadow armor is in High City, and quickly issues a command to her. "And Changru, can you hear me? The spectral demon has appeared in High City, go and stop him. I'll send Xiao Bai to support you later." Then, Jinmei sent another support command to the Black Rhino armor summoner, Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, who was racing on the national highway, looked at the message displayed on the summoner and his face was filled with coldness. "Rotten oranges are just rotten oranges, even solving a single underworld demon requires my support." He already had a strong opinion about In Chang Ro stealing his position as chief captain. Coupled with the fact that In Chang Ro had never returned to the Armor Alliance to attend a single meeting in the past 3 years, this was even more upsetting to him. Xiao Bai continued to race, ignoring Jinmei's instructions. Chapter 8 Interrupting Flirting. Evening, always a good time. "Hubby, do I look good?" In the wedding room, and Shang Ro stood beside Gu Tian, wearing a red cheongsam with black silk tightly wrapped around her white as snow thighs. Under the dim light, it looked infinitely tempting. Gu Tian wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and nodded frantically. And Shang Ro smiled shyly and flung herself into Gu Tian's arms. "Hubby, it's the same old rule, you go down, I go up." Gu Tian felt the softness in his arms and kissed her lips, his hand also placed on In Chang Ro's cap, tearing through the black silk bit by bit. "All at my wife's disposal. By the way, wife, where did you get your black silk from? I remember you didn't buy it." And Shang Ro held Gu Tian's neck with her jade arm, her red lips moved slightly and she gasped softly, "Hubby, don't care about the details." Gu Tian always felt that there was something so wrong, but he couldn't tell. "Forget it, whatever," as his wife said, "don't care about the details." Gu Tian leaned down and directly embraced In Chang Ro's delicate body in a princess hug position, placing her on the bed. He, wife, hubby is here, let's have a good makeout session." Gu Tian excitedly took off his top, intending to start his next move. Suddenly, a burst of fire flew past the window, illuminating the night sky, followed by a sense of ground shaking. It shook the entire clinic, causing Gu Tian and In Chang Ro to almost fall out of bed. This sudden crisis interrupted the actions of the two. One word could not help but surface in the hearts of the two. Grass. How could such a thing happen? Gu Tian and In Chang Ro's eyes coincidentally surfaced with killing intent. Which one of them is the one who doesn't want to die? Daring to break the good things of the two of them. Being interrupted doing this kind of thing, anyone who came would have a belly full of fire. Gu Tian angrily walked to the window, opened it, and saw the crowd desperately fleeing downstairs. "Oh my god, that's the spectral demon. Run, call the police, get Uncle Policeman. Are you brain dead, looking for the police to give away your head? Damn, look for the armored warrior." Baru stood at the back of the crowd, his mouth continuously spraying fireballs, smashing towards the crowded area, where sounds came one after another. It looked at the charred humans and let out an evil laugh from its mouth. "Lowly earthlings, where else do you want to escape to? Flying shadow armor, aren't you coming out yet?" Gu Tian recognized this spectral demon. He saw it in the original. It was arrogant in the early stages, and was stomped to death by the Shura armor in the later stages. Gu Tian looked at the tragic scene on the street and pulled In Chang Ro's jade hand and ran towards the stairs. "Wife, let's go, the clinic is too close to the underworld demon, it will be dangerous." And Chang Ro walked behind Gu Tian. She revealed an apologetic look to Gu Tian, who was running in front of her as she reached out her jade hand and struck the back of Gu Tian's neck. Gu Tian immediately felt the sky spinning, his eyes went black, and after saying, he fell straight backward. And Chang Ro immediately stretched out her arms and caught Gu Tian. She said softly, "I'm sorry, hubby, I'm a flying shadow armor summoner, and it's my mission to fight against the underworld demon, so I'm going to entrust you now, and after this matter is over, you can do whatever you want to me, and you can do whatever you want to me." And Chang Ro took out the flying shadow summoner and sighed softly as she looked at the command sent by Zhen Mei. With a dazzling light, and Chang Ro completed the merge. With an athletic stance, she quickly brought Gu Tian to a safe place and turned around to run towards the direction where the underworld demon was. A few seconds after Chang Ro left, Gu Tian touched the back of his head and opened his eyes. It was fortunate that Gu Tian had strengthened his physique earlier, otherwise, there was a real possibility that he would have been knocked out. In fact, just now, Gu Tian had intentionally gone to the front. If he hadn't done so, his own wife was afraid that she wouldn't have been able to transform at all. However, what was the meaning of the last sentence that his wife had just said? Gu Tian had a bad smile on his face. Was it what he thought it was? If that was the case, he would pull out his long-cherished cosplay costume. Gu Tian took out his criminal armor summoner, completed his transformation, and also rushed towards the direction of the underworld demon. Just in case, he had to check it out as well. Brush! The sound of breaking air rang out. With the extremely fast speed of his flying shadow armor, and Chang Ru raised his sandbag-sized fist and punched Baru in the face. Baru was spewing fire and had no defense at all, and was hit by this punch. His body flew out backwards and smashed down a rotten building next to him. Balu stood up, a roar escaping his mouth. Damn, lowly earthbugs, how dare they engage in a sneak attack, not speaking of martial virtues. However, when he saw that the person in front of him was the flying shadow armor, he couldn't help but get excited. Flying shadow armor, you finally appeared. Will you obediently hand over the armor summoner yourself, or will I burst you? Baru shouted arrogantly. And Chang Ro's eyes were icy cold and full of killing intent. If this hadn't happened, she would be exploring life with her husband right now, but now, it was all ruined. And Chang Ro reached out and flicked her hand on the summoning card box at her waist, and a piece of card emitting a ghostly blue light appeared in her hand. With skillful movements, she inserted the card into the summoner. In an instant, a brilliant blue light flashed in the summoner. Blast Shadow Blade. A crisp voice prompt rang out, and a blue and white long knife appeared out of thin air and in Chang Ro's hand. The Blast Shadow Blade had a slender body with smooth lines, and its sharp tip emitted a gust of cold light under the moonlight. It's useless to summon the Blast Shadow Blade. It's impossible for you lowly earth ants to bring out the armor's true strength. Baru raised the blood-devouring blade in his hand high and slashed out violently towards Chang Ro. And Chang Ro sidestepped, and the blood-devouring knife slashed at the concrete floor, splitting a 1,000-meter crack in the watery ground. It seemed to split the entire city in two. And Chang Ro seized the time and the Blast Shadow Blade slashed towards Balu's neck. Baru immediately rotated the blood-eating knife in the right direction. There was a clanging sound. The blood-devouring knife and Blast Shadow Blade collided together, a strong shockwave rushed around, and the sound of axes and knives clashing with each other persisted for a long time. And Chang Ro gathered the strength of his armor on top of his left leg and kicked Baru hard in the abdomen. Baru felt an extremely strong force kicking at his abdomen, causing the muscles in his body to tremble violently. Ah! Baru was sent flying 7 or 8 meters away by the kick before he managed to stop. He half-kneeled on the ground and rubbed his aching chest. Again, I was careless just now and didn't flash. Baru no longer underestimated the flying shadow armor this time, and mobilized all the strength in his body. You're nothing but a paper tiger. And Chang Ro said mockingly. Let's show you what the real flying shadow armor is. And Changhua leaped out of the air and jumped to Baru's back. Blistering electricity flying shadow leg. And Chang Ro's 2 legs stored up their strength. The whole person jumped in the air, and her legs violently landed on Baru's chest. Baru sensed the extreme danger and immediately turned around, blocking the blood-devouring knife in front of his chest. A hissing sound rang out. A large number of sparks flashed as the flying shadow armor's violent energy surged into his body, and Baru let out a miserable scream. He was stomped down by Chang Ro, and the blood-devouring knife in his hand had long since flown to an unknown location. Baru gasped with difficulty as he looked incredulously at the flying shadow armor. How could it be? An earthling was able to bring the flying shadow armor to such power. Even compared to the peak strength of the 3 captains of the underworld detachment, it wasn't even close. And Chang Ru stomped on the spectral demon under her feet in a deadly manner, not caring in the slightest that he was letting out moans of pain. In your next life, remember to pay attention. And Chang Ro said icily, exuding an aura of solemnity, once again gathering her power on her left leg, wanting to stomp on Baru. With her current strength, there was no need to be using the flying shadow essential kill technique except under special circumstances. Suddenly, an accident was revealed. On top of the tall building, the bull demon beast let out a low hiss and threw the sharp axe in its hand with vigor. Poof! The sharp axe accurately struck Chang Ro's back, and the powerful impact caused her to grunt in pain. And Chang Ro's body began to tilt, and the strength of her feet couldn't help but loosen a few points. Baru was overjoyed to see the flying shadow armor under attack. He took this opportunity to lash out, pushing with both palms to get out of Chang Ro's control, gathering strength on his right fist and punching her chest. And Chang Ro was unprepared and was hit solidly by this punch, and in an instant, a large number of sparks were blasted out of the chest of the flying shadow armor. And Chang Ro's body smashed heavily into a car behind her, smashing it to pieces. Chapter 9, My Wife, Only I Can Beat. Baru, that's all the strength you have, calling someone an animal with your mouth open, it looks like you're not that strong. Ugly General swaggered onto the highway with the demon ox beast and grasshopper beast, his hands casually stuck into his pants pockets as he physically attacked Baru. Underneath the mask, Ugly General's smile was already grinning to the back of his ears. After this battle, the Ugly General had already seen Baru's true strength, which was a little bit stronger than the evil wolf beast from before, and was instantly much less scornful of him. When Baru heard Ugly General's mockery, his heart was filled with killing intent. If it wasn't for the fact that his true strength hadn't recovered, how could he have lost to the flying shadow armor? 1,000 years ago, he had snatched the energy crystals of hundreds of galactic planets with his own strength. Excellent strength and superior battle power. Baru forced himself to calm down. Now was not the time to argue. He had not yet completed the task that General Liu Fa had given him to seize the flying shadow armor summoner. And Shangru supported the ground with his flying shadow blade and stood back up from the rubble. Underneath the armor, a pale face could be clearly seen, revealing a bit of weakness. It was obvious that the injuries were not light. Gu Tian was under a shadow, saw this scene, and was so angry that he directly cursed. Shameless, damn it, playing dirty tricks behind the scenes. Ding, the host's woman was beaten. As a man, can this be tolerated? Please host exterminate the enemy in the most brutal way. Completing the task will reward the host with 2 experience cards, plus 10 intentional energy, plus 10 physique, and if the host flees from the battle, he will permanently lose the qualification to summon the interdictional armor and have his ding-dong shortened by 10 centimeters. Gu Tian snorted coldly. Without the need for the system to remind him, he was going to smash the 4 scumbags in front of him viciously. His wife, except for himself, no one else is allowed to touch her. Whoever touches her will be in a hurry. Gu Tian crushed the experience card he obtained the day before yesterday, and in an instant, an unprecedented power boiled within his body. His mastery of armor reached an unprecedented level. Various armor skills appeared in his mind, and although he hadn't used them before, there wasn't a single unfamiliar feeling. Is this 20 times the battle power? In the Armor League. Zhenmei was anxious when she saw the flying shadow armor being knocked away and injured. Sister Zhenmei, didn't you say that Xiao Bai went forward to provide support? How come he hasn't arrived yet? Xiao Bai stood on the side, walking around anxiously. Zhenmei took out her phone, intending to ask how long it would take for Xiao Bai to arrive in Haichang. Hey, Xiao Bai, where are you now? Xiao Bai held the steering wheel with one hand, picked up the phone with the other, looked at the empty national highway in front of him, and said, I'm sorry, I haven't left yet, there's a traffic jam here, I can't get out. Hearing this, Xiao Bai was enraged, snatching the phone out of Zhenmei's hand and yelling, Xiao Bai, what do you mean by this? Can't you go for backup if you're stuck in a traffic jam? Are you getting back at my sister for stealing your position as chief armor captain? Xiao Bai let out a light laugh. Xiao Bai, even though you're still young, you're still a college student, so don't take the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a small man. Also, what if I transform on the national highway and others see me? If my identity is exposed, won't I be in danger? You. Xiao Bai wanted to retort, but all he heard was a beep 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 sound. Grass. Xiao Bai was infuriated as her chest continued to rise and fall, fiercely slamming the phone onto the ground. A cold light flashed in her eyes. If anything really happened to her sister, she wouldn't let go of Xiao Bai. Also, he better really be stuck in traffic. Zhenmei stood up from her chair, patted Xiao Bai's shoulder and comforted, Xiao Bai, he's just like that, don't take it to heart, I've already notified Duan Mu Yan to go forward to Haichang, he has a pack NATO summoner, it's very fast, I believe that he can arrive very quickly. Xiao Bai kicked the table next to her angrily. If it wasn't for that satellite teleportation problem of the Armor Alliance, she would have already gone over there. Zhenmei sat back in her chair again, looking at the image transmitted back from the satellite. She was suddenly shocked inside, and shouted out in an uncontrollable manner. Bai, there's a situation, the last of the 3 sets of armor from heaven, earth, and humans has appeared. Zhenmei's mouth opened wide, feeling incredulous. The armor they had been searching for a long time had appeared so easily. Of the 3 sets of armor of heaven, earth, and man, the interdictor armor could be considered the strongest, and this was definitely a good thing for their armor alliance, allowing them to be a great deal stronger. Xiao Bai was also extremely surprised. This was the first time she had seen what the interdictor's armor looked like, and it was indeed exactly the same as what was recorded in the history books. It was cool and stylish, and overbearing. Is he on the side of justice, or on the side of evil? Xiao Bai frowned and said with some concern. If it was the evil side, then her sister would be in bad shape, and she was afraid that it would be hard to hold out until Duan Mu Yan came to save the day. It should be the righteous side. Zhenmei said. The summoning of the 3 sets of armor of heaven, earth, and man requires the summoner to sign a book of contract, and those who can be signed by the book of contract, I'm sure they won't defect to evil. Seeing the sudden appearance of the interdictor armor, Baru swept away the resentment that had gathered in his heart. In his opinion, although the flying shadow armor was powerful, its strength was greatly reduced. As for the interdictor armor, its strength must not be too strong. It was impossible for all earthlings to be so powerful. For a summoner as powerful as the flying shadow armor to appear was already out of everyone's expectations. It looks like today is my Baru's lucky day, obtaining 2 pairs of armor at once. Maybe General Lufa will reward me with a set once he's happy. Baru held the blood-devouring blade with one hand, as if he had already seen the high-glory look of the armor he had summoned. And Shangro walked over to Gu Tian's side. Later on, I'll be the main attacker and you'll be the main defender. I'm more than 99% sure that I'll be able to finish them off. And Shangro was still grateful to the criminal sky armor for coming to the rescue. But she didn't think that the criminal sky armor was necessarily stronger than herself. One must know that she was chosen by the flying shadow armor when she was 10 years old. In order to exercise a strong enough intentional energy for summoning the armor, she trained day in and day out according to the training rules that the Armor Union had laid out for her, improving herself in every way so that she would have as few shortcomings as possible. 15 years had passed by now, and she thought to herself that, under the premise of a fair duel, no armor would be able to win against her. But in the next second, the interdictor armor's reply was out of her expectation. Just feel free to recuperate from your injuries, just leave these 3 bugs to me, settle them in less than 10 minutes. Gu Tian's voice went through special treatment and became deeper. Once in Shang Ro heard this, her favorability towards the interdictor armor dropped quite a bit. This person, too arrogant. Even when she was at her peak, she wouldn't have dared to say such things as solving them in 10 minutes. Gu Tian was able to detect the change in Shang Ro's mood, but he didn't say anything more. He let his own wife take a good look at how powerful his 20x battle power was. Gu Tian walked forward, pointed his finger at the monster, and said with contempt, "Which one of you will go first?" Baru learned to be smart this time, no longer rashly taking the lead, but turned his head to the ugly general and said, "I will let you have this chance, you let those 2 beast men of yours go on." The ugly general did not reply, but asked playfully, "Since I was the one who made the first move, the interdictor armor summoner must go to me." Baru felt that the ugly general was getting a bit ahead of himself, but once he thought that he could snatch it later, he let go of his heart. "I agree, the criminal sky armor summoner belongs to you, and the flying shadow armor summoner belongs to me." The corners of General Ugly's mouth rose slightly, and with a wave of his hand, he commanded the Devil Bull Beast and Grasshopper Beast, "Go, snatch the interdictor armor summoner for me." The Devil Bull Beast and Grasshopper Beast looked at each other and rushed up with their axes and greatswords respectively. They slashed towards Gu Tian, one on the left and one on the right. Gu Tian didn't slow down, raising his left arm and blocking the demonic Bull Beast's axe with his white arm guard. As for the Grasshopper Beast, he didn't bother blocking it. He wanted to see if his attacks would cause him pain when they landed on his body. The Grasshopper Beast used its greatsword to slash at Gu Tian's chest, bursting into a shower of sparks. That's it? Gu Tian gave up on fending off the Demonox Beast as his axe landed on Gu Tian's shoulder. Again, it struck a large spark. But this, however, couldn't even break Gu Tian's defense. However, this delighted the ugly general on the side. "Damn, I thought I had a bit of strength, but it turns out that I'm a rookie who can't even use the defense feature to resist." Baru, on the other hand, was beating his chest on the side. He regretted it. If he had known that the interdictor armor was such a dish, he would have gone up himself. After all, there weren't many chances to pretend to be a bully. "From the looks of it, that's all you guys have. Next, it's my turn." Gu Tian stretched out his right hand and threw a punch towards the Grasshopper Beast on his left. This punch caused the Grasshopper Beast to break all the bones in its body, and all the shells on its body shattered, oozing out black liquid. The Grasshopper Beast let out a mournful cry, followed by Gu Tian's kick, and he flipped 999 times in the air before lying on the ground like a dead dog. A few seconds later, the Grasshopper Beast's body exploded and transformed back into a magic sticker. In 2 moves, he killed an exotic beast that was valued by the Shadowbuster. As for the Devil Bull Beast, Gu Tian wouldn't let him die so easily. He had beaten his wife, so how could he live up to his name, Gu Tian, if he didn't torture him properly? Gu Tian grabbed the axe with one hand and with a slight effort, the axe immediately shattered into countless pieces. Immediately afterward, Gu Tian kicked him in the jaw, knocking the demonic ox beast into the air. Gu Tian also rose up into the air and punched the demonic ox beast hard in the small of his back. Boom boom boom. The Devil Bull Beast was re-punched into the ground by Gu Tian, raising a large cloud of dust. "You're the one who hit my wife, who told you to?" Gu Tian stretched out his foot, using his full strength, and stomped on the demonic cow beast's chest one foot after another. Moo, 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 moo. The demonic ox beast let out an agonizing cow cry from its mouth, and in the next second, its head was crushed nearly halfway by Gu Tian's stomp. "Who told you to moo? Did you have my permission? No manners at all." Chapter 10. When did bugs dare to come out and interrupt? Seal? Don't even think about it. How could he injure his wife and still want to die so easily? He was going to beat the demonic cow beast to death alive. Just like in the TV series, the Devil Bull Beast beat the crocodile beast to death. Gu Tian grabbed the two bull horns on top of the demonic bull beast's head, and his whole body muscles tightened as he erupted with a shocking force, violently smashing the demonic bull beast towards a nearby pillar. A loud sound came out, shaking the air around him, and the devil bull beast was hit so hard that his vertebrae instantly snapped in two, and his huge body was like a puddle of mud as he fell to the ground limply, struggling in pain. Gu Tian didn't stop. He grabbed the body of the devil bull beast, lifted it up high, and then slammed it to the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4. The earth was smashed out one big pit after another, and the body of the devil bull beast gradually shattered under the heavy blows, with black dirty blood splashing everywhere. The scene was bloody and shocking. In the end, Gu Tian's arms powered up and tore the dying demonic bull beast into two halves. Aha! Demon ox beast, grasshopper beast. Ugly General cried out loudly in heartache. What was going on? Obviously, just a moment ago, it was still a 2-against-1 situation with the advantage in his favor. How did it turn into a disadvantage in the blink of an eye? The two exotic beasts he had brought, one had been blown up and turned back into a magic sticker, the other was even worse, its body had been torn in half, with black blood dripping from the wound. Was this really still an armored warrior? It was clearly a living hell emerging from which ravine. Gu Tian tossed the corpse of the devil bull beast in his hand aside and twisted his neck, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing across his face. Is it so unforgiving? He had only just finished warming up and hadn't had a good fight yet. Gu Tian turned his head and directed his gaze at the ugly general and Baru. The ugly general looked at the interdictor armor staring right at him, and immediately his chrysanthemums tightened, and a chill went straight to the sky. Not good, it's coming at me. Ugly General hastily released a burst of black smoke, and when it dissipated, his figure disappeared without a trace. Grass, aren't we allies? Why did you run away alone? Baru cursed in anger. Damn, not being honest. If you want to run, I'm the one who ran first. Baru crouched down and performed the evasion technique to leave. When Gu Tian saw this, he directly used Shifting Shadow to come in front of Baru and directly rewarded him with a slap on the face. You still want to escape? He didn't pay attention just now, which allowed the ugly general to seize the opening to escape. Slap! An extremely strong force struck Baru's head, making him dizzy and black, almost fainting. This force was even stronger than the peak strength of the three captains of the underworld army. Baru was slapped out of the way, his head dented a large portion, only to see his entire body flying backwards, like a cannonball, collapsing one towering building after another, before falling down at an angle. Balu fell heavily to the ground, covering his bleeding head and panting heavily. He kind of didn't understand this world now. How did so many monsters suddenly appear after sleeping for over 1,000 years? First there was a flying shadow armor, and then an even more powerful interdictor armor appeared. Baru tried to move and found that his body was in excruciating pain, making him, a battle-hardened Ares warrior, unable to endure it. Gu Tian walked up to Baru and stomped down. Baru let out a howl of pain. At the moment of life and death, Baru simply put down his harsh words, gritting his teeth and cursing angrily. Don't be complacent for too long. Once General Lufa is resurrected, he will avenge me, and at that time, he will break your armor, pull you out of it, and torture you bit by bit. Even if you kill me now, I will still leave behind the genetic code. At that time, General Lufa will definitely resurrect me again. You can't kill me. Gu Tian said in a tone devoid of any emotion at all. I'm waiting for the old thief Lufa to come to me. Besides, when did bugs dare to come out and interrupt? Gu Tian gathered the power of his interdictor armor on his foot and stomped down heavily. Baru didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was transformed into a piece of genetic code that emitted a blue ghostly light. The genetic code floated in the air, resembling the Rubik's Cube by 7 or 8 degrees. Gu Tian held the genetic code in his hand, twisted it, saw that it couldn't be twisted, so he simply exerted force with his 5 fingers, and the genetic code was crushed like a sugar bean, falling to the ground like garbage. Resurrection? I'll crush the genetic code for you, let alone Lufa coming. Even if Lufa's old man comes, it's useless. Behind Gu Tian, and Shangro stared in disbelief as she watched Gu Tian tackle the 3 monsters so skillfully. He's really so powerful. How could the Dragon Kingdom have such a powerful character, winning with just brute force, without even using his armor's moves? Just now, she herself had underestimated him, believing him to be a cocky swaggerer. It turned out that the clown was actually herself. And Shangro looked at the corpses of the demonic bull beasts on the ground and the pieces of genetic code everywhere. Feeling like she was going to grow a brain, it turned out that killing an alien beast didn't have to be done in the traditional way, and it wasn't impossible to crush the gene code of a Psy Devil. How he came up with all this was simply outrageous. And Shangro withdrew her flying shadow blade, walked over to Gu Tian, and bowed deeply towards him. Senior, just now, my youngest daughter had eyes but didn't recognize him. Tai and offended Senior. Please don't blame Senior. Gu Tian? He just summoned an armor and exterminated a few bugs. How did he become a senior? All of a sudden, he was called old. Chapter 11 Decline the invitation. I like to be free. However, it's not like you can't be a senior. Pretending in front of one's wife was exciting to think about. Gu Tian put his hands behind his back, straightened his back, looked at the bright moon, and said aloud, "There's no need to be like this, you were also worried about my safety at that time." Hearing that Gu Tian didn't count his rudeness, and Chang Ro also let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this senior was not a small-minded person, unlike that Xiao Bai, who would be dog-eyed. And Chang Ro saw the grasshopper beast magic sticker floating in the air, and just wanted to reach out and put it into the summoner, but Gu Tian was one step ahead of her. Gu Tian stretched out his hand and grabbed the magic sticker in the palm of his hand, and with a slight force, the sticker was pinched into the shape of a shredded paper, which he then threw into the side toilet. Just crush it, why store it, waste of labor and material resources. And Chan grew. By the way, senior, I want to invite you to join the Armor League, what do you think? Gu Tian was a bit tempted when he heard Chang Ro's invitation. After all, joining the Armor Alliance would give him access to a lot of super benefits, a huge boost to his status and position, but he thought about it and quickly vetoed it. His subconscious mind told him that joining the Armor Alliance wasn't a wise choice. Gu Tian shook his head at Chang Ro and said, "I'm a person who's used to being free and loose, and I hate rules and regulations." And Chang Ro was a bit anxious and persuaded, "Senior, you can think about it again, with your strength, as long as you enter the Armor League, you will definitely be taken seriously and directly get the vice captain position. If it's really not possible, I can give you the chief captain position. The chief captain position contains a great amount of power. Not only do you get hundreds of millions of salary every year, but you can also mobilize 2/3 of the armor in the alliance under extreme conditions, and that's just part of the power of this position." Gu Tian waved his hand. He still chose to believe in his subconscious. "Alright, no need to persuade me anymore. Although the conditions are very tempting, freedom is very important, freedom is priceless, it can't be bought by spending more money." And Chang Ro sighed and didn't insist anymore. She changed a card as if by magic and handed it to Gu Tian. The card was very concise, with only a string of phone numbers beginning with 000. "Elder, think again, you are always welcome in our Armor Alliance, and in addition, if there are things that feel tricky in your life, you can contact me." Gu Tian took the card. Just because he wasn't joining the Armor League, it didn't mean he wouldn't contact them. Also, he wanted to see what the other armor summoners in this world were really like. For example, the pack apparatus armor that had been staring at him. More than 100 meters away from Gu Tian, Duan Mu Yan leaned against a tree, her eyes burning as she observed Gu Tian. When Duan Mu Yan realized that Gu Tian had noticed him, he did not panic and walked over to him with a strong bottom. Gu Tian couldn't help but show a hint of color in his eyes as he watched the pack armor approach. With every step he took closer, Gu Tian could notice that the airflow around him had sped up quite a bit, and if an ordinary person were to stand here, they would definitely feel their skin hurt like a knife cut. Not bad. This person's control over the wind had definitely reached a point that was difficult for the next person to reach. Moreover, around the armor, there was a murderous aura lingering. He should have killed quite a few monsters as well. Duan Mu Yan walked to a position 5 meters away from Gu Tian and stopped. Looking at Chang Ro, he said, "Captain, you're not in trouble. I was sent by the Alliance to support you. When I came over, I didn't make a move when I saw that the interdictor armor had already gained the upper hand." "Why are you the one who came? As I recall, didn't the Alliance say that they sent Xiao Bai to support me?" And Chang Ro asked rhetorically. "He was stuck in traffic and couldn't come." Duan Mu Yan replied succinctly. And Chang Ro sneered. Xiao Bai's excuse finding was really no level. It looked like she hadn't been back to the Armor Alliance for too long, and some people had already swelled up. Duan Mu Yan shifted her gaze to Gu Tian. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Duan Mu Yan, dual summoner of the pack apparatus armor and the Nava armor." Then, he licked his lips and said rather approvingly, "You're very strong. Don't you think Mesa to have a couple moves with me?" Duan Mu Yan had always been a battle maniac. Since he became a summoner, he had killed less than a dozen of various monsters, and his battle record ranked second among the 12 sets of armor in the entire Armor League. When Gu Tian heard that Duan Mu Yan wanted to challenge himself, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a smirk. "If nothing else, you just saw my battle process. Are you sure you're my opponent?" Duan Mu Yan honestly admitted, "I admit that I'm not your opponent right now, but I want to see how big the gap is with you. Only by fighting against the strong can one grow faster." "Alright, I agree, just point to point." Gu Tian had a good impression of him and readily accepted the challenge. "Good, refreshing." Duan Mu Yan praised, assuming a combat stance as a dense wind elemental glow lingered around him. Wind whirls whirled around him, ripping his words to shreds. To make chief and personally hand over his business card, "I'd like to see how much weight there is." And Chang Ro did not stop them. Instead, she took 2 steps back to provide them with ample space to fight. She also wanted to see how long Duan Mu Yan could last from his hands. With her understanding of Duan Mu Yan, within 50 moves, she should not lose. Chapter 12, Interceptor vs Duan Mu Yan. Actually, you can all leave a little comment to help me see where I'm not writing well. Gu Tian also assumed a fighting stance, not underestimating Duan Mu Yan just because he had 20 times his battle power. In terms of battle power, he could beat him, but he was definitely inferior to him when it came to the flexible use of his armor. He had only obtained the interdictor armor summoner for 3 days, while the other person, Duan Mu Yan, had summoned the armor for at least 3 years. There were some things that even experienced cards couldn't make up for. If he really lost because of his own carelessness, he would lose his old face. Duan Mu Yan's desire for victory appeared in his eyes, although he had just admitted that he couldn't defeat the interdictor armor, but this was only in terms of strength. The key to deciding whether the armor would win or lose, there was also speed, endurance, and so on. The pack apprehended just happens to be super speed type armor. Dragon Country has an old saying, called the world of martial arts only fast not broken. Duan Mu Yan did not instantly invoke the wind elemental power to wrap the whole body. A green light flashed, accompanied by a chirp sound. He disappeared in place. Shadowless attack. Whirlwind leg. In an instant, Duan Mu Yan appeared behind Gu Tian, leapt up in the air, condensed the wind element into her leg, and kicked swiftly towards Gu Tianxing's part. Good timing. Gu Tian reacted quickly and immediately turned around, raising his left arm and clashing hard with Duan Mu Yan's leg. Duan Mu Yan rotated her body smoothly, taking advantage of the fact that Gu Tian had not yet fully reacted. She backhanded a heavy punch to Gu Tian's chest. Hiss la! Gu Tian couldn't help but take a few steps back as a mild pain came from his chest. Damn, didn't I say that the pack apparatus was a speed type armor? How come the power doesn't feel small either? Even the earlier combined strikes of the demon ox beast and grasshopper beast hadn't caused Gu Tian to feel even a hint of pain. Gu Tian lightly stroked his chest, suddenly feeling that at the very beginning, even if he didn't help in Changro with those three monsters, and Changro was still capable of killing them alone. This was because Duan Mu Yan's strength was not yet comparable to Changro's, but he was still able to shock himself back like this. It was possible that Changro had called herself a senior merely because she had been momentarily surprised by her first appearance, her extraordinary battle prowess, and then the fact that she could crush the magic sticker and genetic code. Duan Mu Yan landed firmly on the ground, looked at Gu Tian, and laughed softly. My strength isn't bad, is it? Gu Tian nodded and said frankly, very strong. I had some defense in advance and still suffered a bit of a loss. Suddenly, Gu Tian's words changed. However, the speed of the interdictor armor isn't slow either. Shifting shadow. A red light emerged in Gu Tian's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Duan Mu Yan. Gu Tian threw out a punch, and despite Duan Mu Yan's best efforts to dodge, it still hit him in the shoulder. Duan Mu Yan was sent flying out by this punch, smashing a dozen outies in quick succession, and for a while, flames shot up into the sky. He stood up, feeling as if the bones in his shoulder were about to crack. The speed of the interdictor armor, it's not slower than me. Since that's the case, let's keep coming with a different set. Flame Nava, power. Duan Mu Yan removed the green energy key from the summoner, while inserting the red energy key to transform. Red light flashed and a set of fiery red armor appeared. The head was like a burning flame, the eyes were strikingly blue, the lines of the entire body were rigid, and the chest armor seemed to be a fiery flame tumbling over. From a long distance away, Gu Tian could feel the rising temperature in the air, the heat waves lapping towards him like a tidal wave over, wave after wave. Duan Mu Yan was planning to compete with his attack power, so there might be a turnaround. It burns. Gu Tian couldn't help but comment. The feeling the armor gave him was like blazing lava buried deep in the heart of the earth. Duan Mu Yan, who had just completed his transformation, heard Gu Tian say that he burned, and 10,000 grass mud horses raced past inside. This was clearly called heat. How did it change its flavor when it came out of your mouth? Lava fist. Duan Mu Yan gathered his strength and swung out with the same punch. Good timing. Criminal sky palm. Gu Tian also rushed forward and engaged Duan Mu Yan, fists and palms clashing, golden sparks flying in all directions. After exchanging more than 30 moves, Duan Mu Yan gradually began to lose strength, and his hands began to go numb. Every time they collided, a strong sense of shock spread throughout his body from his hands. He clenched his teeth and continued to hold on. Finally, in the exchange of hands, Duan Mu Yan revealed a break. Gu Tian keenly grasped this break, found the right moment, directly grabbed Duan Mu Yan's arm, and directly came with an over-the-shoulder slam. Duan Mu Yan's body slammed into the ground, which was smashed with cracks as dense as a spider's web. He had just stood up when Gu Tian followed up with another kick, sending Duan Mu Yan flying, his body set into a wall. Cough, cough, cough. Duan Mu Yan broke free from the wall and coughed dryly. The summoner on his body could not withstand the impact and fell off his waist, and he was forced to disarm his armor. Duan Mu Yan was dressed plainly, a simple t-shirt with jeans and a pair of sneakers. He waved his hands, crouched down and sat on the ground, admitting his submission. No more fights, no more fights, I admit defeat. Today, he was severely beaten, his speed was no match, his strength was no match, and his attack power was no match. However, he didn't lose confidence either. There was a gap, but he could try to catch up. Duan Mu Yan patted the ash on his body and stood up from the ground. You're great, but don't be too happy. Sooner or later, I will defeat you. Gu Tian nodded his head and said with bravado, I'm waiting for that day to come. Gu Tian sensed that the experience card time was about to end, and with a stomp of his legs, he stomped away from the high-rise building. When Gu Tian left, Duan Mu Yan walked over to Changruo's side and asked, how about it, which segment is his true level at? And Changruo raised her head slightly, shattering a falling leaf to pieces as she said, if he and I were to engage in a life and death duel at the same peak state, the probability would be that I would die and he would be seriously injured. Duan Mu Yan sniffed and gently rubbed his temple's brow. Where did he appear from? There was no news of him before. He recalled the battle and revealed a confused look. Captain, when I fought him, I found that he was not familiar with the armor, as if he had just gotten it. But he's ridiculously powerful, even I'm no match for him. That's contradictory. It's like an elementary school student who just went to kindergarten got into Tsinghua University. To summarize, it feels like it's just open and shut. When Changro heard Duan Mu Yan's question, she also nodded and replied, I also have this feeling, obviously not familiar with armor, yet I have great strength. Changro still wanted to say something, but suddenly thought that her husband was still blowing a cool breeze on the hillside, and her face changed dramatically. It's over, don't catch a cold. Duan Mu Yan, I have something to do, I'll leave first. After Changro put down these words, she turned around and left the place in a hurry. Duan Mu Yan. She's leaving at this point? He still had some things to report. Alas, Duan Mu Yan let out a long sigh and re-summoned the flame Nava. He was very unhappy tonight. Half an hour later, in the neighboring Heavenly Cloud City in High City. Nava, I'm going to blow you up. Oxer roared with crimson eyes. Beat the hell out of you. Duan Mu Yan directly kicked an Oxer into the wall with a flying kick. Then he grabbed one of Oxer's legs and slammed it into the ground one at a time. Chapter 13, Returning to the Armor League. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, the reward has been issued, please check it yourself. Gu Tian returned to the hillside, laid down on it, and opened the character panel. Age, 25 years old. Armor, Criminal Sky Armor. Wife, Changru Flying Shadow Armor Summoner. Intentional Energy, 34 full level 100. Combat Skills, none. Physique, 65 full 100. Bloodline, Ordinary. Comprehensive Evaluation, 1 out of 10. Yo, it's up, it's all up, one isn't half disabled after all. As his physique and intentional energy rose, Gu Tian realized that his body had also experienced some wonderful changes. His normally muddled head had also become much more lucid, and his physical strength had also increased quite a bit, feeling that running 1,000 or 2 meters in one breath wasn't too much of a problem. Of course, this wasn't what Gu Tian was most concerned about. What he was most concerned about was that aspect of being a man. Now that his physique had been enhanced so much, if his wife was feeding him the 10 perfect soup, he would beat her little ass. A fragrant breeze came, and Changro appeared next to Gu Tian. Looking at Gu Tian's tightly closed eyes, she quietly let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, hubby didn't wake up. Changro stretched out her arms and picked Gu Tian up, walking in the direction of the clinic. Back at the clinic, Changro placed Gu Tian on the bed, a faint blush appearing on her face. She stretched out her slender jade hands and removed her own clothes, and in an instant, a dimpled and delicate body was completely exposed to the air. She licked her delicate lips and pressed her entire hot and delicate body onto Gu Tian's body. She cupped Gu Tian's small face and barfed on it. Hubby, let's finish the unfinished activities. Changru, Omega? Screen prohibited. Wife, why am I here? Isn't there a monster? Good boy, you dreamed, no monsters. Good. Changro pretty face flushed, gently gasping, white skin in the light one who had tantalizing, she pulled over the quilt placed on the edge of the bed, covered the two people. The battle was still going on, and the bed became more and more messy. Honey, let's play a little something else. Honey, what does that mean? Changro's eyes were glowing and a look of eagerness emerged on her face. She leaned over Gu Tian's ear and said in a soft and sticky yet charmed voice, Hubby, upside down, bright moon in the sky. When Gu Tian heard this, he felt his body was incredibly hot and his lips were dry. A few short sentences made Gu Tian's brain explode. It wasn't him who first said it, it was his own wife who first said it. Gu Tian nodded and said, Good, for my husband, I also want to see. 2 days and 1 night later. Changro got down from the bed. She was wearing a white dress with 2 double ponytails, humming a song as she bounced towards the kitchen. Her face was filled with a satisfied little expression. After arriving at the kitchen, Changro started to work on preparing the 10 perfect soup for her own husband again. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Tian, who was lying on the bed, was pale, covering his chest and coughing softly. He also wanted to get out of bed, but he was weak. His wife was too ruthless, giving Gu Tian the feeling that his body had been emptied. Sure enough, a newly married woman is as fierce as a tiger. He still couldn't play with her himself. He had thought that his physique had reached 65 and he was able to go 50-50 with his wife, but he didn't realize that it was still 30-70. Wife 3 hours, dry waste himself 7 times. Worthy of being the strongest person in the Armor League. 10 minutes later, Changro walked in with a smiling bowl of grayish bowl of 10 completion soup. Gu Lang, it's time to drink the medicine. Gu Tian sniffed it and felt that the added ingredients were even more potent than last time, but this time he was honest and finished smothering the 10-whole tonic soup in one gulp. Changro sat on the edge of the bed and gently stroked Gu Tian's face. This action startled Gu Tian, and he hastily wrapped the covers around himself. Don't ever come. And Shang Ro felt amused when she saw her own husband's adorable actions. She played with her twin ponytails and said, "Hubby, I have something to do in the next few days. I would like to go back to my mother's home. What do you think?" What else could Gu Tian do? He could only nod frequently. If she didn't leave, her own days would be difficult. He needed time to take a break. When Shang Ro saw her husband agree so quickly, a touching smile appeared on her face. "Husband, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Not only that, I'll also bring you a surprise." And Shang Ro lowered her head and gently left a kiss on Gu Tian's forehead, turned around, put on her coat and left the clinic. After Shang Ro left, Gu Tian got out of bed trembling. He put on his clothes and squeezed his shivering legs, but the false state could still be seen on his face. He seriously suspected that his wife was doing this on purpose, just to prevent herself from stealing food during the day she was away. After Shang Ro left the clinic, her originally agile and playful face was as cold as frost, and the murderous aura on her body was hidden, making the temperature around her a few points lower. She was going to make a trip back to the Armor Union to settle some dishonest people. She hadn't been back in 3 years, and some of them should have swelled up. She took out her summoner and sent a message out. At the same time, all the Armor summoners received the message. Whether they were drinking at the bar, eating, going to the bathroom, or taking a foot bath, the summoners all acted and rushed towards the Armor Union. "Brothers and sisters, can you swipe some free gifts? I want to buy a few lollipops to eat." Chapter 14: Death of the Shadow Bastard. Shadow Realm. Shadow Hegemon sat comfortably on a chair, crossed his legs, and was drinking to his heart's content with a bottle of fine wine in his hand. He was in a great mood and felt that his plan to deal with the flying shadow armor this time was definitely foolproof. He had used his last 2 cards, and with the help of the underworld demon, it would be hard not to succeed. Sometimes, success is so simple. Shadowbane muttered. As soon as he thought of the flying shadow armor summoner that Ugly would be placing in front of him later, Shadowbane's smile grinned to the back of his ears. Although the flying shadow armor summoner would be taken by Baru as payment according to the contract, but so what, the contract was torn up just fine. He bristled. He, Shadowbane, was not one to keep his word. If he's capable, Baru chased me to the Shadow Realm to beat me, does he have the ability to do that? Shadowbane tilted his head back and poured a large mouthful of wine into his mouth. Just then a sharp shriek broke the soothing atmosphere. Ugly General fled all the way back to the Shadow Realm in a panic, and when he saw Shadowbane, he couldn't even bother to speak properly, and directly sat down on Shadowbane's lap, grabbed Shadowbane's shoulders with both hands in a death grip, and shouted in a stuttering manner, "Baba, Baba, Baba Baba King." Shadowbuster was unprepared for this shock and did not hold back. A mouthful of wine violently sprayed out of his mouth and nose, snot and wine smeared the Ugly General's face. "You get the hell down." Shadowbane grabbed Ugly General's collar and threw him off his lap in a rage. Shadowbane slammed the handrail, his face grim. Damn it, the great mood was ruined by this ungrateful henchman. "Sooner or later, I'll throw him to the alien beasts." "Ugly General, the task given to you is completed?" Shadowbane suppressed his anger and asked coldly. General Ugly kneeled on the ground with a plop, and cried out with a sniffle and a tear, "My lord, it's over, it's all over. Your 2 exotic beasts are dead, beaten to the point that there is not even any hair left." When Shadowbane heard this, his face turned a few shades of white in fear. He quickly walked to Ugly General, grabbed his collar and roared, "It's over? What's finished? I have 2 alien beasts that big, and you're telling me that they're all dead?" Ugly General wiped the snot off his face, crying and adding more fuel to the fire, "Overlord, this time it was out of all of our expectations. Obviously we had the upper hand, but I didn't expect that the interdictor armor suddenly appeared and reversed the situation. He was too ferocious. The grasshopper beast was stomped to death by him, and the demon bull beast was roasted and eaten by him with his weapon over the fire. It was too brutal." When Shadowbane heard this, he was so angry that he almost exploded with a brain hemorrhage. "No, those 2 babies of mine are dead. What the are you doing back here?" When Ugly General heard this, he cried harder and sobbed, "Overlord, I actually wanted to die with the interdictor armor, but in order to be able to deliver the news of the interdictor armor's appearance back to me, I only had to endure the pain and flee from the battlefield. Watching my 2 companions being killed, my heart is like a knife." Shadowbuster sneered, stretched out his left hand, and slapped the Ugly General across the face, directly knocking him to the ground. "You bucket, don't think I don't know what's in your heart. If you're afraid of dying, just say it." Shadowbane viciously kicked Ugly General hard, kicking him until his body spasmed before he stopped. He exhaled deeply. "No, I have to leave quickly myself. Now that I have no value, the Realm King will not let me go." Shadowbane didn't pack up his things and fled towards the outside of the cave with his 2 short legs. He had just reached the entrance of the cave when a voice that gave goosebumps all over his body rang out. "Overlord, where do you want to go? It can't be that you want to escape." A man with white hair, about 50 years old, blocked the entrance of the cave, and behind him, there was a huge bug demon silkworm beast with tentacles all over its body. The Shadow Bar was so scared that his legs trembled. Damn, how could he arrive so quickly? But the Shadow Bar still forced himself to be calm and said, "I want to go out to sea. The pear flowers in my hometown are blooming. I want to go back to sea." The corner of King of the Realms, my mouth hooked into a cruel smile. "Alright, go and see." He gently swung his mechanical arm, and the demon silkworm beast behind him got the command and moved his huge body to charge towards Shadowbane. The devil silkworm beast opened his fanged, circular maw and let out an excited roar as he bit down towards Shadowbane's head. Shadowbane retreated scared less and backed up. He was just a mortal and could not possibly be able to defeat these monstrous beasts. Unfortunately, there was no escaping death even if he retreated. Miserable screams echoed in the cave, one after another. Imperial Capital. Happy Burger Shop was a small, mediocre store that opened on the street, but secretly it was the headquarters of the Armor Connection. And Chang-Ro put on a black coat, and when she reached the front of the store, she looked around and saw no one in the four corners of the room, pushed the door and walked in. Because today was a suspended closure, there were not many people inside. And Chang-Ro walked quickly to the side of the toilet, and a red light flashed on the toilet door plate, recognizing the iris in her eyes. Ding, recognition successful? The toilet quickly disappeared, and a circular that emitted blue light surfaced. And Chang-Ro put her hands in her pockets and walked in with big strides, and when she reached the door, she gently placed the index finger on her right hand on it. Ding, recognition successful? The gate opened and various large high-tech screens came into view. This place was previously an ERP research base, a training headquarters dedicated to the 5 Elements armor, but as more and more armors were discovered after that, it was simply renamed as the Armor Union to unify the control of all armors. Nowadays, the scale of this place had expanded by dozens of times, and in the spacious space, all kinds of researchers were methodically shuttling around. Hello, Chief Team. Hello, Chief Team. Have you eaten yet? Chief Team. In the Alliance, there were constantly people greeting in Chang-Ro to say hello, and Chang-Ro didn't play big, politely nodding her head in response one by one. And Chang-Ro walked all the way towards the deepest part of the Alliance's interior, and eventually, she stopped in front of a door and reached out to open it. As the door was opened, a dozen pairs of eyes within the room looked at her. There was surprise, and jealousy. And Chang-Ro walked in with an expressionless face. Those who could appear in this house were the most core members of the Armor Union. There will be 2 more chapters tomorrow, not just 1. Chapter 15, I suspect he has a system. Including in Chang-Ru, there were 11 people inside the room. Wind Eagle Armor Summoner, Sujito. Earth Tiger Armor Summoner, Zhong Kuan. Black Rhinoceros Armor Summoner, Xiao Bai. Snow Mastiff Armor Summoner, Zhao Shi. Flying Shadow Armor Summoner, and Chang-Ru. Summoner of the Vedra Armor, Li Tianyu. Nava Armor, Pack Apparatus Dual Armor Summoner, Duan Mu Yan. Tsunami no Tsunami Summoner, and Xiao Bai. Krag's Kurivu Summoner, Wang Gang. The True Armor Summoner, Kushang. There was also Genmi, who was in charge of liaising on armor matters. In the entire Armor Alliance, the chief captain was in Chang-Ru, and there were 2 vice captains, Duan Mu Yan and Nan Xian. Ah, sister, you're back. And Xiao Bai was the most excited amongst the crowd. With her long legs wrapped in white silk, she made a big leap with an arrow step and pounced into Chang-Ru's arms like a lively octopus. Why are you so excited? Didn't we just meet a few days ago? And Chang-Ro pulled in Xiao Bai's double ponytail and said jokingly, her eyes looking at her long white silk legs without any trace. White silk. It looks good, my own husband should like it, borrow it over to wear it at some point. And Chang-Ro broke free from Xiao Bai's encircling embrace, walked to the topmost chair in the room and sat down, picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip, and asked with some confusion, where is the Yanlong Armor Summoner Nan Xian? Why didn't he come? Jinmei was about to reply, but was preempted by Miao Bei. He played with the nail clippers in his hand, said disdainfully, follow a certain someone, day after day of not doing his job, obviously is the vice captain of the Armor Alliance, have to play his broken piano, there are trainings also do not come to participate, unorganized and undisciplined. As soon as Vidra Armor Summoner Li Tianyu heard these words, he became furious on the spot, snapping, he slapped the table and said loudly, hey, Miao Bei, who are you talking about? You're insinuating about Captainin, right? Other people's captainin has the strength and is powerful without training. Unlike you can't even get a vice captain. Li Tianyu, what are you screaming about? Try saying it to me again. Miao Bei's face was as ugly as eating. He hated it when people said he wasn't even a vice captain. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in bad shape back then and lost to Duan Mu Yan in a bad move, or else he would be a vice captain now. Sooner or later, he would prove his strength to the crowd. Fortunately, Duan Mu Yan couldn't hear what was in Miao Bei's heart, otherwise he would have absolutely laughed out loud. To put it nicely, it was a bad move, but to put it bluntly, it was a move that defeated him. I'll say it, what can you do with me? Li Tianyu didn't mind the casual mockery. He was Chang-Ro's loyal fan, a die-hard fan, as well as her suitor. Li Tianyu quietly glanced at Chang-Ro, his heart blossomed, the captain was prettier than before, with a touch of maturity than before, more charming and flirtatious. His face gradually reddened, a small heart fluttering. Jinmei looked at the two of them aura tit for tat, gently holding his forehead, some headache, stood up and began to be a peacemaker. The baby's heart is bitter, she has to notify them where there are monsters, but also has to regulate all kinds of relationships in the alliance. Really, it's not easy to earn millions of dollars of salary a month. And Shang Ro finished the coffee on the table. She came back this time. She had planned to suppress the arrogance of Xiao Bai, but before that, she still had to deal with business first. She said, let's not wait for Nan Xian, let's talk business first. Jen Mei, open the video. Jen Mei gently nodded her head and walked over to the large screen and quickly operated it. Soon, a battle footage appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was the scene of the interdictor armor fighting the three monsters. Inside the room, other than Xiao Bai, everyone's gazes fell onto the screen. What a strong defense, to be able to harden against the attacks of the two alien beasts with the armor jacket. In terms of defense, I'm afraid it's enough to be equal to my snow mastiff armor. Zhao Shi couldn't help but be staggered, knowing that the defensive power of the snow mastiff armor is among the top of all armors, and can be ranked in the top 3. His speed is also fast. What kind of move is this? It directly leaves a shadow in the air. This speed, even the captain's flying shadow, no, even Sugi Dong's wind eagle armor can't reach it. Zhong Koan said. In fact, he wanted to say in Shang Ro, but thought that she was the captain after all. Face must be there, so he had to change it. Sugi Dong, who had his hands clasped on the side, heard this and looked at Zhong Koan with a speechless face. Sujito. No, are you polite? Nak Koan helplessly waved his hand and responded with a wink. Who made you the least powerful in the Armor League? Now in the Armor League, who doesn't know that you were disintegrated by the evil wolf beast in 3 moves? The video continued to play, and when the crowd saw that Duan Mu Yan had summoned his armor twice in a row and was defeated, the crowd was completely nonplussed. Interdictor is so powerful, even Duan Mu Yan is not his opponent. This interdictor armor is truly heaven-defying, worthy of being a comprehensive super armor from outer space. To know, in the Armor Alliance, the reason why Duan Mu Yan can get the 2 sets of armor of Nava and Pack apparatus, partly because his old man is the big name top of the Orxier extraordinaire researcher, more importantly, his strength is strong enough, the degree of fit for each set of armor is more than 90%. There is a saying about Duan Mu Yan jingle widely circulated in the Armor League. 1-1 crushes, 1-2 wins steadily, 1-3 doesn't panic, 1-4 finishes, 1-5 has the advantage on me, 1-6 is a tie. But such a character was still unable to defeat the interdictor armor. So, what is your purpose in letting us watch this kind of video? It can't be for us to enjoy the operations of the interdictor armor. Xiao Bai said unhappily. If that was the case, it would be a waste of his time. And Shang Ro glanced at Xiao Bai and said, there are 2 purposes. The first is to let you guys know that such a person exists, and if you run into him, don't offend him. The second purpose is to discuss with you guys. During the fight between the interdictor armor and Duan Mu Yan, I found that he was very unfamiliar with the use of the armor but was very strong. Have you guys ever had this happen during the summoning of the armor? The crowd looked at each other with a bit of disbelief. Captain, are you sure you're not mistaken? How is this possible? Only the more skilled you are with the armor, the more powerful the outburst will be. This is universally accepted. It's impossible for there to be someone who is unfamiliar with the armor but is powerful. Right, if this happens, then wouldn't our daily training become a joke? Xiao Bai, who was sitting on the left side, cocked her head, thinking seriously, and suddenly, she had a flash of insight. And Xiao Bai slammed the table, and the loud noise startled everyone. Sis, I know what's going on here. Xiao Bai fiddled with her twin ponytails, clearly sure of her idea. Tell me and listen. And Shang Ro said. Sister, I think that the criminal armor summoner he awakened the system. The system gave him the task of fighting monsters. The reason why he is so powerful is definitely because of the help in the system, and the more Xiao Bai spoke, the more excited she became, her eyes bursting with light. The more she said, the more she felt that it made sense to say. Aya, sis, what are you hitting me for? Xiao Bai pouted her red little mouth, her white hands covered her little head, and her little face was filled with a grudging look. Oh mouth oh. In just now, her own sister rewarded herself with a violin corn. And Shang Ro sighed lightly, hated the iron and said, let you usually see less crossing novels, you just don't believe it, but also brought to real life, but also the system, you wait a moment is not to say crossing. Xiao Bai opened his eyes wide and said with a face of admiration, sister, you are really right, he still really may be crossing over, it's the soul wearing in the novel. You, I don't even want to say you want to be angry with your old sister. Xiao Bai looked at the 2 people scuffle and put a mocking smile on his face. System? Crossing over? A dog wouldn't believe it. He had a bold idea inside. If he defeated the interdictor armor and brought the summoner back to the Armor Alliance, at that time, his status would definitely rise by a large margin. Perhaps, once the top was happy, they would make themselves the chief captain. After all, in the Armor Alliance, it was most convenient to be promoted by virtue of merit. A look of eagerness appeared on Xiao Bai's face. As for Duan Mu Yan being defeated, he did not put it to heart. Although years ago, the 2 were equal in strength, after so many years had passed, he believed that he had left him far behind. Seeing that people weren't focusing on him, Xiao Bai quietly left the Armor League. He mounted his motorcycle, increased the speed to 250 yards, and raced towards Haichang. The sixth sense that belonged solely to men told him that the interdictor armor was in Haichang. When he thought of the scene where he brought the interdictor armor summoner back to the Armor Union, a smile that AK couldn't even suppress appeared on his face. Okay guys, I broke my promise, plans change, a chapter first, and I have another exam tonight on short notice. I'll try to get more words in this one. Chapter 16, I'm going to marry the criminal armor. Sea City. Behind Sea City was a dense mountain forest. Criminal sky armor, merge. Gu Tian stood under a speeding waterfall to transform. Now taking advantage of his wife's absence, he had to familiarize himself with the armor. During his fight with Duan Mu Yan, Gu Tian realized that he had not applied the armor to a high degree, and the reason why he was able to outwit Duan Mu Yan was overwhelmingly due to the performance of the armor itself. There were a ton of lions and tigers and black bears here, and training here, there was absolutely no need to worry about being discovered by others. As for whether or not Gu Tian would be in danger, there was no need to worry about that at all. As powerful as those things were, they were still just carbon-based organisms, and now Gu Tian had already technologically ascended. Sheltering sky palm. Criminal sky palm. Shifting shape. Gu Tian's body moved quickly, combining moves to strike out a palm that could be described as powerful, and each slap could raise waves several hundred meters high. Fire torture sword. Gu Tian shouted, pulled out a card from his card pack, inserted it into the summoner, and a sword appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The fire torture sword had a slender body, and the side of the blade was decorated with flame patterns that resembled the flow of flames. The hilt of the sword was black and red, emphasizing a fiery and stern battle aura. Good sword. Gu Tian looked at the various patterns on the sword and felt the power contained within the sword, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. To be able to serve as the main offensive weapon of the interdictor armor, it was truly extraordinary. Gu Tian waved the sword in his hand. Every time the sword slashed down, it could leave a 7 to 8 meter long sword mark on the stone wall, and that was only if he was in a restrained condition. If he went all out, he was afraid that he could split open a large mountain. After familiarizing himself with the fire torture sword, Gu Tian stuck it on the ground. He wanted to try out a move that the torture armor had only used once in the original plot. 8-bit shift. Gu Tian mobilized the intentional energy of his entire body, and a layer of red light surfaced on the surface of the armor. The principle of 8-bit shift was to lock onto the target first to strengthen the will, and then cross his arms in front of his chest and then unfold the guiding intentional energy to both sides, the intentional energy bursting out to make the space distorted, and through this, he instantly shifted from his current position to the target instantaneously, realizing a quick dodge or surprise attack. At a distance of more than 20 meters from Gu Tian, an exact copy of Interdictor's armor appeared, followed by the second, the third, and when it reached the fourth, Gu Tian suddenly felt a strong sense of dizziness, and his head was as heavy as a lead ball. With a loud ping, the 4 sets of heavenly armor that had just appeared completely dissipated, and Gu Tian also suffered a backlash, with a splitting headache, almost falling into the river. Moreover, an intense feeling of weakness came over him, causing Gu Tian's legs to tremble, his face to turn pale, and his eyes to darken. It was exactly the same as the symptoms of extreme kidney weakness. No more practicing today, end early. Gu Tian tiredly clenched his teeth, holding his waist. Bit by bit, he rushed back. There wasn't much intentional energy left. Just now, the 8-bit shift had almost drained Gu Tian's intentional energy, and being able to maintain the armor form was already a stretch. As expected, there are some pushes that are not so easy to pretend. Aya, sis, lighten up. Stop hitting, the ass is going to blossom. After the meeting was over, and Shang Ro couldn't wait to pull Xiao Bai to the nearest secret room and turn on her brutality mode. At this moment, Xiao Bai's entire body was lying on Shang Ro's legs, and with burst after burst of fiery pain coming from her, but she couldn't help but yell out. Half an hour later. Xiao Bai pursed her red lips, pitifully leaning against the wall, her hands gently rubbing her arse. She looked at her own sister with a 3 parts grudging, 7 parts dissatisfied look, her eyes reddened, revealing a small expression of extreme aggression. But she still said without giving in, Sister, I think my idea is right. There is a great possibility that the criminal heaven armor summoner is a traveler. And Shang Ro sat on the chair, helplessly rubbing her forehead. Her own sister has completely finished. Look, is this something an armor summoner can say? Xiao Bai, how many times has sister told you to believe in science? Believe in science? How come you still believe in metaphysics to come? Little White pouted, isn't it often said on Jitterbug, isn't the end of science metaphysics? The interdictor armor is definitely open, otherwise it can't be this powerful. And Shang Ro rubbed her brow, feeling that her own sister had been brainwashed by the traveling novels. She waved her hand and said to Xiao Bai, go back to your room and reflect, no going out without my order. Bad sister. Xiao Bai huffed back. Xiao Bai was about to leave, but was stopped by Shang Ro. What for, bad sister? Xiao Bai asked in a bad mood. Leave the white silk on your legs. When Xiao Bai heard this, she was even more aggrieved. Black silk used her, white silk also robbed her. Next time I wear a maid outfit, do you have to let me take it off as well? You can't flirt with your brother-in-law and glean at me every day. She was really close to breaking her defense. Xiao Bai slowly took off the white silk and placed it on the table. She left the secret room in a huff. She clenched her small fists tightly and secretly said in her heart, Sister, you wait, I will definitely prove that the interdictor armor is a traveler. At that time, I will also marry him and bring him around in front of you every day, so that you can see what I can do. And Xiao Bai, if I want to marry, I will marry interdictor armor. Walking around the corner, she bumped into Li Tianyu, who was carrying a cage of steamed buns. Li Tianyu froze slightly when he saw Xiao Bai, but he quickly reacted and asked with a smile on his face, Xiao Bai, want to eat a bun? Xiao Bai was on the verge of anger, seeing Li Tianyu, a licking dog, didn't have any good feelings. Eat your ass, dead licking dog. Li Tianyu looked at in Xiao Bai's back as she left and licked his lips. It's worthy of being in Chang Ro's younger sister, her looks are just watery. But what was she talking about just now? What dog? Whatever, first send the buns to my goddess in Chang Ro, in case she gets happy, she might compliment me twice and let me hold her hand or something. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu's eyes revealed intense greed and love. He would definitely chase in Chang Ru into his hands. And Chang Ro will definitely be his in the future. Xiao Bai didn't listen to in Chang Ro's words, but quietly slipped out of the armor union, striding her long snow-white legs, mounted a pink motorcycle, and drove towards Hai Chang. She wanted to go to Hai Chang to find the criminal sky armor and prove herself. Charge, brave white, not afraid of difficulties. Bye-bye. Take a day off tomorrow, please forgive me. Also, thanks for the gift from Big Brother Big Sister, it made me so excited I almost took off yesterday. Chapter 17 Oxer makes an appearance. Please, give me my paycheck, my child is desperate to use this money to save his life. In a high-rise building in Hai City, a man of about 50 years old, dressed in rags and with white hair, Wang Yun knelt on the ground with a tear-stained face, pleading to a suited chief executive in front of him. The chief executive listened to Wang Yun's plea, his mouth burst out a ha laughter. He loved it when these poor people came to him to beg for money, it was too lowly. The chief manager's eyes were full of teasing, and he said playfully, kowtow to me, and for every kowtow, I'll return $1,000 to you. Wang Yun lifted that old tearful face and looked at the chief steward, cautiously inquiring, you didn't lie to me, did you? Why is there so much nonsense? Now I've changed my mind, for every kowtow, I'll return you 500, remember, kowtow hard. The chief steward chided impatiently. Wang Yun was shocked by these words, and hurriedly wiggled his calloused hands, saying in a hurried voice, I'll kowtow, please make sure you keep your promise. With that, he quickly kowtowed towards the ground, and the loud sound of bump 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 echoed in the silent room. 50 times kowtow quickly ended. Wang Yun lifted the blood-seeping forehead, with a hopeful tone, said, my salary. Ha, I lied to you, you little cutie, you believe whatever I say, you really are a dog. The chief steward laughed heartily and mockingly. You don't keep your word. Wang Yun pointed his finger toward the chief steward, trembling with anger. A dog is just a dog, what salary do you want? It's good to give you dog food. The chief steward lit a cigarette, crossed his legs, showing his big gold teeth, said contemptuously. You bastard, give me my money. Wang Yun couldn't stand it anymore, his eyes were red, his hands clenched into fists, and he rushed towards the chief manager. The bodyguard beside the chief executive was quick, grabbing the red wine bottle on the table and smashing it hard towards Wang Yun. With a bang, the bottle cracked, and Wang Yun was beaten to the point that his head was bleeding, and he fell heavily to the ground, covering his head and letting out a pained wail from his mouth. The chief executive stood up from his seat and kicked Wang Yun in the abdomen with his shiny leather shoes. Wang Yun was kicked so hard that he curled up, and mouthfuls of blood continued to pour out of his mouth. Dare to curse me, you've really eaten your dog's guts. So what if I beat you to death today? Old me has money, power, and friends everywhere. When the time comes to sentence you for burglary, I was justified in self-defense. The chief steward arrogantly roared loudly. When Wang Yun heard the chief steward's arrogant words, the last trace of sanity in his heart was swallowed up, and a bloodthirsty light steeply erupted in his eyes as he angrily roared, this is what you forced me to do. Wang Yun's body erupted with unprecedented strength, sending the chief steward flying out. He stood up from the ground, and a bizarre black mist suddenly filled his body. Wang Yun's body convulsed and twisted violently as his skin hardened and surfaced with greenish-black lines at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bones emitted toothsome clicking sounds as his body swelled and deformed uncontrollably, sharp fangs pierced his lips, and his nails transformed into razor-sharp claws. A few short seconds passed, and Wang Yun turned into a monster with spikes on his shoulders and a pitch-black body. The chief steward converged his sight and looked at Wang Yun, exclaiming, it's over, god damn it, how is he an Auxer? The Auxer was mutated from a self-aware cosmic alien aggressive virus that could fuse with planetary organisms to form a new species. It is airborne and has the ability to mutate, preferring humans with strong violence genes or people with violent tendencies to be the target of its possession and transformation. Chief, you go, I'll block him. The bodyguard didn't know where he got the courage from, once again copied the red wine bottle on the table and charged towards Auxer. Kill! A sharp hiss erupted from Auxer's mouth, and with a single punch, the bodyguard was reduced to mush. The bodyguard was too dead to die. Auxer turned to look at the chief manager, whose legs were weak with fear, and took one step towards him. Don't come over, I'll give you money, I'll give you $1 million, number 10 million, please don't kill me, I won't intentionally default on your paychecks from now on. The chief administrator fell to the ground in shock, and a yellow liquid flowed out from among his legs. Wang Yan's sanity at this time had already been invaded by violence, and he simply couldn't listen to any of the Chief Pipe's words. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the Chief Pipe's head, and in the midst of his agonizing screams, bit by bit, he crushed his skull. After killing the chief steward, Occupy didn't leave, and instead rushed up the building, massacring towards the staff inside. His instincts told him that anyone who could appear here was not a good person. In a hidden corner of the high building, there was a man wearing an overcoat, black hat, and sunglasses leaning against the window. He was holding braised beef noodles in one hand and a super-sized lollipop in the other, quietly watching Oxer's performance. Inside his pocket, he also carried a gun that collected viruses. He was Cold Blood, the biker cyborg, and his mission was to find Oxer and collect the virus from Oxer in his rage state. Cold Blood took a bite of bubbly and licked a lollipop as he watched Oxer go around killing people, shook his head, and said, "It's still not brutal enough." On the other hand, Xiao Bai drove a motorcycle with 250 yards of speed and also arrived at Haichang. "Damn you, why are you driving so fast? Don't want to die." The owner of a minivan behind him cursed, "Damn him, he almost crashed." As soon as Xiao Bai heard someone greet him, he turned his head and raised a middle finger, made an international friendly gesture and accelerated away. "Car owner, you that pussy." Xiao Bai parked his car on the side of the highway and looked at the red dot displayed on the summoner, knowing that a monster had appeared nearby. However, he didn't immediately go to stop it, and instead revealed a smirk. "It's true that the heavens have helped me, a pillow is sent to me when I fall asleep, it's hard for me not to succeed." Xiao Bai was still in the car just now thinking about how he could lure out the interdictor armor, and now the opportunity had come. With a monster appearing, he didn't believe that the criminal sky armor wouldn't come out. Although the consequence of him doing so would be that more ordinary people would die, it was still too far from the interdictor summoner. What he was protecting was just the majority of the people. Thanks to Heavenly God Tree Demon, watching his chanting, Shui Chang, Xinfeng Chancery's 3 Idiots, Tao's Mom, Red Flame Cultivation Warlord's Gift and so on. Love you guys. Chapter 18, Crushing Uxer. Ding, the system has detected an Oxer in the neighborhood, please have the host solve it immediately, rewarded with intentional energy +5, rewarded with physique +5, rewarded with Mizukage village bloodline 100% purity. Early in the morning, Gu Tian, who had just climbed out of bed, heard the familiar and exciting beep of the system, and he couldn't help but grin. "Great, another experience pack for me, this time the reward is quite generous, it even rewarded the Water Shadow village bloodline with a purity of 100%. 1/5 of the way to the task of gathering all 5 bloodlines has been completed." In the middle of the clinic, a red and white light flashed, and Gu Tian summoned the interdictor armor and headed in the direction guided by the summoner. After resting for the night, Gu Tian felt doubly fit. He would fight 10. Brush. Meanwhile, the scene not far away was bloody. Holding up a huge hammer, Oxer threw it violently, instantly smashing the dozen or so people fleeing ahead into a puddle of flesh and mud. The several hundred people in the building had already been completely killed by him, but he was already red-eyed with murder and couldn't stop at all, leaping down from the 300+ meter high building and continuing to kill towards the crowds on the road. And at a distance of more than 300 meters away from Oxer, Xiao Bai was calmly watching all of this. He seemed to be accustomed to the bloody scene in front of him, and even idly took out a rice cigar and leisurely had a wave of top over the lungs. "It's coming, the interdictor armor is coming." Xiao Bai keenly caught a flash of red light in the sky and couldn't stop his body from getting excited. The target he was waiting for finally appeared. Fire torture palm. Gu Tian directly did a handsome 180-degree turn and slapped his palm on Oxer's belly. Oxer was blown away and managed to stabilize his stance as Gu Tian made a shift and arrived in front of Oxer, directly punching him above his face. "Damn it!" Oxer was sent flying out a dozen meters away, covering his face, feeling dizzy and his head buzzing. "What a dish!" Gu Tian taunted. The current him was all on his own strength, not even utilizing his experience card. Gu Tian didn't feel like overdoing it, and gave an international friendly gesture to Oxer. "You asshole, I'm going to blow you up." When Oxer saw Gu Tian's raised middle finger, a surge of anger roiled in his heart. Completely enraged, he threw himself up to the sky and his eyes instantly turned bright red as endless killing aura raged out of them. Cold Blood, who was hiding in the shadows, immediately took out the virus collection gun in his pocket and swept it at the frenzied Oxygen. Cold Blood looked at the display of successful collection and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Not bad," collected another one step closer to the success of the experiment. Cold Blood reclaimed the virus collection gun back into his pocket, looked at the interdictor armor and said suspiciously, "How did another armor pop up? I haven't even seen him before, could it be a newly emerged armor?" Cold Blood was also a curious baby, so he stayed and didn't leave immediately. He also wanted to see how strong this armor was. If the strength was weak, he wouldn't mind making a move to grab the armor summoner. Oxer raised the sledgehammer in his hand and smashed it over towards Gu Tian. He wanted to smash this armor in front of him. Gu Tian immediately raised the wrist guard on his left side and blocked the attacking sledgehammer. A strong shock spread through Gu Tian's entire body from his arm, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Oxer sidestepped and lifted his left leg, kicking Gu Tian hard in the chest. Sparks flashed as Gu Tian took a few steps backward. Yo, the Auxer in his berserk state is really much stronger. Gu Tian patted the sparks on his chest. Although he had suffered a loss this time and felt the pain, it had inspired him to be more competitive than ever. Auxer charged once more, trying to repeat his old trick of slamming down hard with a hammer. Gu Tian laughed coldly, and when the sledgehammer was about to hit him, he turned his body and dodged the blow. He raised his left arm and slapped his sheltering open palm fiercely on top of Auxer's chest. Auxer was sent flying, and his body came into close contact with the ground, cutting a gully several meters wide.
Fire torture gun.
Gu Tian summoned the pyrotechnic gun as he leapt into the air and fired a shot at Auxer, who had just stood up and was still in a slight state of disarray. Torture sky light blast. Gu Tian bellowed and pulled the trigger of the pyroclasm gun. 3 unrivaled light cannons shot out from the muzzle, intending to deliver a final blow to Auxer. Against Auxer, there was no need to use the Torture Heaven's definitive kill technique yet. Accompanied by a violent explosion, flames shot up into the sky and smoke rolled out. When the smoke dissipated, a white-haired man with a stooped figure emerged. He was covered in black gas, his tongue was exposed, and his face was distorted, as if he was suffering great pain. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, the reward has been issued, please check it yourself. Gu Tian nodded and took a step over to this man, frowning slightly. This dress of the man's, at first glance, was the appearance of an authentic migrant laborer. By all accounts, such a person was very pure and basically honest. How could he turn into an occulter with violent tendencies? Forget it, no matter so much, this matter would be handled by the police. Gu Tian was about to leave, when suddenly, light footsteps sounded behind him. Gu Tian turned his head, and saw a man who exuded unruly behavior standing next to the motorcycle. Chapter 19. A mouthful of rotten oranges. In the Armor League, Genmi felt a wave of headache as she watched the images coming in from the satellite. A long time ago, Genmi had found out that Auxer was in Haichang, but when she found out that the interdictor armor had struck, she didn't notify the other armors. However, when she, Xiao Bai, was also in Haichang, a heart nearly rose to her throat.
No, one of you, are you making it so difficult for me as a laborer? Genmi?
When did he, Xiao Bai, run away to Haichang and meet up with the criminal armor? Genmei twisted her hands into a twist shape. She always felt that something bad would happen.
Should we tell in Changru?
Forget it, no need for now. Xiao Bai went to Haichang probably to recruit the criminal sky armor. I can't think about things so complicated. Genmei let out a breath, patted her chest, and began to self-soothe.
It's fine, it's fine. River North shouldn't do anything excessive. I don't think so.
Gu Tian looked at the young man in front of him. He didn't have much good feelings towards him. There was always an air of pretentiousness about this person, which made him resentful. You should be an armor summoner as well.
Gu Tian was the first to break the silence between the two.
Xiao Bai raised his chin proudly and said loudly, I'm Xiao Bai, the water armor black rhino summoner, the second strongest person in the Armor Alliance.
Gu Tian raised his eyebrows. This person was a bit pretentious. Even Duan Mu Yan didn't say that he could rank second in the Armor League.
He didn't expect that the fourth armor summoner he ran into would look like this. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Gu Tian didn't want to chat with him any longer and turned to leave, but he was blocked by an arrow step from Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai casually kicked away a stone on the road and said, I see that your strength is good. Join the Armor Alliance and become my war general. I'll guarantee you countless beautiful women and unlimited power. In fact, this was not Xiao Bai's initial plan. His initial plan was to forcefully seize the armor summoner, but when he saw how cleanly the interdictor armor had resolved Auxer, he changed his mind slightly.
Wouldn't it be good to train him as his subordinate?
This way, he would have the merit of being a wise eye and also get a powerful boost in the Armor Alliance, killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
Gu Tian almost laughed out loud when he heard Xiao Bai's words. Who am I to become your henchman? I didn't even agree when I was personally recruited by your chief captain flying shadow armor, let alone you. Besides, you said that you are the second in the Armor League's strength ranking, so are you the vice captain of the Armor League? As soon as Xiao Bai heard another person mention the matter of vice captain, veins instantly flared up on his forehead and his face twisted a bit in anger. However, he still forced himself to hold back his anger and said, soon, I'll be a vice captain soon. Then you mean you're not right now? Gu Tian asked back nonchalantly.
As soon as Xiao Bai heard this, a gust of coldness appeared in his eyes, and he felt like he was being mocked in a great way.
Xiao Bai made an ultimatum, pointing at the interdictor armor and said, are you joining or not? Give a quick word.
Gu Tian coldly spat out a few words from his mouth. No addition, not to mention that you're just an ordinary team member. Even if you invite me as the chief captain, I'll refuse. Fine. I originally thought you were a smart person, but I didn't expect you to be just like that group of rotten oranges from the Armor Alliance. Xiao Bai took a step back and placed the black rhino summoner at his wrist, which sensed the fluctuation and extended a retaining band that was firmly placed on his wrist. He then removed a circular chip from his neck and placed it into the summoner. Black Rhino Summoner. The summoner can use the Black Rhino Summoner to emit the Crystal Stone Glyph Light energy and receive the Black Rhino Armor of Water to complete the merge and become the Armored Warrior Black Rhino Man.
Black Rhino Armor, merge.
River North raised his right hand and extended his left hand forward as he shouted to the sky. As Miao Bei recited these words, the satellite far up in the sky transmitted a massive force of water towards Miao Bei's location, and after only 0.001 seconds, Miao Bei completed the merging. A set of black armor emerged, styled like a rhinoceros, with a rhinoceros horn on his head and asymmetrical shoulder armor, paired with a small amount of silver and blue. A burst of green light spread out in all directions with him at the center, and a powerful airwave shook the surrounding leaves.
Rotten orange, I'll give you one last chance, to add or not to add? Gu Tian was amused by Miao Bei's words, a mouthful of rotten oranges, what, calling it smooth? I won't add it, what do you want? Gu Tian wasn't polite anymore and took an offensive stance. He wouldn't be afraid of anything.
Then I'll just have to snatch your armor, summoner. Miao Bei shook his shoulders and said in a deep voice, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Coldblood, who was hiding in the shadows, almost took off in joy when he saw this scene. Between the armor, it seemed like there was infighting. This was an opportunity for him to wait until the two of them were exhausted from the fight, so he could seize the two pairs of armor without any effort. I didn't expect this kind of good thing to come to him, this was a great achievement. Well, Coldblood licked a mouthful of lollipop and looked at the two of them still posing. He couldn't help but feel anxious inside.
You guys quickly fight. Why do not you fight? If you do not fight, the sky will be dark.
Jinmei, who was 10,000 miles away, saw the tense situation and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood.
It's over, it's over, it's over, it's going to be a fight.
It's really afraid of what's coming.
Miao Bei, can't you save me the trouble?
Jinmei wanted to get in touch with Miao Bei and tell him to stop immediately, but sadly found that Miao Bei had already forcibly cut off the connection with the armor union.
Jinmei.
As things stood, she could only notify Yin Changru, the chief captain, and discuss with her how to resolve this matter. In the middle of the secret room, Li Tianyu rubbed his hands together, a pleasing smile on his face, and handed a cage of steaming buns to Yin Changrue. I ran for a long time to buy these, they're absolutely delicious, colorful, and fragrant. When Yin Changru heard this, a few moments of sulking appeared on her handsome face. She coldly looked at Li Tianyu and said, Li Tianyu, how many times have I told you, please refer to it as a position when you are working. Non-work stage, please call Yin Changru, no shouting. Also, take your bun away, I'm not hungry right now. And don't send me any more in the future, I don't like eating them now. Hearing Yin Changru's good-natured words and merciless rejection, Li Tianyu's face was a little embarrassed, and he smiled sardonically.
Sorry, Chief Captain, I wasn't too happy, I forgot for a moment. Chief Captain, why don't you like to eat it? Wasn't this your favorite thing to eat when you were a kid? I still remember, that time you even begged me to buy it. Li Tianyu still wanted to continue to say something to try to impress Yin Changru, but what he met was Yin Changru's cold eyes. Those words were instantly blocked in his throat. When I was a child, now that I've grown up, my appetite has changed, can't I? Suddenly, Yin Changru felt the summoner vibrating. She took it out of her pocket and picked up the phone. What, is there going to be a fight? Okay, I'll be right over.
Yin Changru immediately stood up from her chair and left the secret room in a flaming hurry, not even glancing at Li Tianyu again. Soon, in the secret room, only Li Tianyu was left standing dumbfounded. When Li Tianyu thought that Yin Changru hadn't said a single word to him when she left, his heart hurt as if it was dripping blood. His eyes were red as he looked at the buns in his hand and ruthlessly slammed them on the ground, stomping on them 1 foot at a time. A few minutes later, Li Tianyu gasped for air, holding onto his chair, his face gloomy and terrifying.
Thank you for the gifts from the big brothers, love you.
Chapter 20 Black Rhinoceros Armor vs Criminal Sky Armor.
Yin Changru, what can we do? They're about to fight.
Jinmei anxiously scratched her hair as she kept asking Yin Changru. Yin Changru made a snap decision and once again ordered Duan Mu Yan to pilot his pack apparatus forward to stop it. She looked at the picture on the screen, her face full of anxiety, but her worry was not whether Miao Bei would get beaten up, but whether her husband would be affected. It's over, her husband is still in Haichang, will he be scared by this? What if he was so scared that he became infertile? They haven't even had a baby yet. Hubby, you can't let anything happen to you. If something happens to you, how will your wife live? Rotten orange, fists and feet have no eyes, let me see, how powerful is the armor from Ares? Miao Bei shouted arrogantly as he raised his arm and leapt through the air with a strong stance, unleashing a powerful elbow strike at the interdictor's armor. Gu Tian's body tilted downwards, perfectly avoiding the strike. Immediately afterward, he turned his body in a smooth manner, and both of his palms attacked towards Miao Bei's chest like a blistering wind, and in an instant, a large amount of sparks fell to the ground. Miao Bei felt the pain coming from his chest, but he did not show any weakness, and immediately used the sharp and large rhinoceros horn on top of his head to crash into the chest of interdictor's armor. The two of them retreated a dozen or so steps backward, and with each step, they stepped down a large pit on the ground. Immediately afterward, they reacted at the same time and charged at each other once again. Gu Tian punched the black rhinoceros armor in the shoulder area, but his arm was sore from the powerful rebound.
Miao Bei seized the opportunity and tackled Gu Tian's arm, slamming him towards the earth.
Caught off guard, Gu Tian was smashed into the ground, and when he saw that Miao Bei was about to follow up his attack, he immediately stretched out his left foot and kicked Miao Bei in the abdomen with all his strength. The tremendous force of the kick sent Xiao Bai flying out, his body crashing through several concrete pillars one after another before barely stopping. Gu Tian climbed up from the pit and exclaimed, "The Black Rhino armor is worthy of being one of the few armors with the strongest defense in the Ming realm, especially the shoulders and chest. Every time it hits him, it's like hitting a tank. In terms of defensive strength, I'm afraid that only the Snow Mastiff armor and the Vajra armor can be comparable." Although the interdictor armor's defensive power was also very good, there was still some gap following these armors that fought exclusively on defensive power. Xiao Bai also stood up from the ground, shook his shoulders and said with a cold grunt, "It's good to know, it's not too late to hand over the summoner." Gu Tian looked at Xiao Bai's attitude that was full of frivolity and laughed lightly. "Although the defense is strong, it's not evenly distributed. In addition, your speed is too slow. Dealing with you is too much simpler than dealing with Duan Mu Yan. Fire torture sword." Gu Tian shouted and inserted the card into the summoner, and a long sword appeared in his hand. "Arrogant, nameless junior, how dare you judge me? Summoning weapons, I know how to do the same. Following who doesn't have the same. Meteor gun." Xiao Bai turned the valve on his left belt, a long gun appeared in his hand. The gun body was slender, with dark blue as the main color. The tip of the gun was sharp and decorated with silver texture. Holding the meteor gun, Xiao Bai charged towards Gu Tian like a tiger descending a mountain. He infused the water power of the Black Rhino armor into the gun, and the blue light at the tip of the gun grew stronger. "Take that." Gu Tian waved the interdictor sword in his hand and clashed with the meteor gun. Sparks of all sorts continued to flash as the sword and the spear intertwined together, emitting the unique clashing sounds of weapons. Dozens of moves flashed by. Xiao Bai gradually became a bit anxious. Time was running out. If he delayed any longer, he was afraid that the Armor Alliance would send someone to stop him. Xiao Bai decided to open the big, quickly solve the battle. He backed up a few steps, while Qian Kuan belt on the left side of the valve a twist, emitting green light post from the summoner floating out. In the center of the light post, there was also a large Za character printed on it. Meteor gun's wild waterfalls outpost, shattering demons and destroying storms, extinguishing in wild waterfalls, as flat as mirror water. Mad waterfalls Go to hell, no one can block this move of mine. Xiao Bai rotated the meteor gun 360 degrees and violently stabbed it forward. A green spiral of light interspersed with debris on the ground rushed towards Gu Tian. Gu Tian was calm and collected, gently shaking the interdictor sword in his hand, shaking his head. "I've told you that your speed is too slow, but you just don't listen." Shifting shape. Gu Tian's figure disappeared, dodging the Black Rhino armor's big move. "Empty. How is it possible? My big move went empty." Xiao Bai's eyes were wide with anger. He had mastered the armor for 5 or 6 years, but he had actually emptied his big move. If he didn't get it right, he would become the second armor summoner to empty his big move besides Sujito. Taking advantage of this gap, Gu Tian quickly approached the Black Rhino armor and slashed his sword hard above his chest. Hiss! Xiao Bai was caught off guard by the blow and flew backwards, a miserable scream escaping his mouth, and above his armor, a white mark appeared. Strong defense? Sorry, it was all child's play for the interdictor sword. Gu Tian continued to attack and also used his unique moves. Fire punishment Qian Kuan split. Gu Tian stuck the fire penalty sword on the ground and slashed an infinitely powerful red light in the direction where Xiao Bai flew out backwards. Nima! Seeing the red light that struck towards him, Xiao Bai cursed and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The red light impacted on Xiao Bai's body. Instantly, a loud noise no less than a magnitude 7 earthquake rang out. The powerful impact shook the surrounding houses collapsed, and the thick trees were also broken into two in unison, and for a time, the sand flew away. Xiao Bai was lying on the ground in pain. The meteor gun in his hand had dissipated, and his chest was constantly flickering with white light. It was obvious that the Black Rhino armor was about to be beaten until it disintegrated. With great difficulty, Xiao Bai raised his head and looked at the approaching interdictor armor, his face full of unwillingness. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you be so powerful? Powerful? Gu Tian looked at Xiao Bai with contempt. Gu Tian really didn't think that being a Black Rhino armor summoner would be such a dish. Even someone like him who had just gotten the armor summoner for less than a week had beaten him. He couldn't even get a tie. He was too far from Duan Mu Yan. How could someone like this have the nerve to call himself the Armor Alliance's number 2 expert? Suddenly, a huge fireball smashed over in Gu Tian's direction. Gu Tian reacted extremely fast, his feet violently stomped on the ground, and his body flew back like an arrow off a string. Ha, the mantis catches the cicada, the yellow sparrow is at the back. I never thought that I, Coldblood, would be able to capture an armored warrior alive one day. Coldblood had already transformed into Oxer. He laughed loudly, swaggered to the side of the black rhinoceros armor, lifted up Xiao Bai who was on the ground like a dead dog, and with a flash of cold light in his hand, the big knife was set on Xiao Bai's neck. When he came out, he had picked the right time. The black rhino armor was defeated and his strength was 10-1, and although the interdictor armor had won, after such a long fight, it was definitely not in its peak state. Bastard, let go of me. If you have the ability to let go of old me, fight with your grandfather for another 300 rounds. Xiao Bai dragged his tired body and kept struggling. Coldblood snorted coldly, a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and he raised his fist and punched hard on top of Miao Bei's belly. Ouch! Miao Bei screamed miserably, and even though he was protected by his armor, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Coldblood looked towards the black rhinoceros armor and said coldly, "If you dare to resist again, I'll let you see what cruelty is." Miao Bei nodded his head, and the entire person was completely honest, not daring to scream recklessly anymore. Coldblood looked at Gu Tian and said under his breath, "Quickly hand over your armor summoner." Gu Tian. Gu Tian was baffled and puzzled. "Are you blind? Can't you see that we were fighting just now, and now you're using him to threaten me to lift my armor summon?" Coldblood said in a full tone, "You're both armored, I don't believe you'd watch him receive threats and do nothing. Hand it over." Coldblood yelled, and the knife on Miao Bei's neck came a few points closer. Miao Bei was also scared to the point of cowering by Coldblood's aura as he looked towards Gu Tian and said in a supplicating tone, "Save me, save me, and from now on, I won't rob your armor anymore." Gu Tian felt amused. "What if I don't lift the armor? Then I'll kill him." Coldblood responded viciously. Gu Tian shook his head and pointed a finger at Coldblood. "You're telling a joke. Simple-minded thing, think that's going to help?" A bad feeling popped up in Coldblood's heart as he took 2 steps back and said in a bit of shock, "What do you mean by that?" Gu Tian said casually, "What do you mean? I'll tell you now. It's him you've captured, so why should you let me disarm my armor? Since you want to play so much, let's play. Let's see if your blade is faster or my sword is faster." Gu Tian injected the power of his armor into the fire penalty sword, and a blazing red light erupted from his eyes as he shouted, "Fire penalty Qian Kuan split." One more chapter first. The author is a bit lost lately, looking for life. In addition to thank the Big Brother long-time gift. Chapter 21, robbing the armor and transforming into Black Rhino Man. On the fire torture sword, a red ripple rippled out, and the lingering sword power swept around, shaking the surrounding air with a buzz. Gu Tian is not a saintly mother, and Miao Bei is not someone close to him. He is dead or alive, Gu Tian does not care. If the cold-blooded person is his wife or sister-in-law, Gu Tian will hesitate for a few minutes. When Miao Bei saw that Gu Tian was storing up his power again, she was so scared that her eyes watered and her legs couldn't stop trembling. Miao Bei slightly sidestepped her head and shouted frantically at Coldblood behind her in a hoarse voice, "Quickly! Quickly! Let go of me, we are 2 against 1, there is still hope." He is a real leader of the power of Gu Tian's big moves, really do not want to come back, that feeling, too painful. "Shut the hell up." Coldblood punched Miao Bei in the small of the abdomen again, pain that made Miao Bei bared his teeth and almost saw too much milk. "Miao Bei? Julie? Why, it's always me who gets hurt." Coldblood dead control of Miao Bei, convinced that the criminal armor is not going to strike at the same armor of Miao Bei. He also remembered that 3 years ago, he was injured by the flying shadow armor, and at the last moment, he randomly grabbed an ordinary person, and he did not expect that it was this ordinary person who made the flying shadow armor not dare to act rashly, and he was able to escape in the end. Ordinary people were like that, not to mention the armor. Each and every one of you just want to fool me, there is no door. I, Coldblood, have grown a brain. When Gu Tian heard Coldblood's words, the corners of his mouth rose slightly and he nodded in satisfaction. He liked this kind of self-righteous people. Gu Tian slashed the fire punishment sword, and in an instant, the infinitely powerful sword light slashed out. The sword light slashed through the void, leaving behind a ripple. "Damn, are you for real?" Coldblood's face changed drastically, looking at the sword light that was close at hand. It was too late to dodge, so he directly pushed out the black rhino armor, a meat shield, to resist it. "Ook sir, you." Miao Bei felt very stifled, not expecting that his proud defense would be used as a meat shield by others. The black rhino armor had another close contact with the fire torture Qian Kuan split, and a huge explosion rang out. Miao Bei was sent flying into the air, sparks flying all the way. The black rhinoceros armor was subjected to the fire punishment Qian Kuan cleave twice before and after. It could not hold on any longer and directly disintegrated in the air. Miao Bei fell heavily to the ground, and his summoner fell aside. His face was pale and his body trembled as he covered his chest and spat out a large mouthful of blood, dying. Coldblood couldn't help but shiver when he saw this miserable appearance of the black rhino armor summoner and looked at the interdictor armor. No, was this the armored warrior that the general public praised as righteous? Where was this justice? It was clearly an armored gangster. He thought he was cruel enough, but he didn't expect there to be masters. Facing his armored counterpart, he didn't even raise his eyelids when he put on a big move. On top of a tall building, Duan Mu Yan, who had just arrived, saw the scene and a look of appreciation emerged in his eyes. The character of the interdictor armor was good, very much to his liking, and such a person was worthy of being his teammate. For a moment, Duan Mu Yan wanted to send out an invitation to form a team. Coldblood sucked in a mouthful of cool air, came back to his senses, lifted his greatsword, and said to Gu Tian, "Even if you're tougher than me, so what? You've already fought for so long, and your great moves have been released twice, and you've consumed quite a bit, right? I don't believe that I can't beat a bloodied you." Gu Tian put away the fire torture sword, just as Coldblood said. His intentional energy did consume quite a lot. Once they fought, with the torture armor, the victory or defeat was indeed unknown.
However, he had more than one set of armor. Wasn't there another set of black rhino armor on the ground? Gu Tian walked in the direction of Xiao Bai, the corner of his mouth sketching out a meaningful smile. Seeing this scene, Xiao Bai, who was lying on the ground and suffering from serious injuries, hurriedly wrapped the armor summoner next to him into his arms and protected it to the death, but this was not of the slightest use to Gu Tian. Gu Tian lifted Xiao Bai up like he was lifting a small chicken and snatched the summoner from his hand before rethrowing Xiao Bai on the ground. "Give me back my summoner, give it back." Like a madman, Xiao Bai ignored his injuries and reached out towards Gu Tian's left foot to grab it and take a hard bite. The summoner was his second life, the source of his glory, status, power, money, and majesty, and he would never allow the summoner to be snatched away. Xiao Bai had 2 of his teeth chipped off, but he still wouldn't let go. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes as he threatened, "If you don't give it back to me, from now on, you're an enemy of the Armor Alliance, and you and your family will be subjected to retaliation." Gu Tian frowned, his eyes filled with disgust as a wave of nausea welled up in his heart. He was most annoyed with this kind of people who couldn't afford to lose, clearly coming to snatch other people's things first, and then starting to move backstage with all kinds of threats when he couldn't beat them. In the Armor Alliance, how did such a person get mixed in? No wonder his wife, and Chang Ro, was hiding her identity. Gu Tian kicked him off, and Xiao Bai groaned in pain as he smashed into a ruin like a parabola. Gu Tian held the black rhinoceros armor summoner in his hand, and he could feel an extremely strong sense of affinity coming from the summoner, resonating with his 100% pure water bloodline. The strength of the 5 elements armor was mainly dependent on the bloodline. The purer the bloodline, the stronger the strength. Gu Tian's blood began to boil, his body exuded a strong battle intent. Let him see just how strong the armor summoned by the 100% purity water bloodline was. Black rhino armor, merge. With Gu Tian's roar, the crystal stone that was originally stored quietly in the Armor Alliance instantly erupted with an unprecedented dazzling light. At the same time, a force so strong that it was almost berserk was ragingly released from the crystal stone, causing the entire Armor Alliance to start shaking violently. Under the shocked gazes of everyone in the Armor Alliance, the crystal stone crashed through the storage room and left the Armor Alliance. It turned into a stream of light, tearing through space at an almost terrifying speed, and flew towards the distance like a wind. After only 0.001 s, it reached High City and arrived in front of Gu Tian. Only a flash of light was seen as it quickly merged into Gu Tian's body. In an instant, dozens of black lines composed of pure water power started from the soles of Gu Tian's feet and spread rapidly throughout his body. In the blink of an eye, the black rhino armor, an armor of water that emitted a strong shockwave, appeared once more. The originally sunny sky of High City was also covered in dark clouds in the next moment, with thunder and lightning, as a violent storm poured down. The bean-sized raindrops smashed onto Gu Tian's body, splashing large splashes of water, which however made Gu Tian's eyes grow brighter. The water, it only made him stronger. How is it possible? How can you also be a descendant of the Water Shadow Village? Why are you still so strong? Xiao Bai struggled out of the rubble with great difficulty, his body covered in dust. But when he saw the scene where Gu Tian summoned the black rhinoceros armor, all of his injuries couldn't compare to the shock and blow suffered by his mind. How can this be? How can this be allowed? He looked at Gu Tian incredulously, thinking that not only had he robbed his armor, but he had also summoned an armor that was even stronger. The sense of humiliation completely overwhelmed him like a raging tide. Anger, unwillingness, and despair intertwined together. A mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth uncontrollably. His legs stomped, his eyes turned white, and he completely fainted. Chapter 22, Lufa's PUA. In the Shadow Realm, the Realm King was sitting quietly in his chair, with the ugly general and the magic silkworm beast standing respectfully on either side of him. As for Shadowbuster, he had long been eaten by the demon silkworm beast to the point where not even a crumb of bone was left. The Realm King's eyes were tightly closed as he pondered over the Shadow Realm's strategic deployment against the armored warrior. Suddenly, a mountain of powerful water power surged into the Shadow Realm, causing the entire cave to shake violently, and countless pieces of debris fell from the roof of the cave, making crackling sounds. The Realm King snapped his eyes open, and a biting red light erupted from his machine eyes. He slammed the handrail, stabilizing the shaking cave. What's going on? Where did the Bright Realm get such a strong power from that it was able to affect the Shadow Realm? The Realm King frowned tightly. This power was not to be underestimated, a rarity in his life. He quickly placed his hand on an orb that flickered with electricity, and in an instant, an image generated by electricity was projected. In the image, the shocking scene of Gu Tian summoning the black rhinoceros armor and triggering the heaven and earth's anomalies surfaced clearly. How is it possible? The armor has only appeared for just over a decade full of years. How could someone be able to use the armor to invoke the momentum of heaven and earth? The Realm King was shocked. This was completely illogical. According to the past experience of the Shadow Realm's invasion of Earth, the earliest it would take 30 years after the appearance of the armor to give birth to such a powerful character. This era, how is it different?
Seeing this, General Ugly felt that his chance to perform had come, and hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully saying, "Boundary King, I know this person, he is also the summoner of the interdictor armor, and it was him who destroyed the 2 aces in the hands of Baru and Shadowbane last time." The Boundary King forcibly suppressed his inner panic. "According to your words, he has 2 sets of armor."
"Yes, Boundary King."
The ugly general nodded his head in a hurry. The Boundary King placed his hands behind his back and paced back and forth, his eyes darkening and brightening, and after a few minutes, he made a decisive decision and said, "No, we must finish him off immediately. The Dragon Kingdom does not allow the existence of such a powerful character." He waved his mechanical arm and a magic sticker appeared in his hand. The Boundary King went to the breeding cave and inserted the demon golem into it. In an instant, electricity raged in the breeding cave, emitting a zippy sound. 3 minutes later, an alien beast with a dark aura and a human head and goat body slowly emerged from it. "Demon Goat Beast, Demon Silkworm Beast, the 2 of you cooperate with that occultist to take care of the Black Rhinoceros armor." The Realm King gave an order. The 2 monstrous beasts roared and moved their huge bodies to disappear. The topmost floor of the Ba Wang group. "What a powerful force, where is this emanating from?" A dull voice was emitted from a dirty piece of clothing, and immediately after, a black mist floated out, instantly possessing Ba Do, the Ba Wang group's veteran general manager. Lufa unleashed his powerful perception, and in just a few seconds, he understood the beginning and end of the incident. Earth monkeys still have a bit of skill, a lot more evolved than 1,000 years ago. A pen appeared in Lufa's hand, drawing mysterious charms into the void. Under his breath, he recited, "Shafinta, come out." As soon as Lufa's words fell, a purple-black mist coalesced in front of Lufa. "See you, General Lufa." As soon as Shafinta appeared, he immediately clasped his hands to his chest and half-kneeled on the ground to show his loyalty. "Shafinta, go to High City and settle that armor that is covered in black and looks like a cow. In addition, he is also the summoner of the interdictor armor. Snatch the interdictor armor back for me." Chafin Hitch was a bit confused as he pointed a finger at himself. "Let me go, this. Some time ago, he seemed to have heard the information that Baru had been killed by the interdicting heavenly armor. His strength was not as good as Baru's, so if he really went, wouldn't he be giving away his head? He had only just been resurrected, and he didn't want to go and collect his box lunch so soon. "General, the last general heard that Vice Captain Baru died tragically in his hands. The last general has just been resurrected. I'm afraid that he's not his opponent," Shafinta said cautiously. It was fine if he didn't mention Baru. As soon as he said Baru, Lufa was instantly enraged. No mentioning that waste of a man Baru. He couldn't even defeat the Earth monkeys. What a disgrace to the Eurasians. Lufa felt that the reason why Baru failed must be because he was too careless. Pride leads to defeat. As a warrior of Ares, he didn't even understand this. If he hadn't died, Lufa might have rewarded him with a few big pussy shakes. "Shafinta, you are a warrior of Ares, my right-hand man, the 3rd in command of the Grey Stygian detachment, with heavenly battle prowess, agility and vigilance. I believe that you will be able to complete the task I have given you. I'll be waiting for your good news. As long as you settle this matter well, you will take over Baru's position." Lufa changed his tone and began to motivate Shafinta. Once Shafinta heard this, he was almost moved to tears. He didn't expect General Lufa to think so highly of himself. He said excitedly, "Thank you for the general's trust. I, Shafinta, will fulfill my mission. Swear to serve the general to the death." Shafinta used his transportation technique and directly left the Ba Wang group. Lufa wanted to do something else after completing his pua for Shafinta, and just as he took a step out, his body began to disobey him. No. Useless Earth, monkey, it's only been a while. And I can't hold on anymore. Look. Have to. Find. Takula as soon as possible, this. So that you can get rid of this broken body." Lufa cursed angrily and re-emerged as a ball of black light, leaving Badu's body and returning to his clothes. Chapter 23, "You guys, you're pissing me off. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you've changed your armor. I'm cold-blooded and cruel. Evil Fist." Coldblood stepped on the puddle on the ground, while frantically converging his dark power on his fist, and with a loud shout, he threw all his strength towards Gu Tian's chest. A clanging sound rang out, accompanied by a palpitating clicking sound. "Ah!" Coldblood screamed miserably as he fell back a few steps one after another, gasping for air under his breath. All 5 fingers of his left hand had already been twisted and broken, and a constant pain was coming from them. "I don't believe I can't break your defense." Coldblood was unwilling, using his right hand to raise his greatsword, continuously slashing furiously and madly at Gu Tian's shoulder and chest. However, the only thing that responded to him was a burst of blinding sparks. Gu Tian's black rhino armor was as solid as a rock. The greatsword slashed at it without leaving a trace. "How could it be? Your armor, how could it be so hard?" Cold sweat broke out on Coldblood's forehead, and his right hand that was holding the sword was chipped by the backlash of the black rhino armor's defense. Coldblood was beginning to doubt his life. He had been an occulter for so many years, and it was the first time he had stumbled upon someone whose body was as hard as iron. "If that's all your strength is, then you won't be able to leave today.
Gu Tian snorted coldly and stretched out his left hand. The power of water quickly wound up in a water armor shield shaped like a rhino's head covered his hand. With the purity of his bloodline, the weapon automatically appeared in his hand with just a thought. Gu Tian's body spun twice like a whirlwind, and with the force of the spinning, the tip of the water armor shield viciously stabbed at Coldblood's belly. In an instant, Coldblood felt an unprecedented force slamming into him, shaking his internal organs violently. This force was beyond what he could bear. Before he could react, Gu Tian's head slammed ferociously on top of his chest. A large portion of Coldblood's chest was dented in, and black blood spat out from his mouth. Not yet finished, Gu Tian's legs came together, flipped in the air, and came to Coldblood's back, followed by another punch, breaking Coldblood's spinal bones. Coldblood's body convulsed violently, and his body fell forward uncontrollably, sprawling on the ground in pain. Black blood continued to gurgle from his mouth and nose, and his eyes rolled over, clearly having been beaten into unconsciousness. Just as Gu Tian was about to follow up his victory and completely blow Coldblood away, a sharp whistling sound pierced the sky. A spear wrapped in powerful force shot from the distance like a meteor, stabbing straight at Gu Tian's back. Caught off guard, Gu Tian was struck by this sudden attack and flew several meters away. Gu Tian had just landed smoothly, when a pair of large black and white hands suddenly broke out from the ground of the highway and grabbed Gu Tian's feet tightly like pincers, controlling him to death. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the demon goat beast, holding a spear with a ferocious light flashing in its eyes, rushed forward and viciously stabbed Gu Tian's chest, bursting into a dazzling shower of sparks. On the other side, the demon silkworm beast swung its many thick arms, emitting a strange light from its mouth, followed by spitting out 8 lasers that shot towards Gu Tian's waist. Gu Tian felt the pain in his waist and staggered back a few steps. Shafinta saw the right moment and like a ghost, he burrowed out of the ground, leapt up high, and landed a series of kicks on Gu Tian's chest. Large sparks were sent out from Gu Tian's body, and he flew backwards, falling to the ground and rolling around a few times before coming to a stop. Shafinta rejoined the 2 exotic beasts and arrogantly pointed at Gu Tian, "Be a good boy and surrender, disarm your armor, and you might even get to keep a whole body. Having been sneak attacked by us so many times, even if you don't die, you should be crippled." Gu Tian didn't say anything, and within his eyes, a dense murderous aura flashed as he slammed his fist into the ground. Accompanied by a dull thud, the ground was smashed with cracks like a spider's web, and debris splattered. "You guys have completely angered me." Gu Tian's voice was icy cold, permeated with endless chilliness. Gu Tian stood up from the ground, exuding a chilling aura as a dazzling lance automatically appeared in his hand. "Although this is not good, but I still want to ask, do handsome men and women have free gifts?" Omega. Chapter 24 1-3 finish. Something's not right, he's even able to stand up and even summon weapons? Shafinta was full of surprise. Although he had not been resurrected for a long time, he had also fought with this kind of 5 elements armor. According to normal circumstances, at this time the armor should have already shown signs of disintegration. However, once he thought that General Lufa had explained to him that the Earthlings were weak, he let go of his heart. He must be holding on strong. Damn Earthlings, really cunning. Fortunately I, Shafinta, am smart enough to recognize his trick. Shafinta pushed the demon goat beast and demon silkworm beast beside him, and compelled, "You guys go first, and later the 2 sets of summoners will all be given to you, I don't want 1 set. Hearing this, the devil goat beast and the devil silkworm beast nodded their heads and rushed towards Gu Tian. The devil goat beast was first, letting out a roar as it raised its spear high and viciously slashed towards Gu Tian's stomach. Gu Tian immediately reacted and raised his right foot violently, kicking the spear. The powerful impact was like a raging tide, shaking the demon goat beast back and forth. Then, Gu Tian injected the power of the black rhino armor into the meteor spear, and the tip of the meteor spear glowed black. "Smash to death, you bastard!" Gu Tian shouted, directly smashing towards the demon goat beast's head. The devil goat beast clutched its spear with both hands and hissed as it clashed with Gu Tian's meteor gun. A violent explosion rang out, the spear clicked and directly shattered into 2, and the meteor gun hit the demon goat beast's skull. The sound of a skull shattering rang out, and this strike shook the demon goat beast. Gu Tian shifted the direction of the meteor gun again and struck another blow at his chest. Crackling sparks sounded, and the dark black halo that appeared on the demon goat beast's body from the blow had clearly entered a weakened state. Gu Tian knocked the demon goat beast to the ground and stomped down on it with a deadly pressure. The devil goat beast felt like it could still be salvaged and kept struggling, but unfortunately, it was of no use. The water power as vast as the sea madly surged into the demonic goat beast's body, and in just a few seconds, it completely burst his body, leaving only a magic sticker floating in the air. Gu Tian glanced at the magic sticker and snapped his fingers, and the violent water power crushed the magic sticker into dust. Having reached his level, he could already seal without the use of the mad waterfalls off. Roar, roar, roar. The devil silkworm beast let out a roar when he saw his companion being sealed, and dark energy converged in his mouth, forming a powerful ball of light. "Dead bug, you're the one who sneaked up on old me's waist." Gu Tian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Among these 3 monsters, the one he hated the most was the demon silkworm beast. Sneak attack were not good, but to sneak attack the waist, if his waist is broken, how to give his wife a happy life in the future.
Just as the devil silkworm beast was about to launch a ball of light towards the black rhino armor, Gu Tian dodged and came in front of him, and in the devil silkworm beast's horrified eyes, he forced his left arm with the water armor shield into the devil silkworm beast's mouth.
Come on, let's give you a nucleic acid. Boom boom boom.
The ball of light exploded in the mouth of the demon silkworm beast, and a huge power shot up into the sky, forming a small mushroom cloud, with strong shockwaves spreading out in all directions. The demon silkworm beast was blown away, the fangs in its mouth shattered, even its head was half blown off, black blood splattering everywhere like rain. Gu Tian stood still without being affected in the slightest.
Ow, 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 ow.
The devil silkworm beast let out a few miserable cries, sensing great danger, spat out a mouthful of black smoke, and was about to prepare to escape.
But Gu Tian would not let him go.
Gu Tian gently raised his left hand and opened his palm, and a black chain composed of the power of water quickly passed through the black smoke, binding the demon silkworm beast tightly.
As Gu Tian brought his palms together and clenched his 5 fingers into fists, the chains wrapped around the demon silkworm beast slowly began to tighten. Little by little, the demon silkworm beast was squeezed into mush amidst its agonizing wails. So the armor can still be used like this, long time no see. Duan Mu Yan, who was standing on the high floor, nodded thoughtfully. Before this, everyone in the Armor Alliance thought that the Black Rhino armor belonged to the defensive counter-attack armor, and did not have a long-range attack weapon, but doesn't it have one now? It looked like some things were not absolute, it mainly depended on how the summoner used it. He followed Gu Tian's example and controlled the wind power on the high floor, and soon, a handle of darts made up of wind power appeared, flashing with a biting cold light. Shafinta is going to sneak attack, I wonder if he can react. Duan Mu Yan murmured, if the Black Rhino armor didn't react, he wouldn't recommend stepping in to help. At Gu Tian's flank, a shrewd light radiated from Shafinta's eyes. Good chance. He slashed towards his back, and a large red and black ghost tsunami blade appeared in his hand. He used the vanishing technique to hide his figure, and after a few seconds, he leapt out of the earth again and slashed towards Gu Tian's neck. Gu Tian had been dividing a portion of his energy to observe Shafinta, and when he finally struck, the corners of Gu Tian's mouth sketched out a smile. With a thought, Gu Tian's mind moved, and a black chain viciously lashed at Shafinta's body. Shafinta smashed into the ground like a cannonball, raising a large amount of dust, and a shocking wound appeared in front of him, spreading from his shoulder all the way down to his calf. His skin split open and blood gurgled out like a spring. General Lufa misjudged, this person is very powerful. Shafinta's face was pale as he covered the wounds on his body and half kneeled on the ground in pain. He had originally thought that it was because the 2 exotic beasts were too weak that they had been taken care of so quickly, and it wasn't until he experienced it himself that he truly realized Gu Tian's terror. Shafinta intended to leave when he suddenly felt a large invisible hand pinch his neck and lift him into the air. Shafinta immediately began to struggle, but nothing was too useful. Instead, the harder he struggled, the stronger the suffocating sensation became. His cheeks were scarlet, his legs kept fluttering, and he said intermittently, "What? This is going on? What else could be going on? Of course I did it, don't you like to cut my neck?" Gu Tian stretched his right hand forward, 5 fingers slightly closed, and grasped Shafin Hitch's neck through space. The more Gu Tian swung his arm amplitude, the more painful Shafin Tate became. He had learned this move from the lad named Xiang Yang in the first Armored Warriors movie, when he had summoned the Emperor armor and thrown the Shadow Guardian Evil Gold around like a dog. Gu Tian had only wanted to try it at first, but he hadn't expected it to actually work. Shafinta's eyes rolled out and his lips turned purple as he was pinched by Gu Tian, obviously suffering great pain. You. Even if you kill me, the general will resurrect me, and at that time, he'll break you a little bit. Gu Tian heard Shafinta's threatening words, his heart coldly laughed. What, does he look so good to bully, is a person to threaten? Thinking of this, the strength in Gu Tian's hand increased violently. Shafinta was completely crushed and turned into a mass of genetic code. Gu Tian flung his chains and ruthlessly shattered the genetic code that was emitting an ethereal light. The genetic code instantly ruptured into countless small pieces, turning into ordinary debris. After doing so, Gu Tian retrieved the chains, walked over to Coldblood, and stomped on him. Fire flashed up, and Coldblood's twisted body was revealed, with electric currents wrapping around its body, electrifying Coldblood to the point of squeaking. Tomorrow must be a little more, please readers greatly supervise. Chapter 25 Ma Ling Ling. Gu Tian finished solving all the enemies sharply and gently clapped his hands, his movements dashing and casual. He glanced at Duan Mu Yan in the distance and turned to leave. Duan Mu Yan quietly watched Gu Tian leave, not bothering to ask for the Black Rhino armor summoner back. A small part of the reason was that he estimated that Gu Tian would not return it, and it would be useless for him to go. Of course, the bigger part was that he couldn't beat them. He's even stronger with the Black Rhino armor than he is with the interdictor armor, that's simply extraordinary. Duan Mu Yan smacked his lips, wondering how the Armor Alliance would handle this matter. With a gentle leap, he nimbly landed on the ground, glanced at Xiao Bai who was lying on the ground in a sorry state, grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up like a dog.
Day in and day out, wild without bounds, causing trouble every day. I didn't expect to kick the can down the road, right? Now that you've lost your summoner, I'll see how you're going to mix in the Armor League in the future." Duan Mu Yan turned his body into a whirlwind and brought Xiao Bai back to the Armor Alliance. Half an hour after waiting for Duan Mu Yan to leave, two silhouettes appeared quietly out beside Coldblood. It was none other than Ma Qingshan and Little Li Zi. Little Li Zi stuck his hands in his pants pockets, looking at this Coldblood who was covered in black smoke, and said in disgust, "Waste. Going around saying you're cruel, but it turns out everyone is more cruel than you, useless thing." Saying that, he even stomped on Coldblood's face a few times. Luckily, Coldblood was crippled, otherwise, he would have jumped up and fought with Little Li. "Alright, Little Li Zi, take him back and see if he can be fixed." Ma Qingshan, who was standing next to him, snapped. "Alright, young master." Little Li Zi immediately changed into a fawning expression and responded respectfully. He then bent down, dragged one of Coldblood's legs, and left the scene. Ma Qingshan didn't go back to the oxygen research base with Little Li Zi, but went straight back to his small bar. He had just arrived at the bar when he bumped into his own sister, Ma Lingling. She had put on light makeup today, changed into a brand new dress, sprayed rose-scented perfume on her body, and had a charming smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, making her whole person look beautiful and touching. Ma Lingling was obviously startled by the sudden appearance of Ma Qingshan, and froze for a while before coming back to her senses. "Brother, what are you doing? God is out of sight," Ma Lingling said angrily. Ma Qingshan did not reply, but with a touch of scrutiny, he looked his sister up and down carefully. "Nope, very much 12% off." Ma Qingshan said with some irritation, "Wearing such a beautiful dress, it can't be that you're going on a date with Duan Mu Yan." The fact that his own sister was dating Duan Mu Yan had long been no secret in his own eyes. Ma Lingling glared at her own older brother and said with a grudge, "Don't you mess with the lovebirds, he and I are both just deduction lovers, we are ordinary friends, the very ordinary kind. You don't understand me at all." When Ma Qingshan heard Ma Lingling's words, his eyebrows protruded and he almost died of anger at her words. Here, how can such icy words come out of a 37°C mouth? Ordinary friends? Ma Qingshan clasped his hands on his chest and said, "I don't think it's that simple, your eyes are glowing every time you mention him, don't think that brother I can't see it." Ma Lingling's cheeks slightly reddened and she turned away angrily. "You're just going to guess, I'm really just discussing some deduction issues with him. Today there's a gathering of deduction enthusiasts, everyone will be there." "Everyone? It should just be you and him." Ma Lingling stomped her foot. "You always think of things so complicated, Duan Mu Yan and I really have nothing. You don't understand him at all." Putting down these words, she no longer continued to chat with Ma Qingshan, hurriedly picking up her bag and walking towards the door. Ma Qingshan looked at his sisters departing back, pounded his chest and sighed softly. He walked over to the counter and made himself a cocktail. Ma Qingshan picked up the glass and slammed a mouthful of wine. To be honest, he didn't like Duan Mu Yan as a person. Anyway, in the information he got, Duan Mu Yan was a useless piece of trash who rode a motorcycle every day and wandered around on the streets. Perhaps the only thing he had a little advantage was that he was the son of the famous deductionist Duan Mu Gushang. But this is still not enough in front of him. He was the son of Ma Tian of the Tian Hao group, the legal heir of the group, and would inherit $100 billion of property in the future. In his eyes, his own sister's behavior was tantamount to a $1,000 lady falling in love with a ghostfire teenager from the slums. Ma Qingshan leaned on the counter and looked at the flickering chandelier on the roof, contemplating whether or not to throw $10 million in Duan Mu Yan's face and tell him to leave his own sister and get the hell out of there. On the other side, Ma Lingling had already arrived at the coffee shop, personally brewed 2 cups of coffee and sat waiting for Duan Mu Yan's arrival. Time passed little by little, an hour quickly passed and Duan Mu Yan still did not arrive. Even though Ma Lingling's patience was no longer good, she couldn't hold on any longer. "What is he doing? Why hasn't he come yet?" Ma Lingling complained, pulling out her phone and dialing Duan Mu Yan. In the Armored Alliance, Duan Mu Yan picked up the phone and said with some urgency, "Lingling, I'm about to have a meeting, something for another time." After saying that, she hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sound on the phone, Ma Lingling propped her hands on her face and said with some dissatisfaction, "What is he busy with day after day, letting me off the hook again?" Chapter 26: The Armor Alliance's Decision. In the Armor Alliance's treatment room, a sound comparable to killing a pig on New Year's Eve came out. Outside the healing room, all of the armor summoners had arrived except for Xiao Bai. At this moment, they were all staring intently at the big screen, watching the image of Gu Tian summoning the black rhino armor to fight. "Where's Little White?" And Shang Ro's good-looking eyebrows slightly knitted. "This little ninny, where did she run off to play again? Forget about her, wait until we finish this meeting, then go look for her." Soon, the crowd finished watching the video, and all their faces showed various expressions. "No, I didn't see it wrong, he summoned away all the crystal stones, this is something that a human can do, if it wasn't for the video as proof, I would have thought it was a sci-fi movie." Zhang Kuan stared with wide eyes, this was simply outrageous to the point of opening the door.
The most crucial thing is that he can also change heaven and earth. When did armor become so powerful? Is this still the 5 elements armor? I seriously doubt that I'm a pirated version of the armor, and he's the genuine version. Sujito rubbed his nose, feeling that this matter was simply a slip of the tongue. His fighting style is also too handsome, not to mention the fact that he fought 5 times in a row, and his chest didn't light up even after taking consecutive blows. This is too unscientific. Zhao Shi let out a long sigh, estimating that within 3 punches of the black rhino armors in this state, he was beaten to disintegration. In contrast, Nan Xian, who was the summoner of the Inferno Dragon armor, was much more calm, and he carefully analyzed. It should be that the concentration of his water bloodline is too high to cause such an effect. Just like me, for example, my fire bloodline concentration is 90%, and I can do this as well, only there's a certain distance limitation, and there's no way to ignore space. So, we don't have to be discouraged. As long as we exercise hard, our bloodline concentration will increase accordingly. The new setting I gave, through constant training, the bloodline concentration of the 5 elements armor summoner can be increased, but there is an upper limit. It can't reach 100%. Speaking of this, Nan Xian glanced at Sujito and said with a critical tone, also, there is no such thing as pirated armor, there are only wasteful people and no wasteful armor. Sujito scratched his head awkwardly. He could hear that Nan was pointing at him. While the crowd was chatting feverishly, the staff pushed a wheelchair out of the treatment room, and on top of the wheelchair sat a person covered in bandages, with only his 2 eyes exposed. This person was Xiao Bai, who had been brought back by Duan Mu Yan. TSK, I'll go. The injuries are so heavy. The left leg is fractured, the right leg is broken from the fall, 8 ribs are broken, the ligaments of the left arm are torn, some of the organs in the body are also damaged, and the skin has large friction wounds. I sympathize just by looking at it. Snowmastiff armor summoner Zhao Shi looked at Xiao Bai's injury appraisal report sheet and spoke painfully, but the smile at the corner of his mouth had already revealed his true thoughts. Seeing Zhao Shi pretending there, Xiao Bai couldn't help but say, "What are you pretending for? Try giving me another word." Zhao Shi didn't care, flung his wrist and continued to blow the cool breeze and said, "Surprisingly, you're still able to speak. It looks like the interdictor armor was still merciful and didn't beat you to death." Rotten orange. Say it again to the old man. Xiao Bai was infuriated as his chest continued to rise and fall, coughing violently. The movement was too large and involved Xiao Bai's wounds, hurting him so much that he sucked in a few mouthfuls of cool air and broke out in a cold sweat. It really proves the old Dragon Kingdom saying, self-inflicted sins cannot be lived. Zhao Shi was so excited to see Xiao Bai suffer. In the entire Armor Alliance, he was the one who wanted to see Xiao Bai get seriously injured the most. Zhao Shi was actually from the Shadow Realm in the beginning, but after that he was sensitized by Kuan in the Earth Tiger armor and decided to abandon his darkness. But when he joined the Armor Alliance, he was targeted by Xiao Bai in all kinds of ways, letting him do all the dirty work. Even when dealing with all kinds of monsters, Xiao Bai let him be the vanguard. Once he can't beat, will be beside all kinds of yin and yang. If he fought through, Xiao Bai would find the right time to release a big move in advance to seal the monsters and snatch the fruits of his victory. Alright, you two just cut the crap. We need to unite, not divide. Nan Xian walked over and gently patted Zhao Shi's shoulder, signaling him to say less. But to Xiao Bai, this was Nan Xian and Zhao Shi combining to bully him. Nan Xian, you rotten orange, normally you don't come. As soon as I was injured you came. Is it because you want to see my joke? Xiao Bai's eyes were bloodshot. First he was robbed of his summoner, now he was being taunted by the team members he used to despise. The anger in his heart had reached the extreme. He then thought of the fact that it was Duan Mu Yan who brought him back and aimed his spear at him. Duan Mu Yan, do you deserve to be a vice captain? You were right there at the scene. The team members' summoners were all snatched away, and you didn't go to retrieve them. Duan Mu Yan rolled his eyes, thinking that he shouldn't have participated in this meeting. Had he known that he would be dogged, he should have promised Ma Lingling to go for coffee. But he still answered the question. I can't beat him. If I piss him off, in case he snatches my novice summoner and pack apparatus summoner, won't it be an even bigger loss? Bull, you're just scared. Xiao Bai roared angrily. He felt that all the people in here were bullying him. Crazy, Xiao Bai was already going crazy. These words surfaced in everyone's mind almost simultaneously. It looked like his loss of the summoner had affected him so much that it had severely affected his sanity. Thank you to all the readers for your support. Chapter 27 Punishment for Xiao Bai. Staff, give him a shot of strong tranquilizer to calm him down. And Shang Ro spoke coldly. She had a strong opinion about Xiao Bai's unauthorized action this time. Not only did he lose his summoner, but it was also possible that it would trigger the interdictor armor's antipathy towards the Armor Alliance, which undoubtedly brought about a huge potential crisis for the Alliance. Yes. The staff member quickly pulled out a needle from the pocket of his white coat, ignoring Xiao Bai's reaction, and stabbed it straight towards his neck. After a strong tranquilizer went down, Xiao Bai really calmed down quite a bit, and the red blood in his eyes dissipated a lot. Seeing that Xiao Bai had calmed down, and Shang Ro began the second item of the meeting. What do you guys say? How should we handle this matter? Zhao Shi was the first to step forward and speak. How else can we handle it? He made such a big mistake and lost the armor summoner. I think he definitely needs to be fired as an example to others.
Zhao Shi has a point. As a water armor summoner, with an unbelievably grumpy personality, disobeying commands, and disrupting the harmony of his teammates, a black sheep like this, my suggestion would be to expel him as well.
Duan Mu Yan also chimed in.
As Zhao Shi and Duan Mu Yan took their stance, the other armor summoners also nodded their heads in agreement, and for a while the conference room was filled with voices of agreement. And Shangruo said seriously, since everyone has this idea, I will announce the final result. Xiao Bai, you have lost your faith and destroyed unity. From now on, you are no longer an armor summoner, you have lost the qualification to summon armor, but you have put in some effort over the years. I'll get someone to drive you away later and find you a hospital to properly treat your injuries.
And Shangruo, you rotten orange, what gives you the right to fire me? You're not qualified to do so.
Xiao Bai was completely flustered. How could the punishment be so severe? He thought that the worst punishment would be a few days of confinement and some money fines. He didn't expect that it would be a direct dismissal. Once he left the armor union, all kinds of heaven-defying benefits were gone, and his heart was dripping blood. And Shangruo saw Xiao Bai's emotions fluctuating once again and gave a wink to the staff, who understood and gave Xiao Bai's neck another shot of tranquilizer. The staff pushed the wheelchair and left the place, but Xiao Bai was still cursing them.
As time passed, Xiao Bai's voice became smaller and smaller until it was inaudible.
Nan Xian walked over to Shangruo's side and said with a worried face, the Black Rhinoceros armor summoner has been robbed. What should we do to fix it? Now that one of the 5 elements of power is missing, it might allow the enemy to take advantage of it.
And Shangruo sighed softly and said helplessly, what to do? What else can we do?
If we forcefully go through force to get it back, I'm afraid we'll lose at least half of the Armor Alliance's power, so my opinion is to get it back through negotiation.
When the next time the interdictor armor appears, I'll personally go find him. Nan Xian said with a slight apology, it's hard on you, and I have to ask you to clean up this mess.
And Shangruo waved her hand and said, this is my duty as the person in charge. After the meeting ended, and Shangruo returned to her room and looked at the night sky, her mind was filled with thoughts. She planned to return to High City. It had been 3 days since she had seen her own husband, and she kind of missed Gu Tian. She returned to the armor union originally to deal with the matter of Xiao Bai, although the process was a bit wrong, but it did solve him. Suddenly, a caller ringing called her out of her thoughts. She looked at the familiar number on the phone, and above her pretty face, a nervous look surfaced.
After a moment of hesitation, she gently slid the screen and answered the phone. Director, are you calling about Xiao Bai?
There was silence on the other end of the phone, and it took a while before pale words came out. Ro, it's not work time now, you can call me Dad. And Shangruo did not speak, just stood still. The person on the other end of the phone was the first to carry on. Alright, come to the Armor Alliance's highest base, we'll be waiting for you. And Shangruo hung up the phone, feeling a burst of annoyance. That old undead, why did he come to the phone at this time? She was still planning to go back to Haicheng to stick it out with her own husband.
Now at least another half a month to go back.
No, I don't trust my husband. He has no hands, what if he really runs into danger? And Shangruo paced back and forth, feeling that lately Haicheng's luck was failing, with all sorts of monsters appearing at every turn. She was truly worried that something would happen to her own husband. And Shangruo picked up the phone and dialed a string of numbers out.
Chapter 28 Li Tianyu's eavesdropping. What's going on with this TS Nano Summoner? Is it sick? Or which screw inside is loose?
Beside the highway, and Xiao Bai sat straddling the motorcycle, her long, slender, snow-white legs casually crossed, holding the TS Nano Summoner in her hand, constantly tapping on it, her large eyes filled with confusion. During this morning, the TS Nano Summoner erupted with a cold glow, followed by turning into a stream of light in Xiao Bai's shocked eyes, and if it wasn't for her quick eyes and hands grabbing it in a handful of hands, or else the TS Nano Summoner would have flown away. At this moment, the summoner in her hand is still restless, struggling, that excitement, as if there is a food in the distance calling it. Not only that, the summoner was also vaguely conveying its dislike for Xiao Bai, as if expressing that Xiao Bai was not worthy of being its summoner at all. Zayos, what's wrong with you today? How come you're repulsed by this big beauty like me? Didn't we get along very well before? Znami didn't say a word, just flat out disliked it. And Xiao Bai also got a little angry, thinking that this summoner should have taken the wrong medicine. She used a rope to tie the summoner to her thigh so that it wouldn't fly away. Xiao Bai was about to continue to Haicheng when she heard the phone ringing in her pocket. Ha! How did old sis notice me running out so quickly? Xiao Bai picked up the phone, and Shangruo's icy voice instantly came from the other end of the line. Where are you? Xiao Bai revealed a smile and said in a mischievous tone, I'm going to Haicheng again, and I'm going to prove to you that the criminal heaven armor summoner must be a crosser. When Shangruo heard this, she was so angry that she almost didn't crush her cell phone, and she couldn't wait to cross time and space to grab Xiao Bai, pull her double ponytails, and smack her little but hard. Another traveler, where are there so many travelers? There's also that stinky tomato, releasing some crossover novels every day, he's almost brainwashing his own sister. And Shangruo gently exhaled, forcing down her anger. Can't get angry, mustn't get angry, getting angry will make her age fast, in case she's disliked by her husband, it's not good. She tried to make her tone sound calmer. Little White, I order you now, go and protect your brother-in-law.
Little White bobbed his little head vigorously, his mouth muttering, "No go no go, I'm an armored warrior, I'm going to do great things, I'm not going to protect that ordinary person with no skills. This is not a discussion, it's an order, are you going or not?" And Chang Ro gently opened her red lips, her body exuding an extremely strong chill. If Xiao Bai dared to refuse again, she didn't mind transforming into an armored warrior and beating up this disobedient sister first, so that she could feel what love from her sister was. And Xiao Bai on the other end of the phone felt the dangerous air, her body could not help but shiver. I'll go, okay. She said aggrievely, and in her heart, she complained, "Bad sister, bullying me again." And Chang Ro also explained some trivial things in detail, confirming that Xiao Bai understood, and only then hung up the phone with satisfaction. How does that saying come? The husband is his own, the sister will marry later, it is someone else's. Xiao Bai looked at the document that Chang Ro sent over, opened her jade mouth wide, and inwardly called out 666. Cook for him 3 times a day 10 whole soup, every morning to buy food, at noon to cook for him, he is bored when he has to make him happy, in the afternoon to give him a whole clean room, in the middle of the night to check whether he covers the quilt. Sister is too bad, this isn't going to protect him, it's clearly being a maid for him. If it goes on like this, am I going to have to sleep with him in the future? Julie? She was now beginning to doubt that she wasn't in Chang Ro's own sister. She should have been picked up from inside a trash can. Xiao Bai wanted to cry without tears, she sniffled, with the resentment that could feed evil sword immortal, drove her motorcycle to leave here. In the armor union, and Chang Ro simply cleaned up and walked out of the room, heading to the highest level of the armor union. But what she didn't notice was that Li Tianyu summoned his adamantine armor, leapt into the air, and hung from the ceiling. An intense murderous aura erupted in his eyes, and his heart thumped violently. Li Tianyu had originally come to give Chang Ro a gift, but he didn't expect to happen to see her calling in Xiao Bai. Unfortunately, the soundproofing of the room was done too well for him to hear the content of the call, and driven by curiosity, he summoned the Vajra armor to eavesdrop. Unexpectedly, he discovered a secret. When Li Tianyu thought that the perfect goddess in his heart had married someone and was no longer clean, and when he thought that the goddess had slept in someone else's bed, a wave of anger erupted and he pinched the jade pendant in his hand, which was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, to pieces. Li Tianyu fell down from the ceiling and was planning to catch up with Changru and confront her face to face. No, one must calm down. It's possible that their 2 sisters are just fooling around, I can't be too serious. Li Tianyu paced back and forth and began to carry out a self-strategy. Yes, it's possible that Chang Ro has already discovered that I'm eavesdropping, and purposely said that to make me know what's going on. This is just a excuse she found. It must be like this, really convinced, scaring herself. His goddess, still high and perfect. Li Tianyu patted his chest and felt grateful. Fortunately he was smart enough, otherwise running over to confront his goddess right now would definitely make her resent himself even more. However, even though he thought so, he still had a little lump in his heart. This bit of lump not going there made him feel very uncomfortable in his heart. Li Tianyu jumped down from the armor union's tall building. He planned to personally go to Haichang to investigate and reassure himself. Although the criminal heavily armor might be in Haichang, he would definitely not be in trouble as long as he did not provoke him. Taking a step back, if Chang Ro really married someone, the person she married couldn't possibly be a criminal sky armor summoner. This was simply smaller than the probability of winning a $10 billion lottery. If it's true, he will go and eat 10 pounds. Chapter 29. My sister asked me to monitor whether you have cheated on her. Oxygen Research Base. Li Xiaoqian was busy around the body of the cold-blooded, the hands of the chainsaw buzz sound, in the cold-blooded body cutting back and forth, and from time to time to pick up the axe, heavy chopping down. Little Li Zi stood beside Li Xiaoqian, looking at such a brutal picture, his lips trembled and said, "Li Dong, can we still fix him?" Little Li Zi asked this with his mouth, but in reality, he didn't want Coldblood to be fixed at all, mainly because the two of them didn't have a good relationship and taunted each other every day. Li Xiaoqian moved his body and said confidently, "No problem, I just happen to have researched the 3rd generation of chips, so I can let him do the experiment." When Little Li heard this, a sense of crisis appeared in his heart. "Li Dong, can this work? Actually, there's nothing wrong with letting him rot." Li Xiaoxiao worriedly glanced at Little Li Zi. He naturally knew what this contraption was thinking. As long as this kid took off his pants, he knew what kind of fart he was going to let out. It was nothing more than worrying that Cold Blood, who possessed the 3rd generation chip, was stronger than him. "Don't worry, the 3rd generation chip is just an experiment, it's not as mature as the 2nd generation chip in your body." Little Li Zi's mouth opened wide and he secretly let out a sigh of relief. "By the way, Dongli, Coldblood was defeated by someone called Black Rhino Armor. Do you think we should take some action to retaliate back?" Once Li Xiaoxiao heard this, he revealed a faint smile. "No need to be so troublesome, we'd better hurry up and collect some explosive abuse virus for experimentation. As for those armors, there's no hurry to deal with them first, after all, we still have to rely on them to make those oculators go into a berserk state." Speaking here, Li Xiaoxiao closed his eyes and felt the tyrannical chopper insect emperor in his body in detail.
This tyrannical chopper insect emperor, a transcendent life form from outer space, was the very source of all his bottom line. Although it had yet to mature and was in the larval stage, it still exuded unrivaled power. Once he allowed it to mature, he was convinced that all armors were bugs in front of it, and within a few moves, they would fall apart. At that time, he would be able to unify the earth and become the true god of the tempest insects. As for those exotic beasts and underworld demons, if they were willing to become his dogs, he wouldn't mind leaving them a dog's life. Literally, now that cold blood is being treated, the matter of collecting the virus will be left to you and Ma Qingshan. Okay, Dongli. Sure enough, summoning the black rhino armor strength is powerful, but it can't be used for a long time. As soon as Gu Tian returned to the clinic, he disarmed the armor and casually placed the crystal stone on the table. Gu Tian rubbed his waist, feeling that his limbs were weak and his body was sore, somewhat like the symptoms after Chang Ro squeezed him in bed. Obviously, Gu Tian's physique was not up to par yet. It had to be at least 85 or above before he could pilot the black rhino armor without side effects. Gu Tian sat down on a chair to rest, and in the meantime, he took the crystal stone in his hand and played with it carefully. The crystal stone was diamond-shaped and surrounded by a strong white light that was exceptionally eye-catching. Gu Tian could clearly feel that the crystal stone contained a huge amount of energy. If it was released, it was estimated that it would not be weaker than dozens of atomic bombs exploding at the same time. It could easily destroy a country like Japan. Gu Tian casually threw the crystal stone and the black rhino armor summoner into the system space. In comparison, he still preferred the interdictor armor. The comprehensive performance of the interdictor armor was far higher than the black rhino armor, and the weapons and skills were not comparable to the black rhino armor. However, for the time being, the black rhino armor could be used as a backup armor. As for returning it to the Armor Alliance, Gu Tian hadn't even thought about it. What he snatched back was his. Why should he return it to them? Of course, if they were to have a better armor over to exchange, such as the Shura armor or something, it wasn't impossible. System, is it there? Gu Tian leaned lazily on the back of his chair, picked up the can of Coke on the table with his hand, pulled open the pull ring with a hiss, and drank a mouthful. It's there, host. I remember that the 3 sets of armor of heaven, earth, and man can be upgraded, right? If I want the interdictor armor to be upgraded, how much does the intentional energy need at least? Ding, detection complete. In order for the interdictor armor to be upgraded, the intent energy must reach at least 85 or more. Gu Tian rubbed his chin and with a thought, a personal panel appeared in front of him. Age, 25 years old. Armor, interdictor armor, black rhino armor. Wife, and Changru flying shadow armor summoner. Intentional energy, 39 full level 100. Physique, 70 full level 100. Bloodline, water bloodline 100% purity. Comprehensive evaluation, 1 in 100. Looking at his character panel, Gu Tian reviewed the course of the battle over so many days again, estimating that his current strength had increased by at least a dozen times over the initial period. But even so, there was still a long way to go before the interdictor armor could be upgraded. It looked like he had a long way to go. Gu Tian had just wanted to go to bed and rest for a while when he heard a motorcycle sound coming from outside the house. Gu Tian had just gotten up when the clinic's door was suddenly kicked open violently by a beautifully defined caricature leg. In the next second, a cute little girl with an angry face walked in. Xiao Bai, O to the power of O. She was wearing a loose bodysuit, but that couldn't stop her proud figure, and 2 waist-length ponytails, pouring down from her shoulders, swayed gently as she moved. Gu Tian saw the visitor clearly, slightly stunned. Sister-in-law, what are you doing here? Xiao Bai did not reply. She crossed her arms and puffed her way into the clinic, and without saying a word, her long legs flung out, throwing both shoes off her feet, revealing her exquisite jade feet. Immediately after that, she put on a pair of pink slippers inside the clinic, strutted over to the sofa, sat down on her butt, and took a big gulp of the cola on the table, before saying with a straight face, "My sister asked me to come over and supervise if you went outside to steal food. Also, I haven't recognized you as my brother-in-law. No calling me sister-in-law. Call me bye-bye daddy, or bye-bye sister." Gu Tian, WOW. Inverted heavenly dipper, really inverted heavenly dipper. Right, I'm going to stay here for half a month. From today onwards, you have to take care of my clothes, food, housing, and transportation. Give me $200 pocket money every day, 3 meals a day all inclusive. Pass me water when I'm thirsty. Tell me bedtime stories when I'm sleepy. Rub my feet if I'm tired. And also, the money for my daily makeup will be deducted from your wallet. Saying that, she greatly grinned and lifted up that slender cartoon leg on the table, also deliberately pointed to the jade foot, pouted, "Give me a rub. I drove a motorcycle for 6 hours in order to come to Haicheng today. My feet are almost numb for me. If you don't rub it for me, I'll stomp on your face with it." Gu Tian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he heard his sister-in-law's statement, "I'll go," a mini version of the male shocker treaty. Seeing that Gu Tian was a bit unhappy, and Xiao Bai said in a milky voice, "Don't be ungrateful. Do you know who I am? I'm the #1 school flower of the Imperial Capital University, and the people who want to spend money on me can line up from the Imperial Capital all the way to Haicheng." Gu Tian shook his head. He had been able to guess a few things. It should be his wife who was worried about his safety and sent her to protect him. But looking at it now, this little ninny should want to be the king of the mountain here. She was obviously 18 years old, without a hint of maturity, still following the example of a child. No wonder his wife was so worried about her. Gu Tian, as her parent, must teach her a good lesson. Without saying a word, Gu Tian took a few steps in front of Xiao Bai and turned her over, letting her lie on the sofa, followed by a slap on the little white's ass.
Egu, stinking Gu Tian, how dare you hit me?
Little Bai blushed with shame, covering her little buttocks, looking fiercely at Gu Tian, clacking her silver teeth together.
How dare you scold me? Your guts are too fat. It looks like the beating wasn't enough. Slap slap slap. Wrong no. No. No mistake. Slap 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 slap. Now wrong no. I'm wrong, don't hit again, I really know it's wrong. And Xiao Bai.
Sure enough, the saying that filial sons come out from under the stick is not blown. Gu Tian crossed his legs and sat on the sofa proudly. He wanted to take a sip of coke but realized that it had already been finished by Xiao Bai long ago. And Xiao Bai stood in front of him, pouting and pathetically touching his little butt, looking like he was greatly aggrieved.
Gu Tian gently coughed and said, "What should you call me now?" "Sister. Brother-in-law."
And Xiao Bai said shamefully. Gu Tian revealed a satisfied smile, pointed to a room on the second floor, and then said, "That used to be your sister's room, you can live in it, and don't touch some of the things inside." Xiao Bai secretly glared at Gu Tian, and then like a pissed-off little rabbit, he ran up to the second floor and rushed straight into Wen Ro's room. He closed the door with a bang, and then directly jumped into the large soft bed. Damn it, it's really too damnable. I, and Xiao Bai, am a Znami summoner. When did I ever say such a wimpy thing? I'm going to retaliate back and show him how powerful I am. Xiao Bai took the cute puppy pillow on the side and used it as Gu Tian, whacking on it punch by punch. The poor puppy was ravaged by Xiao Bai in various ways.
Know how powerful I am. Next time if he dares to hit me again, I'll continue to beat this puppy. No, it's stamping on it with my feet. Please ask for a little free gift, it's the end of the month, the author is poor too. Chapter 30, all of you go to hell. Alas, life isn't easy, and it's getting harder and harder to earn money by opening a clinic. Gu Tian pulled in Xiao Bai and walked into a bank to withdraw money.
When Xiao Bai saw the bank card in Gu Tian's hand, she couldn't help but ask curiously,
"How much money do you have on this card?"
"There's still 50,000, it's the money I've saved over the past 3 years. When Xiao Bai heard that Gu Tian only had 50,000 yuan inside his card, a small expression of disgust appeared on his face. Only 50,000, so little, probably not enough to marry a daughter-in-law, only someone as stupid as his old sister would be willing to marry him. She had 50,000 yuan in one day's salary, she was a little rich woman now by any reckoning. Xiao Bai slanted her eyes at Gu Tian, "If you hadn't hit me at noon today, maybe this rich woman would have given you half of her property by now. I am very vindictive, I will only share half of it with you when you still have 10,000 left in your card." The two of them had just pushed open the door of the bank when they heard a quarrel coming from them. "Where's my money? Where's my money? Why is the 200,000 I deposited a year ago now only 2,000 left?"
A middle-aged man was questioning frantically through the glass, emotionally and frantically at the woman inside.
He had spent most of his life's work and saved this 200,000 plus with great difficulty. How come after a year of saving in the bank, he was left with only 2,000? This was simply unacceptable to him.
"What are you barking at? I don't know, go ask someone yourself."
The woman's snarky voice rang out. As a staff member, she knew too well who the money was taken by.
"Damn, I deposited my money in your bank, and now it's gone, you tell me to ask someone else, is there any king's law?"
The man was shaking with anger. What the hell kind of logic is this? The woman applied a bit of lipstick and said in a tone of extreme disgust, "What are you screaming about? You're a poor man, just 200,000 and you have to pussyfoot around, just $2,000, you love it or not. Sometimes money is missing. Think more about your own reasons, see if you are not doing too many bad things, condemned by heaven." Middle-aged man, angry red face, mouth cannot stop yelling, "You wait, I now go to the police, my money must be which of your beasts swallowed." Once the woman heard this, she was completely flustered. The small bank has many cats and dogs on weekdays, and it simply can't stand up to investigation. She quickly picked up her walkie-talkie and issued a command, shouting, "Security guards, come over here, someone here is trying to rob the money." As soon as the words fell, in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 security guards stormed out from the backstage like ferocious gods and goddesses, holding their sticks tightly in their hands. The one at the head was even more ferocious, directly toward the man's head with a stick. "You still dare to rob money, right? Have you asked our group of security guards?" A loud sound rang out. The middle-aged man's head instantly splattered with blood, and the whole man fell to the ground with a loud bang. Seeing this, the rest of the security guards swarmed up and pressed the man to death. The other unsuspecting eaters in the bank thought that the middle-aged man was really here to rob the money, and they all pointed their fingers at him. "I didn't expect him to look like an honest man and still rob money here, he deserved to be killed." This one is called knowing people's faces. Isn't it good to earn money with your own hands? You have to take the wrong way. What's more, also close observation, let the security guard then a victory pose, took a few photos to send a circle of friends, and with the text of the security guard got the MVP. But this operation, but the side of an Xiao Bai angry mouth spit Feng. Are these people deaf? Didn't hear that it was the bank that swallowed his money? Didn't he just have to report to the police? How did it turn into a robbery? They're too much, specializing in bullying honest people. And Xiao Bai clasped her hands on her chest, feeling indignant. Gu Tian patted in Xiao Bai's shoulder, signaling her to stay calm. After Gu Tian called the police, he planned to walk up and see if he could say a few words for the man and seek justice. Gu Tian went out 2 steps, his face suddenly changed dramatically, and he violently folded back. He saw black smoke rising from the middle-aged man's body, which was a sign that Oculus was about to transform. It had to be said that Gu Tian felt that his luck was just unlucky. Going to the bank to withdraw a sum of money could run into Auxer. If Duan Mu Yan was allowed to have this kind of luck, he probably wouldn't be lost in his life. At the same time, and Xiao Bai also happened to watch the scene of the man smoking black. The middle-aged man was pressed down on the ground and kept convulsing, and even though he was trying to control himself, the violence factor was still being generated within his body. You. All of you go to hell. The middle-aged man completely lost control, and from his throat, a hoarse sound came out. In an instant, a bloodthirsty red light erupted from his originally clear eyes. A powerful force directly bounced all 8 security guards pressing on him out. The middle-aged man, whose body continued to convulse, finally transformed into the human wolf-headed Auxer. Gu Tian and Xiao Bai glanced at each other, both seeing surprise in the other's eyes. Brother-in-law, let's hurry up and run. You run in front, I'll run behind. Okay, heroes see eye to eye. Dear readers, I have a question. How am I writing so far? I desperately need your comments. In addition, thanks to the big brother to me brush the gift, some readers asked me a day to urge more than 100, can earn a few dollars. I yesterday plus the gift a total of 4 yuan. I am a poor author. Chapter 31. Does it have to be oxygen to turn you on? Gu Tian took Xiao Bai's hand and rushed out of the bank, running into the distance. Ow ow ow. Seeing that 2 people had escaped, Auxer was enraged and raised his head to the sky with a long roar, filled with endless resentment and mania. He grabbed a large box and smashed it towards the doorway, completely sealing the way out so that the others couldn't escape. It's over. How is this poor man an Auxer? Today is really bad luck. The woman rolled and stood up from the ground, rushing in the direction of the back door of the bank. But Auxer's speed was even faster. He stomped his legs and directly jumped a distance of 7 or 8 meters, biting her neck. With a clicking sound, the woman's neck was completely bitten off by Auxer, and her head rolled down to the ground. The human head was separated, and blood from the wound shot out in all directions like a fountain. This bloody and cruel scene instantly pushed the fear of everyone in the bank to the peak. The crowd panicked, cries and pleas for mercy intertwined in a chaotic mess. You let go of me. My son is the vice mayor of Haicheng City. If you touch me, I'll have him send the army to suppress you. An old lady wearing silk with a face full of panic pointed at Auxer and kept retreating. Unfortunately, it was all in vain, as Auxer tore the old lady in half with one hand, and the body was casually thrown on the ground. For Auxer, most of the thermal weapons simply couldn't cause effective damage to Auxer. It might be more or less the same with a nuclear or hydrogen bomb. In the bank, all sorts of screams rose and fell, never stopping. Eventually, all that was left was the security chief, whose legs were numb, and who looked around to find all the limbs and broken bones. He fell to his knees with a thud, and called out to Auxer continuously, Brother oh, just now it was me who had the eyes not to recognize that I injured you. Please don't kill me. I have a 3-year-old mother on top of me, an 80-year-old child underneath me and a 40-year-old mistress. Their lives all depend on me. As long as you let me live today, I will burn incense and offer Buddha to you every day in the future, praying for the blessing of all the gods and goddesses to ensure that I won't let the armored warrior catch you. Auxer didn't care about this. Hissing, he directly killed towards the security chief, ready to torture him to death. Just as the sharp claws were about to touch him, a thick layer of black mist suddenly filled the security captain's body. Within the black mist, his body convulsed violently. Immediately afterward, a blinding black light flashed, and accompanied by a creepy sound effect, a beak-bodied orcus appeared. Chirp, chirp, look! The bird-billed Auxer kicked the wolf-headed Auxer in the chest, sending him out of the bank and crashing heavily onto the road. With a wild cry, Bird-beak Auxer flailed his arms and chased after him as well. In the central square of Haicheng, the 2 occurs were constantly exchanging blows, the evil aura emanating from their bodies causing passers-by to flee. The bird's beak occultist used his sharp beak to viciously peck at the wolf head occultist's brain, pecking out a large bloody hole, with blood continuously flowing out. Not to be outdone, the wolf-headed Auxer bit into the beak's left arm with his sharp fangs, tearing off a large chunk of skin. But in the blink of an eye, the wounds on their bodies quickly recovered. Ow! The wolf-headed occulter used his knee to push the bird's beak occulter away, then summoned a sledgehammer and slammed it hard on the bird's beak occulter's chest. Bird's beak Auxer was knocked back several steps, and with a strange cry to the sky, a silver-white lance appeared in his hand. He first slashed and tore open wolf-head Auxer's belly, then spun his body in a circle and pierced wolf-head Auxer's left waist.
On top of a tall building, two figures were observing this.
Young master, the two occurs are fighting, their moves are deadly, should we go and stop it? Little Li Zi leaned next to the fence, watching the oculators exchanging blows, and voiced out a question. Who cares, let them fight if they want to, we don't have a shortage of oculators anyway, as long as violent people exist, oculators will keep on producing non-stop. Now we just need to wait for them to fight until they get anxious and collect the virus. Ma Qingshan had a disinterested look on his face, still carefully wiping the wine glass in his hand. This was his idle pastime. Suddenly, the Morningstorm virus in Ma Qingshan's body began to get restless, going from a silent state to a raging one, as if sensing the presence of an enemy. Ma Qingshan raised his eyes and kept observing the surroundings, his gaze finally landing under a tree. Little Li Zi followed Ma Qingshan's gaze and found that under a birch tree, a set of bluish-white armor was standing there silently. According to the information we found out, this should be the 4 elemental armor that Kerberin developed in the Armor Alliance. Ma Qingshan narrowed his eyes and carefully examined it. Yes, Grand Young Master, this armor is Tsunami of Tsunami, the remaining 3 sets of armor are Flame of Naba, Hurricane Pack Apprehend, and Craggy Cool Lavo, which correspond to the 4 elements of Tsunami, Flame, Hurricane, and Jedi Craggy respectively. He didn't make a move, so he should be waiting until Oxer is fighting to the point of defeat and come out to clean up the mess. Little Li Zi analyzed. Ma Qingshan stopped his manual movements and looked at the Tsunami of Tsunami, a strong curiosity radiating from his eyes. The armor, he hadn't summoned it yet, he wondered how it would feel on his body. Little Plum, I remember that the 4 elemental armor doesn't have that high of a requirement for the summoner, as long as the fit is up to par, right? Little Li Zi understood and immediately nodded his head, a fawning smile appearing on his face. Young master is right, indeed, I understand what to do. Little Li Zi quickly tumbled down from the tall building and landed in front of Xiao Bai. Who are you and what are you doing here? In Xiao Bai's blue eyes, a touch of vigilance appeared. Those who could appear here were definitely not any ordinary people. Xiao Li Zi had a subdued face, one hand in his pocket, making a gesture that he thought was very handsome, teasingly saying, does it matter who I am? Armor warrior, does it have to be oxymoron to turn you on? I'd like to try it too, watch, I'm no ordinary oxer. Ha ha ha. A dazzling black light flashed up, revealing an evil aura. When the black light dispersed, the clown oxer emerged. He had a burly figure, elongated face, red eyes and fangs. His hands became sharp animal claws, the whole of which was permeated with an evil and hideous aura. You're actually Uxer, there's a way to heaven you don't go, there's no door to hell to come and throw yourself in. And Xiao Bai saw that there was Uxer who dared to provoke in front of him. He simply couldn't endure a little bit, and he kicked at Xiao Li Zi, but he easily dodged away. There is another chapter in the evening. Chapter 32, Tsunami no Tsunami is not the way to use it. Let me see just how strong the 4-element armor made by Cobrayan is, and if it can beat me. Xiao Li Zi lunged forward and kicked towards Xiao Bai's waist. Maelstrom Tsunami Defense. And Xiao Dot immediately opened his hands and a semicircular blue defense shield made of water appeared. Little Li Zi's leg strength was infinitely powerful and collided with the defense shield. And Xiao Dot felt a powerful force transfer to her along the defense shield, and retreated backwards several meters one after another. The ground under her feet was rubbed out with 2 shallow traces. What a great strength! And Xiao Bai was fully focused, her mental will highly concentrated, and she shouted, Maelstrom Whistling Sword. The energy from the sea immediately erupted from the armor and gathered in Xiao Bai's hands. A weapon similar to a western sword appeared in her hands. The whirling tsunami sword had a blue and white hue. The sword body was slender and thin, the blade flashed with icy blue cold light, and the hilt was decorated with a blue water pattern. Weapon, I have one too. Sawtooth Rod. As Little Li Zi's words fell, the sawtooth rod appeared in his hand. The bottom end was slim, the top had a huge circular saw, the sharp teeth around the circular saw were closely arranged. And Xiao Bai stabbed the whirlwind sword in his hand, but it was blocked by Little Li Zi's sawtooth rod. Taking advantage of this moment, Little Li Zi stretched out his left leg and kicked Xiao Bai's shoulder, and then quickly slashed down on Xiao Bai's body, erupting into a gust of sparks, and Xiao Bai retreated a few steps back. Darkness Destruction Light Sphere. Little Li Zi raised his left hand, a huge wave of dark energy gathered in his palm and slammed towards Tsunami. The ball of light managed to hit Xiao Bai, a huge explosion rang out and Xiao Bai was sent flying more than 10 meters away, spinning his body and crashing through several large trees. Little Li Zi proudly carried the sawtooth rod on his shoulder. Looking at the Tsunami who had been suppressed to death by himself, he smiled and said, Your strength is okay against ordinary Orcus, but it's not enough against me. I'm not an ordinary Orcus. Hand over your armor summoner and go back to eating milk for 2 more years. Gu Tian summoned the interdictor armor and just stood not far away observing the battle between Xiao Bai and Xiao Li Zi. Ding, danger detected in the vicinity, issuing a new mission, save sister-in-law, resolved Little Li Zi, defeat Ma Qingshan, this time it's more difficult, rewarding E-energy plus 15. Yo, not bad, the reward is rich enough this time. Gu Tian said while touching the back of his head. It had been over 10 minutes and he could still feel the vague pain. This was all the work of his own sister-in-law. Not long after leaving the bank, she directly lifted her long legs and kicked Gu Tian in the back of his head.
This little ninny, why is her strength so big? Taking me for a Japanese person, right? Probably getting back at me for beating her ass at noon today. Gu Tian shook his head helplessly as he looked at Xiao Bai, who had fallen into a losing battle. Her level of control over her armor can only be described as average, and she hasn't even comprehended the true meaning of tsunami yet. A tsunami is supposed to be calm on the surface, but in reality it is choppy and unpredictable, which is like her, who comes up with a hard fight and doesn't know how to use softness to turn hardness. If the water attribute armor is well controlled, the power is endless. I'll step in later and let her hold on a little longer, improving her fit with the armor in the battle. On the battlefield, Xiao Bai stood up again. Although she was slightly injured, there was no way she would fall. She heard the Auxer in front of her mocking herself and bellowed, again. Xiao Bai poured power into her legs, which jumped up and bent upwards. Utilizing the tsunami's frenzied nature, she kicked Xiao Lizi's shoulder with her full strength. Immediately after that, Xiao Bai jumped in the air and used his big move. Maelstrom Tsunami Charge Palm. Xiao Bai gathered the Maelstrom Tsunami element and formed a blue sphere and struck his opponent with a palm strike. The blue sphere struck little Lizi's body, and the vast energy exploded, knocking him back more than 10 steps and half kneeling on the ground. Good chance. Xiao Bai quickly closed the distance between the two of them, raised the whirlwind sword, and was about to give him one last blow. Unbeknownst to her, this was a break that little Lizi had deliberately sold her. As Tsunami rushed in front of her, little Lizi flung her sawtooth rod and slashed from the bottom to the top, aiming at the summoner at Xiao Bai's waist. A large number of sparks flashed as Xiao Bai was knocked into mid-air, and the summoner fell off along the way as it couldn't withstand such a fierce attack. Just as Xiao Bai was about to fall from mid-air, a strong embrace caught her. Gu Tian wrapped one hand around Xiao Bai, while his other hand caught the falling's nano-summoner. Xiao Bai opened her beautiful eyes and felt that someone had caught her, and only then did a heart that was hanging high slightly drop, unable to help but let out a long sigh of relief. The height of the fall was at least a dozen meters. Really, if it fell to the ground, I'm afraid that it would directly fall into disability. Thank you. Xiao Bai had just uttered a thank you when she was shocked by the face value of the interdictor armor. This was the first time she had observed the interdictor armor so closely. What a handsome armor! It was even more handsome than what the satellite had captured. Smooth lines, a mighty breastplate. Injured? Gu Tian said in a low and magnetic voice. His voice is also good, very secure. Xiao Bai touched her somewhat hot little face, and her little heart boomed indisputably. He must not be very old. I'm not hurt, it's just a little tightness in my chest. Xiao Bai replied nervously. Gu Tian slightly arched his eyebrow. This little ninja usually speaks with a big grin. Why is she now stuttering and fighting to flash her tongue? Hey, what are you guys doing smooching there? Hand over this nano summoner and maybe I'll let you go. Little Lizi waved the sawtooth stick in his hand and said to Gu Tian. Don't think that just because you defeated Cold Blood that you can be arrogant. There are still a whole lot of people who can outwit you in the Oculus. Gu Tian let go of Xiao Bai and said to her in a calm tone, I will only teach you once, learn it well. Gu Tian took a few steps forward and placed the nano summoner on his waist, and a belt automatically emerged. Xiao Bai watched Gu Tian's movements and was inwardly shocked. He shouldn't be summoning the tsunami, but how could it be that simple? It had to be an extremely high fit with the armor. Gu Tian calmly inserted the energy key into the summoner, opened his hands and bellowed, Tsunami of Tsunami Nano, drowning giant tsunami's power, merge. A huge wave of water energy converged from the middle of the ocean over the earth, then shot towards Gu Tian at a speed that surpassed its limits. After only 0.001 seconds, the tsunami of Tsunami's Nano completed its merging. A light blue wave of light spread out in all directions with Gu Tian as the center, and little Lizi took the brunt of the force and was knocked back by the force, staggering and nearly falling to the ground. As for the two oculators who were fighting, they were directly lifted out of the air, landing on the ground and rolling several times before stopping. Really transformed, he's too powerful. Xiao Bai looked at this scene incredulously, his mouth hanging open. He was the interdictor armor summoner, and the black rhino armor summoner, and now he could also summon Tsunami, 3 sets of armor summoner. This is really something a human can do? Seriously doubt that it's on. Chapter 33. Who the hell is the villain? Is this the Tsunami Nano? It feels like the power it contains won't be weaker than the black rhino armor. And both are the same water attribute armor. There's a similarity in armor application. Gu Tian closed his eyes, feeling the surging power in his body like an ocean, and let out a sigh of admiration. Xiao Lizi's face was grave, staring dead at the tsunami of Tsunami. He felt that the armor summoned by the man in front of him was too much stronger than the armor summoned by that little girl. It wasn't even on the same level, one in the sky and the other in the ground. As per usual, he had already started plotting his escape route, but when he saw that the eldest young master was behind him, he was instantly energized. If he couldn't beat them, the eldest young master would definitely step in. Wolf-head oxymoron and bird-beak oxymoron also sensed a great threat and looked at each other, dropping their hostility towards each other and walking over to little Lizi's side, intending to deal with Tsunami no Tsunami together. Ow ow ow, chirp chirp chirp.
The strange cries of wolf head oxygen and bird beak oxygen came out at the same time as they rushed towards Gu Tian. With his strong and powerful hind legs, wolf head oxer stomped into the air, aiming his sledgehammer at Gu Tian's head, trying to blow his head off. The bird-beaked occulter spun his spear and stabbed at the location of Gu Tian's waist summoner, wanting to make quick work of it.
Gu Tian's blue eyes gently lit up, and the vortex defense automatically surfaced, the half-blue barrier easily blocking Oxer's attack without even a single ripple. You too weak. Gu Tian attached the power of his armor to his left hand and slapped a seemingly random strike at the top of the wolf-headed Oxer's head. The seemingly soft slap was like a tsunami containing a powerful force, heaving and impacting all parts of wolf-headed Oxer's body from top to bottom. Wolf-head Oxer suffered a heavy blow, the bones of his entire body emitted splintering sounds, and the fangs in his mouth all shattered, mixed with fresh blood spraying out from the corners of his mouth. Boom boom boom. Wolf-head Oxer was unable to support himself and collapsed to the ground, explosions ringing out as he reverted back to the appearance of a middle-aged man, his breath weak. This scene stunned the bird-beaked Oxer next to him to the point that his eyes went wide open, his beak gaping open. Is this really armor? How was it so brutal? For a moment, he couldn't tell who was the villain. The beak of the bird, Oxygen, was just about to prepare to escape when Gu Tian pinched his beak, and in his horrified gaze, Gu Tian pulled the beak off his face stiffly. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Bird beak oxymoron covered his mouth and let out an agonizing bird cry.
Still with the same move, Gu Tian slapped his palm on him, completely blowing up bird beak Oxyer, and a greasy man in a security uniform tumbled to the ground, motionless and apparently unconscious. At Gu Tian's level, it was completely possible to deal with an ordinary Orcseer without using a big move, and with hard power, he was able to blow him up. Gu Tian hooked his finger at little Ez and said contemptuously, "Come on, let me see just how strong you are as not an ordinary occulter." With a flash, Gu Tian quickly arrived in front of little Ez and slammed his fist out. Little Ez was forced to take a punch, his ribs broke several times, and the hand pie he had eaten a few days ago was almost knocked out. Little Ez man was dumbfounded, Znami's speed was too fast. So fast that it was like a sneak attack. Little Ez managed to come back to his senses when he saw Gu Tian kicking towards him. Damn, again. Little Ez cursed and hurriedly raised his sawtooth rod to protect his chest, trying to ward off the blow, but in the face of absolute strength, any defense was useless. The sawtooth rod was like paper mache, it didn't even block for a second before it split into countless pieces and scattered all over the ground. Bang sound. The flying kick landed solidly on Little Ez's body. Little Ez's body erupted in a burst of violent sparks, and his entire body flew backwards like a cannonball that had been sent flying. He rolled several times in the air one after another before finally smashing heavily into the ground, forming a large pit. Gu Tian clapped his hands and said coldly, "That's it? The strength is only that much better than cold blood. Wow 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 wow, he's so powerful, he's practically my idol." Little White jumped up and down on the side in joy, his little mouth erupting with cheerful sounds. Little White? When she saw the scene where Gu Tian was able to defeat Oxer with a single move, little stars surfaced in her beautiful eyes and her little heart was beating faster and faster. This is a real man, with strength and vigor, and he just saved me. Xiao Bai touched her hot little face and began to make up her own brain. In her imagination, she felt that the Interceptor armor himself was definitely a graceful, extraordinary temperament, pointing out the mountains and rivers, and a big handsome man who was amiable. In the big pit, little Ez was already dumbfounded by this kick. How is this possible? How can an artificial armor be so strong? Did Kerberin master some alien black technology? Little Ez was lying on the ground unable to move his body, and even when he breathed in, he felt intense pain. Xiao Ez exhaled deeply and turned his head to the tall building and desperately shouted, "Big young master, save me, save me, save me, save me." "Don't shout, I heard you." Wearing a black mask and carrying a box in his hand, Ma Qingshan appeared beside Little Li. He looked at Little Ez, who had fallen to the ground, and his eyes were filled with disgust. What a waste, only catching 2 strokes of Znano and couldn't carry it anymore. The second-generation chip that Li Xiaoxia researched was considered to be fed to the dogs. But a little more time, when he and ZS nanometer hand to hand, high and low will give Little Ez then a thumbs up. Really good, actually able to carry 2 moves. Ma Qingshan opened the case and took out a syringe and stuck it in Little Ez's body. With the injection of the potion, the injuries on Little Ez's body quickly healed, and he got back on his feet and retreated behind Ma Qingshan. Using the analysis function that came with the armor, Gu Tian could clearly see that the syringe was filled with the evolved bereavement storm virus. Ma Qingshan stared at Gu Tian and said, "How dare you? Not only did you kill 2 occults, but you also injured my men. We'll have to settle this score." "Then what do you want?" "It's very simple, hand over the tsunami summoner, or you won't be able to leave today." Although Ma Qingshan also wanted the interdictor armor and black rhino armor on Gu Tian, but he couldn't summon them if he wanted to come over, so there wasn't much use in keeping them. Gu Tian had watched the Armor TV series and was relatively familiar with Ma Qingshan, Duan Mu Yan's future great-uncle. However, this is none of his business, and is not his own great-uncle. If he messes with him, as usual, to the Too much nonsense. If you want it, come over and get it with your skills, but in advance, I'm going to blow you away.
Gu Tian replied in a playful tone. When Ma Qingshan heard Gu Tian's words, a confident smile appeared on his face. Bust me? What an international joke. Not only did he have the Morning Riot virus in his body, he also had the cosmic type virus from what Li Xiaoxiao had him injected with, and he believed that there weren't many people in the armor who were his match. After so many years, he had already mastered how to use these viruses.
Since you're not willing to hand it over voluntarily, then I'll only snatch it. Ma Qingshan activated the viruses in his body, and bizarre black mist emerged from his body. Accompanied by the bloodthirsty red light flashing in Ma Qingshan's eyes, the thick-limbed demonic bull oxymoron appeared. A powerful hostile aura spread everywhere, and wherever it passed, flowers and trees withered and faded as if they had lost their lives.
There's another chapter tonight. Chapter 34. Is it true that you don't know how to write the word death?
Gu Tian watched as Ma Qingshan transformed into Auxer, a touch more seriousness in his eyes. What a terrifying evil aura, to be able to corrode the life force of plants, nice aura.
However, your luck isn't too good either, running into the tsunami of tsunami that can purify all evil.
Gu Tian was the first to strike, gathering blue energy in his arm and punching out.
Good timing, I'll defeat you within 3 moves.
Ma Qingshan let out a long whistle, mobilizing the dark energy in his body and meeting it. The black-blue light broke through the shackles of space, spreading out in all directions like a wave. After only 3 seconds, a silhouette was blown away and smashed heavily against a wall, which instantly cracked and dust flew. Holy! Ma Qingshan struggled out of the wall with great effort, spitting out a handful of ash from his mouth, forcing himself to endure the excruciating pain and connecting his dislocated arm hard. Ma Qingshan's blood churned from Gu Tian's slap, and if it wasn't for him unloading his force in time with his rich combat experience, he was afraid that his entire arm would have been broken on the spot.
That's it? Gu Tian laughed softly, already having a rough assessment of Ma Qingshan's strength, which was on the same level as Duan Mu Yan.
Now that he was piloting the Tsunami Ziz Nano, his strength had long surpassed Duan Mu Yan by a lot. Even if it was his own wife, and Shang Ro, who was competing with him in terms of strength, Gu Tian had more than 70% certainty of winning over her.
Brush! Gu Tian disappeared and instantly appeared in front of Ma Qingshan. Swirling tsunami palm.
A crisp sound rang out, and Ma Qingshan's chest took a slap from Gu Tian, flashing out a large number of sparks as he thumped back several steps.
Damn it, how could he be so powerful?
Ma Qingshan summoned a black sword and seized the opportunity to slash towards Gu Tian's shoulder. A strong counter vibration came. Gu Tian stood still and Ma Qingshan took 7 steps backwards, leaving a deep footprint on the ground with each step backwards. Ma Qingshan's hand was shaken to the point that blood oozed out, dripping down the blade of his sword. How was this possible? Ma Qingshan gritted his teeth to the point of crunching, finding it hard to accept this scene. It turned out that little Li Zi's strength was really good, and he was still able to receive 2 moves from Tsunami. After Ma Qingshan received the 2 moves, he all felt that half of his body had begun to go numb, and the power in his body had begun to flow poorly, so it was estimated that with a few more moves he wouldn't even be able to maintain his oxymoron state. Maelstrom Whistling Sword. Gu Tian intended to have a quick battle and summoned the weapon, holding it with one hand, jumping into the air and slashing down from top to bottom. I'll block. Ma Qingshan turned his longsword sideways, trying to block Gu Tian's Maelstrom sword. The moment Ma Qingshan touched the Maelstrom Tsunami sword, a burst of power no less than a meteor impact was transmitted to him, causing him to vomit old blood. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ma Qingshan gradually began to be unable to hold on, large beads of sweat dripping down from his forehead, his knees gradually bending, his body faltering, and he was about to completely kneel down. It's over, the eldest young master is going to be busted. Little Li Zi felt alarmed. My great young master, just now didn't you say I was a waste? How come you're going to be knocked to your knees now as well? Little Li Zi actually didn't care at all about Ma Qingshan's death. The main thing was that he was worried that if Ma Qingshan really hiccuped, Ma Dong would skin him. Little Li Zi was anxious, and in the panic of his gaze, he suddenly glanced at Xiao Bai, who was shouting and cheering for Gu Tian. Gu Tian was planning to use his full strength to completely finish off Ma Qingshan when Ato's angry voice suddenly rang out. Tsunami Jizi Nanami, quickly let go of the young master, otherwise, in case my strength is used too much, I'll accidentally do that. Gu Tian turned his head sideways and realized that little Li Zi had already taken control of Xiao Bai, with one hand on her shoulder, making it impossible to move. Gu Tian's eyes narrowed a bit and kicked Ma Qingshan aside, killing intent surfacing in his eyes. How dare he grab his sister-in-law to threaten himself? Did he not want to live, or did he not know how to write the word death? Cough, cough, cough. The severely injured Ma Qingshan, who was supported by his sword, trembled as he stood up from the ground and came to little Li Zi's side. He saw that little Li Zi was holding a hostage and was slightly displeased. In his conception, this was victorious and lowly. But thinking that this was the only chance to turn the tide, he acquiesced to this action. When little Li Zi saw that Gu Tian really didn't dare to act rashly, he instantly became bold. He arrogantly shouted, "Quickly, hand over all 3 sets of your summoners, or else I'll strangle her to death." And Xiao Bai was filled with guilt when he saw that the criminal sky armor was hesitating up because of himself. Interdictor armor, make your move and smash these scumbags, don't worry about me, if once you hand over the summoners, they will kill you. A fierce light appeared in little Li Zi's eyes as he used his big powerful hands to pinch in Xiao Bai's neck and lifted her up. And Xiao Bai's face immediately turned pale, making it difficult for her to breathe, and she couldn't even say a complete sentence. If you dare to talk nonsense again, beware that I will pinch you to death right now. Little Li Zi threatened viciously in her ear. As little Li Zi said this, the strength in his hands increased by a few points, pinching in Xiao Bai's legs and making her flutter continuously. The killing intent in Gu Tian's eyes almost turned into substance as he removed the Nano Summoner and a young figure wearing a mask appeared. The summoner is yours. Let go of that girl. Little Li Zi revealed a bright smile, as if he had been given a treasure. He caught the TS Nano armor, and inwardly rejoiced. Had he known it would be so easy to follow, what's the point of fighting off? Little Li Zi, also in accordance with the promise, loosened the big hand that pinched in Xiao Bai's neck. And the interdictor summoner and black rhino summoner, hand them over to me immediately. The corner of Gu Tian's mouth hooked into a cold smile as he said, I changed my mind, what if I don't want to hand them over now? Then this little girl will be missing her arms and legs. Little Li Zi grabbed in Xiao Bai's left hand, wanting to yank it down and give Gu Tian a little color. Just the moment little Li Zi was about to act, Gu Tian directly activated the water bloodline in his body. Berserk water power surged forth, and the black rhino armor took the initiative to complete the merge, so fast that it didn't even use its summoner. Zen Seal. A strange ripple spread quickly, and in a split second, things in a 100-mile radius were completely frozen. In little Li Zi's terrified eyes, the black rhino armor had already arrived in front of him. The distance between the two was very close, so close that little Li Zi could even see Gu Tian's eyes that wanted to tear people apart. An unprecedented sense of despair quickly spread from little Li Zi's head to his entire body. My life is over. Chapter 35 beat little Li Zi violently. Seeing that little Li's left arm was still imprisoning in Xiao Bai, Gu Tian directly reached out and grabbed it, using brute force to rotate it 360 degrees. Accompanied by a clicking sound, and with a final violent tug, his left arm was ripped off by Gu Tian in a violent manner. Xiao Li Zi let out a heartbreaking howl as black blood gushed out along the wound. Gu Tian wrapped in Xiao Bai into his arms, realizing that she had fainted, and his anger flared even higher. Damn dogs! Gu Tian hurriedly released a trace of his armor power to examine in Xiao Bai's body and determined that she had only fainted as a result of being deprived of oxygen for too long, and only then did he breathe a small sigh of relief. Gu Tian cradled in Xiao Bai into his right arm, summoned the water armor shield to wear on his left hand, and aimed a blow at Xiao Li Zi's chest. Berserk water power exploded inside little Li Zi's body, and an indescribably sharp pain spread throughout his body, causing him to almost faint. What was even more terrifying was that under this power, he couldn't even make a single sound. Accompanied by a muffled sound, a large piece of blood and flesh exploded and flew in all directions. The shattered bones in little Li Zi's chest were clearly visible, and the TS Nano Summoner in his hand also fell to the ground with a snap. When Ma Qingshan saw this bloody scene, chills went straight from the center of his feet to the sky, and he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This god of murder, too brutal, even more ferocious than that flame Nava. At the same time, Ma Qingshan's heart was secretly happy. Fortunately, it was not his own hostage, otherwise, he would have to suffer from the old crime. Just at this time, the time of the Zen Seal is over. Ma Qingshan saw the summoner on the ground, quickly flipped a circle, will be TS Nano Summoner in the bag, and then did not look back to pull legs and run. In the process of running, Ma Qingshan also did not forget to shout, Little Li Zi, you. Hold on, I'm going back to move help. Little Li Zi was lying on the ground in tatters. The ground had long been drenched in black blood. Now he regretted to death. Had he known that it would end up like this, he would not have threatened the criminal armor summoner even if he had died. Xiao Li Zi looked at Ma Qingshan's back that left without looking back. His heart was going to explode with anger. If not to save you, how could I end up in such a situation? You damn good, now leave me directly run away. Xiao Li Zi's breath was weak as he shouted, big young master, don't leave, save me, quickly save me. But not only did Ma Qingshan not respond, on the contrary, he ran even faster, so fast that smoke came out of his legs. Gu Tian walked in front of him and looked at little Li Zi condescendingly, his eyes full of disdain. Lifting his foot and rubbing it vigorously on his face, he said coldly, do you really think that he can break free from my Zen Seal? I let him go on purpose. Gu Tian's foot stepped down hard, directly crushing the other party's head. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, intentional energy plus 15. As the system rewards were given out, Gu Tian felt his brain becoming clearer and clearer, his understanding of armor went to a new level, and he was more comfortable with the use of various moves. Not bad, 54's intentional energy now. Gu Tian glanced at the direction where Ma Qingshan had fled and didn't immediately go after him now. Gu Tian had summoned the tsunami of tsunami and had already developed a strong relationship with the summoner, and was able to sense the location of the summoner at any time. He was waiting for Ma Qingshan to escape to Oculus's lair and then destroy it in one fell swoop. Even if he couldn't defeat him in the end, he still had the interdictor armor at his disposal, and he could quickly leave with a single move. This was his code of conduct: if he dared to harm his loved ones, he would definitely return the favor 100-fold. Gu Tian looked at Xiao Bai in his arms and disappeared with a gentle leap. A minute later, the First People's Hospital of Haicheng City. Gu Tian appeared out of thin air in the center of the hospital hall, a scene that shocked everyone present. Under the illumination of the hospital lights, the strong and powerful outline of the black rhino armor was clearly visible. Coupled with the black rendering, it was even more powerful and domineering. All kinds of photographic sounds rang out one after another, accompanied by people's exclamations of surprise. Wow, it's the armored warrior, so handsome. Oh my god, the first time to see the living armor warrior, before are on TV. Sisters, why is he holding a girl in his arms? I'm crying, what if I'm jealous? Put away your love brain, someone else is here to save the day at first glance. Some even took out their phones and started searching for 3,000 ways to raid the armored warrior. You guys leave quickly, don't block me, the patient needs me. The dean brought a dozen doctors in white coats and ran to Gu Tian at the speed of an 800-meter sprint. Hello, Comrade Armor, please leave the patient in our hands with confidence, we will do our best to save him. Gu Tian nodded and handed Xiao Bai to a female nurse. The hospital acted quickly, and it wasn't long before Xiao Bai was admitted to the super VIP ward for free treatment. The doctors acted one after another, using their own skills. They didn't dare to be careless at all were happy if they were cured, and all were happy if they weren't cured of the armor merge. However, this also caused some people to be dissatisfied, complaining, why, the patients sent by the armored warrior get priority access, and I still have to wait in line here painstakingly. Yeah, I've been hanging up a number for 2 hours, and there are still so many people in front of me. On what grounds? On the basis of the armored warrior protects our lives every day. If there is no he protects us, can you still live to stand here in line? Maybe your dad and mom have started to eat your mat. That's right, if it wasn't for them defending our lives, those monsters would be able to slaughter a city's worth of people in minutes. Gu Tian didn't care about the words he heard. There were two sides to everything, and this issue was similar to whether or not military personnel could be prioritized for ticket purchases. Gu Tian had originally planned to leave, but then he suddenly realized a problem. He hid his figure, similar to stealth, and walked around inside the hospital. So many Morningstorm viruses. Gu Tian frowned as he could clearly see the bereavement riot virus floating in the air through his armor, especially in the inpatient department, which had the most in comparison. He slightly estimated that at least 1/10 of the people in this hospital had already been infected with the virus, and if these people were accidentally overstimulated or couldn't control themselves, they might transform into oxymoron. This era is so hostile, it's practically a hotbed for the morning violence virus. Gu Tian lamented, and then mobilized the power of the black rhino armor to fully purify the entire hospital of the morning riot virus. Soon, the hospital was cleaned of the virus. However, it was only treating the symptoms but not the root cause, and it wouldn't be long before the place was once again occupied by the Morningstorm virus. It looks like the only way to stop people from turning into oxymoron is to completely solve the source of the death riot virus, so that there is no death riot virus in the world. Gu Tian felt carefully and realized that Ma Jingshan had already fled far away, and there was a high probability that he had already returned to the oculator's base. Gu Tian's body flashed and chased after him. This time, he not only wanted to take revenge, but by the way, he also wanted to see if there was a chance to solve the source of the Morningstorm virus. Chapter 36, That God of Murder is Catching Up. The Oxygen research base, which was vigorously invested in by Ma Tian, had already spent no less than hundreds of billions of dragon currency before and after. Here, uncountable numbers of Morningstorm viruses were released every day. Gu Tian piloted the black rhino armor, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of a laboratory at the edge of the imperial capital. How bold, to dare to set up their lair at the foot of the Son of Heaven, they have guts. Not bad, the summoner is inside, the senses are getting stronger. Gu Tian was about to go in when a flying knife suddenly slashed at him. Gu Tian didn't even raise his eyelids, he just stood still and let the flying knife hit his heart, his iron chest, which was instantly shaken out and turned into pieces in the air. Who are you and why are you here? 8 differently shaped oculus appeared in front of Gu Tian, standing in a row and blocking his path. Gu Tian defied the 8 oculators. These should be the watchdogs. Hey, I'm asking, are you deaf, and are you being reasonable? I'm telling you, don't be too cocky. The dog's head, Oxer, took a step forward out and pointed at Gu Tian with his dog's paw and said. Gu Tian snorted disdainfully, I'm too lazy to reason with you, you don't deserve to hear it. Water armor shield. Meteor gun. Inside the laboratory. Li Xiaoxiao looked at a 3060 beauty lying on the lab table and nodded in satisfaction. This was one of his experiments, the owner of the 3rd generation chip Nina. Li Xiaochen walked out of the lab and saw Coldblood, who was training on the side. He slightly raised his chin and opened his mouth to ask, Coldblood, how's it going? Will the 3rd generation chip be able to adapt to combat? Coldblood reverted back to his normal human appearance and respectfully said, don't worry, Mr. Li, I've already adapted to the chip and I'm even stronger than I was before. I'm going to become even more brutal than before.
Li Xiaoxia picked up a glass of red wine and drank it all in one go, nodded, and said a nice sentence. Right, go to High City and see what Ma Qingshan and Little Li are doing, they haven't returned for so long. Cold Blood answered and was about to go out when he saw a black figure barging in a hurry. Cold Blood was startled and was just about to strike when he realized that it was his family's eldest young master. Eldest young master, what's wrong with you, so weak? Cold Blood looked dumbfounded and hurriedly supported Ma Qingshan to prevent him from falling. Nina, who had just walked out of the lab, was also startled when she saw Ma Qingshan in this state and hurriedly drew out a stool for him to sit down. Ma Qingshan lifted his oxygen state, covered his chest and sat down on the chair, placing the Znano summoner in his hand on the table with a clang. Li Xiaoqian took the Znami summoner in his hands and looked at it, and asked with some confusion, "You got the summoner back? But why are you so badly injured? Where is Little Li? Where did he go again?" Ma Qingshan gasped for air, a look of fear on his face. I ran into the criminal armor summoner, he's a god of killing. There were 2 ordinary orcas that were killed by him in a single move. Little Li Z was killed by him in seconds, and I was seriously injured by him in 3 moves. I almost couldn't come back. Li Xiaoxiao slammed the Znano summoner onto the table and looked at Ma Qingshan with extremely dangerous eyes, saying, "This is impossible. Little Li Z has my 2nd generation chip in his body, how could he be killed in seconds? And you, Ma Qingshan, you're an occulter who possesses both the funeral riot virus and the cosmic type virus. Your battle prowess is extraordinary. How could you be seriously injured by 3 moves?" Ma Qingshan said with a crying face, "Really, this is true. Even I can't believe it. It's like following a hangman. I was beaten to the point of doubting my life. My eyes were lifeless. This is simply perverted." Li Xiaoqian's eyes became incomparably serious, pacing back and forth. "I remember that the summoner of the interdictor armor hasn't appeared for a month yet. Who in the world is he? How can he explode with such strength? It doesn't make sense." Li Xiaoxiao was still looking for something to ask about, when suddenly, clatter a loud sound, a dog-headed occulter smashed the glass, and was knocked in from outside, and smashed heavily on the inside of the lab, smashing the front desk to pieces. This sudden scene startled Li Xiaoxiao and the others to move backward. The dog-head oxer curled up and turned to Li Xiaoxiao, saying in a broken voice, "Outside. Outside. There is a black armor that looks like a cow." Before the words were finished, the dog-headed oxer's body directly burst open and turned into a man with black smoke. Yes, interdictor armor. He drove the black rhino armor to catch up. How did he find this place? Ma Qingshan's legs went weak. He was so scared that he almost fell out of his chair. Now he had been psychologically beaten out by Gu Tian. "Qingshan, don't panic. Where has your former composure gone?" Li Xiaoxiao said angrily to Ma Qingshan. "Mr. Li, what should we do now? I think we might not be his match." Cold Blood pulled on Li Xiaoxiao's corner, also panicking inside. He had also been beaten by the interdictor armor to the point of doubting his life, and after being revived with great difficulty, he didn't want to be beaten up again. He could be cruel to anyone, but not to the criminal sky armor, which was crueler than him. He felt that he didn't even deserve to be called cold-blooded, and that the interdictor armor deserved to be called cold-blooded. "Nina!" Li Xiaoxiao shouted. "In!" Nina straightened her back and stood upright. "You go stop the black rhino armor." "Me?" Nina blinked her dumbfounded eyes, her neck crooked, and pointed a finger at herself. Was she breaking some heavenly rule? Even if she did, she didn't have to punish her like this. The heavenly armor blew up Cold Blood, crippled Little Li Z, and crippled the Grand Young Master, and now I'm being asked to fight him as a novice. Is this appropriate? Nina, I. Don't be like this, okay? I want to live. She has only just become an oxer, and she hasn't even pretended a few pussies yet. Li Xiaoxia dry cough, also feel that this is not appropriate, fooled around and said, "Don't worry, you are a newbie, there is that newbie protection period." Nina covered her face and stopped talking. "Mr. Li, listen to what you're saying is human words? Are you also reading too many novels?" She is now planning to go out later whether to directly give the black rhinoceros armor a knee. Maybe he is soft and can still let himself go. If she couldn't do it, she could be his maid. It should be worth bragging about being able to accept a beautiful Orcus girl as a maid. Li Xiaoxiao pondered for a while. Right now the Tempest Worm Emperor in his body hadn't matured yet, so he wasn't able to make a move. As for Ma Qingshan, it would be even more incapable of doing so. In going it would really be blown up. After thinking for a while, Li Xiaoxiao decided to throw the TS Nano Summoner to Cold Blood. "Cold Blood, you go with Nina, you don't need to beat him. Hold on to me for 10 minutes for me to organize the manpower to move the position." Yes. The two of them went out one after the other, each with their own agenda in mind. Chapter 37 Snatching Back the Nano Summoner. Kill. The two oculators hissed as one wielded a scythe and the other swung an iron rod, simultaneously slamming towards Gu Tian's chest. A loud metallic clash rang out, shaking the air. The scythe snapped into 2 sections, and the iron rod cracked right open. Gu Tian waved his meteor gun and struck at the chest of an occulter, who was hit hard on the spot and fell backward, an explosion occurring shortly after landing. Gu Tian then spun around and stabbed the water armor shield on his left arm into the body of another Orcseer. A boom explosion sounded. The Auxer was directly smashed by the raging water power.
A horse-headed occulter jumped into the air with his sword, trying to sneak attack on Gu Tian's back. Gu Tian quickly reacted and grabbed the blade with his left hand, and with a gentle squeeze, it immediately shattered into countless pieces.
Joke, how dare you play dirty with me?
Then, in the eyes of the horse-headed oxer's incredulous eyes, he first sunk his chest with a punch, followed by a punch that shattered his head. There was another oxer who saw this and tried to escape, but Gu Tian slapped out a palm in the air, instantly slapping him into a froth of flesh and scattering him on the ground, too dead to die. In just 20 seconds or so, counting the dog-headed ocker, 5 kills had been completed.
Who else?
Gu Tian bellowed and fiercely stepped forward. The powerful aura emanating from his armor scared the 3 remaining oculators into retreating, looking at each other in disbelief, not daring to take another step forward.
If you guys don't come, I'm going to go.
Gu Tian stretched out his left hand, and a strong force of water quickly surged out, and the 3 remaining oculators immediately felt an invisible force pinch their necks, rising uncontrollably into the air. They kept struggling, but to no avail. Instead, they were still getting harder and harder to breathe.
Explosion!
With Gu Tian's soft shout, the raging water power immediately squeezed towards them, and the occultists let out agonizing screams.
Boom, 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 boom.
3 explosions rang out one after another, and the oculators' bodies were completely shattered, and in the end, 3 silhouettes fell from the air and smashed onto the ground.
In less than a minute's time, 8 oculators were easily disposed of by Gu Tian. Sure enough, it felt good to be loaded. The power of the black rhinoceros armor was just powerful. If Gu Tian had switched to the interdictor armor to solve these 8 oculators, it would never have been as easy as it was now. Gu Tian thought to himself that his current strength in the black rhino armor should have reached a level where he could seal the 4 ancient exotic beasts. This scene could scare Cold Blood and Nina, who had just left the lab, to the point where their eyelids were wildly jumping. Cold Blood was fine. After all, he was a person who had seen great storms, and quickly calmed down. Nina, on the other hand, was different. After all, she had just become an occulter, and before that, she was still an ordinary person, and it took a while for her to slow down. Gu Tian sensed 2 people walking over, turned his head to stare at Cold Blood and said coldly, "Not bad recovery, alive and kicking again. I remembered that I just blew you up a few days ago. I didn't expect you to recover today." Cold Blood subconsciously took 2 steps back when he heard Gu Tian's words filled with a murderous aura, but when he touched the tsunami's nano, he immediately gained a few more points of strength. Cold Blood let out a deep breath, feeling that the tsunami's nano armor he summoned shouldn't be weaker than the black rhino armor. Taking a step back, even if it still wasn't a match for him, running shouldn't be much of a problem. The legs were long on himself anyway. But accidents often came so quickly, and after waiting for a while, Cold Blood would be miserable and realize that he couldn't run away at all. Cold Blood placed the tsunami summoner on his waist and inserted the energy key on it. Tsunami of tsunami, drowning the power of the giant tsunami, combine.
Soon, a light blue light flashed as Cold Blood successfully summoned the tsunami of tsunami. What a powerful force! Cold Blood exclaimed, feeling the surging power within his body. His confidence instantly increased. This power was even more powerful than when he was in Orcus.
Maelstrom whistling sword.
Cold Blood was untutored, and based on the properties of the armor itself, he immediately summoned the weapon of the tsunami's nano. Gu Tian wasn't very surprised when he saw this scene. After all, Cold Blood's own strength wasn't bad. If he were to fight alone, there would definitely be no more than 5 people in the Armor League who could beat him. The reason why Cold Blood was a dish in front of Gu Tian and was beaten up without moving was not because he was too weak, but because the black rhino armor that Gu Tian had summoned was too strong, and had basically reached the apex of the black rhino armor's strength.
Stab!
Cold Blood wrapped in blue light stabbed through at Gu Tian, leaving a faint white trail all through the air. Just as the swirling whistling sword was still an inch away from Gu Tian's neck, Gu Tian reached out his hand and grabbed it steadily, and no matter how much force Cold Blood exerted, the swirling whistling sword didn't move at all.
Gu Tian kicked Cold Blood in the chest, sending him flying.
The powerful force impacted on Cold Blood's main body through his armor, almost causing him to lose his grip, and the armor almost disintegrated.
Damn it, why is the gap still so big even though mine has gotten stronger?
Cold Blood was very unconvinced, but there was nothing he could do. He looked at the indifferent Nina on the side and said in annoyance, "Don't come together," Mr. Lee explained, "but we have to stall him for 10 minutes.
Alas!
Nina sighed softly. She really didn't want to make a move, but it was not up to her now.
Fight, if you can't, then run away.
Nina made up her mind. Her jade arm gently waved, a layer of black mist immediately filled around her body, and within the black mist, a red python loomed. When the black mist dissipated, Nina transformed into a Medusa biker, her black hair transformed into a writhing spirit snake, her red pupils revealed ferocious killing intent, and her face was covered with bizarre lines.
Ghost Snake Demon Staff.
Nina's hoarse voice rang out, and a wand with spirit snakes twisting around it appeared in her hand, revealing a bizarre aura.
Together! Cold Blood made a jump and attacked Gu Tian.
Nina also followed closely behind, holding the ghost snake demon wand and chanting under her breath. The spirit snake on the demon wand suddenly detached itself from the wand and transformed into a red shadow of light, pouncing towards Gu Tian's in an attempt to entwine him. "There's no time to play with you guys, I still have business to attend to." Gu Tian naturally knew that they were here to stall for time, so he decided to settle the fight quickly. The meteor gun in Gu Tian's hand was like a dragon coming out of the sea, striking at the swirling tsunami sword that Cold Blood had slashed at him. With a loud bang that resounded through the surroundings like a bell, Cold Blood's entire body was numbed by the shock and flew backwards, and the maelstrom sword in his hand was also dislodged from his hand. Almost at the same time, the red spirit snake-like shadow had already arrived in front of Gu Tian. Gu Tian didn't even look at it, his left hand swiftly shot out and grabbed the 7 inches of the spirit snake, which desperately twisted and struggled, trying to break free from Gu Tian's palm, but to no avail. With a click, the snake was crushed and turned into a cloud of red smoke that dissipated into the air. Nina was shocked, and was about to take precautions when Gu Tian arrived in front of her and punched her directly in the small of her back. Nina's organs were shattered by the blow, receiving her first serious injury in her life, and her entire body fell to the ground, already at the end of her strength. He's too strong, no wonder he was able to cripple the eldest young master. Nina looked up at Gu Tian with difficulty, feeling that he was like a huge mountain pressing down on her. Taking advantage of this moment, Cold Blood had already secretly built up his power for his big move, and a blue ball of water slammed towards Gu Tian. Whirlwind charge palm. Cold Blood shouted. Without the slightest fear, Gu Tian injected his power into the meteor gun and rose to the challenge, smashing the blue water ball in Cold Blood's eye-rolling eyes. Looking at the meteor gun that was getting closer and closer, it was too late for Cold Blood to escape. He closed his eyes and suddenly felt the hopelessness of life, the misery of life. It's going to explode again. This is the second time that he has burst. Sometimes I kinda wanna call the police. Rumble, 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 rumble. With this strike, Gu Tian not only disintegrated Cold Blood's armor, but also incidentally blew up his oxymoron state. Cold Blood reverted back to his human state and fell out of the air. Black smoke once again filled his body, and the electricity once again rattled him. Gu Tian glanced at Cold Blood and reached out to catch the falling tsunami Ziz nano summoner, dropping it into the system space. Chapter 38, Fighting with the God of Orcus. Seeing that Cold Blood had been blown up, Nina panicked and tried to get up to run away, but the slightest movement caused a sharp pain sensation to come from the small of her back, causing her to convulse in pain. Gu Tian walked to Nina and without mercy, stomped on her chest. The force of this kick was so great that Nina's upper body, which had managed to straighten up with great difficulty, was instantly stomped back onto the ground. I see you're a girl, you can choose a way to die, whether you're trampled to death by me, or beaten to death by me, or dropped to death by me, or you die on your own. Gu Tian's cold and ruthless voice rang out. Nina didn't expect this man to be so cruel, not knowing how to be gentle with girls at all. By the way, I'm in the Oxer state now, it's ugly, it's understandable to be so cruel to me, I have to change my form. Nina lifted her Oxer state, revealing a churlish face with a marvelous figure on display. Brother Armor, please don't kill me, I don't want to become an Oxer, this is all because they forced me. As long as you don't kill me, I can be your lover or maid. Nina delicately begged, revealing a pitiful, chaste expression. As she said that, she even tried to go and hug Gu Tian's feet to rub them together, but she was kicked by Gu Tian and flew a dozen meters away, directly spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Gu Tian felt disgusted. In his life, he should only care about 2 women, one was his wife, and Shang Ro, and the other was his sister-in-law, and Xiao Bai. If there was a daughter in the future, another story. Nina was dumbfounded by this kick, and her brain couldn't react in half a day. No, why doesn't he follow the rules? To such a big beauty like me, how did he lay his hands on me? Is he not a normal man? Gu Tian walked to Nina's side, grabbed her by the neck and lifted her off the ground, and said without a trace of anger, "Come on, show yourself to me so I can blow you up." Nina. Speak so directly? Nina wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said stiffly, "I'm not." Gu Tian didn't bother to talk to her, women like this didn't deserve to hear it. Gu Tian punched her in the small of the back again, knocking Nina into doubt, her great aunt nearly coming out. Immediately show yourself to me, I don't have so much time to play with you, and I can't wait until you're doing something wrong to come and blow you up. Show yourself to me quickly. Don't think that just because you're a woman I won't dare to beat you up. With Gu Tian's double education both physically and mentally, Nina couldn't hold on any longer, her eyes were scarlet as she yelled, "Old me will fight you." Nina once again transformed into Oxer and punched Gu Tian's chest as hard as she could, then added a kick, which barely knocked Gu Tian back a step. Gu Tian felt a sense of relief, finally showing up after almost a minute of fighting. Know how he spent this minute. It was simply too painful. Gu Tian delivered a flying kick directly at Nina's chest, kicking her into the air, followed by Gu Tian also rising up into the air and kicking her from the top to the bottom. Boom! Explosions rang out. It didn't take long for an explosion-headed woman covered in black smoke to appear on the ground. Gu Tian carried his meteor gun and walked towards the interior of the oxygen base without looking back. Real men never look back at explosions. At this moment, inside the Accursor base, Li Xiaoxiao and Ma Qingshan were directing the staff, hurriedly loading bottles of green gas into the car. Damn, hurry up, faster, didn't you have lunch? Li Xiaoxiao anxiously urged.
Suddenly, a teasing male voice rang out. What, so anxious to go to the Western Heaven? Greet Buddha for me when you go later. Gu Tian piloted the black rhinoceros armor to the opposite side of Ma Qingshan and Li Xiaoxiao. In the black rhino armor's analysis, Gu Tian knew that those bottles and cans were filled with the morning storm virus. If one were to take a puff, it would definitely be a great tonic. Gu Tian's line of sight skipped over Ma Qingshan and looked straight at Li Xiaoxiao. Gu Tian could clearly sense the early warning coming from the black rhino armor, which was something that would only occur when encountering a powerful enemy. However, Gu Tian wasn't afraid. Instead, his blood was still boiling. Being able to fight against powerful enemies was the only way to find one's own shortcomings. The opponents that had appeared in the past few days were so noobish that Gu Tian didn't even need to use moves, using the most basic of fights to gain victory. Li Xiaoxiao's face was a bit ugly. The fact that the black rhinoceros armor had come and proved that those two men of his had failed. Wastes, all ing are wastes, success is not a failure. Two people even hand surprisingly black rhinoceros armor 10 minutes can't block, waste of my hard work developed ship. If it is not that the two wastes are not beside him, Li Xiaoqian high and low will reward them with a few slaps. Li Xiaoqian tried hard to restrain his emotions, smiled and said to Gu Tian, dear friend, I am Li Xiaoqian, we are all in the Jianghu, be merciful today, we will meet tomorrow. I'll offer 1 billion dragon country dollars, can I ask your excellency to be generous? After all, anything that money can solve is not a matter in the Dragon Kingdom. Li Xiaoxiao? I see, Gu Tian finally understood where the warning of the black rhino armor came from. In the original story, Li Xiaoxiao was the carrier of the tyrannical bug emperor, and his strength could not be underestimated. However, according to the time projection, this tyrannical chopper worm emperor should not have matured yet. He had offended him anyway, so if he got rid of it now, he should be able to get into a lot less trouble in the future. Gu Tian shook his head and said with some arrogance, I'm here today with only one purpose, and that's to blow your excellencies away. Li Xiaoxiao knew that this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully today, and a shade was revealed in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, kid, don't think that just because you have a few sets of armor, you can be arrogant. There are times when you should keep a low profile. If you back off now, I'll treat it as if nothing has happened. Don't do it out of respect. Gu Tian laughed lightly, interesting, soft and hard right, but unfortunately he doesn't eat this set. Gu Tian didn't want to continue chatting with this kind of person. His body flashed and came next to the truck, wanting to completely eliminate the death riot virus. Ma Qingshan immediately transformed into an occulter and blocked in front of Gu Tian, trying to stop it but was slapped by Gu Tian and sent flying by a few hundred. Damn it! How dare you! Li Xiaoxian was shaking with anger at this operation by Gu Tian. This truck was filled with his heart and soul. If this was destroyed, he would absolutely go mad. Li Xiaoxiao forcefully activated the tyrannical bug emperor in his body, and an intense black mist filled out. Soon, a tall and grotesque oxygenator with grayish-black skin covered in spikes, scorpion-like pincers and a curved poisonous tail, and scarlet glowing eyes appeared. Li Xiaoxiao let out a roar and crossed the space, arriving next to the truck and punching Gu Tian directly on his chest. Gu Tian didn't expect Li Xiaoqian's speed to be so fast, and was caught off guard by this punch, being knocked out of the lab and crashing through several large mountains before coming to a stop. Damn it! Li Xiaoxiao looked at the morning riot virus that had already been destroyed 1-3, and waved his arms in anger. Mr. Li, you are also an occultist. Ma Qingshan covered his chest and looked at Li Xiaoqian, his face full of incredulity. He had thought that Li Xiaoqian was merely an avid enthusiast who was passionate about oculators research, but he didn't realize that he himself was an oculator. Moreover, it was still the powerful kind. What, do you have a problem with me being an occulter as well? Li Xiaoxiao stared at Ma Qingshan with bloodthirsty eyes. No, Mr. Li. Good, now I'm ordering you to take the death riot virus and leave this place. I'm going to break the armor. Li Xiaoxia left the lab with a leap of his legs and chased after Gu Tian in the direction he flew out backwards. Chapter 39 Great Moves Competition. What a powerful attack, worthy of being the god of oxymoron. It almost broke the defense of the black rhino armor. Gu Tian straightened his somewhat stuffy chest. Li Xiaoxiao's punch made him feel pain that he hadn't felt in a long time. Kid, originally I didn't want to make an enemy of you, but now this is something you asked for. Li Xiaoqian caught up with Gu Tian and directly launched an attack. The Tempest Insect Emperor in his body had not matured yet and could not withstand a protracted battle. A huge purple-black sharp claw stretched out from Li Xiaoxiao's hand, wrapped in the force of 1,000 pounds, and grabbed fiercely towards Gu Tian. Gu Tian reacted extremely quickly, mobilizing his black rhino armor and flickered sideways. The claw scratched against the armor, emitting a sharp and ear-piercing friction sound. With the strength of his sidestep, Gu Tian heaved the water armor shield on his left arm at Li Xiaoxiao's face door, and followed it up with a knee to the small of his back. Bang! A dull crash sounded. Gu Tian's strike was full of power. Li Xiaoxiao received a heavy blow, but didn't retreat. Instead, his arm slightly retracted and condensed a ball of purple-black energy, releasing it against Gu Tian's face. Gu Tian didn't dare to be careless and quickly raised his meteor gun to defend himself.
The ball of energy impacted on the meteor gun, instantly erupting with intense light and impact, leveling hundreds of miles in a circle. Even Gu Tian retreated back dozens of meters, shaken to the point where his tiger's mouth crumbled and his breath was unsteady. Li Xiaoxiao was also not feeling well, his 7 orifices began to bleed, and there was also a violent burning sensation in his belly. In this round of exchanges, both sides went all out, and no one was able to take advantage. Worthy of being the biggest villain boss in Armor 3, the Tempest Bug Emperor in his body hasn't even matured yet, and he can already spar with the Black Rhinoceros armor. He must be resolved as soon as possible.
Normal moves won't work, so let's try a big move.
Gu Tian waved his meteor gun, and with a thought, pure water power actively emerged from the summoner, forming a green light patch in front of him with a large Za character on it.
Mad Waterfall Za.
Gu Tian flicked the tip of the gun to the light shadow sticker, and berserk energy immediately surged into the meteor gun, and with Gu Tian's action, the wind and clouds changed drastically, and the earth cracked apart, forming a hideous gully.
Good timing.
Li Xiaoxian shouted as he raised his spiky hand above his head. Tyrannical energy converged in his hand, and a black ball of light that emitted a strong evil aura appeared in his palm amidst his shrill roar.
Li Xiaoxiao roared angrily and threw the black ball of light in his hand.
At the same time, Gu Tian also struck out the strong green spiral energy. As the two forces collided, an earth-shattering explosion rang out like a small sun exploding, illuminating the originally dark sky and earth as if it was daytime. The terrifying shockwave shattered the void with a devastating force, sweeping in all directions. The ancient trees at the edge of the imperial capital were directly broken into pieces, and the mountains and rivers were destroyed in the blink of an eye. The aftermath continued, rushing towards the center of the imperial capital at an extremely fast speed. Imperial capital, the highest level of the Armor Alliance. In a conference room, besides in Shangru, there were 3 other figures. One was Kerberin, who had developed the 4-element armor, another was Dr. Garu, Zhen Mei's brother, and the last one was the Armor Alliance's director, and Tian. And Changro sat on a chair, playing with the flying shadow armor summoner in his hand, and said with a pale expression, "If you guys are here about Miao Bei's matter, then I have no comment. I'm following the rules of the Armor Alliance in this matter. It's him who didn't follow the rules, he definitely needs to be punished. I can still arrange a hospital for him to treat his injuries, it's already merciful." Kebolong was wearing white overalls. As he heard in Chang Ro's words, he smiled and said, "It's not this matter, we also know the cause and effect of Miao Bei's matter, so we strongly agree with your decision."
Since it's not this matter, then why did you call me over?
Dr. Garu, who was sitting on the side, pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said with a serious face, "Because I discovered a secret piece of the ultimate armor, the Emperor's armor, in the canonical books." And Chang Ro heard a shock in her heart and put down the summoner in her hand. Her heartbeat slightly accelerated by a few points as she asked, "What secret is it?" The Emperor's armor was the ultimate weapon of the Ming realm, the legendary armor, and any piece of news about this armor would set off an uproar in the Armor Union. Dr. Garu flipped open an ancient book and said with a serious expression, "We used to think that there was only one set of Emperor armor, which was wrong. There are 2 sets of Emperor armors, the Light Emperor armor and the Dark Emperor armor. How is this possible?" And Chang Ro felt incredulous. This was definitely an explosive piece of information. And Tian, who was sitting at the top, also spoke up, saying with some concern, "The most crucial thing is that we don't even know how the Dark Emperor armor should be summoned and how strong it is. If we let the enemy summon it first, the consequences would be unimaginable." And Chang Ro scratched her hair and contemplated for a moment with a grave expression. A moment later she said, "This matter is indeed very important, but don't be too alarmed. The Light Emperor armor is very difficult to summon, so I'm sure the Dark Emperor armor isn't that bad either. I think that the Armor Alliance's development task after this is not only to fight against various monsters, but also to send some people handheld forward to look for people with the 5-elemental bloodline, so that they won't be found by the dark forces." Hearing this, the other 3 raised their hands in agreement, thinking that Changlio's idea was good. They were just about to end the meeting when suddenly, a strong shockwave mixed with gusts of wind came roaring in, knocking the entire Armored Alliance to the left and right, with countless staff members falling to the ground. Before they could catch their breath, a strong tremor no less than a magnitude 8 earthquake came from the ground, and wide crack after wide crack appeared on the sturdy walls of the Armor Union.
"Oh no, the Armor Union might collapse, everyone, step in." Nan Xin, who was the vice captain, hurriedly shouted. "Yes." 6 voices responded in unison. "Inferno Dragon armor, merge. Wind Eagle armor, merge. Snow Mastiff armor, merge. Earth Tiger armor, merge. Flame of Nava, merge. Krag's Kurivu, merge. True armor, merge." The armors acted quickly, and with their great power they soon stabilized the shaky Armor Alliance. The armors looked at each other, puzzled by the sudden accident. "What's going on? What a powerful force, I thought it was an enemy attack." Sujito said and even scratched his nose with his right thumb.
"Did you guys feel it? This shockwave is filled with the power of the Black Rhino armor and an extremely powerful evil force."
Nan Yan analyzed it and spoke. "It's in the northeast of the imperial capital."
And Shangru said, instantly transforming into the flying shadow armor and leaping down from the tall building.
True armor, craggy cool Lei Fu stay at the headquarters, everyone else go with me to check it out. Yes, Captain. One more chapter tomorrow at 5 p.m. Chapter 40 The Miserable Wind Eagle Armor. Edge of the Imperial Capital. The original mountainous and beautiful environment had already turned into a ruin, and within 10 years there would be not an inch of grass here. Damn, after releasing a big move he still wasn't able to kill him. Is his skin that thick? Gu Tian supported his body with his meteor gun and stood up from the ground trembling. Gu Tian was at the center of the battlefield, and the energy released from the two big moves just now almost caused the black rhino armor to disintegrate directly. Li Xiaoxiao was half kneeling on the ground, also in a sorry state, spitting out several mouthfuls of black blood. Countless bloody holes appeared on his body, and he was also struck by the energy released from the moves. His entire breath was low and his vitality was greatly injured. Damn it, out of the blue. Li Xiaoxiao roared angrily as he slammed his fist hard into the ground. Such an outcome infuriated him that his eyes turned scarlet. He forced his spirit, frantically mobilizing the power of the Tempest Insect Emperor in his body, and an evil black mist filled his body again. No matter what, he must kill the black rhinoceros armor. He was the god of occult, a god, and would not allow failure. When Gu Tian saw Li Xiaoxiao's appearance, he didn't avoid the front line for a while. Instead, he pulled out the experience card rewarded by the system. He still didn't believe it. He still couldn't kill the god of Oxyreno armor with 20 times the battle power. Just as Gu Tian was about to crush the experience card, 6 bright and colorful rays of light came whistling from the distant sky, cutting through the sky. The Wind Eagle armor was a wind attribute armor that was considerably faster than the other armors and took the lead in arriving at the battlefield. Sujito looked at the devastated battlefield and sucked in a breath of cool air. What a powerful destructive force, no wonder there was such a large shockwave. However, when he noticed the god of Orcus who was bubbling blood all over his body, a hint of delight passed through his eyes. Fantastic, this is a great opportunity. That Orcus seems to have been severely injured by the black rhino armor. If I seal him now, let's see who dares to laugh at me in the armor alliance in the future. With a burst of excitement within his heart, Sujito immediately summoned the Wind Eagle sword and rushed towards the god of the oculators. Ever since the Wind Eagle armor was defeated by the evil wolf beast, Sujito had not been ridiculed by the other summoners, and now he wanted to prove his strength to the crowd. Wind Eagle armor, come back quickly, don't be impulsive. And Chang Ro also reached the battlefield. She saw Wind Eagle armor charging up alone and hurriedly shouted. As the strongest person in the team, and Chang Ro could clearly observe that this oxymoron was definitely not simple. However, Sujito turned a deaf ear, his eyes full of desire for victory. Piercing wind stab. Sugidong shouted, blue light blossomed on the Wind Eagle sword, and countless sword Dao shadows converged around the Wind Eagle sword, wrapped in a blistering sword momentum and stabbed towards the god of Occult. When Li Xiaoxiao saw this scene, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Truly unaware of death, an unknown little person dared to strike at himself. It wasn't true that he was severely injured, and it wasn't true that he belonged to the bloodied state, but it wasn't like he was some cat or dog that could be bullied. Li Xiaoxiao disappeared in an instant, easily dodging the Wind Eagle armor's big move. How is this possible? How could this happen? Sujito's eyes widened as his big move was empty again. He didn't even know how many times this was his big empty move. Why did he always empty his big move every time he released it? More critically, how was this Orcseer so fast that he could only see some blurry remnants? Before he could regain his senses, an extremely strong sense of crisis appeared from behind him, and just as Sujito turned around, a thick and incomparable tail slapped him hard on top of his chest. Boom! There was a loud bang. Uncountable sparks shot out like fireworks, showering the ground in large swathes. Sujito was viciously slapped out by this blow and landed heavily on the ground, letting out a muffled grunt of pain. The Soaring Eagle armor was not a defensive armor in the first place, and after receiving such a heavy blow, he fell to the ground on the spot, and the armor directly underwent disintegration. Isn't he injured? How is it still this strong? One move can beat me until I disintegrate. Sujito curled up on the ground. What the hell is going on here? Gu Tian, who was standing in the distance, shook his head straight as he watched the Wind Eagle armor's operation. This was too hot. This was simply off the charts. How could there be such a vegetable summoner? According to its design, the Wind Eagle armor was the fastest armor in the Ming realm, and its agility was also the strongest, but now it was easily crushed by the god of oxygen in terms of speed. Not to mention more, Gu Tian piloting the bulky black rhinoceros armor was quite a bit faster than him in terms of speed. The most important point was that Li Xiaoxiao wasn't in his peak state yet. If he was, it was estimated that the Wind Eagle armor wouldn't even be able to see his residual shadow. Gu Tian put the experience card back. This was his biggest card, he wouldn't use it until he had to. Then he pondered over it for a bit and turned around to Chang Ro's side. Flying shadow armor, goodbye. And Chang Ro stared at the Gu Tian armor for a while before saying, I didn't expect Senior to be so powerful in his black rhino armor, with battle fluctuations stretching for tens of thousands of miles. Senior's strength, it's progressing too fast. Gu Tian laughed. There was no way he could tell his own wife that he had opened up. He pointed a finger at Li Xiaoxiao and said, "This oxer in front of me is one of the big bosses that hasn't matured yet. Even if I go all out, I can only fight him to a draw and can't destroy him. I'm sure you can see that having suffered severe injuries, he still has extraordinary battle power." "Then what do you want to do?" And Chang Ro asked rhetorically. Gu Tian smiled faintly. "That's why we need a righteous siege." And Chang Ro's eyes lit up in recognition, saying, "Good idea." Li Xiaoxiao walked towards Sugidong step by step, intending to completely kill this bug that had offended him. "Sugidong, don't be afraid, I'm coming to save you." The Inferno Dragon armor quickly stepped out and blocked in front of the god of Orcus, delivering a set of imposing chain slashes to his chest. A large amount of sparks flashed, emitting a scorching aura. Li Xiaoxiao was sent flying several meters away, covering his chest with a very ugly face. He could feel a pure and fiery power surging into his body through his wounds, destroying his body. "No, I have to leave, the battle situation is very unfavorable to me, wait until there's a next time to come back and burst the black rhinoceros armor." Saying that, Li Xiaoxiao glanced towards Gu Tian's direction, wanting to leave a few harsh words, but realized that he had long disappeared. A bad premonition flooded his heart. "Where is the black rhino armored man?" "Behind you." Gu Tian's voice rang out. Li Xiaoxiao quickly turned around, only to discover an unimaginable problem. While he was fighting with the Inferno Dragon armor, the other 5 sets of armor had already appeared around him and surrounded him, completely blocking his escape route. "What do you guys want to do?" "What for? Isn't it obvious? To give you a little righteous siege," Gu Tian said as he carried his meteor gun. For a moment, Li Xiaoqian felt his scalp numb. If he was in a full-blooded state, he was naturally not afraid of a group beating, but he was now in a residual blood. Li Xiaoxiao constantly looked around and said with some panic, "Aren't you guys mouthing off about heroes? How come 6 of you are beating one of me? If you're capable, we'll fight one-on-one." Duan Mu Yan grinned excitedly, waved the molten lin blade on his hand and said with a smile, "Heroes? Sorry, we only look at results." "Li Xiaoxiao? Yes, taking out 1 counts as 1, taking out 2 counts as a pair." Jasher craned his neck and fiddled with the shocking thunder stick in his hand. "Bind your hands and immediately accept the seal of the Earth Land Tiger armor," Zhong Kuan said arrogantly, pointing at his Qian Kuan belt in the process. "Let's do it, let's fight quickly so that we don't have to dream too much at night." And Chang Ro summoned the blast shadow blade and directly slashed up. "Brothers, can we have some power for love? I'm lacking love lately." Chapter 41 The Righteous Siege Gains Victory. Tear. The blast shadow blade slashed on Li Xiaoxiao's chest. Li Xiaoxiao staggered back a few steps, his chest rubbed out a large amount of sparks, and his ribs were cut off several times. The snow mastiff armor saw Li Xiaoqian retreating in his direction, revealing a hint of excitement, holding the shocking thunder stick in his hand and smashing it hard against Li Xiaoqian's back. With each smash, a terrifying sonic boom was emitted. "Your mom, not speaking martial virtues, sneak attacking from behind." Li Xiaoxiao roared angrily and punched the snow mastiff armor back. The snow mastiff armor was originally a power armor, and its power was so strong that it almost knocked Li Xiaoxiao into a herniated disc. "I'll do it!" The Earth Tiger armor shouted. He quickly summoned the earth-splitting claw. His legs violently stomped on the ground and directly jumped up to 3 meters high, using his sharp claws to aim at Li Xiaoqian's head. Li Xiaoxiao was on fire. These armors were simply annoying bugs. He took to the air and kicked the Earth Tiger armor above his head, and as soon as he landed on the ground, Li Xiaoxiao saw Duan Mu Yan, who was close at hand. Li Xiaoqian wanted to retreat backward, but Duan Mu Yan's speed was even faster. Molten Flame Demon split. Duan Mu Yan jumped into mid-air, the blazing red light of the molten lin blade flourished, an incomparable large blade shadow reflected out. The light was so strong that it actually illuminated the entire sky. Duan Mu Yan controlled the melting lin blade and slashed fiercely towards Li Xiaoxiao below. "I top." Li Xiaoxiao couldn't retreat. A scream erupted from his mouth as he gathered the power of the exploding chopper insect emperor in his hands. A black defense shield appeared and clashed with the melting lin blade. Shocking explosions rang out, and for a moment, flying sand and dust filled the sky. Li Xiaoqian's black defense shield shattered, his body's injuries further aggravated, and his body began to sway drastically. Gu Tian saw that Li Xiaoxiao could not hold on any longer and prepared to unleash the Mad Waterfall Za to completely end him. Mad Waterfall Za. Berserk water power once again gathered above the meteor gun, radiating a frightening power. "Everyone summon a great move and go together, we must completely destroy them." And Chang Ro watched as the black rhino armor was unleashing its great moves, and also gave the command to the other armors. Good. The Earth Tiger, Snow Mastiff, and Inferno Dragon armor summoners pulled out their own native weapons and turned the left side of their Qian Kuan pouches, summoning their light shadow essential kill posts. Duan Mu Yan also transformed the molten lin blade in her hand into a Qilin molten axe. And Chang Ro took out the card from the card box and inserted it into the summoner, and the blast shadow gun instantly appeared in her hand. Cracking earth slash. Shocking thunder slash. Demon ceiling slash. Flying shadow blaster arrow. Qilin scorched demon slash. Even Sujito, who was lying on the ground dying, climbed up, clenched his teeth, and forcibly summoned the wind eagle armor to unleash a great move. Piercing wind stab.
7 different energies carried out heaven and earth, and even before it was struck, it had already unleashed an endless amount of might, and the wind and clouds changed drastically. Li Xiaoxiao's face became very ugly, wanting to dodge the strike, but to his horror, he realized that his breath had been locked, and he couldn't move his legs, so he could only watch as they unleashed their great move.
I am the god of Orcus, the god of Orcus, there is no way I can be defeated. Never!
Li Xiaoxiao cried out in despair, trying his best to gather a black defense shield once again. Unfortunately, it was useless, as the 7 pillars of light crashed over from all sides, and the black defense shield completely shattered in the blink of an eye. The 7 pillars of light were unstoppable as they crashed into Li Xiaoxiao's main body.
Aha!
Li Xiaoxiao let out constant screams of misery. The energy of the armor crazily destroyed his body, wearing down the tyrannical bug emperor in his body little by little. Subsequently, Li Xiaoxiao's body let out a violent explosion as flames shot into the sky and the earth shook violently. This scene can put aside the Wind Eagle armor happy bad, this time the big move, finally.
Not empty. A minute later.
The energy of the explosion disappeared, leaving a huge pit in the center. In the pit, Li Xiaoxiao had already been knocked back to his human form, like a dead dog, his body constantly twitching, and black smoke was still coming out. Gu Tian walked to the edge of the pit and sighed in relief when he saw Li Xiaoqian in this state.
Finally, he had broken him. An ultimate big boss like this had to be eliminated while he was weak.
To be honest, if it wasn't for that ungrateful little Li who had injured his sister-in-law, otherwise Gu Tian wouldn't have gone through all the trouble of killing Auxer's lair.
Gu Tian took the meteor gun back into his summoner and stepped into the void and disappeared.
The black rhino armor had already been summoned for too long, and his body could no longer carry it somewhat. Since the god of Orcus had already been resolved, Gu Tian had no reason to stay here. What's more, he could vaguely sense that certain people in the Armor Alliance did not welcome him, although Gu Tian did not care about that. As expected, when Zhao Shi saw the back of the black rhinoceros armor leaving, his eyes flickered a few times, and he said to Wen Changro with some urgency, "Captain, he's got 2 sets of armor now, the black rhinoceros armor and the interdictive armor. Let's take advantage of the large number of people and take on him now." The rest of the words Zhao Shi didn't make it clear, but made a neck-wiping motion, revealing a hint of ferocity. The people present were all smart people. As Zhao Shi said these words, the crowd that originally had a fairly good atmosphere instantly quieted down. Everyone's gazes subconsciously focused on Wen Changro and began to become subtle. Obviously, some people felt that this proposal was good and had already begun to have their hearts moved. The black rhinoceros armor had only just gone through a great battle and had definitely suffered some injuries. His strength was definitely not at its peak. To strike at him now was the best time in terms of reason.
There will be another chapter at around 9 o'clock this evening. Chapter 42, Rob if you have the ability. Chiefan, although Zhao Shi's argument is a bit radical, the intention is good. He now has 2 sets of armor. He can only use 1 set when dealing with the enemy. Won't the remaining set be wasted?
Sujito clasped his hands on his chest, agreeing with Zhao Shi's words. In fact, Sujito saying this was also mixed with some personal grudges. When he was dealing with the god of oxygen and being violently beaten, the black rhino armor clearly had the ability to help himself, but he stood on the sidelines and watching as he was beaten by Oxygen's tail until he disintegrated. Sujito admitted that he was indeed paranoid at the time, going in without figuring out the strength of his enemy, but as a fellow armored warrior, the black rhino armor stood by and watched with cold eyes, so how could he be so apathetic? Taking a step back, wasn't he at fault at all? Not even informing a bit that the enemy was strong. Maybe the black rhino armor was deliberately trying to make a fool of himself. Then, Sugidong thought again and added, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not envious and jealous of him having 2 sets of armor. I'm just thinking for everyone's sake, for the sake of us as a team, if the 2 sets of armor were all controlled in our hands, the strength would definitely be boosted by a large margin." Yes, Captain, one of the 5 elements of power is indispensable. We must get the black rhino armor back, even if the means is not too bright. Besides, it's too wasteful to put 2 sets of armor on one person. Zhong Kuan also added from the sidelines. He was also dissatisfied with the black rhino armor's style of acting. As the summoner of the 2 sets of armor, he was alone, without any spirit of unity. Duan Mu Yan listened to their words and silently pulled out the summoner's energy key, disarming the flame Nava form. He glanced at Sugidong, Zhao Shi, and Kuan Zhong, his tone rather cold. "All playing moral kidnapping, huh? Following anyone wouldn't be the same? Since you guys are talking about grabbing the summoner, go ahead and grab it. Why don't you guys go? If you have the ability, not to mention 2 sets of armor, even if you wear 100 sets, I won't envy you. If you don't have the ability, just shut up and don't make things difficult for Captainin. If you're jealous, just say so. Why do you have to say all these grandiose words to beat around the bush? Forget it, I'm too lazy to reason with you guys, you don't deserve to hear it." After Duan Mu Yan finished speaking, she summoned the pack-apprehended multi-armor and left the place, intending to go and find a few oculators to go and practice and enhance their strength, in order to shorten the gap between the black rhino armor and the black rhino armor. The 3 were taught such an unforgiving lesson by Duan Mu Yan, and their faces turned green and white. However, they didn't dare to squeak out, as the 3 of them were no match for Duan Mu Yan when they joined forces. The title of Auxer Killing Machine wasn't called for nothing, it was the real deal. Yen Long Armor Summoner Nan Xian also stood out and voiced out, I also disagree with robbing someone else's armor summoner. In case of failure, not only will we not be able to reap the benefits, but we will also come up with one more enemy, it's not worth the loss. There were 2 vice captains who had spoken, and this matter was finalized. Let's go back to the Armor Alliance. In addition, my suggestion is also not to grab the summoner, it's better to focus on pulling the strings. And Chang Ro put down these words and turned into a stream of light flying towards the Armor Alliance. And Chang Ro wasn't worried at all about these 3 people going after the Black Rhinoceros armor because they were self-aware and weren't brainless like Xiao Bai. She still had to go and take care of some things, and when she had taken care of those things, she could go back to Hai Chang to accompany her own husband. When she returns to her husband's side, she must give herself a big make-up. After leaving her husband's side for so long, and Chang Ro already felt thirsty. Half an hour after all the armor left, Li Xiaoxiao's tattered body suddenly began to move. Wisps of black qi reappeared on his body, and violently, Li Xiaoqian opened his eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Accompanied by a burst of violent coughing, Li Xiaoxiao stood up again. So close, almost really died. Li Xiaoxiao patted his chest and said with palpitations. The exploding chopper insect emperor in his body could regenerate infinitely as long as 1% remained, and it just so happened that the one that was exterminated by the armored warrior only had 1% left as well. Li Xiaoxiao tiptoed away from the battlefield, intending to find a place to have a good time. Black Rhino armor, wait for me. When the Tempest Bug Emperor in my body matures completely, you'll be the first one I'll exterminate. Gu Tian quietly returned to the hospital and sighed softly when he realized that no one had taken a shot at him along the way. After all, who would want to not have a free takeout? Sigh, it looks like those guys were pretty smart too, not impulsive like Xiao Bai. He took out his nano summoner and headed towards Xiao Bai's hospital room. Gu Tian wouldn't rob his own sister-in-law, he wasn't shameless to that extent. What's more, a summoner was a second life for every summoner, so Gu Tian wouldn't rob anyone else's summoner until he had to. The Znami summoner sensed Gu Tian's desire to give it away and erupted with an intense blue light in protest. Gu Tian quietly tapped the summoner twice, and it quickly became honest. Is Kerberin that powerful? Making the nano summoner as mischievous and childlike as his own sister-in-law. At the very top of the hospital, in the super VIP ward. And Xiao Bai was lying quietly on the bed alone, covering her reddish little face with a pillow. She had just heard the nurse sister say that it was the Black Rhino armor that sent her inside the hospital. And it was in the limelight, with a Princess Carrie. And Xiao Bai was already thin-skinned, and her face reddened on the spot. This is the second time he saved me. And Xiao Bai said daintily, and also broke her jade hand to count in detail. The first time was when he saved her at Little Li Zi's hands, and the second time was still when he saved her inside Little Li Zi's hands. So annoying, they say that the gift of saving one's life can't be repaid, now how am I going to repay him? I wonder how he feels about me. And Xiao Bai thought shyly, her jade feet folded tightly together and her heart thumped indisputably. Awake? Is there any discomfort in your body? A dull and crisp male voice resounded in the empty VIP ward. In the next second, Gu Tian appeared in front of Xiao Bai in his Black Rhino armor. It's the criminal armor summoner, big brother, you're here. And Xiao Bai was so nervous by the sudden appearance of Gu Tian that she couldn't even say a complete sentence, and her face was so red that it was dripping blood. What's going on? Why didn't the nurse sister turn on the air conditioning on such a hot day? Gu Tian looked at his sister-in-law's appearance and was filled with questions. The weather now, is it hot? It could be, after all, the book said that a girl's body was a bit more sensitive than a boy's. Gu Tian manipulated this black rhinoceros armor and struck a force of water inside Xiao Bai's body. Soon, the redness on Xiao Bai's face dissipated quite a bit. Here, you've got to TS Nano Summoner, next time, be more careful, don't let the bad guys take it away from you. Gu Tian said softly and handed the summoner to Xiao Bai's jade hand. This made Xiao Bai almost move to tears, and her heart's favorability towards the criminal sky armor directly soared to 100%. The interdictor armor was truly gracious to himself. Thank you, big brother. And Xiao Bai's face reddened again, lowering her little head glutinous said. Chapter 43 finished, forgot about my brother-in-law. Yo, this little ninny can still say thank you, it's really something to see. When did she become so polite? Gu Tian rubbed his chin, feeling quite new. When she was inside the home, she wasn't like this, crossing her arms and screaming Gu Tian's name in every breath, showing no respect for herself as her brother-in-law. Cough, since you're fine and the summoner has been returned to you, I'll leave first. Once Xiao Bai heard this, she immediately became anxious and directly lifted the covers, leaping down from the bed and pulling Gu Tian's big hand. Brother, don't go yet, I have something I want to ask you, it's very important to me. Gu Tian returned to look at Xiao Bai, pondering what question she wanted to ask, but ended up seeing a scene that made his throat dry up. And Xiao Bai was wearing very little clothes, only a cool halter-tight skirt. That skirt outlined her perfect curves in just the right way, showing off her perfect figure to the fullest. This figure. It is also fantastic, even if it is comparable to his own wife. It had to be said that the genes of his wife's family were just fine, and every girl was a living, breathing, beautiful beauty. Of course, Gu Tian was an honorable man with a unique loyalty to his own wife, not to mention that this person was also his sister-in-law. He merely looked at her a few more times before withdrawing his gaze.
Go ahead, as long as you say it, I will answer truthfully. Gu Tian said with a straight face. You? How do you feel about me?
And Xiao Bai pursed her lips, her jade fingers nervously twisted together, and asked with a shy look.
It feels good. Gu Tian replied succinctly. Feelings, what else could Gu Tian feel? He didn't have any other thoughts about his own sister-in-law, nor did he dare to have any. Although Gu Tian's reply was short, it made Xiao Bai's eyes flash with excitement. Really? If that was the case, it would prove that she had a certain place in her big brother's heart. Gu Tian saw his sister-in-law's excited look and didn't understand why she would ask this question. Still, he reached out and gently touched in Xiao Bai's little head. Yes, in my eyes, you're just a witty and cute little girl.
Once Xiao Bai heard this, her heart burst with joy and she began to enjoy the gentle touch coming from the top of her head with a face.
Wow, is this the feeling of being touched?
She couldn't help but squint her eyes in comfort. Not bad, not too much strength, just right.
His hands, they should have some kind of magic power. It really was so comfortable.
After a few minutes, Gu Tian stopped the movements in his hands as he gently tapped his sister-in-law's forehead.
Gotta work out and improve your fit with the armor. I hope that the next time I see you, you'll already be able to hold your own.
After Gu Tian said this, he leapt down from the high floor of the hospital and left the place. Only after Gu Tian had left it and Xiao Bai returned to her bed with a fondness for it, burrowing back under the covers and burying her head inside the pillow. She gently ruffled the embroidered hair on top of her head, always feeling that her big brother's scent still lingered on it. And Xiao Bai hummed softly on the bed, playing with her little white feet. As she sang, and Xiao Bai frowned, she always felt that there was something she had forgotten. Suddenly, an aura flashed, frightening, and Xiao Bai almost jumped up from the bed. It's over. She remembered all of it. In order to deal with Oxer, after she kicked Gu Tian unconscious, she left him on a hill in the countryside to blow a cool breeze.
Unexpectedly, I actually forgot about this matter. It's been so long, has he woken up yet?
If I let my sister know about this matter, I'm afraid that my little butt will be swollen by her. And Xiao Bai hurriedly left the hospital, summoned the tsunami, and ran furiously at breakneck speed in the direction of the hillside.
Imperial capital, a certain bar. All kinds of clamor continued to ring out, appearing to be bustling with activity.
In a corner, Xiao Bai sat in a wheelchair, listlessly drinking red wine one sip at a time. Ever since he was removed from the Armor Alliance, he often ran here to drink alone.
Next to Xiao Bai, a few young guys were praising the armor warriors profusely. I heard that the Armored Alliance recently put to death a very powerful Orcus, the one that triggered an earthquake in the Imperial capital. This is simply too inspiring. Fantastic, the armor warriors are the heroes of the times, the undefeated heroes. My favorite is the Inferno Dragon armor. I was saved by him last time, and he even told me if my brother was hurt, with this one sentence, I can brag for the rest of my life. But these words praising the armored warrior fell on Xiao Bai's ears, all full of sarcasm. Xiao Bai was originally filled with resentment towards the armor, believing that it was all their fault that he had ended up in the present situation. Coupled with the fact that he had just drank a lot of wine, which paralyzed his nerves, his mood, which had hardly calmed down, was once again enraged. He slammed the wine bottle on the table on the floor, a crisp sound rang out and wine splashed everywhere. He shouted angrily at the young guys, shut up all of them, what's there to talk about those rotten oranges, they're all rotten oranges. This roar from Xiao Bai caused the entire bar to instantly quiet down, and countless scrutinizing gazes fell on top of Xiao Bai. Say one more ing word to me.
A young lad couldn't help himself on the spot, and with a big jump came directly in front of Xiao Bai, grabbing the collar and lifting him up. Xiao Bai was also red-necked and said word for word, I said they're all rotten oranges, the very rotten kind.
Good, you've got some ing backbone.
Amidst the screams of the crowd in the bar, the young lad first cursed, then slapped Xiao Bai hard on top of the left side of his face, followed by a kick to his chest. A loud sound rang out, and Xiao Bai was kicked directly out of the bar with his wheelchair, landing on a ladder and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. New wounds mixed with old wounds made him in pain. The young man also walked out, a mouthful of old spit on the face of Xiao Bai, viciously said, thanks to now is the rule of law society, or you have life in today not life out. After saying that, the young guy walked back to the bar, and by the way, also put the door on, dead shut. Xiao Bai lying on the ground, let out a burst of painful groans, covering the chest half a day before climbing up, back to sit on the wheelchair. Xiao Bai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his resentment towards the armored warrior increased one more time. If he was still a member of the armor union now, who would dare to mess with him? Just as Xiao Bai was planning to go to another bar for a drink, a crisp footstep sounded. The ugly general slowly walked out from the shadows, and behind him, there were two masked men in black. I didn't expect the titular black rhinoceros armor summoner would actually end up looking like this, how pathetic. A bad premonition flooded Miao Bei's heart. His intuition told him that this group of people were definitely not good people.
He said in some panic, "How did you guys know that I'm a black rhino armor summoner?"
The ugly general didn't say anything and waved his hand at the two behind him. The two behind him understood, and regardless, they pushed Miao Bei's wheelchair and left the place in a hurry, no matter how much Miao Bei yelled and screamed to no avail.
Happy Dragon Boat Festival, everyone, must be happy, wish you success in school, work well, earn a lot of money, love you, mwahaha. There will be another chapter tonight at 9 p.m. Chapter 44, Evil Gold Possesses Miao Bei.
Miao Bei watched as the scenery around him quickly disappeared and desperately struggled, only to be knocked out by a punch from Ugly General. Shadow Realm, in the cave. I don't know how long it took for Miao Bei to awaken from his stupor. He opened his eyes and realized that he was lying in the center of a cave. The cave was filled with a dark, damp, and rotten atmosphere, and the surrounding area was even piled with various kinds of debris, with only a few rays of light shining in from the roof of the cave, making Miao Bei feel very depressed. Miao Bei subconsciously stood up and realized that the injuries on his body had already been healed, and his body was filled with strength.
Where is this? Is there anyone?
Miao Bei shouted, his voice hitting the rocky walls and echoing around.
Ha 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 ha, worthy of being the Black Rhino Armor Summoner Miao Bei, I, Evil Gold, have heard a lot about you.
A rough and low voice rang out from behind Miao Bei.
Miao Bei immediately turned around and realized that at some point, 5 strange-looking exotic beasts had appeared behind him.
They stood in a row, exuding an evil aura. Surprisingly, there are alien energy beasts. You are the ones who kidnapped me, things that don't know how to die, except my seal.
Black Rhino Armor, merge.
Miao Bei took 2 steps forward, just about to summon the Black Rhino armor in preparation to meet the enemy, but suddenly remembered that his summoner had already been snatched by the interdictor armor.
For a moment, a lingering sense of powerlessness and suffocation haunted him.
My dear friend, there's no need to be so nervous, we don't mean any harm.
Evil Gold arrived in front of Miao Bei in the blink of an eye, patted his shoulder, and continued, if we really wanted to kill you, why would we get you here, right, Black Rhino Armor Summoner?
Miao Bei slapped away Evil Gold's hand and said with some confusion, how did you guys know that I used to be a Black Rhinoceros Armor Summoner? The Armor Alliance has blocked the news of armor summoners very well. That's because, among the armor, there are our people. The Evil Gold's casual words caused torrential waves to surge in Miao Bei's heart, causing him to feel breathless. Among the 13 sets of armor, there were actually people from the Shadow Realm. This was too exaggerated, and just thinking about it was very frightening.
In the future, the Shadow Realm would know about any action of the Armor Alliance in advance. Could it be him? Miao Bei's mind raced, and he had basically determined who the traitor was. Then what did you guys get me here for? The Black Rhino armor isn't on me now either. Miao Bei said warily. He didn't have a good feeling about alien beasts. The Evil Gold Protector let out a low and eerie laugh that seemed to come from the 9 hells. Miao Bei, I know that already you were kicked out of the Armor Alliance, so I sympathize with you. Do you want to have unparalleled power? Want to make those who despise you tremble before you? His words were filled with compelling power, causing strong fluctuations in Miao Bei's heart. No, I won't do that. I have my bottom line.
The Evil Water Protector also came to Miao Bei's side and said with a smile, the bottom line is something that can also be changed. With that, she gathered dark power in her hands and struck out towards the sky.
Boom, 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 boom.
The distant sky was directly torn in half, as if the end of the world had come. This strike of mine, put it in the Armor League, how many people can block it? Miao Bei's heart trembled violently as he gulped. This strike was even stronger than when he summoned the peak of the Black Rhino armor. If he had this kind of power, he would be able to easily blow up all the armors, especially that interdictor armor.
Miao Bei forced himself to stay calm and asked, what is the price?
The Evil Gold Protector's eyes flashed with an evil spectral light as he said, as for the price, it's just for me to temporarily borrow your body for a while, and when the time comes for us to blow up the armors together, what's it worth?
Good, I promise you.
As soon as Miao Bei thought of the various tortures he had suffered recently, he clenched his teeth and exclaimed,
ha 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 ha.
When Evil Gold heard Miao Bei promise himself, a maniacal laughter came out of his mouth, and with a wave of his hands, the black miasma quickly wound towards Miao Bei. Miao Bei only felt a cold, piercing chill instantly invade his body trembled uncontrollably, and even his consciousness began to slowly dissipate.
I don't agree anymore, quickly. Let go of me, leave. Away from my body. Miao Bei cried out in agony.
Have already agreed and still want to back out, how can it be that easy? The Evil Gold Protector sneered and increased the speed of his possession. The black miasma tightly wrapped around Miao Bei and gradually fused with his body. As Miao Bei's body began to twist and distort, his bones emitting clicking sounds and his muscles expanding. A few moments later, Miao Bei's body was completely occupied by the Evil Gold Protector, becoming an evil gold possessed puppet. Congratulations, big brother, for taking the final step. Now all 5 of us protectors have found suitable possessed bodies. The remaining 4 evil laws rejoiced. As long as they got the possessed body, they could act boldly in the bright realm, and as long as they were careful, they wouldn't have to worry about being discovered by the armor. Evil Gold felt Xiao Bai's physical condition and nodded with satisfaction. It was worthy of being an armor summoner. It was really strong in this aspect of physique. Evil Gold reverted back to Xiao Bai's appearance, shook his shoulders and spoke, I still have to grind with him for a while before I can burst out my peak strength. In the meantime, it's up to all of you to go and look for the 5 elemental bloodline possessor. Alright, big brother, just leave it to us. The 4 protectors answered one after another, changing their possessed bodies. Among them, Wicked Water was the most special, as she changed into a beautiful woman wearing a coat, revealing a face that was 3 times similar to Enshang Rose. Posies, can everyone have a little 5-star praise if you can? Chapter 45 The Goddess becomes a human wife, but I still love. Dear readers, regarding the evil gold possessing Bai Miao in the last chapter, I don't think there should be any problems. I've checked on the internet, when the Shadow Protector possesses someone, there's no restriction on bloodline or attributes. As for Wicked Water, her possessor is Enshang Rose's mother, I'm sure you've guessed that. Gu Tian will surpass Duan Mu Yan in the future and violently beat his mother-in-law. The beginning of the main article. Haicheng City Civil Affairs Bureau. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, how can this be? Li Tianyu stared dead at Enshang Rose's name and photo on the Civil Affairs Bureau's marriage registration form. The whole person was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, his body uncontrollably staggered backward in succession, nearly falling to the ground. The perfect goddess in his heart, unexpectedly married, and the marriage object is still an ordinary man. Every word on the marriage registration form was like a small knife, ruthlessly plunging into his heart. After Li Tianyu came to Haicheng, he went directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and after utilizing some special powers, he successfully obtained the marriage registration form. Originally, Li Tianyu intended that as long as there was no Enshang Rose's name on the marriage registration form, he would return to the armor union. What he didn't expect was that in just a few seconds, he saw a picture of his goddess that was full of happy smiles, and a smile that Enshang Rose had never shown to herself. Shocked, Li Tianyu directly erupted from his mouth with an impossible cry of shock. Li Tianyu took 2 steps back in pain, his years of faith and perseverance instantly collapsed like a bubble, and he directly spat out a large mouthful of blood under the attack of anger. The goddess that he had tried to find ways and exhausted his energy to pursue for several years, only after a short time, had become man's wife. It was also taken away by another man to take away the first drop of blood. Li Tianyu felt like he was really going to collapse, not realizing that the clown was actually himself. In the past, when he was rejected by Enshang Rose, he would always try to find all sorts of reasons to comfort himself and carry out a self-strategy, telling himself that he should try a few more times and still have a chance. No matter what it was, as long as you licked it until the end you would have it all. But now, everything was all ruined. As soon as Li Tianyu thought of another man sleeping with his goddess, he felt a heart-rending pain spreading throughout his body. Especially his goddess's first time, didn't it hurt? Li Tianyu hated to destroy the earth when he thought of his goddess having suffered such pain. Heartache, too much heartache. Mom, what's wrong with this person? A little boy, who didn't mind, said with his little finger pointing at Li Tianyu. May. Could be, he's a dog licker, right? The woman said in an uncertain tone. As soon as Li Tianyu heard these words, the dark side within his heart completely exploded, and his resentment spread monstrously. Get out, all of you, you're the ing dog licker, your whole family is a dog licker. Li Tianyu roared, grabbing a fruit plate on the side and smashing it at the child. The woman panicked, hurriedly picked up the child and dodged the blow, cursed crazy at Li Tianyu and hurriedly fled out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Li Tianyu pressed his fingers to the point of clicking, his eyes were filled with red blood. If not for the fact that there were more people here and there was surveillance, he would have summoned the adamantine armor to crush the heads of those 2 people. Li Tianyu shouted in despair and grabbed the Civil Affairs Bureau's things and smashed them around, and soon, the place became a mess. After doing all this, Li Tianyu sat paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily, countless emotions churning in his eyes. So what if he got married? So what if they became a human wife? Taking a step back, so what if they had a child? As long as Enshang Rose was divorced, she would still be the perfect goddess in his heart, and he could go back to pursuing again at that time. Maybe such a woman is even more mature, has an acquired charm, and is more flavorful. Li Tianyu climbed up from the ground, looked at the column of Enshang Rose's spouse and revealed a vicious smile. Gu Tian, is it? I want to see what you have the ability to deserve Enshang Rose. Li Tianyu took out his phone and called Gu Tian according to the phone number left on the marriage registration form. In his imagination, Gu Tian, if he knows how to raise his head and take the initiative to divorce Enshang Rose, he may still be able to leave him a dog life. If he doesn't, then don't blame yourself for not being polite. An ordinary person, as long as he handles it well, let him completely disappear is also a matter of lifting his hand, and no one can find out his head. In the middle of the clinic, there were 2 figures resting leisurely. And Xiao Bai was holding a cup of oversized milk tea steadily on her chest, her rosy little mouth constantly sucking, her jade foot resting on Gu Tian's left leg, her hands cupping her cell phone as she watched a bloody Korean drama.
As for Gu Tian, he was sitting on the sofa quietly watching the TV.
Last night, and Xiao Bai returned to the hillside, found that Gu Tian did not wake up, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, brought him back to the clinic, and in the meantime, made up a reason that was full of loopholes.
Gu Tian didn't dismantle it even after hearing it. After all, more is better than less. Brother-in-law, help me rub my feet, they're numb and uncomfortable. And Xiao Bai put her white and red little feet on Gu Tian's hands of her own accord. Gu Tian looked at the delicate little foot in his hand and asked helplessly, "Can't you rub it yourself?" "Aya, my good brother-in-law, please, your lovely sister-in-law is watching a Korean drama and doesn't have time."
And Xiao Bai pouted, blinked her eyes and said softly,
"Alas."
Gu Tian sighed softly. This brother-in-law of his really wasn't a good one at all, day in and day out, netting himself things to do.
Gu Tian placed his left hand on Xiao Bai's foot and gently rubbed it. "Yes, gently, yes, it's here." "Oops, not bad, very good." Gu Tian's massage was very good, making Xiao Bai look soothed. As he rubbed, Gu Tian began to miss his wife. It's been more than a week, why hasn't she come back yet?
10 minutes later, suddenly, a crisp ringtone interrupted Gu Tian's thoughts. Gu Tian frowned slightly. The phone number was unfamiliar. It wasn't from an acquaintance. He got up and left the sofa, walking to the balcony. As soon as the phone was connected, a cocky voice came out. "Gu Tian, right, I think the two of us need to go have a talk. How about going to an abandoned factory in the suburbs?"
Gu Tian raised his eyelids and asked, "Who are you? Do we know each other? Who am I to listen to you?"
Li Tianyu on the other end of the phone revealed a sinister smile. "I grew up with your wife in Shangru. Although the relationship isn't too close, it's still half a childhood friend. If you don't come, there will be consequences. You're a smart person, you can understand." Li Tianyu thought of the matter of Changro sending in Xiao Bai to protect Gu Tian a few days ago, then added, "Remember, you come alone. If you bring someone else, don't blame me for not being polite." After saying this, Li Tianyu no longer waited for Gu Tian to open his mouth and close the phone.
He believed that Gu Tian would absolutely go when he was hooked like this. Gu Tian looked at the hung-up phone and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Obviously, he had asked himself to go to the abandoned factory in the suburbs and asked himself not to bring anyone with him, so to put it bluntly, the odds were that he wanted to take himself out. The person on the other side should be from the Armor League, as he had said that he was considered half a childhood friend with his own wife. Gu Tian stuffed his cell phone into his pocket and moved his bones. He naturally had to go. Gu Tian wanted to see what tricks the other side would play. So what if they were from the Armor League? It wasn't like he hadn't fought them before. "Xiao Bai, I'm going out, no need to keep my noon meal." Gu Tian quickly descended the stairs, walked outside, got on Xiao Bai's pink motorcycle and drove towards the countryside. Chapter 46 Forcing Me to Divorce? Ba Wan Group. Lufa regathered his energy and temporarily invaded Bardu's body once again. Damn it, lost another henchman. Lufa's chest rose and fell violently with anger, and he slammed his palm on the table fiercely. His face was very ugly. After he sent Shafinta to deal with the Black Rhino armor some time ago, he fell into a deep sleep due to the exhaustion of his power, and after a few days when he managed to wake up, he sensed that Shafinta's genetic code had been completely shattered, and had lost the hope of resurrection. One must know that the genetic code was extremely sturdy and could not be broken even if one possessed the strength of a captain level of the underworld army. Damn, have the Earth monkeys evolved so fast now? Surprisingly, they are already able to break the genetic code. No, such a character must be resolved as soon as possible, or else the plan to plunder Earth's energy will be completely lost. A pen appeared in Lufa's hand, gently outlining bizarre words in the void. "Charmin, Shatrai, Banners, resurrect me." In the next moment, 3 massive dark light clusters appeared around Lufa, and the light clusters quickly coalesced as 3 Psy Devils appeared. "See you, General Lufa." The 3 knelt down, their mouths chanting "Long live General Lufa." "Alright, Bannars, relax your body, I'll take charge of your body later." "Yes, General Lufa." Barnars had absolute loyalty to Lufa. He opened his hands and closed his eyes, relaxing his body completely. Lufa recited a mysterious incantation under his breath, and a cloud of black mist detached from Badu's body and entered Bannars' body. In the next moment, Bannars opened his eyes, and an unrivaled aura pressed down on Charmin and Shatrai. Lufa felt Bannars' body and nodded with satisfaction. Although this body wasn't too strong, it could utilize 50% of his strength in his heyday. With this strength, Lufa believed that no one on Earth could stop him. Although the cost of doing so was high, it was worth it. Thinking of this, a displeased look appeared on Lufa's face. If he possessed the 3 great captains, he could at least explode 70% of his strength, and the price he paid would be much less. It was a pity that the 3 great captains had been avoiding him ever since they were resurrected. Forget it, whatever, this time, he would personally strike to burst the Black Rhino armor and snatch back the interdictor armor summoning. "Charmin, Shatrai, come with me." "Yes." The 2 replied in unison. Abandoned factory on the outskirts of Haichang. Gu Tian parked his pink motorcycle and headed for the topmost floor on his own. The place was filled with dust, and there were all sorts of decaying implements placed here, and it looked like no one had been here for a long time. Scared? How could Gu Tian be afraid? He was now a dual summoner of the Black Rhinoceros armor and the Interdictor armor, not to mention people from the Armor Alliance. Even if he was asked to brave Silent Hill alone, he would be able to do it. On the top floor, there stood a young man wearing backpack pants, the cold wind blowing on his clothes, hunting.
"You're the one who called me to come?"
Gu Tian sized up the person in front of him and opened his mouth. This person he had never seen before, but just by looking at the aura, he should be an armor summoner as well. He just didn't know which set of armor was the one that summoned him. Li Tianyu looked towards the oncoming Gu Tian, his heart growing more and more dissatisfied. What advantages does this person have besides being more handsome than himself? What he was wearing was nothing more than the rags he had picked up from Jinyu Sisi, and his whole body added up to a maximum of $3,000. Then look at himself, a tie on the body is tens of thousands of brand name clothing, big money production. I really do not know how his goddess looked on this kind of poor, but also put his precious first time to him. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu's chest began to vaguely ache again. However, when he turned his eyes and thought about it, all the times behind in Changro were his own, which made him calm down a little. Li Tianyu didn't want to talk nonsense, directly pulled out a divorce certificate from his bosom, threw it in front of Gu Tian, clasped his hands on his chest, and said proudly, "I've already gotten you the divorce certificate, quickly sign it for me, I'll give you $1 million as compensation, and from now on, get out of here as far as you can, and don't let me see you."
"Why should I sign this? And Shangru is my wife, does she know about this?" Gu Tian said with a bland look.
When Li Tianyu heard his goddess being called his wife by another man, the anger in his heart ignited uncontrollably, and his eyes were filled with resentment and jealousy, as well as unwillingness. A mouthful of steel teeth clenched, and veins were exposed on his forehead. "Damn you, if you dare to say that Shangro is your wife again, I'll tear your mouth apart and make you kneel on the ground to lick my shoes. She is a pure and incomparable goddess in my heart, purer than even jade, a fairy from heaven. It's all your fault as a junior. Why did you steal my goddess, steal my wife? Why, I obviously almost made it." Li Tianyu became more and more agitated as he spoke, and in the end, his cloak of hair directly roared up to the sky. Gu Tian looked at the man in front of him in a frenzied manner, and basically knew the general picture of the matter. It's just that he married in Shangro, and the licking dog behind her knew about it, couldn't sit still, and wanted to force himself to divorce. Moreover, the person in front of him might not be an ordinary licking dog, he was already licking into the past. If you put it in the Dolawa continent, High and Low is also a licking god. Put in the world of immortal cultivation, How is also a lick emperor level character. Gu Tian felt a big headache. How on earth did this kind of person join the Armor Alliance? He had a feeling that the Armor Alliance didn't have any normal people other than Changro and Duan Mu Yan. Gu Tian kicked the divorce certificate by his feet and said without any sadness, "If I don't sign this, what will you do to me? You dare not sign? Do you know who I am?" When Li Tianyu thought of his identity, he then suppressed his anger and regained his old confidence. As long as he proclaimed his identity, countless plutocrats, politicians would come here, and what's more, put their best foot forward just to be able to have a night of fun. Li Tianyu placed one hand on his back, raised his head slightly, and said proudly and incomparably, "Speak my name, and frighten thee, listen well, I am the Armor Union Vajra Armor Summoner Li Tianyu." After saying that, Li Tianyu had a big mouth, nostrils facing the sky, and his eyes were filled with contempt. In his concept, at this time, Gu Tian must be scared less, and the next moment he would panic and kneel at his feet constantly kowtowing and begging for forgiveness, slapping himself heavily. There will be another chapter at 12 p.m. tonight. Chapter 47, Li Tianyu, how could you possibly be the criminal heavenly armor summoner? Thinking so, Li Tianyu stared at Gu Tian with a face full of mockery, but to his disappointment, Gu Tian did not have any panic, sticking one hand into his pants pocket, with a breezy look on his face, and did not even react at all. It was as if his words hadn't stirred up any waves. Li Tianyu. Strange, why isn't he afraid of me? Why doesn't he have the slightest feeling? According to the thinking of a normal person, an offended armored warrior would surely be so scared that his face would be pale and trembling, and being able to stand up would already be good enough. Doesn't he know what it means to know what's right? Li Tianyu's face showed a fierce light as he said, "Why aren't you afraid of me?" Gu Tian patted the dust on his shoulder and said with a bored face, "You are a stupid, right? Why should I be afraid of you? It's just a fox who pretends to be a tiger." Well. Li Tianyu laughed in anger and said 3 good words in a row, continuously walking forward. "As long as you sign obediently, I will still let you go, but the way you speak makes me very upset, then don't blame me for not being polite. There's a way to heaven if you don't go, there's no door to hell if you don't come and throw yourself in." Seeing that plan A didn't work, Li Tianyu directly activated plan B, intending to quickly kill Gu Tian and set his bones on fire, so that Shangru would fall into grief. At that time, he would go to all sorts of booing and comforting with all his heart to heal his goddess's wounded heart, and at that time, he could have a high probability of completely ripping off Shangru, and then completely walk into the hall of marriage. Li Tianyu revealed a satisfied smile. This idea was very good, and only someone as smart as him could think of it. Li Tianyu pulled out the Vajra armor summoner from his pocket and placed it on his waist. A belt-emitting golden light automatically emerged. Li Tianyu struck a victory pose and shouted, "Vajra armor, merge."
Countless silhouettes emitting a golden-white color spun around Li Tianyu at a rapid pace, and in the blink of an eye, the silhouettes overlapped each other. Immediately after, a circle of golden shockwaves spread violently with the Vajra armor as the center, shaking the entire abandoned factory violently and causing various equipment to fall. When Gu Tian saw Li Tianyu summoning the adamantine armor, he didn't panic a bit. Instead, he began to persuade, "I'll give you one more chance. If you back away now and don't tell others about having seen me, I can forget about this matter." When Li Tianyu heard such ridiculous words from Gu Tian, he laughed out loud on the spot. "So you were scared silly by me? I thought you were so powerful. Go to hell."
Li Tianyu instantly arrived in front of Gu Tian with murderous intent, intending to punch his body into crumbs. Gu Tian looked at the fist that was approaching extremely fast, and a cold smile was sketched out at the corner of his mouth. The water bloodline in his body sensed the danger and activated on its own accord, and in an instant, the overbearing black rhino armor started from the soles of his feet and quickly covered his entire body. The black rhino armor, which automatically protected Gu Tian, completed the merge in just 0.0001 seconds. Boom boom. Blazing sparks scattered randomly like rain from the sky. Li Tianyu's fist struck the shoulder of the black rhino armor and was knocked back into the wall by the powerful recoil, completely breaking a thick pillar. As for Gu Tian, he stood still and did not move. This strike from the adamantine armor was no different from scratching an itch. Ding, this system senses extremely strong killing intent. Can this be tolerated? Please ask the host to kill the adamantine armor, rewarding intent energy +6, physique +6, and the bloodline of wood 100% purity. As the system's words fell, an extremely strong light erupted in Gu Tian's eyes. Brother system, thank you so much, often assigning me simple tasks for me to upgrade every day, and the rewards are more generous than ever. Gu Tian? System, it's fine, the two of us will work together to make it bigger and stronger and create another glory. Gu Tian was overjoyed, even his eyes softened as he looked at the adamantine armor. This wasn't coming to kill himself, it was clearly a long way to send himself an experience pack. Not bad, really good. Later on, we must properly reward him. On the other hand, Li Tianyu looked at Gu Tian with his numb arm in horror. Just now, he had seen Gu Tian summon the black rhino armor with his own eyes. He hadn't even moved, and had repelled himself with his defense. How was this possible? False sweat broke out on Li Tianyu's forehead, his footsteps went weak, his spine went cold, and his eyes went black as he almost fell to the ground. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling the ultimate fear. And Chang Ro's husband was actually the interdictor armor summoner among the armors, where mystery and strength coexisted. He had been unlucky for 8 lifetimes? No, it should be 9 lifetimes. Li Tianyu had never thought that his own casual words had become a reality. How to run into this kind of big brother? I just forced him to divorce, and even want to kill him. I admire my courage. Li Tianyu wanted to cry without tears. If he had known earlier that In Chang Ro's husband was a criminal sky armor summoner, he wouldn't have dared to come to Hai Chang with 10 of his guts. He now really wanted to go back in time and slap himself hard. At this moment, he felt that he didn't love In Chang Ro that much either. Chapter 48, Lufa's Descent. I've told you everything and am willing to give you a way out, but unfortunately you just don't want it. Who can I blame? Gu Tian said as he walked towards Li Tianyu. The thick aura on his body pressed the adamantine armor to retreat back and forth. Li Tianyu looked at the black rhinoceros armor that was pressing forward step by step, and inwardly he called out Grass Mudmother in shock. I'm not a fortune teller. If you don't say it out loud, the devil knows that you are a black rhino armor summoner. Which armor summoner like you, open a broken clinic, body a poor smell? The real armored warrior, shouldn't he be standing on a high hall, looking down on the living beings? Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger was clearly played by you. Li Tianyu was filled with the idea of escaping, but he knew in his heart that Gu Tian not only possessed the black rhinoceros armor, but also the criminal heaven armor. No matter how fast he ran, the other party could instantly come to him with a single shift. If once wasn't enough, the other party could do it several more times. 2 How could there be such a skill in the armor? Damn it, why doesn't my Vajra armor have the super skill of shifting shadows? Now I can't even escape. Li Tianyu cursed. Li Tianyu forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart and said tremblingly, You. 1. As long as you let me go, from now on, I won't fight with you for In Chang Ro anymore. She's yours. Gu Tian stopped in his tracks, almost amused by his words. No, old brother, do you realize what you're saying? She's always been my wife, I can do whatever I want, it's not your turn to tell me what to do here. Letting you go, even more so, you're my experience pack, how am I going to get rewards for letting you go? Gu Tian didn't bother to talk to him anymore, his body flashed and rushed forward towards Li Tianyu's position at breakneck speed, leaving a black trail of residual shadows in the space. Li Tianyu was caught off guard and exclaimed in dumbfounded surprise, how is it possible? Isn't the black rhino armor a defensive armor? How is your speed faster than that of the wind eagle armor? This is not scientific. You've summoned the armor and you're still talking to me about science, are you crazy? Gu Tian instantly arrived in front of Li Tianyu, let out a cold laugh, and violently used the top of his sharp head to crash directly on top of the adamantine armor's chest. The speed was so fast that Li Tianyu was unable to resist it. The explosion of metal clashing resounded throughout the abandoned factory as Li Tianyu was sent flying out, smashing a large portion of the wall to smithereens as countless pieces of debris and dust fell. Li Tianyu stood up trembling from the rubble. Just now, Gu Tian's roof made him fall to the ground, almost causing his internal organs to shift. Li Tianyu looked at Gu Tian's unrelenting demeanor and knew that he wouldn't be able to leave today, and that there was a high probability that he would die here. He punched the ground hard and clenched his teeth and said, "You forced me to do this. Even if I die today, I'm going to beat you to death and won't let you get away with it." Li Tianyu's fingers quickly scratched across the card box and pulled out a golden card before ruthlessly tapping it into the summoner. Explosive thunder drill. Li Tianyu raised his voice to the sky and the weapon assembled with 2 drills appeared in his hand out of nowhere. As Li Tianyu injected the power of his armor into the explosive thunder drill, the 2 drills in front of him spun up extremely fast, emitting a loud roar that shook the space with a few distortions. When Gu Tian heard the ear-piercing sound of the drills rubbing together, only then did 2 serious looks appear slightly in his eyes. "Yo, not bad, surprisingly able to carry 40% of my strength. Bringing on the explosive thunder drill is quite a sense of oppression, but it's too bad that it's still a paper tiger." "So what? A paper tiger is still a tiger. You are not allowed to look down on a paper tiger." Li Tianyu roared and charged towards Gu Tian, making the strongest strike he had ever made in his life. With every step of his adamantine armor, a large footprint would appear on the ground. "Older brother, you're not good enough yet. It's a pity that you won't have the chance to practice again in this life." Gu Tian calmly stretched out his powerful left hand, clenching his 5 fingers into a claw, and in a lightning-fast manner, he directly grasped one of the explosive thunder drills in a death grip. The drill rubbed fiercely against Gu Tian's palm, but so what? As soon as Gu Tian exerted his strength, the frantically rotating drill was completely forced to a halt. Immediately after that, Gu Tian stretched out his right knee, gathering the strength of his armor on it and slamming it on top of the adamantine armor's chest. Gu Tian's strike completely and utterly broke through the defense of the adamantine armor. Li Tianyu only felt that the adamantine armor on his body was like a thin sheet of paper, yet a sledgehammer struck him heavily, sending him flying out, falling straight to the ground, with an unknown number of bones broken throughout his body. Li Tianyu tried hard to struggle up, but found that he could no longer exert himself. He looked at his explosive thunder drill and found that there were dense cracks scattered on top of the drill. Until this moment, Li Tianyu did not understand why Xiao Bai had lost so miserably in the first place. The person in front of him was too damn strong, simply a monster. "Ugh, having to mess with me. If you didn't mess with me, how would there be so many things?" Gu Tian waved his hand and walked over to Li Tianyu, intending to remove the Vajra armor summoner. "No, you can't take it." Li Tianyu kept pleading, using both of his hands to tightly protect the summoner at his waist. Gu Tian snorted coldly and directly stomped both of his hands completely off with his feet. Li Tianyu let out an agonizing scream as his hands limped helplessly to the ground. Gu Tian was no saintly mother, and naturally would not be merciful in the face of someone who wanted to kill him. If he wasn't an armor summoner, he would have turned into a ball of slag by this time. Although he couldn't summon the adamantine armor, this thing had to have an agreement after all, but Gu Tian was a man with a system, so maybe he would be able to summon it sometime in the future. Just as Gu Tian was about to remove the summoner, an unprecedented sense of crisis filled Gu Tian's entire body, causing the water bloodline in his body to become violent. Gu Tian made a split-second decision and immediately gave up on seizing the Vajra armor summoner, his figure making a big jump backward. In the next moment, a large sword emitting a terrifying aura appeared in Gu Tian's original position, wrapped in an incomparably powerful blade force and slashed fiercely on the ground. That was close. Gu Tian felt his heart palpitating. Fortunately he had dodged ahead of time. If he had been a little later, or hesitated a little more, he could have been hit by this. The consequences were unknown, but it would definitely not be pleasant. Gu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. The owner of this blade was definitely a ruthless character, even more powerful than that god of a cult. "Ah, interesting. I didn't expect the alertness to be so high. I kind of understand now why Baru and Shafinta failed." Lufa's voice resounded in the middle of the abandoned factory, and in the next moment, a side devil with powerful power fluctuations emanating from his body walked out. He was wrapped in dark energy, and with every step he took, space shook violently. Even the originally sunny weather became completely dim. Behind him, Charmin and Shatrai had a godly look on their faces, their mouths tilted up to the sky. Being able to follow General Lufa on his conquest was their highest honor. At the same moment, the Armor Alliance's satellite quickly captured this image and transmitted it back to the Armor Alliance. In the middle of the Armor Alliance, a never-before-heard horrifying alarm suddenly sounded, and all the red lights flashed madly, signaling the appearance of a great strange energy. "What's going on, Jamie? What's happening?" The labs that the armored summoners rushed into in droves anxiously watched the images coming in from the satellites. The power of the strange energy fluctuation that appeared this time was the first time it had appeared since the establishment of the Armor Alliance.
But what surprised them was that the picture transmitted back from the satellite was extremely blurry, in stark contrast to the previous incomparably clear picture. In the middle of the picture, one could only barely make out the figures of two people. One was the black rhino armor, and the other was the collapsed Vajra armor. How is it possible? How did the black rhino armor and Vajra armor appear there?
Li Tianyu, why is he still on the ground? Is he eating?
No, he seems to be seriously injured. Sugidong's eyes stared at the screen with dead eyes, his tone filled with doubt. There should be a powerful energy interfering with the satellite's transmission, that's why the screen is blurred. A powerful enemy might have appeared there. Duan Mu Yan slightly lowered her head, analyzing as she pondered. Nan Yan knocked on the table. Now that In Shang Ro had gone to the armor base to assign tasks, she was not here.
Duan Mu Yan also didn't like to control people, so the decision-making power now naturally fell into his hands.
Nan Xayan's face was grave, and he said decisively, Duan Mu Yan, Zhong Kuan, Shizhou, Sugidong, and Kusheng, get ready, let's go and take a look together.
Wang Gang, you stay in the armor union to guard the security.
Yes.
The crowd responded. Armor Combine X6.
Thank you, brother and sister, for the gift. This chapter is a little late, please forgive me.
Can everyone come up with a rating?
You guys can rate this book as many stars as you think it deserves.
Chapter 49, The Tough Wayfarer. Abandoned factory on the outskirts of Haichang. Gu Tian directly ignored the two Psy Devils, Charmin and Shatrai, in Gu Tian's eyes. Destroying them was just a matter of smooth sailing. A slap on the wrist would suffice for a single underworld demon.
If he had the Emperor's armor, it would be even easier. A fart would kill them, and a mouthful of phlegm would drown them. The enemy he truly valued was the spectral demon in front of him whose head looked like a seashell. Gu Tian quickly recalled that this Psy Devil was called Banars, a very ordinary one amongst the Psy army, and it was reasonably impossible for it to have such a powerful sense of oppression. Could it be possessed? Lufa controlled Banars and walked to Li Tianyu's front, ignoring Li Tianyu's struggles, and ripped off the adamantine armor summoner with one hand. Lufa weighed the adamantium armor summoner in his hand. A wave of joy spread from the bottom of his heart. After thousands of years, the adamantium armor summoner was back in his hands.
This cannot help but let him recall the year in Ares led the armor team to kill the four sides of the scene. A moment of scenery.
Lufa looked at the collapsed Li Tianyu. The huge sense of disparity made his eyes full of sarcasm. Waste, even 1/10 of the strength of the adamantine armor can't even burst out. You don't even deserve to live in the world. Saying that, Lufa stomped his foot on top of Li Tianyu's chest, stomping the upper half of his body into a puddle of mush amidst Li Tianyu's pleas for mercy. Li Tianyu violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and in an instant, died. Ding! Congratulations to the host for indirectly killing the Vajra armor summoner. The reward will be issued normally, please check it yourself. Gu Tian gently raised his eyebrows. He thought that Lufa had killed Li Tianyu, so there was no way for him to get a reward, but he didn't expect the system to be quite humane.
The system got the MVP today.
Lufa put the summoner away, slung the greatsword over his shoulder, and turned to look at the black rhino armor. He looked at Black Rhinoceros armor's flourishing aura and rose up in love with his talent. In Lufa's eyes, Black Rhinoceros armor was a figure that surpassed the three great captains. He admired and said, "Your strength is good. To be able to use the armor to such an extent, even if it is placed in Ares, the battle strength is also among the top. How about joining us? I cannot want this set of armor on you, but you must give me the interdictor armor summoner." Gu Tian came to be a little interested and said with a smile, "I remember I killed 2 of your men, and you would even invite me to join you." Taking a step back, "What's in it for me to join you guys? It's not possible for me to work for you." Thinking that he had impressed the man in front of him, Lufa said, "As a mature Ares warrior, dying at the hands of an enemy with inferior skills would have been an honor, and there's nothing wrong with that." Lufa thought for a moment, learning the characteristics of Earth people who love to draw big cakes, said, "You are an ordinary person. For our kind of characters who casually live for tens of thousands of years, there is no difference between you and a mayfly that lives and dies. Join us, I guarantee that you will live to hundreds of thousands of years. I can also make you the vice general of the underworld army, a position higher than the 3 captains and second only to me alone, and I can even take you back to Ares to take over my position." After Gu Tian heard Lufa's words, he said calmly, "What's the point of living so long? Is it to be sealed for a few thousand years like you guys and only be able to bark impotently and wildly there? Besides, your underworld legion is just 24 people, what's there to brag about? There aren't even as many as the alien beasts next door. In my eyes, you're all the same, one punch at a time." Lufa heard the mocking intent in Gu Tian's words, and his eyes erupted with a fierce murderous aura, his fists squeezing and creaking. If it wasn't for the fact that they had been sealed by Ares' interdictor squad due to carelessness, otherwise, the earth would have already turned into a cloud of ash. How could the person in front of him still dog bark in front of him and taunt him? Lufa roared out, "Kid, do you know who I am? I am the general of the Psy Legion, Lufa. I'm only 1 energy crystal away from ruling the entire galaxy. Now I'm the general of the Psy Legion. In the future I'll be the king of Ares, the great emperor of the galaxy. Don't be ignorant of what's good for you. One last question for you, do you add or not?" Gu Tian shook his head and said breathlessly, "There's so much nonsense. Don't you know the saying that villains die from too many words? Lufa had become inhuman and ghostly since escaping out of Ares, and not a single word that came out of his mouth could be trusted. If he agreed now, in case when he unloaded in the future, Gu Tian was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to, not to mention the fact that in Armor 2, was there any less of Lufa doing such things? He even sent Ku Wrath to summon the interdictor armor and kill the 3 men who accompanied him in the south and north. Good, the path is of your own choosing, so don't blame me. Good, let me see if you have the backbone to refuse me and burst you. Lufa shouted. The energy in his body exploded out like waves, his body automatically hovered a meter high, the whole person appeared to be overbearing and majestic, then like a stray arrow he charged towards Gu Tian. Die! Lufa's voice was like a thunderous roar, shaking the entire abandoned factory into collapse. Gu Tian's eyes flashed with brilliance as he stretched out his left hand and snapped his fingers, and in the next second, the dazzling water armor shield and meteor gun were automatically put on Gu Tian. Gu Tian's legs stumped and met them as well. Although the strength of Lufa's possessed banners should be a bit stronger than the god of occult, Gu Tian was also improving. The speed of the two surpassed the limit, resounding with a terrifying sonic boom. In an instant, the two arrived in front of each other, their blazing gazes colliding with each other. Slash! Stab! Gu Tian and Lufa made their moves at the same time, both going all out, reaching characters of their level. Directly competing in hard power was the fastest way to determine victory or defeat. The swords and spears collided, a huge sound exploded out of the sky, the horrifying sound spread rapidly, the wind rose up, and even the dark sky was beaten until it was completely bright. Charmin and Shatrai both fell to the ground, covering their ears in pain. The horrific sonic boom almost shattered their eardrums, their headaches were splitting, and their 7 orifices were constantly overflowing with blood. They were now seriously suspecting that General Lufa had called them not to fight, but to suffer. After 3 minutes had passed, the popping sound ended. The two of them fell back, rubbing the ground out into a dozen meters of grooves. Gu Tian looked at the cracks that appeared on top of the meteor gun, his face changed, and with a gentle twist, the meteor gun returned to its original state. On the other side, this also happened to the sword in Lufa's hand, causing him to turn inside out. Earth actually had someone who was able to block 50% of his strength. This person had to die, no matter what the cost. Lufa's killing intent was at its peak in his heart. Even if he had to fight for Banar's body to crumble and turn back into genetic code today, he still had to finish off the Black Rhino armor. Although Lufa didn't want this was the price that had to be paid. As a qualified warrior, Lufa was sure that Banars would be more than willing. Lufa reverted his sword back to its original shape and leapt into the air, spraying countless fireballs from his mouth and delivering continuous strikes at Gu Tian. Gu Tian tightly gripped his meteor gun and utilized his sharp marksmanship to burst the fireballs one by one, while dividing his attention to watch out for Lufa's sudden attack. Seeing that the Black Rhino armor was on guard against him, Lufa quietly gave Charmin and Shatrai a wink. The two understood and looked at each other with a death-defying expression. Then they pulled out their weapons and put their best foot forward, launching a fierce attack on Gu Tian with one on the left and one on the right. Charmin slashed at Gu Tian's belly with the chopping moon ruler, and Shatrai smashed Gu Tian's back directly with the spiny ghost rod. The two forces collided, causing Gu Tian to hesitate slightly and almost get hit by the fireball. Where did that bug come from? It's so annoying. Gu Tian frowned and turned around to deliver a heavy blow to Shatrai's chest. The tremendous impact caused Shatrai's body to bend like a bow and arrow. Black liquid continued to gush out from his mouth, a look of extreme pain appeared on his face, and in the next moment, an explosion rang out and he reverted back to his genetic code. As for Charmin, Gu Tian grabbed his head and pressed it down hard, then used his hard and unrivaled knee to directly top it. Charmin's head directly shattered, blood mixed with skull splattered everywhere. In a miserable scream, not more than a few seconds also changed back to genetic code. Suddenly, Lufa appeared in front of Gu Tian like a ghost, using all of his strength to slash the large knife in his hand from top to bottom on Gu Tian's body, the blade spreading from his shoulder all the way to his belly. In an instant, the Black Rhino armor instantly erupted with a large number of sparks, which fell to the ground in droves, appearing as crater after crater. Immediately after that, Lufa instantly moved to Gu Tian's back, and a big punch went straight up. Gu Tian tried to turn around to parry it, but he was always a step off, and was sent flying forward and backwards by the punch, directly smashing through several mountain peaks. Gu Tian hurriedly stuck his meteor gun into the ground as a way to ease the impact. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Tian shuddered as he felt the intense pain coming from his back and chest. This was the worst injury he had received since becoming an armored warrior, and even the chest of his Black Rhino armor flickered with light. Lufa really wasn't comparable to the god of Orcus in terms of attack power and speed, he was truly powerful. Lufa stepped on the void and stopped 10 meters away from Gu Tian, raising his head proudly and placing one hand on his back in a victorious manner. Immediately, there is another one. The author is Lung Fog. Chapter 50 Arrival of the Armor League. Banar's body had already begun to melt, and it was clear that it could barely withstand Lufa's power anymore. However, Lufa didn't care too much about that. When he saw the chest of the Black Rhino armor light up with a flickering glow, he let out a victorious laugh and said, "A monkey who has only lived for a few decades, how can he possibly compare to a battle-hardened warrior like me who has countless experience?"
When I helped King Pierre seize the energy crystal back then, your ancestor was probably still a fish, maybe not even a fish. Gu Tian laughed coldly and stood the meteor gun at his side, sneering, the skill you're talking about should be utilizing the 2 lives of your men. You're really ruthless enough, you used their loyalty to you just to find the time to sneak up on me, knowing that they were the ones who gave up their glory and wealth to accompany you in your rebellion against Ares. When Lufa heard Gu Tian's words, he immediately retorted righteously, as a warrior, obeying orders is a natural duty, and in the future, when I rejoin Ares and recapture all that I have, I will inscribe their names on top of the Ares monument for the world to honor. As for you, go down and make amends for them first. Lufa rushed forward, intending to completely understand the black rhino armor with a single slash. Gu Tian looked at the large blade that was close at hand and mobilized the power of the crystal stone in his body at great speed. Soon Gu Tian's injuries recovered quite a bit, and the constant flickering of light in his chest stopped. This was the benefit of having 100% purity water bloodline, being able to mobilize the power of the crystal stone at any time to restore himself. Gu Tian took the meteor gun and was about to continue fighting. Suddenly, a boomerang with red and white stripes spun rapidly with a brush sound and sped towards Lufa at breakneck speed. Lufa hurriedly raised his hand and punched the boomerang away, and at the same time, he retreated at great speed to prevent the black rhino armor's sudden attack. The boomerang spun around a few times before returning to the hands of the Inferno Dragon armor. Nan Yan made a handsome turn and reinserted the boomerang into his chest armor. Piercing wind stab. The Wind Eagle armor appeared next to Lufa at an unknown time, directly releasing a great move. The powerful sword momentum gathered above the Wind Eagle sword. Sujito's eyes were filled with determination to win. He still didn't believe it. With the Inferno Dragon armor attracting the spectral demon's attention, coupled with the distance being so close, he would still empty his big move. Definitely not empty big. Go! Sujito bellowed out, looking at his big move with eyes that were filled with hope. But reality was often so cruel. The more a person wanted to succeed, the less they would succeed. Lufa felt a wind blowing over, and his body subconsciously rotated, easily dodging the Wind Eagle armor's big move. How is this possible? Again. Empty big. How many times is this? Sujito was so shocked that he jumped up, his eyes were glazed over. This was simply out of the ordinary. Why in the world was this? Why would he empty big so often? This was practically starting a legend. Lufa also quickly reacted, looking at the Wind Eagle armor next to him that dared to sneak up on him. A sense of humiliation surged through his heart. Do these armors look down on themselves so much? They didn't even look for a powerful armor to sneak attack. Even if he didn't dodge, the big move impacting on his own body would at most lose a few hairs. You go to hell. Lufa roared out and punched the Wind Eagle armor. Sujito was so shocked that his face changed drastically, immediately utilizing the Wind Eagle armor's speed to the extreme and disappearing in an instant, but he was still grabbed by Lufa's ankle and slammed into the ground viciously. A deep pit several meters in diameter appeared. Sujito covered his chest and fell to the ground, almost vomiting out the Lanzhou ramen he ate last night. Chapter 51 Waste Zhong Kuan. Wind Eagle armor, let me help you, hold on. Underworld demon, let you take a good look at the power of the Earth Land Tiger armor. Zhong Kuan roared, his legs together, jumping into the air like a tiger descending from a mountain. With a beautiful backflip, the Earth Land Tiger armor arrived in front of Lufa in the blink of an eye. He summoned the earth-splitting claw, his body turned and rotated 360 degrees, grabbing towards Lufa's head. The sharp claw's overpowering aura rippled out. Where did a jumping cat come from? How dare you call yourself a tiger? You're not afraid to laugh your ass off. Lufa snorted contemptuously, raised his left arm without panic, and carried the swift strike of the Earth Tiger armor with pure physical strength. Apart from bursting into a shower of sparks, it did not cause a single damage to Lufa, and did not even manage to make him take a step back. No, how is this possible? Zhong Kuan's pupils dilated as his own full-force strike was so easily blocked by the person in front of him. What was going on here? At that time, when dealing with the god of Oxyrhynchus, this move had clearly caused quite a bit of trouble for the other party. What else could it be? You're too weak, of course. Lufa taunted disdainfully, lifting the greatsword in his hand and slashing towards the waist of the Earth Tiger armor. If he was hit by this slash, not only would the Earth Tiger armor disintegrate directly, the summoner would also be seriously injured. It was too late for Zhong Kuan to escape, and he could only watch as the large blade zoomed in his pupils. In the nick of time, Nan Xian showed his superb reflexes as the vice-captain of the Armor League. Seeing that his teammates were in danger, Nan Xian quickly turned the spinning wheel on his Qiankuan belt, and a fire-red light patch emerged from the center of the belt. The Inferno Dragon armor reached his right hand into the light and shadow patch, and a weapon similar to a bow and arrow appeared in his hand. Flame bow. Nan Xian straightened his back, his right hand held the center of the flame bow steadily, and a surge of fire energy converged on the bow. Go! Nan Xian shouted, and with a berserk energy that could burn everything in heaven and earth, he shot over. At the same time, Duan Mu Yan also leapt into the air, transforming the molten Lin blade in his hand into a Kirin molten axe, and with the Inferno Dragon armor, he also unleashed a great move. Kirin Scorched Demon Slash.
Accompanied by Duan Mu Yan's roar, a golden giant axe shadow emerged, illuminating the entire sky in fiery red, slashing upwards towards Lufa with an unstoppable momentum. And me. Kushing summoned the true armor to appear in the battlefield, covered in a body outlined by 3 lines of black, white, and blue, filled with a handsome sense of technology. True gun. The true armor opened his left hand and a cool gun automatically appeared in his hand. Light burst bomb. The true armor raised his arms forward and held the true gun with both hands, blue light converging rapidly at the pitch-black muzzle, gathering raging energy. With a low hum of energy, a blue light bullet wrapped in the momentum of thunder shot out from the muzzle of the gun, streaking towards Lufa. Sensing a hint of danger, Lufa directly raised his left leg and kicked the light blast shot from the true armor to shatter it, only to be struck by the Inferno Dragon armor and the Flame Nava's moves one after the other. Rolling flames shot up into the sky, and a loud roar resounded all around. Banar's body was already melting, and now that he was hit by the dragon armor and Nava armor at the same time, the violent and hot energy caused Banar's body to emit a barbecuing sound of zzz. Lufa felt the pain and let out a muffled grunt. The original trajectory of the sword deviated, and it flashed past the chest of the Earth Tiger's armor. But even so, the strong airflow still hit Zhong Kuan's body through the armor, causing a mouthful of old blood to almost jet out of him, and the armor almost proceeded to disintegrate. Zhong Kuan forced himself to endure the discomfort of his body, his legs stomped and jumped back, completely leaving the range of Lufa's attack. Zhong Kuan came to the side of the Inferno Dragon armor, painfully half-kneeling on the ground, covering his chest and panting heavily. He was really not expecting the underworld demon in front of him to be so strong. Simply beyond the level of his cognition, his own set of armor how so weak. Taking advantage of this moment, the Snow Mastiff armor quickly helped the Wind Eagle armor up and brought him out of the pit, joining up with the Inferno Dragon armor. Gu Tian did not make a move. During this period of time, he had used the crystal stone to adjust the various properties of the Black Rhino armor to its peak already, and the injuries caused by Lufa's sneak attack earlier had completely recovered. Although Lufa had been hit by the 2 vice-captains of the armor union one after another, and was now in an incomparable state of distress, Gu Tian could see clearly that the injuries on his body could be completely recovered in a few minutes. If he wanted to truly defeat Lufa, he would still be in great danger. Thinking of this, Gu Tian gave Zhong Kuan a very contemptuous look. As the summoner of the Earth Tiger armor, he couldn't even use the armor, too much of a waste. Jumping around without moving, jumping for nothing, apart from being able to play wave handsome, it wasn't useful at all. In Gu Tian's opinion, if the Earth Tiger armor was used properly, its battle power would definitely be the strongest among the 5 elemental armors, and perhaps even the vice-captain position of the armor union would have a place for him. The Earth Tiger armor is an Earth attribute armor. As long as it is standing on the land, not only does it have all kinds of damage bonuses, but it can also be uninterruptedly blood returning, and it's still easy to release 4 or 5 big moves at once. Gu Tian secretly thought, when the system later rewarded him with a 100% pure Earth bloodline, he must transform in front of Zhong Kuan. Let him see the true strength of the Earth Tiger armor, and completely let the Earth Tiger armor get rid of the title of Talking Man. On the other hand, Lufa tapped out the sparks on his body, revealing a shadowy look in his eyes. He didn't pay much attention to that set of technological armor, which basically had no strength and could be broken in a few moves. What Lufa really valued was the Inferno Dragon armor and the Flame Nava. The strength they were showing now would not be weaker than the 3 captains of the Underworld Legion. Moreover, Lufa could also detect that the potential of these 2 sets of armor was still very huge. If he continued to let them grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. It might not take long for them to reach the level of the Black Rhino armor. He scanned the 6 armors present and said with a cold grunt, "Don't think that just because there are more of you, I will be afraid of you. You all must die. I, Lufa, have the strength to fight 6. Lufa fiercely stepped forward, not caring whether Barnacle's body could withstand it or not, releasing all the power in his body as much as he could. Suddenly, evil and terrifying power erupted violently from Barnaretha's body. His body was covered in black aura, and his eyes flashed with a bizarre blood-red light. With him as the center, space began to tremble violently, and the earth began to shake uncontrollably, with crack after crack, extending into the distance. At this moment, Lufa was like a dark demon god, exuding a desperate aura. The super-strong shockwave impacted towards the armor, knocking everyone except Gu Tian back continuously. Lufa revealed a cruel smile. His already further enhanced strength had been able to explode to 60% of his full strength in his heyday. Although Banar's body was collapsing at breakneck speed, Lufa was confident that he would be able to break all the armor before his body was completely scrapped. If he could, he would also collect the 5 elements of armor here and recreate a batch when he returned to Ares. Chapter 52 Underworld Skills. So scary. What a terrifying power. Sugidong, Zhong Kuan, Jiaxi, and Kusheng were so frightened that their faces turned pale, feeling like there was a big stone pressing down on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. The difference was simply too great, even making them unable to bring up the idea of fighting. Lufa's body automatically left the ground and flew into the air, looking down on the armor that was like a mole in the air with the stance of an ascendant. Don't think you're the only one who can fly. Gu Tian tightly gripped the meteor gun and mobilized the water power of the black rhino armor, and in the next moment, a pair of black machine wings emitting a metallic luster grew out from Gu Tian's back.
The wings appeared to shine under the light.
The wings began to flap, providing Gu Tian with a powerful lifting force.
Come!
Gu Tian quickly familiarized himself with how the wings operated and leapt up, rushing towards Lufa without showing any weakness. Soon, the two erupted into a great battle in the air, both using their respective specialties. Each move against each other was a competition of comprehensive strength. Each of them turned into a stream of light and collided together at a speed that was enough to trigger a sonic boom, and a layer of chi spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. With each collision, a long crack appeared in the sky and was mixed with black lightning. The terrifying shockwaves spread rapidly in all directions, completely turning everything in a 100-mile radius into flying dust.
Boom boom rumble. Lufa and Gu Tian's fists clashed together, erupting into a loud hissing sound.
After a few seconds of stalemate, Gu Tian's face changed as he sensed an energy stronger than his own converging within Lufa's body and crashing into him through his fist. In the next second, Gu Tian was sent flying, directly impacting on top of a 1,000-meter-tall mountain, countless pieces of debris falling down, completely leveling the mountain. Gu Tian regained his footing and touched his tingling arm, the bones within it showing signs of breakage. Obviously, Lu Fa, who had utilized 60% of his strength, was not an enemy that Gu Tian was currently able to defeat.
Ah, brat, gird your loins.
I'm a warrior who has been on the warpath for tens of thousands of years, and I've become a mighty general step by step from a tiny soldier, and when placed in the entire galaxy, I'm also someone who was capable of competing for the Lord of Ares.
Lufa stood at the highest point, his voice shaking the world, full of contempt towards Gu Tian. Gu Tian mobilized the power of the crystal stone, and the injury on his arm immediately recovered as before. What a lot of nonsense.
An old demon who's been alive for who knows how long comparing to me, a young man in his early 20s, you've got some ing face. Gu Tian didn't bother to say much, picking up the meteor gun and charging up again.
So what if your battle power is better than mine? If I want to leave, you won't be able to stop me.
I have a crystal stone in my body, so I don't have to worry about getting hurt. I'll be able to wear you out even if I keep consuming you. Soon, the air resounded with huge explosions, and the battle entered a white-hot state. The Inferno Dragon armor and Flame Naba standing below watched the battle above and nodded thoughtfully.
The black rhino armor growing wings really made their jaws drop. So armor could still be played like this? They followed Gu Tian's example and mobilized the armor's power one after another, and after two failed attempts, on the third time, both Duan Mu Yan and Nan Xian grew red metal wings, and the two of them flew up into the sky, teaming up with Gu Tian to deal with Lufa. Soon, above the ground, the four old brothers, Sugidon, Jiaoshi, Zhongkuan and Kushang, were left staring at each other wide-eyed. Cough, 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 that wind eagle armor. I remember you can just fly without using your wings, right? Why don't you get on?
Sandong squinted his eyes at Zhongkuan, thinking that this kid had a bad stomach and was bent on harming him.
Is a battle of this level something a rookie like him can go up to? He couldn't even understand his own big moves, so why go?
It's not bad for a rookie to be able to watch a battle between big brothers.
If he went up there, he'd beat the out of him in minutes. Why don't you go up? Sujito began to ask rhetorically.
Zhongkuan rubbed his back and said somewhat helplessly, I haven't learned the move where they grow wings yet. How did Duan Mu Yan and Nan Xian learn it so fast?
Yeah, why is the gap so big when they're both armor summoners?
Jiaoshi patted his chest, feeling helpless.
Jiaoshi had also tried just now,
and ended up growing two chicken wings of a few centimeters on his back, and could flutter a bit, just couldn't fly. As for the true armor summoned by Kushang, it was even more needless to say that this one really couldn't fly. Unless in the future the maker carries out deep processing on the true armor, allowing him to have the ability to grow wings.
With the addition of the Inferno Dragon armor and Flame Nava, Gu Tian's pressure gradually became much less. Demon Ceiling Slash.
Xian Nan directly opened his big move, the flaming blade gently touched on top of the demon ceiling post, and the blade immediately blazed with red light, a round of slashes that looked like a curved moon slashing towards Lufa. Lufa stretched out his big hand and smashed it with a punch. Immediately after that he seized the moment to cross the space and came in front of the flame dragon armor, holding the big knife with the intention to completely disable him. So what if he was at the level of the three captains? As long as he got close, in front of him, a general, it was just a matter of a slash. Seeing this scene, Gu Tian knew that it was too late to stop it, so he simply unleashed one of the most skills in the entire armor series.
Gu Tian clasped his hands together and solemnly shouted, Zen Seal.
A ripple instantly spread out with Gu Tian at the center. Soon, everything within a radius of 1,000 miles immediately froze, the flow of time completely stopped, even the earthworms in the land stopped crawling. Lufa, even though he was from the planet Ari, was unable to completely immunize himself from this skill. He was also forcibly fixed in the air, and Lufa's greatsword was just an inch away from the head of the Inferno Dragon armor. Nan Xian's heart thumped in fear as he looked at the large knife flashing with cold light in front of him.
Only one Zen Seal, not enough, far from enough.
Nan Xian said, taking 2 steps back and clasping his hands together. He similarly released a Zen Seal.
And us. The Snow Mastiff armor, Wind Eagle armor, and Earth Tiger armor on the ground were thrilled to finally see an opportunity where they could express themselves. Who said that rookies were useless? They also hurriedly put their hands together one after another and used their skills. Zen Seal. Zen Seal. Zen Seal. Soon, a strengthened version of the Zen Seal came out across the sky. Chapter 53: The Miserable Wayfarer. Just to be clear, in this novel of mine, the meditation seal can only fix the body, not the mind, and the pain in the body can be perceived. In the air, a silence. Lufa was deadlocked by the Zen Seal, unable to move, mirroring his slashing posture perfectly. Lufa, oh. How? What's going on? Why can't he move? Lufa felt that he was completely sealed by 10,000 years of cold ice. He couldn't even move a single finger, he couldn't even flow the power of his physical strength. If someone were to make a sneak attack right now, he could only resist with the power of his physical body. The sense of crisis in Lufa's heart came up all of a sudden, instantly feeling sweaty. Lufa? Mud Mom, this group of armor is too shameless. Fighting is fighting, but also ing behind the back to play dirty tricks. Is not play can not afford? This is in the end from where the netherworld skills, he crossed the galaxy do not know how many thousands of years, have seen the skills not 8,000 also have 10,000, never seen so disgusting things. But Lufa didn't know, this is the power of Zen Seal, Super Time System skill, 5 elements armor and the bug level skill, as long as the enemy is not immune to the special ability of Time Stop, will be fixed to death. The stronger the user, the longer the enemy would be immobilized. Of course, the more powerful the skill, the disadvantage was also very obvious, extremely consuming armor power. Under normal circumstances, a set of armor could not be used continuously for a certain period of time, using it once was already the limit. Go, finish him off while you can. The Inferno Dragon armor understood this very well, and once again opened its grand move, and the shadow of the demon ceiling surfaced in the air once again. The Inferno Dragon armor wielded the flame blade, the blazing red blade slashing out fiercely towards the immobilized Lufa. Damnable earthlings, so despicable. Lufa looked at the approaching move and cursed inwardly, unable to move even if he wanted to, he could only watch as the ceiling chop hit him. The powerful force caused Lufa to fall and fly out like a kite with broken strings. Banner's body further collapsed under the blow, countless blood and flesh turned into black pus and blood splattered out. Yo, flying towards me. That shall not be reciprocated a bit. Duan Mu Yan watched as Lufa flew towards him, and a grin that reached the back of his ears instantly appeared on his face. Tuan Qian immediately pulled out the energy key of the Flame Nava and inserted the energy key of the pack apparatus back into the summoning of it. Hurricane Pack Apparatus, Power. With a flash of green whirlwind, Tuan Jian summoned the pack apparatus. He mobilized the energy of the wind and quickly stepped forward like a speeding wind, aiming a vicious kick at Lufa's spine. Ka-ching! The ringing sound resounded in the silent air. This kick from Duan Mu Yan directly broke Lufa's spine. The sound spread far and wide, and the 4 armored warriors on the ground heard a cold sweat on their foreheads and a chill on their backs. One didn't need to think about it to know that this kick definitely hurt ridiculously. They all compared their thumbs. General Duanmu is just powerful, not dragging his feet at all and doing things. The moment he strikes is to beat the enemy to death. Lufa was also flabbergasted by this sudden kick. His brain went blank, the pain quickly spread all over his body, and a mouthful of old blood was directly spat out. Lufa forced himself to resist the urge to curse, wanting to immediately fight back, only to realize that this damn Zen stance seal hadn't ended yet, and he was still unable to move all over his body. Duan Mu Yan reached out and waved his hand. A green and white mixed boomerang appeared in his hand, precisely the pack apparition's exclusive weapon, the Hurricane Shadow Dart. Duan Mu Yan infused the power of the wind into the Hurricane Shadow Dart, and the intermittent flashes of the Hurricane Shadow Dart flashed with a green light. Duan Mu Yan flew forward and continued to deliver continuous strikes on Lufa's body. Each attack was as fast as lightning, and the crisp sound of bones breaking rose and fell, spreading continuously in the surroundings. Lufa could only take passive blows as well, being kicked around like a soccer ball. Spectral demon, accept my Duan Mu Yan's judgment. Duan Mu Yan bellowed and also opened his great move, releasing all the energy of the pack apparatus armor, and in an instant, a green light shot up in the sky, and a huge hurricane pale kite appeared out of thin air, spreading out its wings and covering the sky, emitting a cry that shook the clouds. Almost at the same moment, the hurricane song kite transformed into a stream of light, quickly merging with the hurricane shadow dart in Duan Mu Yan's hand, and a majestic mad kite intense bow appeared in Duan Mu Yan's hand. Duan Mu Yan held the mad kite intense bow steadily with both hands, his body slightly leaning back as he pulled the bow into a full moon shape. As he did so, the wild hurricane elements in the air surged wildly, quickly condensing above the bowstring into a wind arrow emitting a turquoise glow. Watch the move. Duan Mu Yan loosened the bowstring, and the green arrow shot towards Lufa with a thunderous momentum, and wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, emitting sharp whistling sounds. The moment the arrow collided with Lufa, a dazzling light erupted, and a powerful energy impact spread out in all directions with the collision point as the center.
Lufa's chest was completely blown apart, blood and flesh flew everywhere, the broken bones on his body were clearly visible, and the greatsword in his hand was directly broken into two.
My turn.
Gu Tian gently stepped out, a ripple in space, instantly spanning a distance of several hundred meters to arrive above Lufa's head. He gripped the meteor gun tightly with both hands, gathering all the power of his armor on top of the gun, and from top to bottom, he struck Lufa's head hard like a Tarzan, pressing down on him. Accompanied by a loud bang, Lufa's skull was shattered by Gu Tian's blow, and his body was like a falling meteor, descending from the sky at great speed, rubbing violently against the air and grinding out a burst of blinding sparks. In the end, it directly smashed a huge crater in the ground, flying sand and dust.
Good chance, come alive.
Zhongkuan, Sugidong, Zhaoxi, and Kusheng looked at the large pit in front of them, their eyes lit up, overjoyed, and smiles that could not be suppressed appeared at the corners of their mouths. Finally, there was a chance for them to take their turn. Earth-splitting sword. Wind Eagle Sword.
Thunderquake Axe.
Wanted Claw. They immediately summoned their weapons, and while the time for the Zen Seal hadn't yet ended, they jumped directly into the large pit, and rounded up Lufa in a fierce and righteous manner.
In the pit,
golden-colored sparks kept flashing as several people surrounded Lufa, who was lying on the ground, and launched a painful beating.
Weren't you arrogant just now?
You still dare to dodge my big moves? If you have the ability, get up and compete with me. Waste of a man, you can't even prevent the Zen Seal. You underworld demons have lived tens of thousands of years of life to the dogs, but you haven't even evolved the ability to circumvent the laws of time. Damn it, you're the one who called me a jumping cat. I'm going to stomp on you to death today. I'll stomp, I'll stomp, I'll stomp, I'll stomp, I'll stomp, I'll stomp.
Get up for me, fight me for 800 rounds, let's show you the power of the true armor.
Just as the crowd was having a good time fighting and forgetting about it, an extremely terrifying evil power erupted from Lufa's body, completely toppling them out and dropping them in a daze. You guys really deserve to die. I'm going to blow up the earth and make you all accompany me. Lufa's eyes were crimson as he roared up to the sky, the killing intent and resentment on his body almost materializing. He had already broken free of the Zen Seal and floated out from the pit, his body dripping with blood. Barnacle's body had already melted a third of the way down, and there were clearly visible shoe prints on his face. When he thought of the humiliation he had suffered, he felt that his anger was enough to burn the entire galaxy. How could Lufa not expect that he, who had fought in 10,000 battles, was so powerful and famous that he had been crossing the galaxy for an unknown number of years, would be beaten by a few lowly earth bugs into this inhuman, ghostly state? Even when he dealt with Emperor Yen in the Yen Star, he hadn't been beaten this badly. Although this wasn't his own body, it was 60% of his full strength.
Lufa deadpanned at the 4 sets of armor in front of him and killed them with a heaven-destroying evil aura.
The 3 sets of armor in the sky he could care less about, but today he had to completely destroy the 4 bugs in front of him no matter what. Not only did they beat themselves up, but they also insulted his character with their words. Especially that damn cat, how dare he step on his handsome face. As a general, this was absolutely intolerable. Just as Lufa was about to strangle the Earth Tiger Armor's neck, a 3-word phrase that had left him with a lifelong shadow rang out once more.
Zen Seal. Gu Tian stood in the air and unleashed this underhanded trick once again.
He wasn't in ordinary armor. It didn't matter if he released this skill, Zen Stamp, a dozen times.
Don't fix me.
Lufa shouted in panic. How was this damn skill still able to be used? He was really confused. According to normal understanding, shouldn't there be a time interval between skill releases? Could it be that this is what people on Earth often say is open? Lufa immediately gave up on bursting the Earth Tiger armor and fled far away at great speed, wanting to escape from the control range of the Zen Seal. He really didn't want to be immobilized once again. This feeling was really too unbearable. His body didn't even seem to be his own anymore. Unfortunately, it was not to be. Lufa had just escaped a few meters away when he was once again immobilized.
Lufa, Mud Mom. Posting 1 first. Chapter 54. Dare to rob my summoner. Lufa's escaping posture was completely confined down, creating an eerie landscape. Gu Tian landed on the ground and glanced with some disgust at the Earth Tiger armor that was scared into a small quail. What the hell did the Armor Union find? How did this kind of cargo become an Earth Tiger armor summoner? Aside from a higher concentration of Earth bloodline, there was no advantage. It couldn't be because he just turned 18. Gu Tian was too lazy to think so much. He no longer cared about the Earth Tiger armor and unleashed his own big move. He could already tell that Barnacle's body was about to collapse. As long as his body was completely blown up, Lufa wouldn't be able to make waves anymore. Mad Falls Za. Gu Tian brandished his meteor gun and sent out a green spiral of energy towards the immobilized Lufa. I'll come to your aid. Duan Mu Yan also flew down from a high altitude, first pulling back the mad kite intense bow and gathering energy to shoot a green arrow of light at Lufa, followed by retransforming back into the flame Nava, holding the Kirin Molten Axe and releasing another Kirin Scorched Demon Slash. I'm releasing big moves from both sets of armor at the same time. I'll see how you, a Psy Devil, can block it. The power of the wind and the power of the lava intertwined with each other and struck hard at Lufa. Lufa looked at the 3 powerful forces approaching towards him, his heart filled with unwillingness. He stared at the black rhinoceros armor with a deadly glare, his monstrous resentment almost overflowing. You wait, Lufa, will definitely come back, and when I do, I will definitely blow up all the armors. Rushing fire exploded out, and Banar's already decayed body completely burst apart, turning into a piece of genetic code that shimmered with an ethereal light. As Banar's body completely perished, the adamantium armor summoner also fell back onto the ground with a crisp ringing sound. At the same time, a black mist floated out, quickly entering the void, and Gu Tian tried to intercept it, but was ultimately a step too late. Gu Tian took the meteor gun back into his summoner and snorted coldly. So what if you run away? Sooner or later I'll destroy you once and for all. The next time you show up, I won't be wearing the black rhino armor. Alas, another teammate has died. Inferno Dragon Armor looked at the summoners on the ground and sighed helplessly. The Vajra Armor Summoner had fallen off the Spectral Demon, and Li Tianyu's result was predictable. As for who was actually killed, this question was no longer important. If it was killed by the Spectral Demon, he would have been avenged by now. If it was killed by the Black Rhinoceros Armor, that could only be said for the greater good. Later on, let's see if we can find Li Tianyu's body and bring it back to the Armor Union for a proper burial. However, the Inferno Dragon Armor estimated that the probability of finding it should be very small, and the body would most likely have been beaten into slag by the aftermath of the Great Battle. The Wind Eagle Armor on the other side saw the summoner on the ground, and a light flashed in his eyes. He instantly disappeared in place, wanting to take the summoner back with his extremely fast speed, just when his hand had just touched the summoner. In the next second, 6 crisp slaps rang out. Slap, slap, slap. The Wind Eagle armor was directly slapped out of the air, smashing a large mountain to pieces as the armor directly proceeded to disintegrate. Sandong collapsed to the ground, covering his chest and giving the black rhino armor an unwilling glance, and in the next moment, both eyes went black and he completely fainted. Gu Tian didn't know when he had appeared next to the Vajra armor summoner and picked it up, and in the process, he defied the Wind Eagle armor that had been slapped out. What a big pussy, how dare you rob my summoner? Isn't the smiley face giving you guys too much? When the Snow Mastiff armor saw that the Black Rhino armor had not only slapped Subodong away, but also snatched away the Vajra armor summoner, its eyes cooed for a moment, and it used the communication function between the armors to send a voice to the Inferno Dragon armor. Captain, aren't you going to come out and brace yourself? Let's not talk about how Li Tianyu died, but he even injured the Wind Eagle armor, that's already a tenfold crime. Not to mention snatching the Vajra armor's summoner, this is already a declaration of war against the Armor Alliance. Are you seriously? Are just indifferent? I'm afraid that it's hard to convince the public. Nan Xian listened to Zhao Shi's words, lowered his head and began to ponder, and when a while passed, he walked in the direction of the Black Rhino armor. Gu Tian stood right where he was, quietly watching the Yanlong armor walk towards him. Gu Tian had also heard the voice that the Snow AO armor had made just now, and he wanted to see how Nan Xian would handle this. If he really couldn't, he wouldn't mind having an extra set of armor of fire. Nan Xian came in front of Gu Tian, pointed at the Vajra armor summoner, and said, "This summoner belongs to the Armor Alliance, you shouldn't take it for yourself." Gu Tian tossed the Vajra armor summoner around in his hands and said somewhat playfully, "Who are you to say that the armor summoner belongs to you? I picked it up from the ground, does it have your Armor Alliance's name on it? What's more, if you call it, will it oblige you?" Nan Xian. No, do you want to hear what you're saying? It's all kanji, how come I can't understand it a bit when it's combined? Even if I shout my throat out, the Vajra armor summoner won't listen to me. Nan Xian admits that he's getting taught. There are a billion points short of gifts. Chapter 55, Don't You Just Blow Up? Too shameless, how could there be such a shameless person in the world? Nan Xian felt that his usual temper was quite good, but at this moment, he was also almost exasperated by the other party's few words and broke his defenses. If you want to rob the Vajra armor summoner, just say it clearly, but also make so many twists and turns. Nan Xian cast his gaze towards Duan Mu Yan, with a hint of help in his eyes, wanting him to come along and persuade the Black Rhinoceros armor to hand over the Vajra armor summoner. Duan Mu Yan merely shook his head indifferently, without the slightest intention to persuade. In his opinion, there wasn't much difference between one more set of armor and one less set of armor in the Armor Alliance. Anyway, it was the top combatants that truly carried the day. As of now, he felt that he alone could top 5 sets of armor, and there would be more in the future. You're a waste for a day and a waste for a lifetime. Nan Xian felt tricky when he saw that Duan Mu Yan wasn't helping himself, but still continued undaunted. You already have 2 sets of armor, what do you need adamantine armor for? It's not like you can summon it. Give it back to us, the adamantine armor can only be of maximum value if it returns to the Armor Union. Not to mention that we were the ones who discovered the adamantine armor summoner first, and after all this time, it's already considered the private property of the Armor Alliance. Gu Tian craned his neck and said snidely, this thing called armor, it's supposed to be owned by the one who can do it. So what's the point of saying it's in sequence? Not to mention, how do you know that I only have 2 sets of armor? There are times when one must not be confused by the superficial appearance of things. Gu Tian suddenly moved forward and gripped the arm of the Inferno Dragon armor, and immediately after, the vigorous wood bloodline in his body was instantly mobilized. In just an instant, a powerful and dense wood power spread out with Gu Tian at the center. Nan Xian's eyes snapped open, startled, and he looked at Gu Tian as if he had seen a monster. You actually still have such a high concentration of wood bloodline. At least, should all have a purity of over 96%. Nan Xian was so shocked that he stuttered a bit in his speech. The operation of the black rhino armor simply shattered his three views. Not only was there a water bloodline, there was also a wood bloodline, and the concentrations were all ridiculously high, higher than even his own. Really is too outrageous to whom outrageous opened the door. Nan Yan subconsciously glanced towards the unconscious Sugidong, and couldn't help but sweat for him in his heart. Wind Eagle armor, in danger. Now whether or not Sugidong can summon the Wind Eagle armor is no longer something he can decide on his own, it completely depends on the mood of others. When others were in a good mood and did not top number, Sujido could summon it. When others were in a bad mood, once they topped the number, Sujido was just an ordinary person. What was even more terrifying was that the Armor Alliance had no method of dealing with this situation yet. Even if the Armored Alliance forcibly cut off the connection between the person in front of him and the wood crystal stone, with the ability that the other party had shown, as long as he made a move, I'm afraid that the wood crystal stone would be like the crystal stone from before, and it would just F-King run towards him. It couldn't even be stopped. Unless one day, the concentration of the wood bloodline in Sugidong's body could surpass that of the other party, so that he could regain the initiative. However, Gu Tian's next sentence even made Nan Xian's heart hit rock bottom. And how can you be sure that I only have two bloodlines, in case there are others? Upon hearing this, Nan Xian subconsciously took several steps back as a strong sense of suffocation hit him. Is this really a human? Gu Tian laughed twice when he saw Nan Xian's six-headed appearance. Older brother, I just need to reveal a little bit of my underbelly, won't you blow up? Gu Tian walked forward and gently patted the shoulder of the Inferno Dragon armor and said with a smile, so it's best not to mess with me, or else you'll suffer the consequences. After Gu Tian said this, he stepped into the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye from the view of the armors. When the Snow Mastiff armor saw the Black Rhinoceros armor's departure, he said with some anxiety, Captain, why did you let him go? He hasn't even made amends to the Wind Eagle armor yet, and the Adamantine armor summoner hasn't been handed over yet. Zhaoshe knew that the Inferno Dragon armor was not a match for the Black Rhino armor, but quite hoped that the Black Rhino armor would fight the Inferno Dragon armor. This would be able to increase the Armor Alliance's hostility towards the Black Rhino armor, and even better help him complete the task that the Boundary King had given him. Don't talk about it, let's go back to the Armor Alliance, let's let the Chief Captain handle this matter. Nan Xian looked at the sky and let out a long sigh, thinking back to what the Black Rhino armor had said. He suddenly felt like quite a waste. As a fire armor summoner, he couldn't even compare the concentration of bloodline in his body to others. Didn't the classics say that the Inferno Dragon armor was very strong? How did it change when it came to him? Could it be that what the books say are all lies? Nan Yen made up his mind that when he went back this time, he must practice the piano a little less, and he was going to go and have a good grind with the old man of Shinshan. Ba Wang grew. A mass of black mist quickly drifted into Ba Dou's body, and in an instant, Ba Dou's body shook violently, and in the next moment, his eyes became gloomy and cold. Damn it, too damn it. Lufa cursed angrily, ruthlessly overturning the wooden table in front of him, then copied the baseball bat on the floor, smashing the entire secret room into a mess. This operation was a complete failure. Not only did he fail to snatch back the armor summoner, but he also lost 3 of his great generals, and more importantly, he also lost his face. Lufa clenched his 5 fingers together tightly, making clicking sounds as his chest floated violently with anger. This failure was all because of the Zen seal that could control the laws of time. If there was no Zen seal, Lufa had more than 90% certainty of exploding all the armor. No, we must find a way to break this move, or else we'll be limited when the main body comes out in the future. Lufa forced down his anger and sat down on the ground again, pondering over the solution. Could it be that only those 2 things can? Lufa muttered as he thought of the 2 major treasures that he had brought out from Ares, one being Ares' Star Suppressor Shura armor, and the other being the Gung Ho Vajra Pestle. The Shura armor itself had its own temporal and spatial attributes, so it shouldn't be able to be fixed. The Vajra Pestle can restrain all things, so it should be able to do the same. But these 2 treasures have been completely lost after they were sealed 1,000 years ago, where exactly Lufa does not know. Alas, Lufa felt a headache and kept rubbing his temples. For the first time since he left Ares, he felt so troubled. Earth as the galaxy is a very ordinary planet, ordinary as a grain of sand in the desert, there is no sense of existence. But he didn't realize that it had surpassed many powerful galaxies in terms of strength. Among the armors that Lufa had seen, there were already 2 captain-level characters and an armor that rivaled his strength at the 5th level. The task of searching for the Shura armor and the Gungrave Adamantine Pestle must be done by a powerful Psi Devil. I don't feel comfortable with ordinary Psi Devils. We have to get the 3 great captains back. A brilliant light flashed in Lufa's eyes, and a pen appeared in his hand, resurrecting the Sai Legion warriors once again. The three spectral demons quickly appeared and knelt down towards Lufa. See General Lufa. Lufa surveyed his recently resurrected men, and with a wave of his hand, 3 channels of dark energy did not enter their bodies. I have restored your strength to its peak. I now order you to go and bring the 3 captains back. Chapter 56, Ma Qingshan's anxiety cured. Shaban, you go and search for the greedy lineage purple underworld detachment captain Xiao Shufa. Kules, you go and search for the anger lineage red underworld detachment leader, Ku Wrath. Shigura, you go find the demented lineage grey underworld detachment captain, and Mystic Xiao. The strength of the 3 major captains should not have recovered yet, while you guys are at your peak, so you can beat it if you're careful. Yes. The 3 great underworld demons answered in unison and instantly disappeared into a black light. Cough, cough, cough. Lufa had just finished all of this when a strong sense of weakness came over him, causing his legs to tremble, and he kept letting out coughing noises. This time it wasn't that Bardu's body was too weak, but that Lufa was dying. Possessing Banars before had already consumed a lot of energy, and just now, he had given the 3 great underworld demons to restore their peak strength, so his body had already started to run short. This one time, dealing with armor. It's a big loss. Lufa said brokenly, leaving Badu's body and re-entering his clothes, falling into a short slumber and beginning to recover his energy. When Sabin and the others brought the 3 captains back, Lufa would have to divide his power to restore the 3 captains to their peak strength. However, Lufa wasn't the only one who was weak. There was also Li Xiaoxiao, who had been surrounded by armor the other day. Oxygen Research Base Division. Hiss. 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 It hurts. Li Xiaoxia stood in the dimly lit laboratory, pumping bottle after bottle of green liquid into his body with a 1 centimeter syringe, causing him to wail in pain, veins popping up on his forehead. There was no other way to do this. In order to accelerate the recovery speed of the Tempest Bug Emperor, it could only be done this way. Only after a series of 12 needles went down did Li Xiaoxiao stop his hands, a touch of red finally appearing on his sickly face. Finally, I've recovered the tyrannical chopper insect emperor to 10%. It shouldn't be long before it completely recovers. Li Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh of relief and sat directly on the bench with his butt. Even though I was beaten badly this time and almost hung up, it's a blessing in disguise. Li Xiaoxiao could clearly feel that the tyrannical chopper emperor in his body had matured further due to the consecutive blows from the armored warrior. As long as the tyrannical chopper emperor recovered, it would definitely be even more powerful than it was in the beginning. Li Xiaoxiao hated the thought of being beaten like a dog by the black rhino armor. You wait for me, the next time I meet you, no matter by what armor I summon out, I'm going to punch you out. I will prove that the storm chopper insect emperor is the true king, the true emperor. Mr. Li, I'm back. Ma Qingshan pushed open the door of the laboratory and walked at the front, directing 6 staff members to carry the 3 corpses in. You guys go out. Ma Qingshan waved his hand, signaling the 6 staff members to leave the lab. The staff members nodded their heads and quickly exited the lab, gently bringing the door with them. Li Xiaoxiao looked at Coldblood, Little Li Zi and Nina's cold bodies in front of her, and didn't scold them for being wastes like before. Instead, she even wanted to give them a thumbs up. And added, you guys are worthy of being my right-hand man, I'll give you guys a raise in the future. Especially Nina and Coldblood, the 2 of them together were actually able to stall the black rhino armor for 3 minutes, which was already remarkable. Li Xiaoxiao had already fought with that pervert, black rhino armor, and was very clear about how terrifying his strength really was. An ordinary Orcseer wouldn't be able to catch a single move from that monster. Mr. Li, can they still be fixed? Ma Qingshan exited to inquire, with a bit of big smugness in his heart. Ever since Li Xiaoxia came back yesterday in his tattered clothes, holding his waist, full of weakness and pestle, Ma Qingshan knew that he was also busted. This instantly and completely cured Ma Qingshan's anxiety symptoms. Look, then he has not known how many times more powerful people have been black rhino armor burst. He is small Karamimi not only with the black rhino armor fought, but also can be 2 consecutive times from the black rhino armor hand inside escape. Isn't this a symbol of strength? May I ask who amongst the Orcish has such a record? Answer me. Right now, Ma Qingshan felt like he was walking with the wind. Li Xiaoqian squinted his eyes at Ma Qingshan. He wasn't stupid and naturally heard the pride in Ma Qingshan's tone. However, Li Xiaoxiao was too lazy to care. One day, he would prove himself. Phew. Li Xiaoxian took a deep breath and spoke, don't worry, they are all my beloved men, I will fix them no matter what. As the words fell, Li Xiaoxiao pulled out the 3rd generation chip from inside his pocket. Luckily, when it was first manufactured, he was idly bored and got a few more. I didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. Li Xiaoxiao carried his 3 favorites into the lab, took out a chainsaw, and began to install the 3rd generation chips on them. Hai Chang. Gu Tian lifted the black rhinoceros armor summoning privileges and returned to the clinic with 2 bags of rice. He scratched his head, always feeling that something was missing. As soon as Gu Tian pushed open the door, he saw his sister-in-law in a skirt lying on all fours on the sofa taking a nap. How to put it? The posture was indecent, revealing her long white legs. Gu Tian gently shook his head. How can a girl sleep so uncivilized? If you can't get married in the future, don't come crying to me. Gu Tian walked forward, placed the rice on the ground, picked up a quilt and walked over to Xiao Bai's side. At this look, he noticed a problem. The sofa was wet. Why was this little ninny drooling? Chapter 57. Back to the husband. Imperial capital. An Chang-ro returned from the training base to the Armor League in her overcoat. She had just pushed open the door to her office when she heard Sujido's agonized voice echoing inside. Hiss. Whimpering. Light. Point. In the office, the armor summoners had already gathered, along with a female doctor in a white lab coat, who was holding an unknown liquid and carefully applying it to Sujido's face. And Chang-ro looked at him in amazement, noticing that both sides of Sujido's cheeks had completely reddened, and there were 3 clearly visible slap marks on the left and right side of his face respectively. The face, swollen symmetrically. This is... What's going on? Who was this? Beaten into this state? Zhao Shi pounded his chest, painfully answered immediately to Chang-ro. It's all hit by that darn black rhino armor. Wind Eagle armor was just trying to get back the adamantium armor summoner, and was slapped 6 times in a row by black rhino armor. Look at that, it all beat the handsome Wind Eagle armor into a pig-headed armor. The Inferno Dragon armor sought him out for a theory, only to have him look at people with his nostrils and say that he picked up the summoner from the ground. Is there any justice in this? Is there still a king's law? Sugidong nodded his head frantically, agreeing with what Zhao Shi said. Inside he was just too aggrieved. He was merely trying to retrieve the Vajra armor summoner. What was wrong with that? Sugidong still remembered that he had just touched the summoner. The black rhino armor appeared in front of him like a ghost. Without saying a word, he grabbed him by the neck like lifting a chicken, and within 0.01 seconds, slapped him furiously 6 times, beating him to the point that he was filled with little stars. Luckily, there is also Wind Eagle armor to protect his body. If there is no armor, it is estimated that on the spot, he can slap himself into a sizable cute. Adamantium armor? Isn't the Vajra armor summoner Li Tianyu? What happened to him? What are you guys talking about? And Chang-ro a little bit did not understand. No, she just left the Armor Alliance for 2 days. How there is a feeling of missing a century. Nan Xian walked to Chang-ro's side and told the things that happened in the last few days completely. It was all factual, without any added language. Wang Gang did not participate in this battle, so when he heard about it, he directly slapped his hand on the table, an indignant look appearing on his face as he said loudly, "No, how can this be allowed? What does he, a black rhino armor summoner, need adamantine armor for? To think that he even beat my lovely teammate into this pig-like state. Simply too rampant, not putting the Armor Alliance in his eyes. Holy, this little tantrum of mine, Wang Gang, I really can't stand it anymore. Back in my day, I was at least a character who had his hands in his pockets and didn't know what was a rival." Duan Mu Yan took a look at Wang Gang and clapped her hands, encouraging him. "What you said makes perfect sense, so go grab the armor summoner back now, and by the way, avenge Sugidong's death. I'll never stop you." Cough cough cough. That what? Captain Duan Mu Yan, at this time you should advise me not to be impulsive and to think long and hard. If I really want to go, you should be pulling me back. Other armored summoners? They suddenly realized that Wang Gang seemed to be a tease as well. And Chang-ro gently swung the bracelet on her hand. When she heard the news of Li Tianyu's death, there was still a little bit of regret in her heart. After all, we had been teammates and lived together for so long, it would be impossible to say that we didn't have any feelings. This is also from the side to confirm that the armor is not everything, if the enemy is blown up, but also can only obediently accept the fate of death. As a qualified armor summoner, should have such awareness. Alright, I'll take care of the matter of the adamantine armor, let's all go about our own business. Seeing that Chang-ro had ended the meeting, the crowd did not continue to stay here and left one after another. And Chang-ro still had a great grasp on getting back the Vajra armor summoner. The black rhinoceros armor could be summoned by him, and the battle power it displayed was still very powerful. This was definitely not something he could ask for back. As for the Vajra armor, he couldn't summon it, and keeping it would be a piece of decoration. As long as enough benefits were given, he should hand it over. Nan Xian, why aren't you leaving? And Chang-ro asked suspiciously. Nan Xian stroked the brand new Inferno Dragon armor summoner and said with some despondency, "It's not going to be easy for Sugodong in the future. The black rhinoceros armor summoner not only has a water bloodline in his body, but also a wood bloodline, and the concentration is not at all at the same level as Sugodong." What, there's even such a thing? It looks like things are really getting interesting. Then does Sugidong know about this matter? Nan Xian shook his head. Only you, me, and Duan Mu Yan know about this matter. Although they were present at the time, they were too weak to perceive the black rhinoceros armor summoner releasing wood energy, and thought that the energy released was water energy. The reason why I didn't publicize it everywhere is because I was afraid that Sujido would have a collapse of his Dao heart. After listening to Nan Xian's words, and Chang-ro gently rubbed her palms together, a gleam appearing in her eyes, she was now really curious as to who the summoner of the black rhinoceros armor really was.
Suddenly appeared out of nowhere a month ago, peaked upon his appearance, repelled powerful enemies several times, and his strength increased with every strike. Thinking about it, and Chang Ro's body also erupted with an extremely strong battle intent. During this period of time, her intentional energy also progressed by leaps and bounds. She had already touched the mysterious domain of the flying shadow armor, and was only one step away from piercing that window. But this was all a matter for later, and Chang Ro's ambition was not here now. She gently ruffled the broken hair on her forehead, a pleasant expression appearing on her face. She planned to go back to her husband's place, saying that she would obviously go back in a week, but ended up dragging her feet for about 10 days. As a wife herself, she had done a really incompetent job, leaving her husband alone.
When I go back, I'll make sure to give him a good tonic. It's been so long, hubby must already be almost starving.
And Chang Ro clenched her small fists tightly, and a determined look emerged above her pretty face. I'm volunteering for the college entrance exams today, so I'm only writing one.
Asking for a little gift. Chapter 58. The wife is back.
Click, 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 click. Gu Tian took the latest Xiaomi cell phone and took a wild shot at Xiao Bai's drooling appearance, a smug little expression emerging on his face. Now Gu Tian was the one who had his sister-in-law's leverage. If Xiao Bai still called Gu Tian with every mouthful in the future and didn't respect him at all, then don't blame him for sending the photos to Chang Ro. To deal with this kind of naughty little girl, you can't just rely on beating, you also need a little bit of skill.
Gu Tian put his cell phone away and gently put the quilt over his own sister-in-law.
Well, his own wife and Xiao Bai were definitely close sisters, both having this bad habit of drooling. But now the sofa was no longer clean, it looked like it had to be thrown away at some point. Gu Tian took a bottle of cold Coke from the refrigerator and casually found a chair to sit on.
It's too cozy, it's too bah humbug.
Gulp, a large gulp of Coke went down, refreshing Gu Tian and revealing a very pained expression.
System, is it there? Gu Tian softly called out. Host, yes, I'm always there. Alright, open my data panel. As soon as Gu Tian's words fell, all of his own data surfaced clearly. Age, 25 years old.
Armor, Criminal Sky Armor, Black Rhino Armor, Wind Eagle Armor.
Wife, and Changru Flying Shadow Armor Summoner. Intentional Energy, 60 full level 100.
Combat Skills, Zen Seal, Mad Waterfall Top, Mad Waterfall Zap Wind Piercing Stab, Wind Eagle Leg Fire Torture Palm, Fire Torture Chin Kuan Split, Fire Light Sword Technique, Torture Heavenly Light Explosion Bomb, Lightning Cannon, Shifting Shadows, Heaven and Earth's Infinite Torture Heavenly Definitive Killing Technique, Sky Sheltering Palm, 8-bit Shift Note, 8-bit Shift consumes a great deal of energy.
Physique, 76 full level 100. Bloodline, Water Bloodline 100% Purity, Wood Bloodline 100% Purity. Comprehensive Evaluation, Heavenly Talent.
Gu Tian nodded with satisfaction, his stats had already gotten a huge boost, no longer was he that little chicken with only 20 intentional energy. As long as his intent energy reached 85, he would be able to upgrade to War God Interdictor. It was exciting to think about it. At that time, Gu Tian planned to use the Interdictor armor as his main armor. Although the Black Rhino armor was good and had good battle power, it was ultimately a defensive armor and had disadvantages that existed. But the Interdictor armor is a super comprehensive armor, in all aspects of the level is very good, as long as the intent energy is high enough, and can even summon the Hall level weapon God of War Blazing Sword.
It was the same sword that had killed Lufa in his Shura armor with 3 sword slashes in the Kai 2 finale. Just as Gu Tian was immersed in joy, and Xiao Bai, who was lying on the sofa, let out a slight movement, attracting his attention. This sleep is so comfortable.
And Xiao Bai lazily sat up from the sofa, stretched a big lazy waist, and let out a loud yawn. She had just opened her hazy eyes when she saw that Gu Tian had been staring at her.
What are you looking at, stinking Gu Tian? Haven't you ever seen a big beautiful woman?
And Xiao Bai clasped her hands on her chest and raised her chin with a haughty look on her face.
Gu Tian again heard Xiao Bai call herself stinky Gu Tian. Without saying a word she pushed and blew a breath into the palm of her hand, then slapped the air fiercely twice. A leaping look appeared on her face. This little girl, it seems that the skin again itchy. And Xiao Bai saw this action, the memories of being beaten by Gu Tian's little but frantically flooded into her mind, scaring her so much that she had a jolt of fear and subconsciously stepped back, resulting in a but sitting on the sofa. But this sitting happened to be on the very spot where she was drooling. Aya, stinky Gu. Stinky brother-in-law, you even splashed water on the sofa while I was sleeping.
And got such a big piece of it wet.
Did you want your sister-in-law to catch a cold?
She grumbled in panic as she hurriedly moved her little butt to a dry place, then looked at Gu Tian with a face full of resentment.
Gu Tian. Gu Tian.
No way, this little ninny is such a big person, she doesn't even know that she drools in her sleep. Gu Tian was too lazy to explain and directly threw his cell phone to Xiao Bai. And Xiao Bai picked up the phone with a puzzled face, and when she saw her own stupid appearance of drooling, the whole person was like a lightning strike, and instantly froze in place.
She surprisingly drooled. Moreover, sleeping was so uncivilized, disgraced and disgraced. And Xiao Bai's thin little face immediately reddened a large area, hands and feet in a mess, was planning to completely delete the photo, but the phone was stood up. Gu Tian snatched a hand. Still want to delete? No way. This is the handle that I managed to catch with great difficulty. If you delete it, it will be a big loss. You want to be angry with your sister-in-law? Quickly give it back to me. And Xiao Bai droned, clenched her small fists, and rushed towards Gu Tian. Unperturbed, Gu Tian raised his arm, stretched out his finger, and gently flicked it on her head for a brainbuster. Ouch! You're so bad, you just know how to bully me. And Xiao Bai took a few steps back, rubbing her brain with the palm of her white tender hand, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. Gu Tian sat back down on the chair again, crossed his legs, looked at the photos in his hand, and said, "If I find you calling me by my first name again in the future, I'll send these photos to your sister to see. Let her see what her sister looks like. You are simply too despicable and hateful." Once Xiao Bai heard this, she pointed her little finger at Gu Tian, which made her staggeringly angry, her cheeks bulging. But there was nothing she could do. In case these photos really fell into her sister's hands, she would be ridiculed for the rest of her life, and her reputation for a lifetime would be ruined. No, hold back for a while. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Take a step back. The more she thought about it, the more she lost. She couldn't be like this. She had to retaliate back. She was an excellent summoner of Tsunami Jizi Nano. She would never let Gu Tian off the hook. And Xiao Bai huffed and ran up to the second floor in big strides, kicked open the bedroom door, and jumped onto the bed in an arrow step. She followed the example of the last time and grabbed the puppy ragdoll on the bed and placed it under her feet, stomping on it with her white little feet, spreading all her grievances against Gu Tian on it. I step on it, I step on it, I step on it, I step on it. Ha ha ha, know that I'm powerful now. Next time you see me, keep a low profile or the white emperor will punish you. Downstairs, Gu Tian watched Xiao Bai huffing and puffing up the stairs, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Little fellow, I still can't rule you. Just as Gu Tian was about to go make dinner, a clear and joyful voice rang out. Hubby, I'm back. And Chang Ro tied a playful double ponytail, dressed in a simple white sweater, smilingly walked into the clinic, and in her hands, she was carrying a large suitcase. As soon as she saw her own husband, her little heart couldn't help but flutter. The thoughts of these 10 days almost completely drowned her. Gu Tian was also full of joy. His wife finally came back. If she didn't come back, he could only be friends with toilet paper. Gu Tian rushed to welcome her, however, and Chang Ro's movements were faster than his. She threw the suitcase in her hand onto the ground, and then her whole body directly jumped into Gu Tian's arms. She stretched out her hand and gently wrapped her arms around Gu Tian's neck, and her two long, white, tender and fleshy legs were tightly coiled around Gu Tian's waist in an intimate and passionate position. Hubby, give me a kiss, a meet and greet kiss. And Chang Ro's passion was on fire. Using her small moist lips to directly block Gu Tian's mouth, her flexible tongue was not honestly moving around, as if she wanted to completely release the separation of these 10 days. Gu Tian closed his eyes and quietly enjoyed, smelling the fragrance that wafted over from his own wife. Chapter 59. Eat dinner. Ha! It's my sister's voice. My sister is back. And Xiao Bai had just finished venting her anger when she heard her own sister's voice coming from the first floor. Her originally upset mood instantly became excited, so happy that she bounced in place several times, and her two playful double ponytails swung around without regularity. And Xiao Bai ran towards the first floor with a brisk pace, humming and thumping. Sister, I. And Xiao Bai just shouted out, but was terminated by the scene in front of her. She stopped her footsteps, her gaze blank, somewhat dumbfounded, looking at the two people who were kissing fiercely in front of her. 3 seconds passed. And Xiao Bai only felt a rolling heat on her face. She hurriedly covered her reddened little face and quietly turned around to reappear on the second floor, inwardly exclaiming that it was really too ridiculous. No, sister, why did you kiss your brother-in-law as soon as you came back? Don't you even consider my feelings? I know you guys are in a hurry, but you don't have to be in such a hurry. And Xiao Bai returned to the room, the whole person affixed to the door. She gasped for breath, patted her chest, forced herself to calm down. She'd better wait a little while before coming back. Just now the time is not chosen correctly, maybe the feng shui is not working either. On the first floor, the two were immersed in the joy of reuniting after a long time, still kissing passionately, not noticing in the slightest that Xiao Bai had ever come. I don't know how long it took before Gu Tian and Chang Ro ended their kiss, their lips gently parted, accompanied by a crystal clear thin line. Hubby, why have you lost weight? Is it because Xiao Bai didn't take good care of you? And Chang Ro got down from Gu Tian's embrace and looked at her own husband with a deep look on her face. She stretched out her greenish jade hand and tenderly stroked Gu Tian's face, full of heartache. Thin, not right. Gu Tian didn't think so at all. When he was bored, he kicked the occulter, fought the spectral demon, and punched the alien beast, which was very satisfying in terms of spirituality, not to mention all the various benefits rewarded by the system. Obviously the strength has risen greatly, the body is twice as good, in the eyes of his own wife, but even thin? My dear wife's honor, I'm not thin, don't believe you touch, all muscle. Gu Tian said. Really? Then I'll take a good look later. Oh. And Chang Ro blinked her winking eyes, gently placed her fingers above her lips and gently opened her mouth. Ah, sister, your sister is here, did you miss me? And Xiao Bai couldn't wait to get downstairs after hearing the sound of finally no kissing downstairs. Striding his long legs, an overflowing smile appeared on his face, opening his arms like a chicken and rushing towards In Shangro. And Xiao Bai? After so many days had passed, she also quite missed her own sister. When In Shangro saw In Xiao Bai rushing towards her, she immediately put her left hand against her forehead, preventing In Xiao Bai from advancing half a step further. Sister, what are you doing? Why don't you let me have a hug? And Xiao Bai asked in disbelief, her small eyes full of unhappiness. Cough cough cough, little Bai, I did a very good job of asking you to come and protect my brother-in-law, so you can go now. And Xiao Bai's eyes widened when she heard this, her face full of disbelief. Sister, you've only just returned and you're going to kick me out, I haven't even eaten dinner yet. And Xiao Bai blinked her big eyes and said in a very aggrieved manner. It's fine, this dinner thing can go back to the imperial capital to eat. And Shangro said, then hurriedly pushed her own sister out. She now very much wanted to stick, immediately wanted to discuss the core values of sustainable development with her own husband. If her sister was here, it would seriously affect their operation. Soon, and Xiao Bai was pushed out of the clinic, and Shangro said a few words of praise, and closed the door with a bang, leaving In Xiao Bai alone in the wind. In Xiao Bai? Julie? Too much, really have a husband, forget sister. And Shangro returned to the hall, not wanting to wait a second longer, carrying the suitcase in one hand and leading Gu Tian to the second floor in the other. Gu Tian naturally understood what In Shangro wanted to do, gently coughed a few times and said, Wife, there's no need to be in such a hurry, time is still early, eat your dinner first. Dinner? Good indeed I should eat it earlier, so that I can have a few more late-night snacks, maybe I can even have some early morning tea. And Shangro lowered her head and thought carefully, and said in agreement. Gu Tian? Oh. Use. My dear wife's honor, are you talking about dinner proper? Gu Tian looked down at the suitcase in Shangro's hand and said with some curiosity, Wife, what's in here? As soon as Shangro heard Gu Tian ask what was inside the suitcase, a blush appeared on her pretty face. She said meaningfully, when I was leaving, I told you that I would bring you back a surprise, and now the surprise is all inside here. Don't worry, my dear husband, you'll be able to see it soon, and it definitely won't disappoint you. The college entrance exams are coming to an end, and the midterm exams are just around the corner, so I hope that all of you readers will be able to get into the high school of your dreams. Go for it, you guys can do it, I'm very optimistic about you. I always think that some of my readers will be big shots in the future. Chapter 60 Biochemical Crisis. I go, this. Wife, you're trying to fill me up until I explode. Gu Tian looked at the various items inside the suitcase with a sweaty face. Half of them are loaded with 100-year-old tonic medicines, bowl-sized ginseng, tiger whips that have been in the sun for an unknown number of years, and pigeon egg-sized goji berries. Anyway, as soon as the suitcase was opened, the mixed medicinal odor of dozens of tonic medicines slammed skyward towards Gu Tian's face door. Gu Tian just smelled it for a moment, and felt his body was hot and dry, the blood in his body was churning like nothing else, and his mouth was dry. And Shangro had already taken off her shoes, revealing her white and tender little feet. She stepped on the ground and pressed her bulging chest tightly against Gu Tian's back and said somewhat shyly, Hubby, the quality of the tonic that I bought at the market last time was not good, but this time it's definitely pure enough. I brought it from the imperial capital, and it's ranked in the whole of the Dragon Kingdom in terms of quality. All are 99% rare, old value. Gu Tian swallowed his saliva, looked to the other half of the suitcase. All are all kinds of novelty flirting clothing, black silk white silk made outfit. There were even some novelty small toys that had only been seen online. Gu Tian touched his waist, felt that tonight is a bad battle. At least all of them have reached the strength of the peak bureau. The surprise that his own wife brought him was simply too much of a surprise. Hubby, let's get started, it's the same old rules, I'm on top, you're on the bottom. And Shangro placed her small head on Gu Tian's shoulder, blowing fragrance in his ear, saying as if it were an orchid. Her small hands were even moving around Gu Tian's body, reaching into his clothes and caressing his 8-pack abs. Cough cough cough, wife, I'm a bit dirty, let's go take a bath first. A bath? What kind of bath? It only smells if you don't wash, if you don't hurry up it will be dark. Husband, be obedient, get comfortable once before going to take a bath. Saying that, and Shangro didn't wait for Gu Tian to react, and pushed him down on the bed, and she quickly followed suit, her arched buttocks directly straddling his waist position. Gu Tian, oh. Hubby, your wife is starting. And Shangro gave an affectionate smile and licked her rosy lips seductively, her beautiful eyes filled with Gu Tian's shadow. Immediately, she ripped off her bodysuit, exposing a large portion of her snow-white skin, which was as delicate and moist as sheep's fat jade, and under the light, the temptation was infinite. And Shangro leaned down and hugged her own husband's small face and kissed it. The bed curtains slowly fell because the shaking was too intense. The only thing left on the bed were the two silhouettes that continued to shake and were interspersed with the heavy breathing sounds of male and female love. Imperial capital, a certain high-class bar. Sugidong leaned on the counter, holding hundreds of thousands of dollars a bottle of red wine shaking to and fro. Obviously on the stage there are all kinds of hotly dressed beautiful women, but for him there is not the slightest interest. He lowered his head and sighed, pouring a large bottle of red wine to relieve the depression in his heart. Tonight, under the organization of Jinmei, the Five Elements Armor summoned people to go to the Armor Union's testing base, which was specially constructed for them to detect the concentration of the Five Elements bloodline in their bodies in real time. After all, the concentration of the 5 elemental blood veins was really too important to them, and every little increase was a leap in strength. Sujito had originally thought that he had experienced so many great battles recently that his bloodline concentration must have increased, but it turned out that it was only a measly 65% when measured. In comparison, the bloodline concentration of the other armored summoners was quite a bit better. Zhao Shi's gold bloodline concentration was 75%, Zhong Koan's earth bloodline was 70%, and Nan Xian's fire bloodline was 91%. This was completely acceptable if everyone was a rookie, but the gap was too large, and that hurt. The results of the test directly caused Sujito to freeze in place, feeling incomparably worthless. He was never expecting that the worst person in the Armor League was actually him. Sugi Dong had initially thought that Zhong Koan was the most vegetable, not realizing that the clown was himself. Sujito still remembered that when he had just joined the Armor Alliance, the concentration of his wood bloodline was 62%, and after 3 years, he did not expect that it had only increased by 3%, while all the other armor summoners had at least increased by 5%. Although Jinmei immediately consoled him, Sujito felt that he was still so suffocated, and the most terrifying thing was that he also had a premonition that if he still didn't improve in the future, maybe the Armor Union would hand over the Wind Eagle armor summoner to the second team's Winden. Sandong vigorously scratched his hair with his hand as the sense of crisis in his heart became more and more prominent. If he was really replaced, it was tantamount to falling from heaven to earth, which was something he could never accept. Once one had enjoyed power, who would be willing to abandon it? As of now, there were already rumors in the Armor League that Sujito was a waste of armor, and some staff members had even given him a loud nickname Air Warrior. Sometimes the rumors were even more hateful, directly letting Sugidong in the next armor merge, don't call it Wind Eagle armor merge, directly change it to Empty Warrior merge, never mind. Just as Sugidong was immersed in his own world, a pair of large hands suddenly tapped on his shoulder, startling him so much that the red wine in his hand almost shook out. Who? Sujito immediately turned around, and when he saw the person in front of him clearly, his brows furrowed together. Miao Bei, why are you here? Sugidong sized up Miao Bei for a couple of moments and realized that he had a smile on his face and an extraordinary temperament, as if he was a fluttering gentleman. He had thought that Miao Bei would become self-absorbed after being expelled from the Armor Alliance, drinking all day long and living like a human being. What, I can't look at my former comrades? Miao Bei responded mildly. Humph, comrade in arms? You're here to be funny, right? Didn't you call me a rotten orange every day back then? And said that if I could summon the Wind Eagle armor well, I could eat the skin of a rotten orange. Sujito said nonchalantly. He didn't have a good face for Miao Bei. He placed the red wine on the counter and planned to leave the bar, not wanting to be around this obscure contraption anymore. Seeing Sugidong's back as he left, Miao Bei said slowly, alas, I was going to tell you how to quickly raise the concentration of your wood bloodline, but it's a pity you don't want it. Miao Bei turned around and made a move to leave, but was pulled by the hand of Sujito, who had a burning gaze. What method is it? Although Sujito was doing his best to control himself, his disordered heartbeat and rapid breathing had already betrayed him. Miao Bei gave a faintly imperceptible smile. The fish had taken the bait. Let's go, let's talk somewhere else. Miao Bei dragged Sugidong out of the bar, and Sugidong didn't care. He was a Wind Eagle armor summoner, and wasn't afraid that Miao Bei, an ordinary person, would play tricks. Underground parking garage. Say, what exactly is the method to raise the concentration of the wood bloodline? Sujito tucked the summoner in his hand. If Miao Bei dared to lie to himself today, don't blame him for not being polite and directly turn into Wind Eagle armor to beat him up. Without any nonsense, Miao Bei pulled out a sparkling dark crystal stone and threw it into Sugidong's arms. The moment Sugidong came into contact with the dark crystal stone, a majestic wood energy quickly radiated out, resonating with the wood bloodline in his body. At this moment, intense greed flashed in Sugidong's eyes. If the Wind Eagle armor absorbed this, the concentration of his bloodline would have to increase by at least 1%. He kept stroking the dark crystal stone in the water, and as he did so, he suddenly noticed that something was wrong. Wait, why is there still dark power inside this crystal? Sujito's face suddenly changed. He was extremely familiar with this dark energy. It was exactly the same as the source of the exotic beast. The reason is simple. This dark crystal stone is one of the treasures of the Shadow Realm, and serves to enhance the concentration of the 5 elemental bloodlines. Miao Bei waved his hand and said. Sandong couldn't help but take a step back and quake Miao Bei dead in the face. Shadow Realm, what do you mean? Miao Bei shook his shoulders and said. In the next second, a weird black halo surrounded his body, and the strange-looking evil gold appeared. Sujito was shocked for a moment and subconsciously took several steps back, but he quickly reacted. He was an armored warrior, and he was even afraid of an alien beast. Bold Miao Bei, how dare you join the Shadow Realm? I'm going to get rid of the people today. Sujito wiped his nose and said righteously. He immediately put the dark crystal stone into his clothes and was about to summon the wind eagle armor to meet the battle, but in the twinkling of an eye, evil gold appeared in front of him at an unknown time. The distance between the two was too close, and there was not even a chance for Sujito to summon his armor. A terrifying pressure came over him, causing Sujito's legs to almost bend down to his knees, and the summoner in his hand nearly fell to the ground. Ha ha ha, Wind Eagle Armor Summoner, don't get excited. Evil Gold hissed, dozens of small eyes revealing a scarlet glow. I didn't get excited, you are looking at it wrong. Sujito's body trembled and said in fear. He was able to clearly feel that in front of this exotic beast, he was like a falling leaf in the wind that could be torn apart at any time. This exotic beast was not something that could be dealt with at his level. The evil gold saw that it had pretty much shocked Sugidong, and only then did it revert back to Xiao Bai's appearance. Sujito breathed heavily, and only then did he notice that his back was already wet. So what exactly are you trying to do by tricking me into coming here? What for? It's simple, to invite you to join us in the Shadow Realm. Xiao Bai ambled forward and said snidely. Me? Sujito pointed a finger at his face. Not bad, you join us and return to the Armor Alliance as an undercover agent, and as payment, we can provide you with a constant supply of crystals for you to enhance your wood bloodline. When Sujito heard this, it would definitely be a lie not to be moved. In the face of such a great temptation, who could hold the bottom line? However, he also had the basic morality of being an armored warrior, which was to never surrender to evil. But the more crucial point was that if he didn't agree to him today, there was a possibility that he wouldn't be able to leave. Sujito's mind raced, and he decided to fake a surrender and get his strength up first. He exhaled deeply and nodded with firm eyes. Alright, I promise you. Xiao Bai gently nodded his head, revealing a satisfied smile as his fingers flicked, and 10 dark crystal stones instantly appeared in Sugidong's hands. Worthy of being Sugidong, he really knows what's right. These 10 dark crystal stones are enough for you to spend a month absorbing them, enough for you to raise your wood bloodline by 8%, next month, we will still meet here. Xiao Bai laughed loudly as a dense black mist appeared around him and instantly disappeared in place. Sugidong looked at the 10 dark crystal stones in his hand, an ecstatic smile appeared on his face, his eyes were filled with madness. Humph, evil gold, you wait for me, when I one day raise the concentration of my wood bloodline to 90%, the first one to be exterminated will be you. Chapter 61 Another Battle Lost. Clinic, in full swing, a variety of colorful images continue to flash. Put in the bedroom and the big bed at this time but nearly deformed, for bed legs are collapsed down. The ground was littered with women's intimate apparel, each piece torn to shreds, emitting a seductive scent. The space of less than 30 square meters was filled with a burning, ambiguous aura, and the two silhouettes on the bed had gradually calmed down. So close, almost lost. Gu Tian leaned on the bed, holding his waist, his face had begun to turn white, and he was vaguely beginning to have a tendency to not be able to hold on. Starting from 6 o'clock last night, until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the third day, the two men's exchanges never stopped for a moment. His own wife, in particular, was acting very hot and energetic, and couldn't wait to pull Gu Tian into doing all sorts of blood-boiling exercises. Not only did it effectively allow Gu Tian to recall the previous upsets and bright moons, but it also added many positions that Gu Tian had never seen before. If not for the fact that Gu Tian's physique has been strengthened by the system over the past 10 days, he might not have been able to hold on, and would have been beaten by his own wife to the point of losing his armor and surrendering with his hands up. It was true that if a woman was hot, there was nothing left for a man to do. Hubby, how does it feel? Your wife's bed skills are not bad, right? And Shangro said with a smile, blinking her drowsy eyes and stretching a perfect lazy waist, showing off her sexy body to the fullest. She directly made a big pounce, pressing her bejeweled and perfect petite body on top of Gu Tian's chest, and began to gently rub back and forth. Not bad, her own husband is really great, actually able to carry her for the first round, improved a lot. And Shangro's face was flushed, she still remembered that when she left the clinic, Gu Tian hadn't even been able to carry her for the first round. She gently licked the corners of her mouth, wings like silk, passionate, obviously still not yet finished. The first round is just the first round, this is just where it is. There is the second round, the third round, the fourth round. Can be described as endless also. Hubby, read a lot of tomato novels, where the hero and heroine like role-playing the most, do we want to come and play? And Shangro spat out her delicate tongue, her eyes filled with curiosity and desire. Then, Shangro got off the bed and pushed the suitcase over with her naked and proud body, and took out a skeletonized maid costume from inside and placed it outside her towering chest. Is it okay? Hubby. No, I'm not coming. Gu Tian hastily waved his hand in refusal and hurriedly pulled the quilt aside to cover his body tightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he really didn't dare to come. Still come? Does he still want to die? If the second round was to start, he was afraid that it wouldn't end without 10 hours. The saying that a small farewell is better than a new marriage is true, and really has a theoretical basis. When Shangro heard that Gu Tian had rejected her, she fainted on the spot, revealing an unhappy look. She looked at her own husband with a grudging look, crossed her arms, and said with a petulant grunt, "I'm telling you about this matter, merely informing you, not coming to ask for advice. You don't want to come today, you have to come too." And Chang Ro immediately took action, directly lifting the quilt covering Gu Tian's body, her little head taking the lead in drilling in. "Don't!" Gu Tian was inwardly shocked and hastened to stop it, but in the end, it was a step too late. Congratulations to all readers, great college entrance exams ended successfully, I counted on my fingers, you can all get into the dream college. Chapter 62, fighting his wife to a draw. As soon as Chang Ro got under the quilt, she started to invade everywhere. Hey, wife, stop it, don't do this." And Chang Ro turned a deaf ear and continued to do as she pleased. In order to prevent her husband from moving around, she stretched out her jade hand and pressed Gu Tian's hands over his head, forcing him to reveal a small and delicate male appearance. 10 hours later, and Chang Ro only re-drilled out from inside the quilt, she wiped the corners of her mouth, smelling the indescribable odor inside the room, very satisfied nodded. She directly put the black and white maid outfit slowly on herself, black and white and red skin, even more people cannot control the desire. The perfect black silk tightly wrapped the beautiful long legs, and the loose maid outfit couldn't hide in Chang Ro's proud snowy peaks, coupled with the moving little face, it was simply the #1 killer that seduced people into committing crimes. No need to look to know that the woman in front of her was definitely ripe, and ripe through. "Hubby, it's time to start the third round, your wife has come again, let's continue to enjoy." And Chang Ro smiled shyly, her long eyelashes moved slightly, and her originally clear eyes became flavorful. She gently stroked her beautiful legs, her knitted brows and smile seducing Gu Tian's sensitive nerves. Gu Tian's face was pale as he lay on the bed, his eyes were lifeless, his left hand covered his chest, and he looked like he was about to die. After enduring his wife's 2 attacks in a row, he had already received serious injuries and was mentally drained, so it was true that sometimes it wasn't necessarily a good thing for a woman to mature too quickly. It looks like he must strengthen his physique as soon as possible in the future, only if his physique is good, he can do things to last. "Hubby, are you dying? Are you weak?" And Chang Ro put her hidden legs together, one hand placed on her belly, the other hand gently touched her rosy lips, blinking her big watery eyes, the whole person appeared to be churlish and delicate. This soft and weak appearance simply made any man's heart melt and couldn't wait to embrace her in his arms. When Gu Tian saw this scene, his eyes widened and he inwardly called out 666. "Oh. Use. Wasn't it the imperial sister style just now? How to turn into a lowly control in the blink of an eye. Really is too good at transforming, can be salt and sweet and romantic." It turns out that this is the ultimate explanation of the female big change. Where on earth did his wife learn so many things? Back when they weren't married, and Chang Ro had acted very pure, like a little white rabbit that didn't know anything. A joke with her would make her blush for half a day, covering her face and running away shyly. But since getting married, everything had changed, and the little white rabbit had turned into a little yellow rabbit. Gu Tian exhaled deeply, he had to defend a man's dignity. As a man with backbone, he would never admit that he was weak. He was going to revitalize himself and make a name for himself. "Come on, turn on the big move." Gu Tian inwardly roared madly as he quietly pulled out the experience card from the system space and immediately crushed it. If the experience card was gone, maybe the system would reward it again, but if a man's dignity was gone, he wouldn't be able to make it up. In an instant, the experience card's vigorous power quickly surged into Gu Tian's body, and his body, which was already on the verge of defeat, was restored to its peak. Gu Tian sat up from the bed in high spirits, showing off his biceps, he felt full of strength, he could still fight at least 8,000 rounds. And Chang Ro was startled by Gu Tian's sudden strong aura, and her arse couldn't help but move back slightly. From this opportunity, Gu Tian was like a tiger descending from the mountain to pounce on Chang Ro on the bed and pressed underneath her. Gu Tian looked at Chang Ro, who was pressed underneath himself like a small white flower, and said in a bold and unparalleled manner, "Wife, husband sends you 2 sentences today, you must remember. The first sentence is, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't fool the youth. The second sentence is, if a bandit can go, I can go too." Gu Tian said, and kissed Chang Ro's round and full lips just as hard as he could. His hands were also like they were equipped with GPS, automatically looking for a location to lock the target. And Chang Ro looked at her husband, who suddenly became domineering, first slightly stunned, but immediately reacted and began to fight for dominance. The two stopped flirting this time and went straight to the peak. I don't know how long has passed. This turmoil finally calmed down, and the 2 excellent armor summoners were both exhausted, gasping for breath as they lay on their beds slowly recovering their strength. Gu Tian slowly opened his heavy eyes and turned his head to look at the messy bedroom, his mouth involuntarily murmuring, "Awesome, awesome, really awesome." As the battle progressed, they were no longer satisfied with just being in bed, but had shifted positions multiple times. Gu Tian couldn't stop shivering when he thought about the third round. It was true that there were only tired cows, not plowed fields. In the beginning, Gu Tian thought that after he had the experience card, he would be able to give Chang Ro a good lesson, letting her know that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. I didn't realize that my wife's strength was still too powerful, but she was able to compete with Gu Tian, who possessed the experience card, and even got more and more courageous for a period of time, almost overtaking Gu Tian. Gu Tian, for the sake of a man's face, naturally gritted his teeth and refused to give up, and the final result ended in a tie. No, I want to see just how good my own wife's physique is. Gu Tian's mind moved, allowing the system to open in Chang Ro's data panel. Name, Chang Ro. Age, 25 years old. Armor, Flying Shadow Armor. Intentional Energy, 84 full level 100. Combat Skills, Flying Shadow Blast, Shadow Arrow, Phantom Shadow Blade Technique, Whirlwind, Vorpal Kick, Wind Forest and Fire Mountains, Flying Shadow Definitive Killing Technique, Flying Shadow Blast, Electricity Kick Optimization, Top Shadow Chop, Electric Lightning, Cutting Wind Kick, Flying Shadow Kick. Physique, 98 full level 100. Bloodline, Ordinary. Comprehensive Evaluation, Strong, 1 in 100 million. Gu Tian looked at this data and was a bit confused. His own wife's progress was also too fast. He still remembered that when Chang Ro returned to the armor union, her intentional energy was 78 and her physique was 90. He didn't think that it was only 20 days that it had risen so much. Intentional energy are 84, as long as in progress a little bit to reach 85. Flying Shadow armor can be upgraded to become Blistering Lightning Flying Shadow. But it was understandable, if she didn't progress fast, how could his own wife become the chief captain of the Armor Alliance? Oohing. And Chang Ro rubbed her drowsy eyes and gently opened and closed her jade mouth to yawn, her agitated nose slightly moving while a cute petite sound came out from her mouth. Not bad, my own husband is just awesome, to be able to resist my full strength, really awesome. And Chang Ro thought, resting her beautiful legs on Gu Tian's belly, holding up her red cheeks with one hand as she looked at Gu Tian. Wife, there shouldn't be a fourth round. Gu Tian said tentatively while quickly putting his pants back on with his hands and feet. If Chang Ro were to come back again, he could only immediately lift his pants and run away, the kind that didn't look back. On the one hand, after 3 battles, he had already entered the man's unique sage mode, and did not have much desire for that aspect in a short time. On the other hand, Gu Tian didn't want to use the experience card now, he only had one on him. I'm not coming, I'm going to go cook medicine for you, just rest well, husband. And Chang Ro smiled imploringly, gently leaving a kiss on Gu Tian's face, turning around and getting out of bed. Can't be playing, my own husband was not able to, don't play him bad. And Chang Ro. Chapter 63 Kurath Discovered. On the highway, the crowd was surging, bustling with people coming and going, and in the midst of this lively scene, there were 2 figures that looked particularly special. They were dressed in black robes, their heads slightly lowered as they walked seemingly casually through the crowd. These 2 black-robed men were no one else but Lufa's 2 henchmen, Kulesk and Shigura. They changed into human forms to facilitate their movements in human society. Shigura, are you sure that Captain Kurinsek is in Sea City? Kuresk frowned slightly and asked Shigura beside him with a face of uncertainty. That's natural, my investigative strength is very powerful. Not only that, I also found out that Captain Kurath has made an earthbug as his girlfriend, and the 2 of them are still very much in love. Shigura responded confidently. When Kulesk heard this, a disdainful expression immediately appeared on his face, and he said somewhat mockingly, I didn't expect that Captain Kurath, the captain of the Red Underworld detachment of the Psi Corps' Rage Department, would even fall in love with an earthbug. It's really a disgrace to our Ares people. More than disgraceful, it's simply depraved and a strange shame. Shigura's eyes were also filled with contempt, extremely dissatisfied with Kudrin's behavior, and continued, we Arisians have a noble bloodline, how can we mix with these cats and dogs at will? In Shigura's opinion, not only did Kurath not help General Lufa with his plans after his resurrection, he instead sneaked out to fall in love, which was really hard to understand. It's hard to believe that after sleeping for 1,000 years his brain was dumbfounded by the sleep, and he even threw away all the honorable responsibilities of a warrior. Forget it, let's go back to the main topic. How should we make Captain Kurinsk obediently return to the general's side? Kulesk lowered his voice and said. In fact, searching for Kurath was originally a task for Kulesk alone, but he really didn't have a clue in his heart. Although he had now recovered his peak strength, he never dared to underestimate any of the captains. After all, when he was plundering the energy crystals in the Milky Way, the heroic image of the 3 captains going in and out of the enemy's siege had been deeply engraved in his mind, leaving him in awe. Thinking about it, Kulesk decided to join forces with his 2 partners, Shigura and Sabin, intending that the 3 of them would first go together to search for Kuswa, followed by Qiao Shuefei, and lastly, Minxiu. This would be more time-consuming, but the success rate would be the highest. Shikura readily agreed to his idea and praised it greatly, only that Shaban refused like a dead brain, stubbornly insisting on going to look for Josuefai alone. There was no way around it, Kulesk and Shigura could only move in 2s, leaving Sabin alone. Shigura raised his head slightly, a weird black light flashed in his eyes, and a sinister smile appeared on his face as he said, I don't think it's hard to get Captain Kurinsk to rejoin the general, he already has a weak point, and his weak point is that earthbug, so as long as we control her, I don't believe that Kurinsk won't obediently give in. Good, then let's move quickly, but don't let those damnable armored warriors find out. Kurinsk urged. So what if we find out? A bunch of earth bugs are just a bunch of earth bugs. They really think that they can flaunt their power in front of us just because they have a summoner. When we summoned our armor back then, they were all still single-celled. Shigura coldly snorted with concern. Alas, it's better to be careful. We still have to search for Captain and Mincho later on. Exposing it too early will cause unnecessary trouble. That makes sense. The two of them agreed at once, and the recluse techniques they used one after another disappeared in a flash. Gulang, is it good? In the middle of the clinic, and Chang-ro was draped in a thin veil, placing her hands on the table, holding her white chin, her gentle gaze spilling all the way above Gu Tian's face. Gu Tian pursed his lips and inhaled all of the medicinal juice on it into his mouth. He stared at his heavenly beautiful wife and said leisurely, "Then wife, come over and taste it." "Yes, I'll come and taste it." And Chang-ro's eyebrows arched, full of smiles and anticipation. She came into Gu Tian's arms with a bounce, and her sexy buttocks gently dropped down to sit steadily on top of Gu Tian's thighs. Immediately afterward, she quickly picked up the bowl and drank a large mouthful of the tonic medicine, not waiting for the medicinal juice to stay in her mouth for a moment before she couldn't wait to kiss Gu Tian on the lips. The medicinal juice flowed slowly along their pressed lips, carrying a slight warmth. The air of the clinic suddenly became sweet. Half an hour later, and Chang-rui intimately held Gu Tian's arm, and the two of them walked out of the clinic with smiles on their faces. They looked up to the sky at the dream like in beautiful evening sunset, and decided to take advantage of this great time to go out for a good walk and enjoy this cozy and beautiful moment. The two of them didn't walk out far before they brushed shoulders with a young man. Gu Tian inadvertently frowned slightly and subconsciously glanced towards the man. The man was carefully holding a bouquet of dainty, brightly colored roses in his hands, wearing an exquisitely tailored high-fashion suit. His hair was even meticulously combed, and his face was covered in an incomparably happy smile. Well, with this outfit, he was definitely there to propose. But the problem was, Gu Tian felt the fluctuation of the underworld demon breath on the man's body. Although it was very weak, it did exist. And Chang-ro also slightly sidled her head. She was similarly feeling the aura emanating from the man's body. The college entrance examination is over, so don't count the gains and losses, be happy. A college entrance examination can't decide your life. Chapter 64, Getting the Ball Rolling. The direction he went was the park. Proposing in a park, let me think. Gu Tian secretly pondered in his heart. This spectral demon was different from any he had encountered before. Even though the previous spectral demon had taken human form, it exuded negativity all over its body, and the aura of greed and anger was particularly obvious. This underworld demon was different. Although it also had an aura of anger, it was particularly weak, and the whole thing gave off a positive feeling. Gu Tian quickly recalled the plot of Armor 2 in the original story. Although this world he had traveled through was very different from the original story, there was always something that was worth learning from. Could it be him? One of the three captains of the Underworld Legion, Ku Rath? Gu Tian muttered in a faintly imperceptible voice, and only he could possibly fit this scenario. In the original story, Ku Rath had a girlfriend who loved him very much, but unfortunately, she died tragically later on, which directly led to Ku Rath's blackening. "Honey, let's go to the park and take a walk to see the scenery there." "Okay, everything is at hubby's disposal." And Chang-ro nodded her little head and responded with a smile. Just in time, she was also very curious as to what this underworld demon really wanted to do. It was hard to believe that it was really going to propose. That would really be too interesting and novel. The murderous, bloodthirsty underworld demon would actually fall in love with a human woman. This should be a very tasty melon. On a chair in the park, three silhouettes sat side by side as they looked at the beautiful scenery of the park, enjoying the breeze blowing in from the forest. The middle-aged man looked at the watch on his wrist, and saw his own daughter's face overflowing with happy smiles, pretended to snicker and said, "Alas, your boyfriend's frame is not small, so long has not come over. Is it because you want to give me, the old man, a downward spiral?" Lily heard her dad say this about her boyfriend. An anxious look appeared on her face, gently pushed him and said, Dad, don't talk nonsense, the time hasn't arrived yet, it's us who came early. When he comes later, you mustn't say that, I'm afraid he'll think too much." She gently patted Lily's hand and cheerfully said, "We haven't even seen the person yet, and you're so quick to speak for someone else, what are we going to do in the future?" Lily gently ruffled the hair falling down to her cheeks, pouted and said, "Mom, why are you also like Dad to make fun of me? Aku was a nice guy, you'll definitely like him when you meet him." Lily's dad gently patted the armrest and said to his daughter with some concern, "I'm very confident that your eyes won't look at the wrong person. But as far as I know, your boyfriend doesn't seem to have a formal job right now and doesn't have much money. I'm afraid you'll suffer if you marry him." "It's fine, Dad, it's not a big deal. I'm willing to suffer with him." Lily's father saw the determined look in his own daughter's eyes, gently patted her shoulder and said, "Good, as long as there's nothing wrong with that kid's character, I'll agree to him becoming my son-in-law." "Thank you, Dad." A look of joy surfaced on Lily's face, and just as she was about to get up to get a few bottles of water from inside her bag, an extremely ugly-looking face violently appeared in front of her. As soon as Shigura burrowed out of the earth, he struck a terrifying boss pose at the three people in front of him and opened his huge mouth full of sharp fangs. "Ah ha ha! Run, there's a monster! Go get the armored warrior!"
Countless screams rose and fell in the park, all kinds of shouts mixed together. People rolled and crawled away from the park, only hating that their parents had 2 less legs. Lily's 3 people were also so scared that their faces turned pale and they couldn't stop shivering. "Daughter, you go quickly, I'll hold him back." Lily's father immediately came back to his senses. He quickly picked up a stick on the ground, clenched his teeth tightly, and punched towards Shagula's shoulder. There was a loud click. In Lily's father's horrified eyes, the stick directly broke into 2. "Not bad, I haven't seen someone as brave as you in many years. It's a pity that it's still a bug that can only stop a mantis." Shigura grinned openly with his big mouth. He stretched out his big hand and grabbed Lily's dad's neck in a vice-like death grip, lifting him up easily. "Child's father, hold on, I'll save you." Seeing this, Lily's mom let out a shout as her eyes stared almost bursting open. She recklessly rushed forward with her bare hands, aiming a vicious punch at the spectral demon's chest. Unfortunately, Shui could not last more than 3 seconds, and in the next moment, she was grabbed by Shigura's other hand around her neck and lifted into the air, rolling her eyes and fluttering her legs helplessly in the air. "Mom and Dad, hold on, I'll save you." Lily shouted mournfully, but she had just taken 2 steps forward when Kulesk suddenly appeared and punched her in the back of the head, and her entire body fell straight forward. Kurensk walked into the park holding the rose. He gently patted the dust on his suit. This suit was chosen for him by Lily herself. It meant a lot to him. The thought of meeting Lily's parents later on made Ku-Rath nervous. Phew! Ku-Rath let out a breath and patted his chest. He found himself quite enjoying this feeling of anticipation and nervousness, as if it would make him more and more human, and better allow him to integrate into this world. As he continued to walk forward, the comfortable atmosphere around him suddenly became tense, with countless people desperately fleeing in all directions. Siyu Wangshi's heart thumped, and a bad premonition instantly spread throughout his body. "Brothers, what's going on?" Ku-Rath randomly grabbed a fleeing person and anxiously inquired. "Are you an SB? There are monsters killing people behind us. What the are you grabbing me for? Don't take me with you if you're going to die." The passerby cursed, breaking free from Kuratha's pull and running towards the gate without looking back. "Oh no!" Siyu Rath screamed. His face instantly became serious. He directly threw the rose on the ground and rushed to the depths of the park at a speed of 250 yards. "Lily, you can't have anything happen to you." Chapter 65, Your Girlfriend, Very Moist. "This is the Earthlings, they are also too fragile. As long as I apply a little bit of force, their necks will be broken," Shigura said, casually dropping Lily's parents, who were unconscious from asphyxiation, in the grass. "That's not true, it's just a low-level life in the galaxy, and it's a shame for all of us to even look like us." Kulesk lifted the unconscious Lily from the ground like a chicken and spoke with a look of contempt. He looked down at Lily and skimmed his lips. "Just such an ugly woman. I really don't know how Captain Kurensek looked at her. Probably too horny after sleeping for 1,000 years. Shigura teased wistfully. "Makes sense." The two of them then broke out into a fit of unrestrained laughter. Ha 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 ha. The rampant laughter echoed in this chaotic park, seeming particularly piercing. Just as they laughed themselves into oblivion, Siyu Rath, who was running furiously in a hurry, finally arrived at the scene. When he saw his beloved woman being carried by Kulesk in his hands like a rag doll, his originally hanging heart completely died. At the same time, an extremely large rage, like a raging volcanic eruption, erupted from the bottom of his heart. "Kulesk, Shigura, where are you guys doing?" Kurensk pointed at the two of them with one hand and roared angrily. "Ha ha ha, my dear captain, are you blind? Is there any need to ask that question?" Shigura lowered his head sideways and responded with extreme arrogance. "Bold, too bold, who are you to speak to me like that? Shigura, Kurensk, I am now ordering you in the name of the captain to quickly release them, or else the consequences will be something you can't afford." Shigura was not the least bit afraid when he heard Kurensk's angry roar. Instead, he threw back his head and let out a burst of open-mouthed laughter, saying, "Captain Ha, do you still deserve to be a captain? You don't deserve it at all. You are the traitor of the Underworld Legion, and everyone should be punished." Kulesk also added, "We used to respect you because of your bravery, your arrogance, your invincibility. Look at you now, living like a worm. You fart." Ku-Rath was shaking with anger, his teeth clacking. "You guys don't understand at all. I've long since gotten tired of the endless fighting and killing, and now I only desire to live a good life like an ordinary person." "A commoner?" Kulesk and Shigura looked at each other and immediately erupted into even more arrogant laughter. Kulesk even had a cheap grin on his face, stretching out his fingers to gently caress Lily's face, provocatively looking at Siyu Rath, saying, "Captain, your girlfriend, so moist. Looking for death, you guys are really looking for death, not only bullying my woman, but also dare to insult her." Siyu Rath took a step forward and slid his hands together with his chest down, and furious dark red flames flashed. Siyu Rath transformed into a spectral demon. His entire body was covered in pitch-black armor with sharp edges, his head sprouted hideous horns, his eyes were red and his fangs were exposed. Siyu Rath struck 2 circles into the air, making loud sonic booms, and said viciously, "It looks like I can't help but teach you guys a lesson today." Shigura watched as Kurath transformed and didn't immediately threaten with a hostage.
Qles, keep an eye on these hostages, I'm going to meet how much strength the leader of the Red Underworld detachment still has today. Shigura let out a long whistle into the sky and pounded his chest with both hands, emitting a terrifying explosion. Kill! Shigura let out a wild whistle and violently stomped on the ground, charging at Kurath. I wrote 1k less words today, I'm taking the day off. Chapter 66. You're just a piece of trash. Come on, who's afraid of who? Kurath's anger steamed up as he also charged towards Shigura, and every time he stepped on the ground, his feet erupted with a boom sound. He was the captain of the Red Underworld detachment and had always been known for his rage and force, so naturally, he couldn't possibly be afraid of Shigura, who wasn't even a vice captain. He rushed towards Shagula at an extremely fast speed, his right fist clenched, the wind of his fist ripped through space, and slammed straight towards Shagula's face. Shagula did not panic, the corner of his mouth slightly rose, his body lightly sidestepped, easily dodging this powerful punch. Immediately after that, Shagula took advantage of the fact that Kushin's momentum had not yet disappeared and his body was off balance, and quickly lifted his leg, and his knee pushed straight into Kushin's abdomen. Kagwangs also reacted quickly, and hastily tightened his abdomen and sidestepped. Shigura's knee grazed his body, bringing up a burst of stinging pain. Captain, you've regressed too much, you're just too weak. Shigura laughed evilly and jumped into the air spinning 180 degrees to kick Kurath in the chest. Kurath was knocked out of the air and crashed through several large trees in the park one after another before coming to a halt. Damn it! Siyu Wangshi roared in defiance as he pushed away the large trees that were pressing down on him and managed to stand up, when Shigura unexpectedly appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Shigura used his physical body as a weapon and slammed it against Kurath's side. Siyu Wrath had no time to dodge, and by this violent collision from Shigura, a sharp pain instantly hit his entire body. Bang! Siyu Wrath was hit so hard that his bones clicked and his body flew backward uncontrollably once again, smashing heavily on the ground and rolling several times on the ground one after another. No, you've only just been resurrected, how could you be this powerful? Siyu Wrath gasped and covered his chest as he stood up from the ground with some difficulty. Ha 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 ha, didn't expect it, Captain. General Lufa has already restored my strength to its peak. As of now, Kirinsk and I are ranked in the entire Underworld Legion. Shigura stuck his hands on his waist and laughed rampantly. But Captain, you're also too much of a waste. When I first started I thought you were strong, after all, you've been resurrected for so long, but I didn't realize that your strength has only recovered to 50% of what it was at its peak. Not only that, your moves are too sluggish, your reactions are too slow. With such strength, how can you protect your beloved woman? Kurath was infuriated as his chest rose and fell violently, his face was ugly as he snorted coldly. So what if 50% of your strength is enough to finish you off? Back then, when I was plundering energy crystals, with my own strength I was able to kill through half of the Shadow Star. Shigura heard Kurath talking about his previous battle records, and said disdainfully, brilliant moments happen to everyone, don't take a moment as permanent, how brilliant you were once, how wretched you are now. Shigura, don't get complacent too early, I haven't used my true strength yet. Kurath's eyes were red, his mind moved, and in an instant, a red light flashed, and a roughly shaped and tough sharp axe appeared in his hand. The axe of the Angry Dragon was Kurath's exclusive weapon, forged with the scales of the evil dragon. The attack power was amazing, able to break rocks and steel. Seeing that Kurath had summoned a weapon, Shigura didn't hold back and summoned his own weapon as well. Accompanied by a burst of black light, the killing night toad blade with a sharp blade appeared in Shigura's hand. The killing night toad blade, made from the iron bile of the poisonous toad of the black toad planet after hundreds of years of intense poison soaking, contained a powerful evil poison. Shigura, I'm going to waste you. Kurath roared, holding the axe of the Angry Dragon, and charged fiercely towards Shigura. He poured his entire body's strength into this axe, and the light on the blade of the axe was so bright that it seemed like it was going to tear the air around him apart. Shigura's eyes flinched as he gripped the Zhuli toad blade with both hands and stood at attention. Kurath bellowed and slashed the axe of the Angry Dragon down hard. Shigura quickly sidestepped, while blocking the Zhuli toad blade upwards. Clang! The loud sound. As if a flood bell resounded all around, sparks of metal collision splashed in all directions, and the powerful impact centered on the two people spread in all directions, shaking the earth to crack, appearing one terrifying crack after another. Siyu Wrath felt a huge shock force from the blade of the axe, shocked his arms numb, lost consciousness, almost can't hold the axe of the Angry Dragon. Shigura, on the other hand, was also shaken by the blow and his arms trembled slightly, his feet taking a few steps backward. A few dozen seconds later, both of them raised their feet and kicked at each other's chests almost simultaneously. Accompanied by sparks and loud clashing sounds, the two fell back dozens of steps. Again! Both of them shouted at the same time, and immediately afterward raised their weapons and re-killed towards each other again. The two of them fought back and forth, the battle became more and more intense, and the surrounding trees and rocks all shattered under the aftershocks of their powerful force. The park was on a platform, which was in an excellent position, and one could even see the park in its entirety. And Chang Ro and Gu Tian stood on it, together looking at the scene of the underworld demon battle below.
And Chang Ro was slightly disappointed in her heart. She had come to watch the underworld devils confess their love for a human girl, but in the end, it turned out to be a civil war between the underworld devils. The fact that the underworld devils would still fight a civil war amongst themselves was a bit interesting, and Chang Ro thought that they were internally united as one. However, now she is an ordinary person. Hubby, there are monsters fighting here, let's get out of here, they're simply terrifying. And Chang Ro's frightened little face was pale, and she tightly grabbed Gu Tian's hand and wrapped it around her round and full chest. Although Xiao Bai had been expelled, Li Tianyu had died, and the Armor Alliance had stabilized, and Chang Ro still didn't intend to reveal her identity. On the one hand, it was because she was afraid that old undead would put small shoes on Gu Tian, and on the other hand, she was worried about scaring her own husband. After all, the wife who had been with you for so many years and shared a bed with you suddenly told you that she was actually a flying shadow armor summoner and had pulled out her summoner to transform. The impact could be imagined. Still have to wait a while longer. Okay, wife, let's get going. Gu Tian held in Chang Ro's hand and started running towards the park's gate. If he didn't get out of here, how would his own wife transform? What if she was seen by the people hiding inside the park? The two of them had just walked out of the park when they met Duan Mu Yan and Zhong Kuan head-on. Duan Mu Yan was very smart, although she was a bit stunned at first when she saw Gu Tian. She understood everything in an instant and pretended not to recognize In Chang Ro and walked past In Chang Ro by herself. Only Zhong Kuan revealed a silly expression. Team. Captain, you this? Zhong Kuan just arrived at the entrance of the park and saw an unfamiliar man holding In Chang Ro's hand. What's more crucial is that In Chang Ro not only didn't resist, but instead had a look of enjoyment. This directly made his eyes widen, so shocked that he was somewhat speechless. The Armor Union's iceberg beauty and chief captain had fallen in love? When did this happen? How come he didn't know? Wasn't it explicitly stated in the Armor Alliance manual? If an armor summoner fell in love, he had to make a report to the organization and go through the organization's review before he could do so. Isn't this Chief An's way of supervising the organization? And Chang Ro saw Zhong Kuan's cute little like appearance, she said with an expressionless face, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" No nonsense. After saying that, she took her long legs and pulled Gu Tian out of here at great speed. Zhong Kuan rubbed his head in confusion. What was the situation? Why did Chief An say she didn't recognize him? She was in Chang Ro, there was no way he could be mistaken. Brother Duan, Chief An is in love, should we report it? Duan Mu Yan pulled out the Flame Nava summoner from his pocket, blankly glanced at Zhong Kuan, and said in a bored manner, "If you want to go, you go yourself, don't call me up, I only have all sorts of occults, underworld demons, and exotic beasts in my eyes." Going to the newspaper? What newspaper? Might as well fight a few more monsters for fun, not to mention the fact that his romance with Ma Lingling hasn't even been reported yet either. Thinking of this, Duan Mu Yan rubbed his brow. In this morning, Ma Lingling's brother, Ma Qingshan, made a direct call and asked him to meet him at the cafe in half a month. Alas, I hope it's nothing major. But there's no one here. Quickly transform to solve the underworld demon in the park, don't waste your energy on these inconsequential matters. Duan Mu Yan placed the summoner on his waist, the energy key inserted, spinning violently, Flame of Nava, devour the power of the fierce flame, merge. Zhong Kuan sighed and put the Earth Tiger summoner on his hand, shouting to the sky, Earth Tiger armor, merge. Chapter 67, Only 3? Advantage to me. Deep in the park, the battle entered a white-hot state. After some fierce attacks and defenses, Xiu Wrath gradually felt physically exhausted. The strength was not at its peak, and coupled with the fact that he hadn't participated in a battle for many years, he was in a momentary dilemma. "Ha, my dear captain, can't you hold on so soon?" Shigura said with his mouth, but his hands accelerated his attack, holding the Zhuli Toad blade. His body shape was like electricity, and his blade technique was bizarre and changeable. Shigura saw the gap between Ku Wrath's attacks and his body instantly appeared behind Ku Wrath. He jumped up high, the Zhuli Toad blade in his hand flashed with deadly light, and stabbed hard towards Kasunia's back. Sensing the danger behind his back, Kasunia's wanted to turn around to resist, but at this moment, his body was already a little bit out of control, and he could only barely sidestep his body. Shigura's Zhuli Toad blade sliced through Ku Wrath's body, leaving a long wound on his back. Xiu Wrath roared in pain and turned around to slash indiscriminately towards Shigura with the axe of the angry dragon. Shigura swiftly dodged Kuratha's unorganized attack, jammed his blade on top of the axe of the angry dragon, and violently pushed his weapon to fly out, and then took an arrow step forward and flew up to kick Kurath in the chest. Xiu Wrath was shattered 1/3 of the bones in his body by this kick, and fell to the ground twitching in pain, but he managed to get back up with his strong perseverance. Alas, I didn't expect the strength of the titular Red Underworld Detachment Captain to be so poor. Once you restore your strength to 70% of your peak, I'm far from being a match for you. Shigura pointed his sword at Kurath and said with a sigh. Yeah, we first wanted to threaten you with a hostage in the beginning, but after all the fuss, the hostage didn't play much of a role either. Kulesk said languidly. Cough, cough, cough. Kurath looked weakly at the two people in front of him, forcing himself to endure the pain and said, "What the hell do you want? Why are you destroying my happy life?
I've already detached myself from the Underworld Legion, isn't it good to keep the well clear of water? Kulesk swung his head like a dragon's head and said in a deep voice, "This is General Lufa's order, don't blame us. As a qualified soldier, obeying the general's orders is a natural duty." Shigura slung his sword over his shoulder and said, "Captain Ku Wrath, obediently bind your hands and go back with us, free from the pain of skin and flesh." Ku Wrath forcibly gathered the power in his body, his eyes had a determined look in them. "You guys can just die, I won't go back." He looked at Lily and her parents in the grass, and with a hook of his hand, the axe of the angry dragon returned to Ku Wrath's hand. Ku Wrath was determined in his heart, today, no matter what, even if he died, he would take Lily and them away. The only thing that made him incredibly regretful was that he couldn't marry someone as kind as Lily as his wife. This was the only love of his life for an unknown number of years. Alas, then we'll just have to beat the captain back to his human form, so don't you dare blame me for being ruthless. Shigura let out a sigh and took the Zhuli Toad blade, taking a step towards Ku Wrath. On the other side, Duan Mu Yan and Zhong Kuan also arrived at the battle site. Zhong Kuan scratched his head, looking at the scene in front of him with some disbelief. Psy devils also fight internally with each other, it simply refreshes my three views. Of all the underworld devils that Zhong Kuan had encountered in the past, every one of them treated their companions as their backing and were as close as brothers. After thinking about it, Zhong Kuan continued, "Brother Duan, should we sit back and watch the tigers fight, waiting for them to lose both before coming out to clean up the mess?" Duan Mu Yan sneered at the corner of his mouth, swinging his hands, blazing flames covered his fists, forming a powerful heat wave. "It's too troublesome, I'm too lazy to wait. If you want to wait, you wait yourself. I will definitely destroy all the underworld demons. It's only 3 Psy devils, I'll win steadily in one fight. I can win in one fight, and the advantage is mine in one fight." Zhong Kuan felt his scalp tingle when he heard Duan Mu Yan's words and advised, "Vice Captain, the underworld demons are not comparable to the occultists, they are much more powerful lifeforms. It's always good to be humble." Duan Mu Yan looked sideways at Zhong Kuan, patted him on the shoulder, and said approvingly, "Indeed, it is indeed necessary to relocate the monument to combat the Psy devils. I'll go on first, later on you take advantage of the chaos to save those 3 ordinary people who are unconscious, after that you don't need to come back. Coming back is also adding to the chaos, saving me from saving you." Zhong Kuan. Duan Mu Yan stopped talking nonsense and directly leapt into the air with a big jump, opening up a big move on these 3 Psy devils with an indiscriminate ranged attack. Lava Spiral Fist. Asking for a little freebie. Omega. Chapter 68 Duan Mu Yan fights 2 in 1. The blazing flames on Duan Mu Yan's fist instantly expanded, forming a huge spiral fireball in the air. The fireball held a mountainous momentum, smashing down towards the 3 underworld demons below like a meteorite falling to the ground. Kulesk raised his head and looked at the fireball shooting over in the air, confused on the spot. Mud Mom, even a sneak attack. He tried to run, but the fireball was much faster, and the dragon head-like head was hit on the spot, a blinding light flashing throughout the park. Ah! Kulesk's head emitted a charred odor under the scorching heat, and a chilling scream erupted from his mouth. He swung his sharp claws to slap out the flames above his head, but he was lifted to the ground by the boiling waves of air, his hard scales cracking with spiderweb-like lines. Shigura quickly turned around, his Zhuli Toad blade bursting with ghostly blue dark light, the blade slashing out a defense barrier. However, under the overbearing power of the lava fist, the barrier was shredded like thin paper, and Shagula's entire body was sent flying backwards by the aftershock, hitting the rockery hard and letting out a painful groan. Cu Wrath was even more so, originally in a state of serious injury, and now being hit by Duan Mu Yan's great move, the terrifying and overwhelming power exploded on his body, and he was directly knocked back to his human body state, and fell to the ground unable to get up for half a day. Zhong Kuan saw that the attention of the underworld demon was attracted by Duan Mu Yan. A big jump suddenly flashed out, directly drilling out of the earth, carrying Lily and her parents all the way to run wildly, using the agility of the ground tiger armor, disappeared into the park in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a gust of wind. Damn it, Shigura, the hostages have been rescued. Kulesk's face was a bit ugly, that someone would be so bold as to dare to rescue someone away under their noses. This was simply rubbing their faces on the ground. How could this be allowed? It's alright, Kulesk, it doesn't matter, it's just that Core Wrath is still in our hands. I've already memorized that kid just now. Next time we bump into each other, we'll directly blow him up. Shigura said in a deep voice. Still want to burst the Earth Tiger armor. You guys should be more concerned about getting out of here alive later now. A loud voice echoed around the area as Duan Mu Yan stepped on the space, falling steadily from the sky to the ground, creating a blazing wave. Shigura stared at the armor in front of him that he had never seen before, a little hesitant, but with his quick analysis of the armor's power, he quickly understood where it came from. The thought of being knocked back by this kind of armor made his face look a little worse for wear. Che, what are you being arrogant about? What you're wearing is just a set of armor made by earthbugs. What capital do you have to shout here? In my eyes, even this set of armor of yours is far inferior to Ares' mass-produced 3 sets of armor of heaven, earth, and man.
The corner of Duan Mu Yan's mouth hooked into a contemptuous smile. Flames jumped in his palm, reflecting his eyes sharpening. I originally wanted to have a quick battle and settle you guys quickly, but now I've changed my mind, so I'll let you guys have a good look at the power of Earth's lava. Duan Mu Yan's arms opened violently, the flame patterns on the surface of his lava armor scurried like living creatures, and the air around him distorted violently. Immediately afterward, he stomped his foot and his entire body sprinted towards Shigura. Lava fist. Bright flames condensed in Duan Mu Yan's hands as he punched up at Shigura. Killing Night Toad Blade. Shigura roared loudly, injecting his power into his blade and slashed upwards against Duan Mu Yan's fist. The fists and knives collided, rubbing out a glittering spark. The next second Shigura blocked the lava fist. Duan Mu Yan slightly sidestepped his body, injected his power into his elbow, and with the inertia of his forward stroke, an elbow strike with a blazing flame slammed hard into Shigura's chest. The berserk dry heat power entered Shagula's chest through the elbow strike, burning a large portion of his skin red, seemingly setting his chest on fire. Shigura, let me help you. Kulesk's left foot slammed on the ground, and a uniquely shaped long blade appeared in his hand. The blast cave blade, tempered with a billion years of comet fragments, had the characteristics of breaking the wind without sound, fast without a trace, and sweeping without a trace, and was able to destroy opponents with its blade energy. Holding the blast cave blade with both hands, Kulesk built up his strength and chopped at the location of the summoner at Duan Mu Yan's waist. Molten Flame Defense. Duan Mu Yan reacted quickly, a translucent red defense shield instantly enveloping him completely. This long-stored strike of Kulesk's, slashed at the defense shield, only cut out a ripple of fierce flame attack. Duan Mu Yan saw the crack that Kulesk had revealed due to his overexertion, clenched his right hand into a fist, condensed a ball of blazing flames, and blasted it towards his abdomen. Kulesk was sent flying into the air by this punch, and after spinning 3 times in the air, he landed heavily on the ground. Immediately afterward, Duan Mu Yan did a magnificent turn and blasted a blazing molten lin fist towards Shigura. Shigura couldn't resist, his body was knocked backward and tumbled out, and the Zhuli Toad blade in his hand was instantly melted by the flames, and in the blink of an eye, it was vaporized and completely disappeared. No, how can an armor made by an earthling be so strong? It's even more powerful than when I summoned the armor back then. Kurex endured the burning sensation on his body and rejoined Shigura, saying with some pain, "Not bad, could it be that they have mastered some kind of black technology that Ares didn't even understand?" Shigura was half on his knees, the terrifying power of the flames still raging within him. The two of them kept exchanging words, frantically analyzing why the earth armor was so powerful, never thinking that it was because the summoners were too powerful. Because in their eyes, it was impossible for an earthbud to bring the armor to such a level. Shigura, like this, you go ahead and take Kuren's back to the general, I'll hold the armor and buy you some time. Alright, Kurex, if there is a chance in the future, I will definitely request General Lufa to bring you back to life. Shigura whacked Kurenix's chest and turned his head to lift the Kurenix, who had turned into a humanoid form, in his hands, and crouched his body downward, intending to cast transportation to leave. Trying to run in front of me, too much of a disregard for me. Duan Mu Yan gathered the power of lava in his hands and summoned the molten lin blade that could burn out all evil. Duan Mu Yan turned the molten lin blade in the air, and a fiery red blade on cut out like a rainbow striking the sun. The blade on was unstoppable and slashed at Shigura, who was preparing to escape. Armor, your opponent is me. Kulesk charged up with his blast cave blade and collided with the blade's aura from top to bottom. A terrifying sonic boom that shook the world quickly unfolded, and the blade aura completely chopped the blast cave blade into 2, and then slashed at Kulesk's body with an unstoppable trend. Accompanied by a violent explosion, Kulesk was struck to the point where his breath was dying and his body collapsed to the ground helplessly. After a few seconds had passed, his body directly burst apart, and he re-emerged as a genetic code that emitted an ethereal light. As for Shigura, while Kurex was fending off Duan Mu Yan, he had already returned to the earth and desperately fled towards the distance. Che, still wanna run? Can you run away? How dare you compete with me for speed? Duan Mu Yan retrieved the molten lin blade, took out the green energy key, and directly transformed into a pack apparatus ready to go in pursuit. But right at this moment, a sharp blade that flashed with silver light suddenly descended from the sky and directly plunged into the land, followed by a majestic force release that shook Shigura, who was running wildly in a playful manner, directly out of the earth, and the Cu wrath in his hand also fell to the side. Mud mother. Shigura stood up, 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past inside. He was running well, but he was forcefully shaken out by an unknown thing. Shigura covered his chest and fixed his eyes on it, his face instantly turned white, and he directly retreated in fear. Oh no, this is the Blast Shadow Blade, another set of armor. As expected, the next moment, a loud voice rang out from the air. Yo, you can do it, pretty fast, almost let you run away. And Chang Ro clasped her hands on her chest and descended from the sky, stepping on the hilt of the Blast Shadow Blade with 1 foot, looking majestic. Chapter 69, I'm a human being, why should I understand you? Shigura looked at the siege of the 2 people in front and behind, inwardly depressed to the extreme. It was really too abominable. It was clear that he could immediately complete the task explained by General Lufa, but as a result, 2 sets of armor were killed out halfway.
Say it, why is there infighting between you underworld demons? Maybe I'm in a good mood and cannot kill you.
And Chang Ro flipped 360 degrees and landed on the ground, pulling up the blast shadow blade that was stuck in the dirt.
Don't even think about it, I won't betray the general even if I die. Kill.
Shigura pounded his chest and charged towards the flying shadow armor, gathering his power in his hand and forming a black sharp claw.
Anyway, we're going to die anyway, so let's die in a more honorable way. Fine, then I'll fulfill you. Phantom Blade Technique.
The blast shadow blade in Chang Ro's hand slashed through the void, forming countless residual shadows, and with each slash, it left large sparks on Angula's body. Shigura kept dodging, but the speed of the flying shadow armor was even faster. In just 3 seconds, Shigura was forced to take more than 30 slashes. The slashes came out with violent strikes, and deep visible slashes appeared on every part of his body.
And
Chang Ro turned the blast shadow knife sideways and slashed it dead on top of Shigura's belly, the blade emitting a gleam of cold light under the sunlight.
Within Chang Ro's force, the blast shadow blade swept completely through Shigura's body, cutting it completely in half, splitting it in two.
This image can be referred to when Emperor Yan summoned the Shura armor to kill Minxiu.
Shigura's feet were weak and staggered continuously, subconsciously touching the wound that ran through his entire body, and it didn't take long for him to lose consciousness and fall to the ground, accompanied by an explosion, and revert back to his genetic code. There is now one last side devil left. Duan Mu Yan walked in front of the collapsed Cu Wrath, directly summoning the Hurricane Shadow Dart, and said coldly, "Show yourself to me so that I can blow you up. If you are good and obedient, I can give you a pain in the ass, and finish you off with a single move." Cu Wrath lifted his head with difficulty and retorted, "On what grounds? Although I am a Psy Devil, I have never harmed anyone, I have always been a decent human being." Cu Wrath didn't want to die so soon, he hadn't seen Lily yet, he wasn't at ease. Duan Mu Yan was unmoved and said lightly, "Even if what you say is true, right now you are not hurting anyone, but what about in the future? I'm not in the mood to keep guarding you all the time and wait until you kill someone before I step in. Also don't you dare beg, because I won't let you go even if you beg me." Ku Wrath, still struggling, continued, "You don't understand the underworld demons too well, also flesh and blood warriors, we also have feelings, we also understand the human condition, we are the same as humans." A disdainful smile surfaced on Duan Mu Yan's face as she said with a smirk, "Why would I want to understand the underworld devils? I'm a human being. Let me understand you guys, am I unable to find anything to do all day? Have I eaten too much food? It's the same as humans, how can you say that? Is it the same? Is it comparable? Don't you have any idea how many people you've killed? You remember one sentence for me, you used to be an underworld demon, and you still are. You are an underworld demon for one day, and you will be an underworld demon for the rest of your life. You." Cu Wrath was unable to speak due to his dislike, so angry that his chest emitted a sharp pain. Gritting his teeth, he could only wait and dry out. "You're not showing up, are you? Then I can only do it myself." Duan Mu Yan took out the hurricane pack, apprehended the energy key and transformed back into his human form. He moved his wrist, intending to beat the person in front of him back to his underworld demon form. Comparing physical bodies, Duan Mu Yan was also very strong, alright. Just as Duan Mu Yan was about to make his move, and Chang Ro called him to a halt in time. "Duan Mu Yan, wait." And Chang Ro came next to Duan Mu Yan, looking at the Cu Wrath in front of him. She pondered slightly and said, "It's better to let him go, he doesn't even have any killing aura on his body, he shouldn't have killed anyone." Countless thoughts flashed by Duan Mu Yan. With his understanding of Chang Ro, it was absolutely impossible to let him go because he hadn't killed anyone, there should be other considerations. However, Duan Mu Yan was too lazy to ask more. He nodded, "Alright, then listen to Captainin." Duan Mu Yan re-summoned the Flame Naba and left the park. He still had to accompany Ma Lingling to go shopping later, he couldn't waste any more time. Cu Wrath looked at Duan Mu Yan's departing back and let out a slight sigh of relief, inwardly saying that this man's killing aura was so heavy. "You go." And Chang Ro expressionlessly finished this sentence and also turned around to leave the park. The reason why she let the spectral demon go was just to see if he and the girl could go all the way to the end. After a few minutes had passed, Kirath stood up from the ground, and after this period of time, the injuries on his body had healed. "Thank you." Cu Wrath didn't know why the flying shadow armor had spared him, but he was still grateful inside, at least he could meet up with Lily again. Kirath let out a deep breath and covered his shoulder as he was just about to leave the area when he was stopped in his tracks by an armor that was covered in black and looked like a rhinoceros. "Who are you?" A bad feeling flooded inside Cu Wrath, and a sense of crisis continued to emerge. This armor was so strong, just standing there felt like it could hold up half the sky. Although it didn't release any pressure, it was enough to make him hold his breath. Ku Wrath was about to transform into a spectral demon to escape, but he was grabbed by Gu Tian's collar and left the place in an instant. "Tomorrow you all should be taking the midterm, come on, you'll be able to win, I've always been a good judge of character." Chapter 70, Adopting Ku Wrath as a henchman. Gu Tian was as fast as lightning, flashed out of thin air, and in the next moment appeared in the middle of an abandoned rotten building. The building was dusty and terribly silent, with dense cobwebs, and everywhere reeked of having been abandoned for a long time. He threw the Ku Wrath in his hand on the ground and said with a sigh, "You're so weak now that you can't even beat an ordinary Psy Devil minion." Gu Tian estimated that Ku Wrath's strength had dropped to the same level as Zhong Koan and Jia Shi, and even if he went all out, at most he could only beat the Wind Eagle armor. This was too far from what Gu Tian had in mind. The Ku Wrath he had imagined was an existence that could shock the world. "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" Ku Wrath patted the dust on his body and stood up from the ground with an agile roll. He looked at the armor in front of him and didn't choose to transform into a Psy Devil. His subconscious mind told him that the effect of transforming or not transforming would be the same. Neither of them would be able to take more than a punch from the other party. Standing in front of this armor, Kurath had an oppressive feeling of facing the general again. He wouldn't be able to perceive it wrong. After all, he had once stood at the peak of a mountain and had unparalleled trust in his subconscious. "Just call me Black Rhinoceros Armor. I brought you here because I want to take you under my wing." Gu Tian placed one hand on his back and replied succinctly. Accepting a third captain-level characters as a junior brother would not only be doubly dignified, but in case he had some things he was inconvenient to do in the future, he could let Ku Wrath take care of it. Although Ku Wrath is now a vegetable, but as long as you work hard to exercise, it won't be long before you can regain your peak strength. By that time, his strength would be comparable to that of the Inferno Dragon armor and the Flame Nava. Of course, the prerequisite was that Nan Xin and Duan Mu Yan didn't make any progress in this period of time. But thinking about it, it was impossible. These two monsters were progressing too fast. One was the owner of the fire armor of the day and had unlimited potential. The other was the armor limiting the summoner's play. Forget it, don't think about it so much. Anyway, as of now, taking him as a henchman would do Gu Tian more good than harm. Your guts are too big to ask me to be your henchman. I managed to escape from inside the Underworld Legion with great difficulty. I don't want to go back to my old ways. I hate killing. Let me tell you, I want to live freely now. I don't want to tie myself down. Ku Wrath looked at his hands and said in a firm tone, he didn't want to cling to anyone right now. Gu Tian heard Ku Wrath's response. His complexion was unperturbed, his tone was bland, yet his words were heartbreaking. "What, after coming to this state, you still can't see the situation at the moment? You still wish for freedom? This idea is too naive and childish. With two of Lufa's right-hand men dead, whether you were involved or not, he will place a portion of the blame on you, not to mention that you've been with him for so long that you don't know his character of not stopping until he achieves his goal." Then Gu Tian gave a slight beat, his eyes locked onto Ku Wrath's eyes, and said in an aggravated tone, "He'll definitely send people back to you in the future. You may be able to withstand it, but what about your girlfriend?" When Ku Wrath heard Gu Tian's previous words, the look on his face remained calm, but the moment he heard the mention of his girlfriend, his eyes involuntarily flashed with pain that was hard to hide. That was right, his biggest weakness right now was Lily, and Ku Wrath really didn't want her to suffer any harm. Thinking back to the moment when Lily was knocked to the ground by Ku Crescent earlier, his heart seemed to be gripped hard by a big invisible hand, and his entire being almost instantly collapsed. But fortunately, Lily didn't die. If she did, he couldn't believe what he would have done. Gu Tian saw that Ku Wrath's attitude had loosened, his heart was delighted, and he immediately struck the iron while it was hot, saying, "Even if you stay by her side for the rest of your life, your identity is still a spectral demon, and if you accidentally expose your true identity, what do you think her parents will think? What would she think? As a normal person, would she be afraid?" Gu Tian's words were like a sharp knife, poking straight into Ku Wrath's heart. Ku Wrath's face became more and more ugly, his lips trembling slightly. He was silent for a long time, Lily's smiling face constantly surfacing in his mind. After a long while, Ku Wrath suppressed his trembling body and tilted his head to exhale, his voice slightly hoarse as he asked, "In that case, if I agree to be your subordinate, do you really have a way to help me solve all these difficulties? My strength is far from its peak right now, and it will take time to recover. What if Lufa sends someone else at this time? You can't stay by our side all the time either. There is naturally a way." Gu Tian said meaningfully as he lightly snapped his fingers, accompanied by a dazzling golden light. A set of summoners appeared in Ku Wrath's hands. "This is the Vajra Armor Summoner?" Ku Wrath looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar summoner in his hand and couldn't help but freeze slightly, and for a while, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. His thoughts drifted back to the distant planet of Ares, a time when he was spirited, pointing out the mountains and mountains with great pride, and himself was the summoner of the adamantine armor. Gu Tian clasped his hands on his chest and said with a leisurely expression, "You are originally from Ares, and your body comes with adaptive genes, so you can completely summon the adamantine armor directly, and once the summoning is successful, the power of the armor's outburst will definitely far exceed the power of your transformation into a Psy Devil. In this way, your combat power will be drastically increased, and even if Lufa sends someone to seek provocation again, you will still have enough power to repel them. If you really can't solve it, you can send me a distress message through the summoner. As long as it's not Lufa's main body coming, I have absolute certainty of winning the fight. Even if because one day you have to transform in front of your woman, what they will see will only be you summoning the armor. Nowadays in this society, who would mind the armor summoner? Your woman, after all, you have to guard her yourself." Gu Tian said a lot in one breath. He did this both to save Cu Wrath and didn't want him to come to a tragic end. He was really too miserable in the original and was completely a pawn in Lufa's hands at the back. On the other hand, Gu Tian also wanted to find a suitable summoner for the adamantium armor. Now, as long as he was willing, he could summon 4 sets of armor at any time. The adamantium armor was too chicken-ribbed to stay on him. Okay, I promise to be your subordinate, Ku Wrath said as he tightly gripped the summoner in his hand, his eyes like a torch. The corner of Gu Tian's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a satisfied smile. A wise choice. Gu Tian walked to the side of Ku Wrath and patted his shoulder. I won't say the rest, you should have a good idea of what's at stake. Ku Wrath immediately nodded his head firmly. Without the slightest hesitation, he knelt down on one knee, solemnly and seriously made Ares' unique loyalty gesture, and raised his arms and shouted, General Black Rhino, I, Ku Wrath, swear to be loyal to you in the name of a military man, with no second thoughts. Gu Tian looked at Ku Wrath, who was kneeling on one knee, listening to him shouting General Black Rhino. He always felt that something was strange. He gently waved his hand, and the kneeling Ku Wrath was held by an invisible force and automatically stood up. I hope you can remember what you said today, if you dare to betray me, you know. After Gu Tian said these words, his body turned into a ball of black light and disappeared into the rotten building. Chapter 71 Shadow Protector's Scheme. Gu Tian quickly returned to the clinic and hurriedly took off his shoes and headed for the quilt, pretending to be asleep. Gu Tian still remembered that an hour ago, and Shang Ro brought him back to the clinic and made a cup of tea mixed with sleeping pills in a furious manner, coaxing and tricking Gu Tian into drinking it. And Shang Ro saw Gu Tian fall asleep before she was satisfied and transformed into the flying shadow armor to support Duan Mu Yan. Actually, this is quite good, finally I don't have to take a beating. Gu Tian rubbed the back of his head as he thought back to when he was dealing with Baru. His own wife had used her big hands to knock him out without saying a word. Using sleeping pills is quite good, now that his physique has been strengthened by the system, not to mention a small bag of sleeping pills. Even if he puts a handful of them into his mouth, it's not a big deal. With a fragrant breeze, Gu Tian quickly realized that his wife had returned. And Shang Ro tiptoed to the side of the bed, looking at the beautiful man on the bed. Her little red face was shy. Hubby, it's getting late, your wife should also go to bed. And Shang said softly, and as soon as she pulled the cheongsam off her body, her petite body quickly burrowed inside the quilt and tightly stuck to Gu Tian's back. The warm jade-like touch traveled from Gu Tian's back to his brain, scaring him so much that he almost screamed out. No, sis, why are you here again? Has it been 5 hours since the last one ended? Gu Tian hurriedly grabbed his pants and lifted them up as hard as he could. This thing must not fall off. It was really too scary. Gu Tian would rather discuss life with Oxygen, the underworld demon, and the exotic beasts than lie in bed. He was going to find his monster brothers. Hubby, are you awake so soon? Did I move too much? And Shang Ro noticed Gu Tian's small movements and said curiously with a crooked little head. Wife, please let go. Gu Tian said with a hard look on his face, his eyes all full of desire for survival. Luckily, he had become an armored warrior on his wedding day, or else he would have turned into a dry corpse by now. Brother, don't be afraid, I'll be gentle. Wife. I am. Shadow Realm, in the cave. The 4 shadow protectors stood on top of the steps, quietly waiting for the arrival of evil water as they prepared to open an important meeting. The Realm King stood outside the cave with a face full of indignation, clenching his mechanical fists, an angry red light flashing in his eyes. He really couldn't figure out why, with a dozen or so magic stickers in his hand, he was considered a significant figure in the Shadow Realm, why he was placed at the entrance of the cave to guard the door, and didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the meeting. It was really too unfair. A few minutes later, a burst of ethereal green and dark intertwined light suddenly appeared in the cave. Evil water carried an unconscious man and walked out of the black domain. Big brother, this is the 5-elemental bloodline possessor that we only found after sending out almost the entire Shadow Realm. As Evil Water spoke, he gently lifted his right hand and sent the man through the air into Evil Gold's hands. Evil Gold nodded slightly, then placed his hand on top of the man's head and closed his eyes to feel it carefully, and after a few seconds, a look of delight snapped onto his face. Not bad, the concentration of the 5-elemental bloodline in his body is already 85%, so we can implement the next step of the plan. Evil Gold was inwardly elated, but in comparison Evil Earth wasn't too happy. Big brother, I really don't understand why we have to go through all the trouble of looking for people with a 5-elemental bloodline concentration of 80% to 90%, it's not like they can summon the Emperor armor. Evil Earth couldn't help but complain to Evil Gold. During this recent period of time, in order to search for such a person, many matters in the Shadow Realm had been delayed, which filled his heart with dissatisfaction. Evil Gold raised his head, his gaze looking towards the dome of the cave as he spoke. I did this so that the Shadow Emperor could spare a portion of his power to come to the Bright Realm, that is, Earth. Shadow Emperor? Evil Earth, Evil Water, Evil Fire, and Evil Wood also instantly came to be interested in the unrivaled fervor that appeared in their eyes. Although the 5 Shadow Protectors were the first batch of followers of the Shadow Emperor, but really to say the seniority, Evil Gold was the oldest and most worthy of the Shadow Emperor's trust, otherwise it would not be possible to become their boss. Evil Gold lifted his chin slightly and said after pondering for a moment, "This is one of the most confidential news in the Shadow Realm, but this era is special. In the most flourishing period of light and darkness fighting, there is no harm in telling you. Once the concentration of the 5 elemental bloodline possessors reaches 90%, they can automatically summon the most powerful armor in the Ming realm, the Emperor's armor. In other words, one can ask the Heavenly Tao to bring the fight. I don't want to lure him out ahead of time, so I only ordered you to find people below 90%. This kind of person is more troublesome to summon the Emperor's armor, and needs a summoner as a medium. As for why it has to be higher than 80%, it's because if the bloodline concentration is too low, the Shadow Emperor's energy will easily burst it. To make it clear, it means that the Shadow Emperor can use this man as a possession so that he can cross time and space and come to Earth. Evil Water's mind was greatly impacted and hurriedly pursued. Since the Shadow Emperor is so powerful, why does he still need a carrier and doesn't just descend to Earth in his own body? Evil Gold patiently answered, "Once the Shadow Emperor descends, the Emperor armor will definitely appear. At that time, the two sides will definitely break out into a shocking battle, and it is highly likely that the entire world will be completely destroyed, and this is an ending that both sides are unwilling to see." Evil Water suddenly realized, raised his hand and knocked his head, saying, "So that means that the Shadow Emperor can only descend to Earth through some hidden means." "That's right, that's indeed the truth," Evil Gold said in agreement. "In that case, we'll be able to meet the Shadow Emperor soon. It's really something to look forward to." Wicked Wood waved the weapon in his hand. His face was a look of excitement that was hard to hide. For a moment, a pleasant atmosphere flowed freely in the cave, accompanied by a burst of arrogant laughter. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 72 Shadow Emperor descends on Earth. Half a month's time passed by quietly. "Mud Mom, let go of me. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're supernatural beasts." In the middle of the Shadow Realm's cave, the man with the 5 elements bloodline was tied up in a chair with 5 flowers, and only his mouth and eyes could only move on his whole body. He is really a bold Q. He is obviously at home excitedly watching the small video on the browser, is ready to have a wave of non-heritage cultural heritage. The result is that the beast suddenly appeared, a slap directly to him knocked out. When he woke up again, he found himself in this whole place. What made him even more furious was that, if you grabbed it, can you let me delete the browser history first? If what's in there gets out, where will he put his face? What are you yelling about here? Evil Water came to the man's side and roared angrily, raising his left hand to slap him, but Evil Gold stopped him in time. Evil Water, notice the emotions, this is the carrier of the Shadow Emperor, don't break it. Evil Water grunted and withdrew his arm with great reluctance. Big brother, half a month has already passed, have the preparations been done? Evil Gold nodded confidently, everything is ready, we can start now. When the other Shadow Protectors heard this, they coincidentally revealed smiles as their bodies began to boil with fervor. The Shadow Emperor was finally coming, and this was the lifelong faith of their Shadow 5 protectors. Immediately afterward, the crowd stepped back, leaving enough open space for the man. "What do you guys want?" Before the man could finish his words, suddenly the entire cave shook violently, and raging purple currents madly surged into his body from the ground and sprayed out of his mouth. Ah ha 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 ha. The man let out a pained cry as his body began to struggle non-stop, and the rope tied to him was burned to ashes in an instant. The man was forced to float in the air. The 85% purity of the 5 elemental bloodline in his body was completely stimulated, and one unimaginably terrifying aura after another formed in the air, lifting the Realm King who was trying to peek in the cave entrance into a daze, and was blown away to who knows where. At the same moment, in the darkest, deepest, most mysterious spacetime of the universe, an unknown being in armor opened his eyes. His eyes were ice-cold, permeated with dominance and disdain as he raised his hand and casually snapped his fingers, seemingly announcing his awakening to the entire universe. This simple action, however, carried an arrogance of controlling everything. He turned his head and looked sideways, sensing the power of attraction coming from the direction of Earth. "You have done well." He murmured a soft sentence, but his voice resounded throughout the starfield. He transformed his consciousness into a purple light that detached from his body and traveled across cosmic space with a terrifying power that surpassed the speed of light. The light was unstoppable, and wherever it passed, the cosmic space was torn apart, and the meteorites and planets that were blocking the way in front of him were wrapped in destructive power and crashed into pieces. Not long after, a pillar of purple light descended from the sky, straight through the entire cave, enveloping the man floating in the air and beginning to fuse. "Greetings, Shadow Emperor." The 5 Shadow Protectors sensed the unparalleled darkness power descending and instantly understood that the Shadow Emperor had descended here from a distant universe. They all threw themselves on the ground, falling to the ground and continuously kowtowing, their mouths chanting all sorts of flattering words of praise to the Shadow Emperor, their words full of admiration. The Shadow Emperor was a legendary immortal figure, manipulating the vast Shadow Realm, creating the Shadow 5 Elements Protector, and granting them the ability to control the exotic beasts. In the purple pillar of light, the man's body trembled violently, the unfathomable terrifying energy almost bursting his body. His features were distorted by the intense pain, and his consciousness quickly dissipated, replaced by an unprecedentedly powerful dark aura that was climbing up from within him.
As the pillar of light gradually dissipated, the man's image changed drastically, with an untamed aura mixed in with his composure. The Shadow Emperor stood clustered in the air, his eyes staring coldly and proudly. He was surrounded by a dense dark energy, his eyes flashed with a bizarre purple light, and his every breath resonated with the heavens and earth. Rise! The Shadow Emperor's ethereal voice rang out, carrying an irresistible power. Yes! The 5 great shadow protectors rose and stood respectfully to the side, not daring to breathe. Great Emperor, what is your next plan? Evil Gold stepped forward and carefully inquired with his hands clasped over his chest. The Shadow Emperor landed on the ground, closing his eyes and releasing his majestic power to explore the earth, instantly grasping the situation completely. He opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing through his deep eyes. Not bad, worthy of being the era where light and darkness are most fiercely at war. The ancient 5 elements armor has revived, advanced armor from outer space has appeared, and there are also new generation armors made by the earth. There are also quite a few forces of evil. Besides us, there are bugs from the universe, and even more wanted criminals from the universe who have committed crimes of greed. Evil Gold listened to the Shadow Emperor's analysis and was shocked inwardly. This was too powerful. A light sweep of the Shadow Archon's power gave insight into the distribution of all the forces on Earth. And this wasn't even the peak strength of the Great Emperor. Evil Gold sweated. The Shadow Great Emperor was worthy of being in existence that could compete with the Emperor armor. This perception was too terrifying. Evil Earth also bravely walked forward, carefully pondering the words of the Shadow Emperor, and tentatively asked, "Then what do you mean, Great Emperor? We should avoid the front line for now? How dare you ask me to avoid him?" The Shadow Emperor snorted coldly and turned his head violently. His voice was like a flood bell that shook the scalp of the evil Earth. "It's over," said the wrong thing. Evil Soil panicked inwardly, looking at the dark Shadow Emperor's heart-thirsty eyes. His feet softened and he almost fell to his knees. "My subordinate is foolish, please punish the Great Emperor." Evil Earth's body was bent at 90 degrees, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his heart almost stopped beating in shock. The Shadow Emperor placed his hands on his back and walked to the entrance of the cave. Without looking back, he said indifferently, "You have given a lot for the Shadow Realm, your merits and demerits will be offset. Let's forget about it this time, and it won't happen again." "Thank you, Great Emperor." Evil Earth Chief breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead and retreated to the side. Sure enough, it's not good to curry favor with the leader. The Shadow Emperor looked at the sky and said leisurely, "I can only use 1/5 of my body's power right now, so my next plan is to seize the 5 light shadow stones, which I can use as a bridge to pick up my body from the universe without disturbing the Light Emperor armor. Once it succeeds, it will mean that the Light and Shadow War will end completely with the Shadow Realm gaining victory." The Shadow Emperor casually tapped his hand, and a curtain of light appeared in front of him, labeled with the detailed locations of the 5 light and shadow stones. "Evil Earth, Evil Fire, Evil Gold, Evil Wood, Evil Water. The 5 of you will go to Sea City to snatch back the Water Shadow Stones. As for me, I'll go to the Armor Union to snatch back the remaining 4 Light Shadow Stones, and by the way, I'll meet the armors of this era, so I hope they don't let me down." Evil Gold's face showed concern. "Great Emperor, your strength is limited. Would it be too risky for you to go alone? My subordinates are worried about your safety." The Shadow Emperor idly played with his fingers and snorted disdainfully. "If the Light Emperor doesn't come out, who in this world would dare to fight against me? By the way, a reward for you all." The Shadow Emperor extended his hand and struck 5 energies into the bodies of the Shadow Protectors. "This energy can hide your aura, so that you will neither be detected by the Armor Alliance nor perceived by the Summoner. Act as you wish." After the 5 Dark Shadow Protectors left the cave, the Dark Shadow Emperor began to mobilize the 5 elemental bloodlines in his body, and Dark Attribute 5 elemental rays of light erupted from beneath his feet. The Dark Emperor's silhouette emerged behind him, 12 light and shadow dragon patterns weaving and encircling, the dragon's roar shaking space and time. Black and purple dazzling light splashed along the gilt lines of his armor, outlining a domineering imperial totem. Blazing red eyes gleamed in the darkness, turning sideways. The extreme sense of oppression shook the heavens and the earth. The Shadow Emperor listened to the hissing sound coming from the armor, his fists clenched tightly, his fists resounding with a sonic boom. "Bright Emperor armor, you and I have struggled for endless years. You will eventually lose this round. I will prove to you that I was right. The author was delayed with something today and only wrote 1 chapter, please spare me. Chapter 73, hubby, I'll see you off." Hiss, 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 ouch. Gu Tian stood on the scale with a haggard face, looking at the 6 pounds missing in half a month, and let out a mournful cry. Gu Tian held onto the table and reluctantly sat on the sofa, his eyes staring straight at the whitened ceiling. Could this be the pain of a married man? He pounded his shivering thighs, his entire being already lifeless. Gu Tian fainted and sniffled with great effort. "Do you guys know how I've been living this half month? No, you guys don't know. 14 days, at least 10 days in bed, every day forced to work." Gu Tian already clearly felt that this body was about to become his. Fortunately, and Shang Ro had gone out to buy black silk this morning, which gave Gu Tian a moment of respite. Gulp gulp gulp, gulp gulp gulp. Gu Tian picked up the decapod soup on the table and drank it vigorously, drinking it as water. The previous him twisted and turned to drink the 10 perfect soup, but now he just wanted to eat the goji berries inside his rice. On a high mountain less than a kilometer away from the clinic, the black domain suddenly appeared, and the 5 shadow protectors stepped out from it. Big brother, the place has arrived. How do we get the black rhino armor to come out? Wicked Water asked eagerly. She wanted to settle the black rhino armor quickly so that she could return to the Shadow Emperor to invite an attack. Don't be in a hurry. I know from Maobei's memories that the black rhinoceros armor summons people with 2 sets of armor, especially that set of interdictor armor is particularly fast. We must make a thorough deployment, otherwise, even if we defeat him, we won't be able to stop him from escaping. Listen to me, I'll kill my way into High City alone, the rest of you 4 go back into the dark domain, wait until I lure the black rhino armor out, you guys sneak up on him and block his retreat. After discussing, the other shadow protectors turned around and returned to the dark domain. Evil Gold made a big jump to a road in the center of High City, raised his left hand to gather dark energy, and smashed it towards the surrounding buildings. Boom boom rumble. The buildings exploded one after another, blazing flames burned crazily, and a large amount of debris fell like rain. The crowd was so scared that they fled crazily, and in the blink of an eye, the already crowded road was completely messed up, with cries and shouts of terror mixing together. Evil Gold looked at the humans who were holding their heads, tilted his head and laughed. Black rhinoceros armor, if you don't come out, I'll kill all the people here. Ah ha 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 ha, jia 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 jia. Cough, 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 my muddy mother, which bastard did this? Gu Tian cursed and hurriedly used paper to wipe the decapod soup from his face. Just now, when he was drinking the soup, there was a fierce shaking coming from the clinic, and the 10 perfect mending soup directly pasted his face. Gu Tian hurriedly ran to the window to check the situation, only to see the building in front of him rolling in smoke and flames. His heart tightened and he realized that things were not good. Holy, what's going on? Just as Gu Tian was about to go downstairs to check what was happening, a fireball suddenly smashed towards his clinic, and under the terrifying force, the clinic was instantly reduced to rubble. Gu Tian was caught off guard as he was flipped to the ground, and popped out of his mouth with a curse. Gu Tian shook his head and stood up from the rubble, seeing Evil Gold standing not far away. Evil Gold was still spewing fireballs like it didn't need any money, and his mouth was still screaming for the black rhino armor to come out or something like that. Eh? What's going on? Evil Gold is clearly around. Why isn't the summoner responding? Forget it, whatever, how dare you blow up the clinic while I'm not looking, you're done. Go make amends to my clinic. Gu Tian planned to transform into the criminal heaven armor to meet the battle. Dealing with Evil Gold was far from needing to use the black rhino armor. Just as Gu Tian was about to pull out his summoner, a pair of strong hands wrapped him in a deadly embrace. Hubby, are you alright? Did you fall anywhere? Don't be afraid, husband, your wife will protect you. And Chang Ro's small hands felt around, anxiously checking Gu Tian's body for any missing pounds. She had just returned home when she saw that the clinic had been blown up by the alien beast and her own husband had fallen from the 2nd floor. And Chang Ro was so shocked that she lost her face. The black silk in her hands fell straight to the ground, and ran to Gu Tian's side with her long legs at the speed of an 800-meter sprint. Hubby, you can't be alright. If you're not okay, your wife won't have a happy life in the future. And Chang Ro. Don't worry, wife, your husband can be strong. Wife, I really don't have anything hey, you don't touch down there Gu Tian, WOW. Evil Gold realized that there was a movement beside him, and as soon as he turned around, he saw in Chang Ro and a strange man. And Chang Ro, you're even here. Evil Gold walked up step by step, his body's overpowering killing aura turned into substance and pressed the earth to the point where cracks appeared. Evil Gold's possessed body was Xiao Bai. After such a long time of rendering, Xiao Bai's consciousness had already become one with Evil Gold, the inner justice completely disappeared, and the dark side amplified to the extreme. You alien beast is actually able to speak, and even knows my name? And Chang Ro sensed the extraordinary nature of this exotic beast, and she stretched out her arm to protect Gu Tian to the death. Ha, I'm one of the 5 guardians of the shadow, so naturally I can talk. As for who I am, you'll have to watch. The Evil Gold gathered its power and transformed back into its human form, and Xiao Bai's untamed, forced face appeared in front of Gu Tian and in Chang Ro. The corners of Xiao Bai's mouth hooked up in an arc that AK could hardly suppress. Ha, and Chang Ro, shocked by my strong aura. Jia. Gu Tian unexpectedly looked at Xiao Bai, dead memories constantly attacking his brain, instantly remembering everything. He remembered, this person was the original Black Rhinoceros Armor Summoner, who was so arrogant at first, looking at people with his nostrils, and as a result, when he really fought, he couldn't even take 10 moves from himself. No, how did he turn into Evil Gold? Gu Tian patted his head. Had I known that, I should have sat his ass down and killed him in the first place. Keeping it is also a scourge on earth. And Chang Ro's mind was shocked. A look of deep hatred appeared on her face, gritting her teeth. Xiao Bai, can you stand up to yourself? Are you still a human being? You were the summoner of the Black Rhinoceros Armor in the beginning. How can you degrade yourself? She had never expected Xiao Bai to join the Shadow Realm. Xiao Bai had once worked in the Armor Union for several years, and not only did she know the exact location of the Armor Union, she also understood many secrets about the armor. If Chang Ro hadn't guessed correctly, all of these secrets had been exposed. With one hand in his pocket and his thumb hooked casually on the edge of his pocket, Xiao Bai paced slowly, bringing his pretentious air to its peak.
What do you rotten oranges know? Rotten oranges are rotten oranges. If you could understand that, you could eat the orange peel. After I was expelled from the Armor Alliance by you, I knew my shame and regained my unparalleled and powerful strength, and have already opened a huge gap with you rotten oranges. The current me gets the wind when I want the wind, gets the rain when I want the rain, and lives a happier life than I did back then. The more Xiao Bai spoke, the more excited he became, and with a swing of his hair, he looked up to the sky and raised his arms. And Chang Ro, I'll let you see how strong I am now. My strength is beyond your imagination. I'm going to fight 10 of them.
Xiao Bai puffed out his chest, a heaven-shaking black halo emerged from his body, and in a burst of evil laughter, he transformed back into evil gold.
It's not too late to finish you off first before we go looking for the black rhino armor.
Knowing that today's battle could not be avoided, and Chang Ro took out the flying shadow armor summoner from the pocket of his bodysuit and placed it at his waist.
Flying shadow armor, merge. Blue-white shadows flashed as Chang Ro completed the merge, and powerful aura fluctuations spread out. Wife, you're transformed, Gu Tian said excitedly. It really was too hard. After so long, his wife finally admitted that she was a flying shadow armor summoner. Gu Tian had been waiting for Chang Ro to tell him herself. And Chang Ro turned to look at her own husband, thinking that Gu Tian was still blaming her, and said guiltily, "Husband, I'm sorry for keeping this from you for so long. I'm sending you away now, and I'll be sure to explain it to you the next time we meet. Don't be stressed, your wife loves you, really loves you." And Chang Ro opened her palm, utilizing her intentional energy to the extreme, and gently slapped it on Gu Tian's chest. The power of the flying shadow armor was unceasing, space and time were torn apart, and before Gu Tian had a chance to reply, he was instantly transported to a place dozens of kilometers away. This was a self-created move by Chang Lu, which could teleport someone whose intentional energy was weaker than his own to a place dozens of kilometers away. As one's intentional energy became stronger in the future, the distance could also become farther away. Chapter 74 Storming Evil Gold.
On the hillside, a handsome silhouette appeared in the air 3 meters above the ground. Gu Tian was calm and composed, and when he was about to land, he braced himself on the ground with one hand, followed by a violent force, and managed to land after spinning 2.5 times in the air.
I go, my dear wife, can't you wait for me to finish my sentence? Making me have to run back again now.
Gu Tian took out the interdictor armor summoner to complete the merge, and moved swiftly in the direction of Hai Chang with a grand move shift.
Hai Chang.
The flying shadow armor and evil gold had already begun to exchange blows.
Drink, take my move. Evil Gold let out a long whistle, and the blackened axe appeared in his hand. Die. Evil Gold's figure flashed and arrived in front of the flying shadow armor. His hands cupped the handle of the dark shadow axe, and his entire body's strength was poured into his arm as he slashed towards Chang Ro's chest. This strike carried a breaking force that seemed to chop through the air. And Chang Ro's body flashed back sharply, easily dodging this strike. This terrifying strike was useless except for hitting an explosion. Again.
Evil Gold swung his shadow axe and let out an earth-shattering roar, the heavy axe hacking towards various parts of the flying shadow armor. And Chang Ro easily dodged and weaved swiftly with a cozy stride, perfectly avoiding Evil Gold's attacks every time. Even though the Evil Gold was trying its best, it could only barely slash at the flying shadow armor's virtual shadow. Too slow, with this speed I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat me for the rest of my life. And Chang Ro scoffed. He thought that Xiao Bai's strength must have increased quite a bit after he became the Shadow Protector, but now he saw that it wasn't much stronger. And Chang Ro's body turned lightly and raised his left foot to kick the shadow axe with precision. The power of the flying shadow armor was transferred along the axe to Evil Jin's arm, and Evil Jin only felt his arm numb, and his body stumbled uncontrollably, taking several steps backward. How could Chang Ro not get on when a huge break was revealed? And Chang Ro took advantage of the Evil Jin had not slowed down. A sidestep coupled with a left flying kick, this powerful kick hit the Evil Jin's back, knocking his back collapsed, his body backward several steps one after another.
Damn it, is the chief captain of the Armor Union only able to hide like a coward?
Evil Gold endured the sharp pain in his back and quickly recovered from his injuries, attempting to provoke Chang Ro with a provocative method so that she would take the initiative to attack.
Fine, as you wish.
The flying shadow armor tapped the ground with its toes, using its strength to rise up in the air, and its legs instantly condensed with purple light.
Electric light slicing wind leg.
And Chang Ro descended from the sky, his legs flashing with tyrannical purple lightning, striking Evil Gold's shoulders and chest straight on.
Bang, bang, bang.
The sound of metal and flesh colliding rang out as the purple lightning crazily drilled into Evil Gold's body. The Evil Gold flew out backwards convulsively, plowing hideous furrows in the ground as it landed. Without giving the Evil Gold the slightest chance to catch his breath, Chang Ro opened his legs and rushed towards the Evil Gold with great strides.
Flying shadow leg.
The flying shadow armor was as fast as lightning. 7 consecutive residual shadows kicked out at the same time, each strike carrying a sharp whistle that tore through the air. Evil Gold managed to get up from the ground, and before he could even catch his breath, he was subjected to a chain of attacks. With persistent white sparks flashing, Evil Gold had no power to fight back and could only erupt into impotent screams as he was kicked around like a leather ball. The first round of attacks quickly ended, the shadow axe in Evil Gold's hand was sent flying out, and his entire body was suppressed to one knee on the ground. Alas, say the most vicious words at the beginning and receive the most poisonous beating at the end. And Chang-ro commented emotionally as she raised her right foot and kicked with such force that Evil Gold was forced to spin 2.5 times in the air, crashing through a dozen or so concrete pillars before finally coming to a stop. Cough cough cough, damn it, why is it like this? Evil Gene braced himself on the ground with one hand, summoned his shadow axe back, and with all his might, he barely managed to stand up from the ground. If this is the only strength you have, then you'll have to listen to your lullaby. And Changjua moved closer to Evil Gold, took out the card from inside the card box, inserted it into the summoner, and the sharp blast shadow blade appeared. Evil Gold inserted the shadow axe into the ground to support his body, and said with a disordered breath, "This move was originally meant to deal with the black rhinoceros armor, but now it can only be used on you in advance." As soon as Evil Gold's words fell, the black domain noiselessly appeared behind In Chang-ro. As the black domain released a burst of ethereal light, the remaining 4 shadow protectors walked out with their weapons. Together, Evil Flame raised his bow machete and stared at the back of the flying shadow armor with a wide grin. "Isn't it tugging? I'll see how you dodge this move." Evil Flame slashed through the void and slashed at In Chang-ro's back. Chapter 75, Storming the Shadow Protector. There is an enemy attack. And Chang-ro's sensitive nerves were touched, wrapped in a residual shadow, and instantly turned around, using the speed of the flying shadow armor to the extreme. And Chang-ro raised her left arm and used her arm and wrist to precisely block the bow machete, while her left leg quickly built up its strength and kicked horizontally at Evil Flame's belly. Evil Flame simply didn't expect the flying shadow armor to react so quickly, and took the blow solidly. His body was instantly bowed and shot out like a cannonball. There was a boom sound. Evil Flame was knocked into a wall, and a human-sized depression appeared on the wall immediately, with cracks all around it. "Evil Flame, I'll avenge you." Evil Earth wielded a burning shadow greatsword and slashed from the left side, the blade arcing out and leaving scorching trails in the air. And Chang-ro let out a quick breath and raised the blast shadow blade to clash with the shadow greatsword. Sharp and ear-piercing knife sounds resounded throughout the entire space, and the sparks from the collision splashed out in all directions. At this moment, Evil Wood and Evil Water's moves had also come one after the other. Evil Wood held the Shadow Sword and Evil Water held the Shadow Lance, one left and one right slashed towards In Chang-ro. In the nick of time, a red and white residual shadow on the originally empty highway swept by like lightning. Gu Tian jumped into the air with a big stride and kicked the evil soil in front of In Chang-ro with his legs together. "Ah!" Evil Earth let out a miserable scream as his back came into close contact with the ground, rubbing a large number of sparks on the ground and knocking over several domestic vans one after another before coming to a stop. Sheltering Sky Palm. A strange red light glowed on the surface of both of Gu Tian's palms, finding the right moment to slap on Evil Water's and Evil Wood's chest cavities respectively. This move appeared to be insignificant, but the real power contained was like an ocean. Evil Water and Evil Wood could only feel a majestic power surging in, shaking their body bones and making them creak. The weapons in their hands were also affected by this, and one after the other, they slashed through the chest armor of the flying shadow armor, narrowly missing. Immediately afterward, Gu Tian struck the 2 men's heads with a handsome flying kick with precision. The kick was so powerful that Evil Water and Evil Wood only felt their heads buzzing as if they were about to explode, and their bodies took dozens of steps back one after another uncontrollably. "How is it? Are there any injuries?" Gu Tian turned around and asked with concern. This was his wife who loved him to the bone. Something must not happen to her. If something did happen, Gu Tian would absolutely punch these 5 shadow guards in front of him into mush. "Thanks to you this time, I'm not in any big trouble." And Chang-ro slapped out the sparks on her chest armor and scanned the 5 shadow protectors with icy eyes. 4 people sneak attacking one of me, this is a big handful." Gu Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he came in time, almost his own wife would have been injured. He shook his arm and said to In Chang-ro, "There are 5 people here, I'll fight 3, you fight 2. And Chang-ro raised her eyebrows and said, "It's better if I fight 3 and you fight 2. What do you guys mean by this? Treating us like soft persimmons?" Evil Gold roared in dissatisfaction. This was really bullying. They were shadow protectors, they were all important level characters in the previous Light and Shadow Wars. And now they were treated like animals to be chosen by others. It was really too abominable. Shame could only be washed away with blood. With a wave of his hand, Evil Gold recalled the remaining 4 guardians to his side. "Black Rhinoceros Armor Summoner, you have finally appeared. I advise you not to be too arrogant. There are people outside of people and mountains outside of mountains. The 5 of us teamed up. I don't believe we still can't beat the 2 of you. The advantage is with us." Gu Tian came to be interested. He liked this kind of confident people. Every time they fought, they said the advantage is mine, and once they couldn't win, they would cry out that it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Gu Tian licked his lips, his eyes revealed excitement. He could hardly wait for the big fight. "I'll go first." Gu Tian rushed forward with great strides, the water bloodline in his body was activated, the interdictor armor immediately disintegrated, and the black rhino armor instantly picked up to complete the merge, so fast that people could not react at all. Ha! Gu Tian made a big jump, pulling evil earth, evil water, and evil fire into the black rhinoceros armor's unique water domain. The blue water waves surged and churned like substance, isolating all sound in sight. They couldn't see what was going on outside, and likewise the people outside couldn't see what was going on inside clearly. What is this? How come I've never seen it before? Evil Earth opened his mouth in panic, wanting to escape but realizing that the entire space had been completely blocked off, and even the Earth had a barrier. What worried him even more was that this domain was actually devouring their power. It looks like the only way to get out is to blow you up. Evil Earth gritted his teeth and stomped on the ground with one foot, and the shadow greatsword in his hand swept out in a smooth motion, bringing up a harsh wind sound. Unfortunately, this biting blow was sidestepped by Gu Tian, the blade only bringing up a few wisps of water. Gu Tian's body spun rapidly, and the basalt iron protrusions on the elbows of his black rhino armor slammed hard into his opponent's shoulder blades. Wicked Earth's body leaned back, and the overbearing and incomparable brute force was almost on the verge of shattering his entire shoulder blade. Water armor shield! Gu Tian bellowed, and the pure power of water quickly wrapped around his left hand, condensing into substance. Crash! Evil Earth couldn't dodge in time and was penetrated through his chest by the water armor shield, his breath instantly shriveled down, and his entire body flew out backwards, crashing heavily into the domain wall. Evil Flame did not know when he had arrived behind the black rhino armor, and his bow-shaped machete wrapped in hot flames slashed at Gu Tian. The black rhino armor reacted quickly, the meteor gun automatically appeared in the air and swept out on its own accord. The tip of the gun collided fiercely with the face of the blade, rubbing out blinding sparks, and sharp metallic friction sounds echoed within the realm. Evil Flame was suppressed and kept retreating. Gu Tian used his strength to take off into the air, his legs stored up strength and then smashed down like a giant hammer. Evil Flame still wanted to raise his sword to block, but he was pressed down by this strength and his legs fell to his knees, and the ground cracked inch by inch under the heavy pressure. It's still the old lady who has to make an appearance. Wicked Water saw an opening in the black rhino armor's stance, and the dark shadow lance sliced through the void and stabbed at Gu Tian's chest. The lance was dead on against the black rhino armor's chest, and the powerful impact caused Gu Tian to take a step back. Again! Wicked Water hissed loudly, and came at Gu Tian with a set of tigerish chain shots, and a large amount of sparks fell from the black rhino armor. Not bad, your strength would rank at least second amongst the 5 guardians of the shadow, and a mainstay amongst the armor alliance. But not in my case. Gu Tian grabbed the tip of the gun tightly with one hand like a vice, and with a fierce pull, he yanked the evil water to his heels. Immediately afterward, he swung out a mighty iron fist, and the evil water was instantly sent flying into the air. Gu Tian followed closely, and after spinning 2.5 times in the air, he extended his thigh and slashed at Evil Water's belly from above. The evil water fell like a meteor, smashing the earth out of a large pit and sending dust flying for a moment. Gu Tian landed smoothly from the air, looked at the 3 major shadow protectors who fell to the ground, and said aloud, "What, is this the best you guys can do? But you guys aren't bad at carrying a fight, you're too much stronger than Oxygen next door." Evil Fire stood up with his hands propped on the ground, his eyes flashed with anger. "Shut up, I'm the Shadow Protector, the red man beside the Shadow Emperor, the Shadow Realm's highest combatant in the open world, not something that group of worms can compare to. Evil Water, Evil Earth, let's go together. Charge!" The 3 of them surrounded the black rhino armor and charged towards Gu Tian once again. The battle within the domain was intense, and it wasn't even close outside the domain. Bang! The flying shadow armor was at full speed, with staggering shadows and the blast shadow blade transforming into continuous slashes, forcing the evil gold to retreat back and forth. Each slash left a white mark on his body. "Boss, let me help you." Evil Wood's shadow sword wrapped in black chi chopped at Chang Ro's waist and abdomen. And Chang Ro twisted his body and flipped. The blast shadow blade was like a snake coming out of its hole, precisely picking off the shadow sword while the blade slashed through Evil Wood's wrist guard. Evil Wood flung his arm in pain, and Chang Ro used the reaction force to move forward again, and his knee slammed hard into his chest. Boom boom! Evil Wood was toppled to the ground, covering his chest and rolling several times in succession. "You guys are too weak, your strength is just like that. Shadow Protector, nothing more than that." And Chang Ro's left hand lightly caressed the blast shadow blade, cutting back the charging evil gold with a slash. Chapter 76 Yen Long Armor vs Emperor Armor. Imperial Capital. The Shadow Emperor walked step by step, seemingly gently stepping on the ground, but in reality, one step was spanning a distance of hundreds of meters. The dazzling sunlight shone on the dark Emperor armor, reflecting the Emperor's lines on his body vividly, and the aura of dark attributes surged within the domineering aura. The dark Shadow Emperor slightly raised his head and gently snapped his fingers, and the originally sunny sky of the Imperial capital suddenly became as gloomy as ink, with howling winds rising in all directions. Occasionally, a few rays of sunlight sprinkled down on the Shadow Emperor through the layers of obstruction, but they were immediately swallowed up by the Dark Emperor armor. The Armor Alliance satellites orbiting far away on the surface of the Earth detected this scene and immediately transmitted the situation back to headquarters. The Armor Alliance's alarm flashed madly in an instant, illuminating the entire office in scarlet. In the next moment, the alarm lights couldn't withstand such raging dark energy and exploded one after another, shattering one after another. The 4 light shadow stones originally stored in the Armor Union also became impatient, the light that erupted from their bodies flickering on and off. What's going on here? Genmi's hands were busy checking the image transmitted back from the satellite. The image was blurred to the extreme, and only a set of dark black armor could be vaguely seen. What's going on here? Where did this suit of armor come from? Why is there such a surge of dark energy on it? Jamie's fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard, noticing that he was moving towards the Armored Alliance at an extremely fast speed, with less than 5 kilometers separating the two. Genmi made a snap decision and started contacting Nan Xin with the Armor Union's unique wave frequency. On an open highway, Nan Xin rode his motorcycle at high speed, the motorcycle emitting a deafening roar. Hey, Genmi, what happened? Why are you contacting me at this time? Nan Yan tapped his helmet and successfully made contact with Genmi. Genmei's voice carried an anxiety that was hard to hide. Nan Xin, something big is wrong. There is a set of dark armor that is charging towards the Armor Union. You hurry and go to block him first. I'll immediately arrange for manpower to go and support you. Okay, I'll go immediately. Nan Xin cut off the communication and straightened his back. 91% of the fire bloodline in his body was activated, and the vigorous firepower tumbled and surged. With a dragon roar that resounded through heaven and earth, the Inferno Dragon armor instantly covered Nan Xion's entire body. The aura of the motorcycle underneath him also steeply changed, becoming the Yen Dragon armor's exclusive chariot, the Yen Dragon Colt. Nan Xian gripped the handlebars tightly, and the rear end of the Yen Dragon Colt violently erupted with 3 blinding flames. The body of the Inferno Dragon armor leaned forward slightly and leapt over the bridge, rushing towards the place where the crimson sun rose in the sky. The Shadow Emperor stopped in his tracks as he sensed a powerful force of fire approaching him. As expected, the next moment the Inferno Dragon armor leapt down from the Inferno Dragon Colt and appeared at the back of the Shadow Emperor. Who are you and why are you here? Nan Xian exited to inquire. Not knowing what was going on, he was able to clearly perceive that the armor in front of him had an aura that could hold up heaven and earth. And what shocked him even more was that this set of armor was even more than 90% similar to the Emperor's armor recorded in the history books. The Shadow Emperor slowly turned around and looked at the Inferno Dragon armor that appeared in front of him, a hint of a smile sketched at the corner of his mouth. He, master of the fire armor of this world, we meet. Let me see how your strength is, don't let me down. Seeing that the armor in front of him was slow to exchange ideas, Nan Yan simply assumed an offensive posture. He stretched out his right hand and shook it vigorously in the air, making the famous Parkinson's move. I don't care who you are, anyway, I will never let you get one step closer to the Armor League. Take that. Nan Xian's arms swung out, his legs powered up to leap into the air, the power of fire quickly surged into his fists, and with the added benefit of his own inertia, he punched the Dark Emperor armor hard on top of its chest armor. The Dark Emperor just stood still, allowing the Inferno Dragon armor to hit him. Bang! The sound of metal clashing echoed in the air for a long time. The Shadow Emperor's body swayed slightly under this powerful impact, and he was actually knocked back a step by this punch. Not bad, the power is fine, and the speed isn't bad either, come on. The Shadow Emperor appeared interested in fighting, his fists were clenched and he began to compete with the Inferno Dragon armor in boxing. Nan Yan was secretly surprised when he saw that his punch only caused the dark armor in front of him to take a step back. But he was undaunted. As the summoner of the Inferno Dragon armor, the belief in guardianship burned in his heart. Then it is as you wish. Nan Xian executed his proud southern fist and clashed with the Dark Emperor armor. Bang, bang, bang. Nan Xian threw 3 punches in a row, but they were all easily defused by the Dark Emperor armor. My turn. The Dark Emperor armor caught the break in the Inferno Dragon armor and violently blocked it, the powerful force instantly shaking away Nan Xian's punches. Immediately afterward, he threw a straight punch with a black light in a smooth motion, blasting towards Nan Xian's chest. Nan Xian was forced to scrape a long trail on the ground, and only barely stopped when he hit a wall. Chapter 77 Explosive Abuse Inferno Dragon Armor. Cough cough cough. Nan Xian coughed violently, his head spinning as he shook his head and stood back up with his hands on the ground. His back was against the wall, and the sharp pain coming from his chest made him frown. This won't work? The Dark Emperor armor strides at a leisurely pace, approaching step by step towards the Yanlong armor, having steadily pushed the Yanlong armor into a disadvantage in terms of aura. Nan Xian didn't say anything and resumed his fighting stance. Even though the enemy was very powerful, his belief in guardianship didn't allow him to back down at all. The Shadow Emperor took the initiative to attack, his right fist once again glowing with black light as he used his southern fist as well. Watch, this is the true South Fist. The Dark Emperor armor turned his body slightly to the left, using the force of the turn to drive his waist, transferring the power to his right arm and striking an uppercut in the process. Nan Xian blocked with both arms, but was shaken back several steps, the original orderly flow of fire patterns on the surface of the armor, but at the moment was shaken by this force to disorder. The Dark Shadow Emperor continued to strike, his hands clasped the shoulders of the Inferno Dragon armor like iron pincers, and violently pressed downward. Immediately after that, the Dark Emperor armor stretched out his left knee and ruthlessly pushed against the small abdomen of the Yin Long armor. Fishy sweetness churned in Nan Xian's throat, his internal organs shook violently from the blow, and his body rolled several times on the ground before stopping. No, how do you know the Southern Fist? This is a unique skill that was passed down to me from the old man of the Divine Mountain.
Nan Xian stood up from the ground trembling, his chest heaving violently.
The Shadow Emperor skimmed his lips and spoke in a bored manner. Is this Southern Fist thing very powerful? It's just what's left over from my play tens of thousands of years ago, and it's still being tributed by you as a treasure. As the current Fire Armor Master, the Southern Fist that you cast out is just in vain. You haven't yet comprehended the true essence.
It's fine against ordinary monsters, but it's not enough for me.
The red eye patch of the Inferno Dragon armor stared tightly at the Shadow Emperor in front of him and said, "Fine, then let you try this move. Your punches are great, but I'm not a vegetarian either." Nan Xian mobilized the firepower of the Inferno Dragon armor in his hands, and with a burst of blazing light, a long, fiery red whip emerged. The Inferno Dragon armor bellowed and threw the Inferno Dragon whip out across a distance of more than 10 meters, lashing out at the Shadow Emperor's neck with bright flames. The Shadow Emperor didn't dodge, the dark pattern surging on the surface of the Dark Emperor armor instantly transformed into a shield, and the Inferno Dragon whip was directly shaken into two by the reaction force when it was drawn on it. Dark Shadow Emperor took advantage of the Nan Xian's power to collect the gap, the figure of a leap instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already come to the front of the Yin Long armor. The Shadow Emperor slammed his fist into his chest, and Nan Xian's entire body flew into the air, crashing heavily into the glass curtain wall of the building down the street, with broken glass falling down.
Flaming Blade. Nan Xian shook away the remnants of broken glass from his body and summoned the Flaming Blade with a roar.
The Flaming Dragon armor gripped the hilt of the blade with both hands and spun it rapidly like a burning wheel of fire.
As he danced, he chopped out 12 blazing blade awnings in a row.
The blade awns were unstoppable and crashed into the Dark Emperor armor.
Boom boom.
12 explosions rang out, and the Dark Emperor armor didn't move, not even a spark splashed up.
Seal Demon Slash.
Nan Xian drank lowly under his breath. He took advantage of this time to have adjusted his state to the peak, preparing to execute the ultimate stance of the Inferno Dragon armor. The power of fire gathered crazily, and a mighty dragon fire shadow emerged behind the Inferno Dragon armor. The dragon fire roared, and amongst the blazing flames that merged into it, a flaming blade formed by the light and shadow paste, carrying the aura of burning everything, ruthlessly chopped towards the Shadow Emperor. The Shadow Emperor's eyes were slightly awe-inspiring, finally a hint of seriousness. He put his hands 5 fingers together, dark attribute energy formed a black barrier. The flame blade hit the barrier and erupted into a strong energy fluctuation. The air wave overturned the surrounding buildings and all of them were broken into pieces. Smoke and dust filled the air. When the smoke and dust cleared, the Shadow Emperor was unharmed, and his Dark Emperor armor was still shining brightly, brand new and incomparable. On the other hand, the energy of Nan Xian's Inferno Dragon armor was rapidly depleting, and its light began to dim. Why in the world is this? Why? Nan Xian crumbled inwardly. The strike he had put his best foot forward couldn't even leave a scratch on his enemy's body. What was wrong with this world? Why was he matched with such a strong opponent? So much for your power? If you had raised the concentration of the fire bloodline in your body to more than 95%, I wouldn't have been able to win so easily. The Dark Shadow Emperor slowly spoke. As the words fell, the Dark Emperor armor raised its arms and spun around in the air, and a huge dark attribute Taiji Yin-Yang diagram emerged.
On the yin-yang diagram, the power of the 5 elements flowed unceasingly, diffusing each other and emitting a palpitating aura.
Go! The Shadow Emperor's left hand gently pushed forward, and the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram wrapped in the power of the 5 elements smashed towards the Inferno Dragon armor at breakneck speed. Nan Xian looked at the oncoming Taiji Yin-Yang diagram and let out a long roar to the sky. Carrying the flame blade and taking firm steps, he charged up with great strides.
Break it for me!
The Inferno Dragon armor raised its flaming blade and slashed at the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram from left to right, wanting to cut it in half. Boom! A towering pillar of darkness as high as 10,000 feet rose into the sky, illuminating the entire imperial capital. At the center of the battle, the Inferno Dragon armor was lying straight in a large pit on the ground, the light on its chest flickering rapidly, and the flame blade in its hand had been bent out of shape, its body covered in gaps. Nan Xian raised his head with difficulty, looking at the distant Shadow Emperor who seemed like a god or a devil, and opened his mouth with difficulty. Why are you so powerful? Powerful? The current me is barely a doppelganger, only 1/5 of the power of the main body. Is this still considered powerful? When I dealt with you, I hadn't even used half of 1/5 yet. When Nan Xian heard this, despair appeared in his eyes. How is this possible? Such a powerful force was only a small part of the other party, then how terrifying should his main body be?
It's over, the enemy could be so powerful, Nan Xin didn't even last a minute.
Junmei looked at the image transmitted back from the satellite, her forehead breaking out in cold sweat. Although the picture was not clear, it did not affect her ability to see the tragic situation of the Inferno Dragon armor being brutally beaten by the enemy. Except for the very beginning when the Inferno Dragon armor repelled the enemy by one step, the rest of the time was all about being beaten by the enemy. Jenny's face was pale and her heart was in her throat. She sent another mandatory order to all the armor out there, demanding that they must get to the imperial capital as fast as possible no matter what. Chapter 78, Too Cruel. Sea City, within the domain of water. Ding, it has been detected that the host is under siege by multiple people, now start issuing quests. Solve a Shadow Guardian intent energy +6, physique +4. Gu Tian's face blossomed with joy when he heard the new mission released by the system. More than half a month had passed, Big Brother system, you finally gotten to work. The entire 3 shadow protectors if you kill all of them, the reward is definitely rich enough. Gu Tian gave the system a big thumbs up in his heart. He looked at the shadow protectors rushing towards him, and for a moment, he thought that they were very cute and attractive, and that they were also very good looking. Not bad, really good, living experience packs. Gu Tian slung his meteor gun over his shoulder with an evil smile on his face. Evil Earth felt extremely humiliated and insulted when he heard the laughter coming from the Black Rhino armor. Damn it, how dare you mock us? Evil Earth attacked from the front as he jumped into the air, holding the hilt of his blade with both hands as he stabbed down towards Gu Tian's chest. Evil Water searched for a weak spot in the Black Rhinoceros armor and slashed Gu Tian sideways. The black flames ignited on Evil Fire's body, and in the blink of an eye, he circled around behind Gu Tian, the bowed machete in his hand stabbing at Gu Tian's undershirt. A 3-sided siege, which might have been a bit tricky for anyone else, was all child's play for Gu Tian. Just as the 3 of them were about to slash at the body of the Black Rhino armor, Gu Tian inwardly softly mumbled a sentence. Take the form of a body. With a thought from Gu Tian's mind, the Black Rhino armor instantly liquefied into a puddle of water and disappeared without a trace. The 3 men's weapons swooped in, and the Evil Earth greatsword slashed the ground, sending dust flying. The Evil Water lance brushed past Gu Tian's original position, nearly stabbing Evil Fire's waist through. Damn, watch it, it's almost ruined. Evil Flame couldn't help but curse, leaning back to back with Evil Earth and Evil Water, holding his weapon in a tense watchful manner. Where are the people, how did they disappear? Evil Earth looked left and right, swallowed a wad of saliva, and a wave of fear welled up in his heart. So big an armor said disappeared, think about it, let a person horror. The summoners of the Black Rhino armor in this era were simply monsters, with all sorts of moves coming out of the woodwork. He was a bit nostalgic for the last Light and Shadow battle, when their 5 Guardians of the Shadow casually took out one person and were able to beat the Black Rhino armor to the point where they couldn't recognize their own mothers. Don't look, I'm up here. Gu Tian suddenly appeared in the air and said provocatively. He gripped the meteor gun with both hands and violently threw it down towards the bottom. The meteor gun was like a silver-colored stream of light, stabbing straight at Evil Earth. Wicked Earth's face suddenly changed, and he hastily raised his large sword to block his chest. With a loud bang, the water power contained in the meteor gun directly destroyed the Shadow Saber into countless pieces, with the fragments scattering everywhere. Gu Tian opened his left hand and instantly grabbed Evil Gold's neck and lifted him up. No matter how much he struggled, it was useless. Evil Earth, I've come to save you. Black Rhino armor, let go of my brother. Wicked Fire pounded his chest and roared, raising his Bowie machete and going for it. A ferocious light flashed in Gu Tian's eyes as he clenched his right hand into a fist, and in the next second Evil Flame suffered an unprecedented horrific attack, taking 36 punches from Gu Tian in a row. Evil Flame only felt the stars in his eyes, his chest bones were all broken, and he collapsed to the side as if he was swimming in air, his life and death unknown. After Gu Tian had beaten Evil Flame to the point of half-death, he refocused his gaze on Evil Earth. Evil Earth, say goodbye to this world and don't come to Earth in your next life. Gu Tian revealed a cruel smile as the water armor shield on his left arm glowed brightly. No, don't. If you kill me, the Shadow Emperor will definitely peel off all your skin. Evil Earth cried out in agony, but Gu Tian didn't care at all, violently slamming the water armor shield on his left arm towards Evil Earth. Put! The water armor shield directly pierced through Evil Earth, and his body was instantly shattered into pieces by the powerful force. Explosions rang out, and Evil Earth's demonic post appeared, flashing with a bizarre light. Ding, congratulations to the host for resolving Evil Earth, gaining intentional energy +6 and physique +4, the system beep sounded at the right time. Cool. Gu Tian shouted up to the sky, venting his excitement. Evil Water watched as Evil Earth was killed by the Black Rhinoceros armor, and almost couldn't even hold the weapon in his hand, the fear in his heart had gone to the extreme. Right, we have the Black Domain. The Black Domain was created by the Shadow Emperor, it will definitely be able to take me away. Black Domain. Evil Water shouted loudly with expectations, and in the next moment, a black diamond-shaped crystal appeared inside the domain of water.
The black domain released light and wanted to take evil water away. Still want to leave, after my consent?
Gu Tian shouted angrily and threw the meteor gun towards evil water with one hand.
Evil water, in a hurry, raised his left foot and kicked the unconscious evil flame out.
The evil flame collided with the meteor gun, and a shocking explosion rang out as the evil flame was pulverized by the meteor gun and transformed back into a demon sticker. Fortunately, evil flame had fainted by this time, or else he would have definitely cursed. Taking advantage of this time, evil water had already re-entered the black domain, which flickered with a flash of light and escaped the control range of the black rhino armor.
Damn it, it ran away so fast, but next time it won't be so lucky,
Gu Tian said with slight regret in his heart. Evil water had just flown outside controlling the black domain when he saw the image of evil gold and evil wood getting their asses kicked by the flying shadow armor. The flying shadow armor had an athletic figure, nimbly weaving in and out between evil gold and evil wood, beating the two men to the point where they had no chance to fight. The black domain floated to their side, and evil water's anxious voice came out from within. Big brother, evil wood, let's go. The black rhinoceros armor has gone crazy with killing, the evil earth and evil fire are all sealed. What, the black rhinoceros armor is so powerful? Evil gold covered the wound on his chest and panted. He looked at the flying shadow armor in front of him and let out a vicious statement, and Shang-ro, you wait for me, I will definitely blow you up the next time we meet. Go! After saying this, evil gold didn't dare to stay a second longer and quickly pulled evil wood to go back into the black domain. Seeing this scene, and Shang-ro immediately made a block. Prime roof! The flying shadow armor leapt up, converging all of its intentional energy into its legs, and a blue ripple enveloped evil wood and evil gold. Big brother, you go, I'll break the back. Evil wood pushed evil gold into the black domain and turned around to charge up with the shadow sword. The legs of the flying shadow armor smashed down with a wind-breaking momentum, hitting evil wood's chest heavily and knocking him to the ground. The armor clashed with the shadow guardian with a dull ringing sound, and light blue energy madly surged into evil wood's body. Boom! An explosion rang out as evil wood's body cracked open, dead beyond repair. Seeing that evil wood was killed, evil gold gritted his teeth to the point of crunching, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Let's go find the Shadow Emperor, the Great Emperor's greatness is endless, he can surely bring them back to life. Evil gold controlled the black domain to rotate rapidly and disappeared into space. On the other side, Gu Tian lifted the water domain, and he saw that his wife had already killed evil wood, and his heart was slightly saddened. Forget it, there are still 2 shadow protectors who escaped anyway, kill them all in the next encounter and you'll still get plus 12 to your intentional energy. Just as Gu Tian was about to leave, a pillar of black light that shot up into the sky rose from the distance. The powerful light caused Gu Tian to close his eyes slightly. Holy, what a dense dark power. That direction is the Imperial capital. And Shang-ro also saw the huge pillar of light rising in the direction of the Imperial capital, and an ominous premonition surged in her heart. Just as she was filled with doubt, Jinmei's message passed into her mind. Oh no! And Shang-ro's face changed violently, and not being able to think about it, she hurried towards the Imperial capital without stopping her hooves. Gu Tian saw Shang-ro leave Hai Chang and immediately followed closely. Brothers and sisters, recently I am also reviewing, The Pressure is Huge. Chapter 79 Gu Tian Strikes. Imperial Capital. The Shadow Emperor walked next to Nan Xian, his left foot stepped on the chest of the Inferno Dragon armor and crushed it to death, spattering fine sparks from the seams of the armor. He slightly bent his body down and said, your talent is at least quite good, how about joining the Shadow Realm? In the Bright Realm, you need to go through all sorts of grueling training in order to raise your strength. In the Shadow Realm, you don't need to do that at all. There are times when the evil path is indeed better than the righteous path. Come on, follow me and join the embrace of darkness. The Shadow Emperor compelled Nan Xian, and the reason why he did so was simple, simply to discuss the Bright Emperor armor. The Dark Shadow Emperor wanted to show the Bright Emperor armor how wimpy and cowardly the owner of his chosen fire armor was. Nan Xian was immobilized by the Dark Emperor armor, and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, but he still said proudly, fire is blazing, my blood is boiling hot, and I, Nan Xian, will not be with the darkness even if I am broken to pieces. The Shadow Emperor nodded lightly and said mockingly, my blood used to be boiling as well, hotter than yours, but it's cool now. The Shadow Emperor hooked his left foot violently and threw Nan Xian hard against the wall. The Inferno Dragon armor was shattered and dissipated into bits of fire. His summoner also tumbled to the ground in a bone-crushing heap, its casing full of shocking cracks. You chose your own path, don't regret it. The Shadow Emperor said coldly, lifting his foot towards the Inferno Dragon armor summoner and stomping it down, repeatedly rubbing it on the ground. With a metallic clanging sound of clack, 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 the Inferno Dragon armor summoner was completely destroyed and turned into a pile of broken pieces. Just as the Shadow Emperor was about to kill Nan Xian, the summoner, an ear-piercing cry rang through the sky. Song Kite demon-piercing explosion. The wind element surged around Duan Mu Yan, the gusts of wind swirling and whistling around him, and an emerald-colored arrow uncoalesced from the mad kite intense bow. Duan Mu Yan's eyes blazed as he looked down at the Dark Emperor armor below him in displeasure. Today was a very important day. Duan Mu Yan planned to meet his girlfriend's parents to discuss his marriage to Ma Lingling. For this reason he had spent 2 minutes dressing up, and had just stepped out the door when he received a support command from Jin Mei. There was no way out then. Duan Mu Yan could only rush over immediately. After all, where is a girlfriend as important as a brother? Go! Duan Mu Yan loosened her hand, a bright and dazzling wind arrow was shot out, the arrow stripped off the string, the sonic boom exploded, wrapped in a tearing whistling sound and went. Wherever it passed, space rippled with distortion, destroying everything. The Shadow Emperor looked up at the green light in the air, and inwardly had a prediction. In the moment when the sharp arrow was only an inch away from the neck of the Dark Emperor's armor, his left hand probed out like lightning, his middle and index fingers quickly coming together, and his fingertips clamped down on the arrowhead of the wind arrow with precision and accuracy. This move is returned to you, the Shadow Emperor said as he tightened his 2 fingers swiftly, and the dark attribute energy in his armor surged madly into the arrow body, and the originally emerald-colored arrow's on was instantly dyed ink. Finally, with a sharp flick of his wrist, he spun his body in a circle and threw the arrow towards the sky. The sharp arrow reversed its direction, containing power that surpassed that of the previous several times, shooting towards Duan Mu Yan in the air like a black meteor. The hurricane pack apprehended the crisis and kept changing his position in the air, but the sharp arrow followed him like a shadow. Defense! Duan Mu Yan urgently mobilized his power and created a wall of wind in front of him. However, the penetrating power of the sharp arrow that had been enchanted by the Shadow Emperor was unparalleled, easily penetrating the hurricane defense. Duan Mu Yan's pupils suddenly shrunk as he hastily raised his mad kite intense bow to resist. Boom! A huge explosion sent him flying out, his body spinning continuously, plowing a 100-meter-long deep ditch in the ground. Holy, who is he and why is he even more powerful than the god of occult in Lufa? Duan Mu Yan covered his shoulder and stood up from the ground in a sorry state, his expression pained. The mad kite intense bow in his hand instantly crumbled and dissipated into the air. The hurricane pack self Hurricane Pale Iris also suffered a heavy blow and let out a mournful cry before falling into a deep sleep. Duan Mu Yan tried to stabilize his somewhat disturbed mind. Looking at the dark armor in front of him, he could clearly perceive that the other parties seemed to have come from another dimension, and their life force was not at the same level as theirs at all. It's possible, the new generation armor made by the Earthlings still has that much strength, and it's even fused with Earth elements. It's a pity that the upper limit is too low after all. The Dark Shadow Emperor raised his hand and waved, the ground suddenly cracked and countless pitch-black chains broke through the earth, wrapping Duan Mu Yan in a death grip. As the Dark Emperor armor clapped its hands, the chains began to shrink, and the pack apprehended was forced to endure tremendous pressure. A chain swam around, following the surface of the armor tightly friction together, flashing a large number of sparks, accompanied by thump 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 sound of extrusion. The Dark Emperor looked at Duan Mu Yan with contempt, and was about to twist the armor into pieces when the space originally filled with dark attribute energy was suddenly flooded with a pure force of water. The power of water stretched on, vaguely beginning to have the tendency to purify the dark attribute energy. In the 1,000-meter high clouds, Gu Tian leapt down from the black rhinoceros colt, injecting the power of his entire body armor into his left foot, wrapping it in indigo light flames as he rapidly descended. The clouds suddenly tore apart, and Gu Tian used the momentum to kick down horizontally, the patterns on the surface of the black rhino armor shining brightly. Black Rhino flying kick! Gu Tian bellowed, while beginning to mobilize the energy of the light and shadow stones within his body. The indigo light flame of his left leg soared threefold, carrying a force strong enough to destroy the heavens and the earth as he kicked at the Shadow Emperor. Sensing the threat, the Shadow Emperor gave up his attack on Duan Mu Yan and raised his head to look at the approaching fireball in the sky. Taiji Yin-Yang diagram. The Dark Emperor armor's body leaned forward, his left hand quickly diffusing the power of the 5 elements, colliding with this shocking strike from Gu Tian. At the moment of contact, the earth in a 100-mile radius sunk, and the collision between the flying kick and the yin-yang diagram produced a massive aftershock. The energy that erupted tore out countless spatial and temporal cracks in the sky, and wherever it passed, the yellow soil in the sky was swept up, forming a giant wall that covered the sky and was as high as 100 meters. Duan Mu Yan, I'm coming to save you. A blue shadow entered the battlefield, and Chang Ro held the blast shadow blade, and the light blue light flowing from the blade accurately chopped at the chains binding Duan Mu Yan. After more than 10 consecutive chopping strikes, the chain crumbled and was completely chopped into pieces. Before Chang Ro could catch her breath, she saw the yellow giant wall coming at her, and a sense of suffocation came over her. She immediately plunged her blast shadow sword into the earth, releasing her power in an attempt to encircle the entire battlefield. Duan Mu Yan, let's quickly make a move to block the shockwave, or the entire imperial capital will all be destroyed. Alright, I'm coming. Duan Mu Yan understood very well how urgent this matter was. He quickly inserted the red energy key into his summoner and summoned the flame Nava. Lava field, unfold. Alright, one for today, I'll work harder tomorrow. Punch the duck. Chapter 80 Black Rhino Armor Upgrade. Blue energy fluctuations quickly surrounded the edge of the giant wall, locking the shockwave in place. The ground began to tremble violently, and a lava crack spread out. Reddish magma gushed out from the ground, the boiling hot temperature distorted time, forming a pillar of fire that rushed into the sky, shattering the giant wall with an unrivaled momentum. And Changro and Duan Mu Yan joined forces to completely isolate the battlefield from the outside world, building a relatively independent space. Although this space was still inadequate in front of the Dark Emperor armor, and could not even block a single move from him, at least it was barely able to offset some of the aftermath of the battle. In the center of the battlefield, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Gu Tian and the Shadow Emperor remained in a collision stance. Gu Tian's left foot firmly stepped on the Dark Emperor armor's Taiji Yin-Yang diagram, and where the two met, intense sparks floated like stars. The Dark Emperor armor suffered from Gu Tian's attack and was shaken by this powerful force to continuously fall backward a dozen meters away, the ground under his feet all bursting apart. The Taiji Yin-Yang diagram in his hand also began to show cracks, its light flickering on and off. An undetectable surprise flashed across the eyes of the Shadow Emperor. Despite the fact that he had just used a portion of his power, what he had never expected was that this earthling in front of him would be able to burst out with such a powerful strength. One must know that the part of his power he used had knocked the owner of the armor of fire into a daze, and he was almost able to send him to the banquet. It's possible, you're too much stronger than that fire armor's owner, you're excellent. The Shadow Emperor didn't mince words in his evaluation, his left hand formed a fist with 5 fingers, and dark attribute energy surged into the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram. The Taiji Yin-Yang diagram's light resurfaced, sending the black rhinoceros armor flying out with a mountainous force. Gu Tian's face changed as he felt the absolute power coming at him, and he swung his left foot violently, immediately dislodging the force with his exquisite control of power. Afterward, he turned his body around and landed smoothly on the ground. Amazing, my all-out strike that took advantage of the timing, location, and people was only able to knock him back more than 10 meters. Gu Tian secretly said that it was not good, and with a thought, the meteor gun and water armor shield were put on his body, raising his essence to the peak in an instant. The Dark Emperor armor retrieved the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram, and the red light in its eyes blossomed, instantly peering into Gu Tian's secrets. Ha! How is this possible? You have 2 bloodlines in your body, and the concentration of water bloodline and wood bloodline is surprisingly 100%. The Dark Shadow Emperor was startled by such a result and exclaimed in shock, also becoming intensely curious about Gu Tian's identity. As a Dark Shadow Emperor, the absolute master of darkness, his 5 elements bloodline concentration was only 99.99%. He also wanted to raise the concentration of his 5 elemental bloodline to 100%, but because of the principle of evil not prevailing over good, the Dark Shadow Emperor's bloodline concentration would always be a shade lower than the Light Emperor's armor. According to the operating rules of heaven and earth, a summoner with 100% bloodline concentration would not be born, even if it was a single bloodline. Could it be that he was a newborn heavenly Tao, only currently in the midst of growth? Or was he an airborne of the heavenly Tao? Or perhaps he was the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao, which had not yet recovered its peak? Or was his appearance just a bug in the world? Countless speculations flashed through the Dark Shadow Emperor's mind as he let out a deep breath, opened his 5 fingers, and used the power of his dark attribute to start projecting, wanting to reverse time and space to understand Gu Tian's past life and present life. However, no matter how he exerted his divine ability, Gu Tian's behind was always a blank. There were no traces of him in ancient history, as if he had never appeared in this world. Humph. The Shadow Emperor snorted coldly. This feeling of being out of control made him extremely unhappy inside. Who exactly are you, and why can you tell the bloodline within me? Gu Tian inquired vigilantly as he looked at the Dark Emperor armor in front of him, not having a single clue as to where he came from. I am the Dark Shadow Emperor, my strength shakes the ancient world, I recognize your strength, join the Shadow Realm and I can make you the first person under my seat. The Dark Shadow Emperor said aloud, fire appeared in his eyes. His true purpose was to bring Gu Tian back to the Shadow Realm to study it properly. He might be able to find a way to raise the 5 elements bloodline to 100%. What? You're the Shadow Emperor. Gu Tian was inwardly shocked, not realizing that he had stumbled upon a true universe-level big boss so soon. As a villain, the Shadow Emperor was the one who really stood behind the scenes and manipulated everything, and the god of Oxyrhynchus and Lufa were practically worthless in front of him. However, shocked as he was, Gu Tian was not afraid of the person in front of him. He keenly sensed that the current Shadow Emperor was merely a doppelganger. So what if it was a universe-level figure? The strength projected over was ultimately limited, not to mention that Gu Tian had his own ultimate killer weapon. Gu Tian gripped his meteor gun tightly. The meteor gun gulped cold light, the surface of the water armor shield flooded with fine water wave patterns, and sneered, thinking that I would join the Shadow Realm is simply delusional. I'm afraid that I'm sorry for this armor that I'm wearing. Gu Tian never believed in the words of his enemies. Toast to the world. The killing intent in the Shadow Emperor's eyes skyrocketed. Since you're not willing to go back with me of your own accord, I'll only have to take you back. As soon as the words fell, the Shadow Emperor's feet stomped violently, arriving in front of Gu Tian with the unique oppressive feeling of the Dark Emperor armor. Mad waterfalls ah! Gu Tian wielded his meteor lance and used his black rhino armor's best move to open up on the Shadow Emperor's face.
Mayfly shaking a tree, not self-conscious. The Shadow Emperor said contemptuously, and when he raised his hand, the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram transformed into a black light and collided with the meteor gun. Violet energy explosions exploded in space, and light illuminated the entire battlefield. Not only did the Shadow Emperor avoid all damage with the defensive power of the Dark Emperor armor, he instead lifted his hand and sent the meteor gun flying into the air. Immediately afterward, he made a violent turn and struck the southern fist that contained infinite power. Gu Tian forced himself to endure the discomfort in his body and raised his left hand with the water armor shield to meet the south fist cast by the Dark Emperor armor. Boom! With a loud bang, the two powerful forces collided together. Gu Tian was sent flying backwards and fell to the ground. The water armor shield was flooded with dense cracks, and with a clicking sound, it turned into countless fragments in the next second, falling from his hands one after another. So what if you have 100% water bloodline? Still wanting to compete with me in terms of strength? How naive. A tattered set of black rhinoceros armor is just a set of tattered black rhinoceros armor. Do you really think that you can compete with me in terms of strength by wearing it? If my main body were here, a single glance would be able to kill you thousands of times. As soon as the Shadow Emperor opened his mouth, he spoke with contempt for Gu Tian and disdain for the black rhino armor. Gu Tian stood up with a roll from the ground, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth back into his mouth. Since you despise the black rhino armor so much, I'll show you the true strength of this armor today. Gu Tian opened his hands, and the endless power of water raged forward in the boiling blood, flowing along the meridians to the entire body, releasing an unrivaled majestic aura. A pure yet ancient power surged out from the water shadow stone, and the lines on the surface of the black rhinoceros armor emitted a dazzling light, just like the stars in the vast universe, bright and dazzling. Black Rhino Armor, Upgrade, Raging Wave Raging Rhino. Chapter 81 Raging Rhinoceros vs Dark Emperor Armor. As Gu Tian let out a roar, the dark rhinoceros armor automatically floated in the air. Rumble! A huge thunderclap resounded through the sky, shattering the firmament as dozens of lightning bolts erupted with extreme energy, instantly punching out countless kilometer-long cracks in the sky. At the same time, a torrential downpour poured straight down from the sky, washing and purifying the dark attribute energy in space. The power of water centered on Gu Tian and swept violently from the inside out, and under the baptism of this powerful force, the black rhino armor underwent a striking change from its original form. The helmet became more angular, the chest position surfaced with a relief of a rhinoceros head, a brand new armor appeared on the back, and a handsome black cloak appeared behind him, fluttering in the wind. His eyes became bright red, and the metal shoulder armor on his shoulders became even wider and more solid, flashing with a bright metallic luster under the rain. The raging wave mad rhinoceros stood silently in the air, displaying its domineering figure to the fullest. This shocking scene just happened to be bumped into by Duan Mu Yan and Chang-ro, who had come to provide support. Their hearts beat violently as they tilted their heads to look at the raging wave mad rhinoceros in the air. This? What kind of armor is it? Why haven't I seen it before? Duan Mu Yan swallowed hard and said with a trembling voice as he wiped his eyes, unable to believe what he saw before him. And Chang-ro was similarly filled with dismay, an unprecedented look of shock appearing on her face. I have also never seen such a powerful and unique form of armor. Could it be that the Black Rhino Armor Summoner has completed upgrading the Black Rhino armor with the power of his own bloodline? The two looked at the valiant back of the raging wave mad rhinoceros and were so impacted that they didn't dare to breathe. Previously, they had never thought that the 5 elements armor could be upgraded, but now, this matter was alive and well in front of them. The black rhinoceros armor was originally very powerful before it was upgraded, and now that it was upgraded, there was no telling how terrifying it would become. Gu Tian closed his eyes and carefully felt all the mysteries brought about by the black rhino armor's upgrade. Gu Tian now had a feeling that he was the raging rhinoceros, and the raging rhinoceros was him, and now he and the armor were completely indistinguishable. The water shadow stone in his body had also transformed from a single block into countless tiny particles that melted into the cells of his entire body, providing him with a powerful water origin at all times. In other words, right now, he was the water shadow stone. Phew! Gu Tian exhaled softly, swinging his arms as the water energy emanating from his body collapsed the entire space. Gloom flashed across the Shadow Emperor's eyes, his mood ruined by this sudden change. Originally, he thought that even if Gu Tian had some ability, it was just a mantis, not worth mentioning, and he could definitely capture him alive within a dozen moves. But now the shocking metamorphosis of the Black Rhino armor was really out of his expectation. Black Rhino armor can upgrade things Shadow Emperor he is aware of. Not only so, the other 4 sets of armor can also upgrade. But the Shadow Emperor had never seen it before, because from ancient times Gu Tian was the first person to upgrade the Black Rhino armor, which was equivalent to setting a precedent and creating a legend. So what if it's upgraded? It's just some fancy changes. In front of the Dark Emperor armor, everything is not enough. The Dark Shadow Emperor snorted coldly as the darkness around him intensified. Gu Tian stared at the Dark Emperor armor with a torch-like gaze, and said steadily, "Shadow Emperor, the exchange just now made you underestimate me, and now, I'll make you pay for your slight."
Gu Tian's hands covered his 5 fingers tightly, making a clicking friction sound, and his red eyes suddenly lit up as his figure sprinted towards the Shadow Emperor. After the Black Rhinoceros armor was upgraded to become the Raging Sea Mad Rhinoceros, not only did its power increase by a lot, even its speed was unknown how many times faster than before. The previous Black Rhino armor was a defensive armor, but the current Raging Sea Raging Rhino had already been described as a comprehensive armor. With the terrifying speed boost, the Raging Sea Raging Rhino turned into a trail of shadows and arrived in front of the Shadow Emperor in an instant. Gu Tian raised his right arm high and hammered at the Dark Emperor armor with the strength of hitting a sonic boom. The Dark Shadow Emperor's face changed, truly not expecting the speed of the Dark Rhino armor to become so fast after its upgrade. The Dark Shadow Emperor could not afford to think too much, and with a hook of his finger, the dark attribute energy around his body instantly condensed into a black energy shield, blocking it in front of his body. Boom! The fist energy collided with the shield, and with a click, the shield directly shattered into countless pieces and dissipated into the air. Shadow Emperor, it's not a good habit to belittle your enemies. Now if you want to fight me, you'll have to use your full strength. Gu Tian said as he leapt up, his body spinning rapidly in the air like a giant water gyroscope. The armor on his legs shone brightly as water power gathered crazily. Mad Rhinoceros Wave Breaker Kick. Gu Tian's legs leaned towards his abdomen, then kicked out horizontally sideways, carrying the power of the water origin to kick at the chest of the Dark Emperor's armor. Bang bang! This fierce strike from Gu Tian directly broke the defense that the Dark Emperor armor was proud of. A large number of sparks flashed and a dull and loud collision sound erupted. The Dark Emperor armor was kicked out, smashing a large area of buildings to smithereens and skidding hundreds of meters before coming to a steady stop. The Dark Shadow Emperor covered his chest, his face as gloomy as water, a surge of shocked anger surging in his heart. He didn't expect that the upgraded Raging Sea Rhinoceros would be so difficult to deal with, and he had used half of his doppelganger's strength to fail to block it. Gu Tian had not let up as he stood in the air, and the black cloak behind the Raging Sea Rhinoceros was being blown around. The two great supreme experts were so separated by a distance of several hundred meters, facing each other. Chapter 82 Shadow Emperor is a paper tiger? Ha! What a powerful battle energy fluctuation, where did this come from? On the top floor of the Ba Wang group, within a piece of clothing. Lufa slowly awoke from his slumber. He was originally recovering the energy he had consumed from the last great battle, but now he was unexpectedly awakened. He cast a sidelong glance at Bado, who was dozing next to him, and his mind came alive. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no expression right now, otherwise he would have definitely revealed a cruel smile. With a flash of black mist, Lufa once again tried to forcefully dominate Bado's body. Aha! Bado sensed an evil power intruding in his body, instinctively began to struggle violently, but it didn't take long for him to become completely honest. Sigh. Lufa exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and moved his arms. After sleeping for so long, it was obvious that he felt that his mind had become much more sluggish. Lufa closed his eyes, and with his own great power, he quickly opened his senses to the recent events. Present. Lufa opened his eyes and shouted fiercely as a curtain of light appeared in front of him. The light screen was very unstable, affected by the powerful force at the center of the battlefield. The image that showed up flickered and cracked countless times, and only two sets of armor could barely be seen facing each other. One stood in the air, looking majestic and standing. The other stood on the ground, looking as deep as an abyss, unfathomable. Lufa didn't care about this. He held his head, his gaze locked onto the berserk raging rhino floating in the air. This is not the black rhinoceros armor. Don't think that you added a broken cloak behind you. I can't recognize you. Even if you turn into ashes, I can smell the smell and pull it out for you. When Lufa thought of how he was beaten like a grandson by the black rhino armor some time ago, his chest was constantly aching with anger. He leaned back in his chair and slammed the table with his left hand, his insides burning with rage and veins rising on his forehead. Lufa didn't even dare to recall that fight in Hai Chang until now. It was really too humiliating. Lufa held back the anger in his heart and turned his gaze to the dark armor standing on the ground. He raised his eyebrows slightly. This armor he had never seen before, yet it had an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had felt his aura somewhere back then. Could he be related to that shadow star? Lufa murmured softly, dusty memories blossoming in his mind. It was a few thousand years ago. In order to seize the galactic energy crystals, he personally led the Psi Legion to aggressively break into a dark planet. I remembered that at that time, the beings with the strongest combat power on that planet were the 5 people who called themselves the Shadow Guardians. They were all arrogant and shouted slogans that shook the heavens, not putting the Underworld Legion in their eyes at all. This majestic aura had all bluffed Lufa at first, thinking that they were really some kind of big shots, all powerhouse experts. But when it really came to fighting, Lufa realized that they were all clowns, one more than the other. He didn't even have to put up a fight before the 3 captains beat them up and fled in a mess. In the final moments of the battle, if it wasn't for Minshou's moment of weakness and intentionally letting them go, otherwise they would have long since turned into a pile of trash in the universe. By common sense, such a group of unbeatable fellows were not worthy of being remembered by Lufa at all. However, on the occasion of their escape, they made a big speech, threatening that the Shadow Emperor would definitely avenge them, and also told the Underworld Legion to wash their necks and wait.
Could it be that this person in dark armor is the so-called Shadow Emperor?
I thought it was a ruthless character, but now it doesn't look so good. Maybe it's a paper tiger.
Lufa's tone carried disdain. So what if the Shadow Emperor?
Faced with a general-level figure like him from Ares, he would have to obediently retreat, not daring to make a move. After all, he had been through hundreds of battles and had a great deal of success. How could he be compared to a self-proclaimed great emperor? In Lufa's eyes, if the Shadow Emperor was truly powerful, how could he have taught such an unbearable 5 men? Furthermore, if he really had superior strength, how could he have stalemated with the black rhino armor in the air, not daring to strike easily? When Lufa fought with the black rhinoceros armor, he only used 60% of his strength to beat him into the ground. If it wasn't for the black rhinoceros armor playing a dirty trick in the end, using the Zen seal that could freeze time, how else could he have lost?
Lufa gently rubbed his chin, his eyes revealing an intense fire.
He was greatly interested in the dark armor on the Shadow Emperor and wanted to take possession of it. On the one hand, it was handsome enough and fit his aura, with the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers. On the other hand was that maybe this armor could be immune to the power of the Zen seal.
Lufa nodded gently, feeling that his idea was good.
If there's a delay in finding the Shura armor and the Gung-Ho Vajra pestle in the future, maybe this armor could be a substitute. Lufa mumbled to himself while waving his index finger casually in the air. A pen appeared in his hand and began to outline runes.
Baobi, come out to me.
A ghostly blue-black light flashed, and an ugly-looking, hideous-faced spectral demon with fangs flared out appeared. Greetings, General Lufa. Purple Underworld Detachment member Baobi is willing to serve at your disposal.
Lufa coughed lightly and stood up from the ground, one hand behind his back, and said aloud with a dignified expression, Baobi, are you willing to sacrifice your life for me? Lufa intended to repeat his old trick and possess the Psy Devil Warrior again, just as he had possessed Banars in the first place. After all, something as important as grabbing the summoner had to be done in person to feel at ease. Upon hearing this, Baobi hurriedly half-kneeled on the ground, his arms tightly pressed to his chest, and firmly said, obeying orders is a soldier's vocation, and it is my honor to give my life for General Lufa. The corner of Lufa's mouth gently rose, revealing a satisfied smile. He gently patted Baobi's shoulder. Don't worry, I will always remember your name, and in the future, when I return to Ares, I will build you a hall of merit to receive the world's pilgrimage. Baobi nodded excitedly and praised in a loud voice, thank you, General. Lufa stopped talking nonsense, and the black mist drilled out of Badu's body and rushed into Baobi's body. In the next moment, Lufa fused into Baobi's body. Alas, the cost is too great after all. Every time I use this method, not only will I put myself into a weakened state, but I will also lose one of my great generals. Black Rhinoceros armor, wait for me, I will put this debt on your head. In the Oxygen Research Base Branch, Li Xiaoxiao was fully engrossed in the experiment, his face overflowing with uncontrollable excitement. His eyes were staring tightly at the Morningstorm virus that was constantly rolling around in the device, emitting a bizarre glow, his expression smug to the extreme. Great, the ultimate bereavement storm virus is about to be completed. As long as we collect the evolved virus one more time, we might be able to succeed. Li Xiaoxiao rubbed his hands non-stop and danced a weird dance. In his eyes, he seemed to have seen himself standing on top of the world, realizing his grand plan to unify the earth. Not only that, he was also pleasantly surprised to notice another good thing. The explosive chopper insect emperor in his body was growing further, and now it had reached 7 points of ripeness. At this rate, in a few months at most, he would be able to appear at his peak. At that time, he would be the one who would kill God in the face of God, Buddha in the face of Buddha, and the armor would come to kill the armor. Black Rhinoceros armor, wait for me, don't be in fear when you see me at that time. The more Li Xiaoqian thought, the more terrifying the look on his face became, and a sinister laughter erupted from his mouth. Li Xiaoqian was in a good mood, took off his white coat, and was planning to look for a few sisters to explore the mysteries of life when the Tempest Bug Emperor suddenly became restless, writhing violently within him, looking unusually agitated. Ha! What's going on here? Why is my cute little bug reacting so tremendously? Li Xiaoxiao was filled with astonishment and hurriedly quieted his mind to perceive it carefully. Soon, he detected an unfamiliar energy fluctuation coming from the direction of the imperial capital. He lowered his head and pondered slightly, always feeling uneasy. Forget it, business is important, I must go and see what's going on. It's an extraordinary time now, you have to make sure that everything is done without fail. Drink. Li Xiaoxiao raised his hands high in the air, accompanied by a loud, sky-raising roar that resounded through the room, and in the blink of an eye, he changed into the gut-wrenching god of occult. Brush. The god of oculators instantly disappeared and left the laboratory. Chapter 83 Escalation of the War Pattern. Imperial Capital. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. The sound of two powerful heartbeats echoed continuously in this silent environment. The two of them, the Shadow Emperor and Gu Tian, did not move at all, their eyes flickering with vigilance and battle intent.
At this moment, the entire space had been filled with dense water origin and dark attribute energies that were so oppressive that one could not breathe. The Shadow Emperor was the first to attack, his dark aura instantly condensing around his body as he highly concentrated the energy of his armor above his eyes. In the next moment, an ink-black light burst out from the eyes of the Dark Emperor armor. Gu Tian reacted extremely quickly, almost making a retaliation in the same instant, and a dark green light ray gathered from the pure water origin shot out from the eyes of the raging rhinoceros. The two rays of light collided with each other, and at the place of collision, the darkness and water energy wildly intertwined and hedged. Within just a second, a huge energy vortex was formed, punching a black hole 2 to 3 meters in diameter into space. Both Gu Tian and the Shadow Emperor's body shook slightly under the impact. The tentative moves ended, and the Shadow Emperor officially launched his general attack. With a flick of his mind, the original distance of 100 meters between him and Gu Tian was instantly compressed into an inch. The overbearing Dark Emperor armor just appeared in front of the raging rhinoceros in a watery manner. This was a great move of the Space Department, shrinking into an inch, which could compress endless space into an inch away. The Shadow Emperor's left hand flicked in the air, and a darkness war halberd instantly coalesced in his hand, stabbing towards Gu Tian's chest. Undaunted by the danger, Gu Tian raised the right arm of the raging rhino to block the darkness war halberd. The energy of water and the power of darkness fought against each other, competing against each other, emitting zippy noises. In the face of the Dark Emperor armor's onslaught, Gu Tian quickly gave a counterattack. The raging rhinoceros raised his left leg and kicked hard towards the Dark Shadow Emperor's chest. The Dark Shadow Emperor dodged sideways, easily avoiding Gu Tian's kick. He circled around behind Gu Tian with great speed, and his dark war halberd slapped horizontally. Gu Tian didn't dare to be arrogant, and a thick water shield instantly surfaced behind the raging rhinoceros. Although the armor appeared behind the black rhinoceros armor after it was upgraded, it might still not be enough to face a character of the Dark Emperor's level. The darkness halberd collided with the shield, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. Even though Gu Tian had done enough defense, the tip of the darkness war halberd still broke the shield and cut a white mark on the back of the raging sea-mad rhinoceros armor, and the entire person was sent flying out by the reaction force, shattering several walls one after another. No, can't passively defend. Gu Tian quickly stabilized his stance, his hands quickly formed a seal, and the water power in his body gushed out from the surface of his armor, forming countless sharp water blades in front of Gu Tian. Go! At Gu Tian's command, the sharp blades of water flew towards the Shadow Emperor like a torrential downpour. How dare a small carving skill show off its skills? Great mighty war halberd, great Luo halberd technique. The Shadow Emperor snorted coldly as the darkness war halberd in his hand danced rapidly in front of his body, shattering all the water-sharp edges in a split second's time. And it was this split second of time that Gu Tian needed. With a single step, Gu Tian arrived in front of the Shadow Emperor, the power of water frantically gathering at the tip of his head as he slammed towards the Shadow Emperor's chest. Raging wave mad rhinoceros top. The Shadow Emperor felt the powerful pressure coming from his chest, and the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram automatically surfaced to ward off the attack. Boom! The tip of the raging wave mad rhinoceros slammed heavily into the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram, erupting in a roar. The Taiji Yin-Yang diagram on the Shadow Emperor's chest was torn in half, and his body could not help but fly backwards. He didn't have time to think about it, and with both hands, he thrust the darkness war halberd into the ground, using the halberd's strength to stabilize his body. Raging wave heaven-splitting lance! Gu Tian shouted as the advanced version of the meteor gun's weapon appeared in his hands. Compared to before, the tip of the raging wave heaven-splitting pistol was even sharper, complemented by the half-moon blades on both sides, and the body of the pistol was covered in exquisite water dragon carvings, releasing even more power. Gu Tian leapt high into the air, and a dazzling dark green light came from the tip area of the spear as it smashed towards the head of the Dark Emperor armor. Shadow Aurora Sword. The Dark Shadow Emperor opened his left hand, and a long black sword that emitted an endless imperial aura appeared in his hand. The Dark Shadow Great Emperor roared, and the Dark Aurora sword in his hand swung violently. A black sword chi that was dozens of meters long shot out from the blade and chopped towards the sky. Chapter 84 Flying Shadow Armor Upgrade. Break! Gu Tian shouted explosively, the water power in his body surged, and a steady stream of it merged into the raging wave heaven-splitting gun in his hand. The muscles of Gu Tian's arms tightened as he swung the weapon to strike at the light cut out by the Shadow Aurora sword. The black sword chi instantly collapsed into countless black fragments when it came into contact with the raging wave heaven-splitting spear, dissipating into nothingness. The raging wave heaven-splitting gun continued to smash downwards with an unstoppable trend. The Shadow Emperor's face flinched, his proud backbone not allowing him to take a step back. His left hand slashed across the body of the Dark Shadow Aurora sword, and the sword immediately ignited with a blazing black flame. The Dark Emperor armor's legs stomped and took the initiative to meet him, his hands gripping the hilt of the sword tightly as he slammed towards the raging wave heaven-splitting gun. The raging wave heaven-splitting gun and the Dark Shadow Aurora sword collided with a roar, erupting with a loud sound of the sky crashing into the earth. Neither of the two were sent flying out, still remaining in a collision stance, frozen in place as a large amount of sparks flew and sprayed from where the weapons met. Suddenly, the black flames on the Shadow Aurora sword burned more and more vigorously, and an even more powerful dark attribute energy erupted from the Shadow Emperor's body. The energy surged down the Shadow Aurora sword towards Gu Tian's Raging Wave Heaven-splitting lance, sending the Raging Wave Mad Rhinoceros flying out. Gu Tian was unsteady in the air and rolled several times one after another before landing on the ground. He hurriedly looked at the Raging Wave Heaven-splitting spear in his hand, and his heart sank, only to see that a shocking gap had appeared on the originally exceptionally tough Raging Wave Heaven-splitting lance. It looks like the Shadow Emperor is going to use his true strength. Gu Tian's body crouched down slightly, and his fingers gently scratched across the Raging Wave Heaven-splitting gun. In an instant, the gun's body returned to its original state. I didn't expect that the battle power of the Black Rhino armor would be so much stronger after upgrading it. It's enough to be comparable to 2-3 of my doppelganger's battle power. I originally wanted to capture you alive. I've changed my mind now. I'm going to completely blow you up and bruise your bones. The person I want to kill, the Light Emperor armor, can't stop him. The Shadow Emperor spread his arms wide and yelled up to the sky. He no longer hid his strength and directly erupted all the power of his detachment. A layer of black ripples spread across the earth at the speed of light. The terrifying power caused the entire Earth's magnetic field to fall into disarray. The oceans lifted up giant waves 100 meters high, and a long dormant volcano spewed out hot magma. Shadow Aurora Shield. The armor on the Dark Emperor's chest disappeared, and light emerged from the Shadow Archon's left arm as a shield covered in black patterns appeared. With a spin, the Dark Shadow Emperor arrived in front of the Raging Wave Raging Rhinoceros and raised the Dark Shadow Aurora sword to slash at Gu Tian's left side. Gu Tian immediately parried with the Raging Wave splitting lance, only to have the Dark Emperor armor use the shield to slam into the Raging Wave Rhinoceros chest. Gu Tian felt a pain in his chest from the shield impact and covered his chest as he took several steps back, his blood churning from the shock. He quickly stabilized his stance, his gaze locked onto the Shadow Emperor, trying to find a break in his opponent's next action. The Shadow Archon saw through Gu Tian's thoughts with scorn erupting in his eyes, and with a flash of his figure, he once again bullied his way forward, slashing upwards with his Shadow Aurora sword. Gu Tian stuck his Raging Wave Heaven-splitting lance into the ground and jumped behind the Shadow Archon with the force from his weapon, dodging the sharp Aurora sword of the Dark Emperor armor. Water Emperor Shield. Gu Tian summoned the evolved version of the Water Armor Shield and mobilized his entire body, using the two sharp corners on it to fiercely crash into the back of the Dark Emperor armor. Boom! A sound like thunder exploded in the ears of the two of them, and Gu Tian only felt a huge reaction force reach his arms, his body being shaken to the point of numbness. The Shadow Emperor was staggered by the blow. A not-so-shallow mark appeared on the back of his armor, and all of his breath began to be disorganized. So what if you injure me? You're still not my opponent. The Shadow Emperor quickly turned around, first slashing at the left chest of the Raging Wave Mad Rhinoceros with the Shadow Aurora sword in hand, followed by an overhead kick at Gu Tian's shoulder area. Under this series of swift attacks, a deep crack appeared on the left chest of the Raging Wave Rhinoceros armor, and the shoulder area was dented. Gu Tian's entire body was sent flying several thousand meters and smashed heavily on top of a high mountain, splattering the sky with debris and dust. Kill! The Shadow Emperor intended to continue striking to completely finish off Gu Tian as a nuisance, refining the Water Shadow Stone out of his corpse. Want to kill the Black Rhinoceros armor? Did you go through me? Duan Mu Yan roared and appeared in the air, blazing red lava power converging above his hands. Lava Spiral Fist. Duan Mu Yan punched out 36 spiral fireballs continuously in one breath, incinerating the entire sky into a fiery red color. Flame-splitting devouring wave split. Duan Mu Yan summoned the molten Lin blade and chopped out a fiery wave of fire. Qilin's scorched demon slash. With a griffin's roar, Duan Mu Yan held up the huge griffin molten axe and slashed down from top to bottom. Hurricane Pack Duo, power. Duan Mu Yan clenched his teeth and summoned the pack apparatus armor. Not caring if Hurricane Sun Kite had recovered or not, he directly opened his move. Hurricane Iris through Demon Blast. The Hurricane Kite Intense Ba was pulled to the full moon by Duan Mu Yan, and as the Ba was about to collapse from being overwhelmed, a green arrow of wind shot towards the Shadow Emperor. After doing so, Duan Mu Yan re-summoned the Flame Nava again, and carrying the molten Lin blade, he killed towards the Shadow Emperor. The Shadow Emperor watched as the four powers struck down from the air, his expression unperturbed. He just gently stretched out his 5 fingers and gently grasped it through the air. An invisible dark power instantly spread out, directly pinching and exploding these 4 energies through and through from a distance of hundreds of meters. Chop! Duan Mu Yan had already arrived in front of the Shadow Emperor at this time. The molten Lin blade in his hand carried a blazing flame as it viciously chopped down towards the Shadow Emperor's left waist. The Shadow Archon felt the attack that was close at hand and did not panic, not even raising his eyelids. He gently stretched out his left arm and swung it gently, sending the Flame Nava flying out an unknown distance, and the molten Lin blade shattered into countless pieces. Extreme Shadow Flying Shuttle Chop. And Shanlu took advantage of Duan Mu Yan attracting the attention of the Shadow Emperor to also arrive in front of the Dark Emperor armor. She injected her energy into the blast shadow blade and charged forward, swinging out a giant blue blade of light. The Dark Shadow Emperor did not move, easily carrying off the attack with the armor's defensive power. You're 3 times stronger than the owner of that fire armor, but that's about it. The Shadow Emperor slammed on the ground and his black aura shook the flying shadow armor out. Then the Shadow Aurora shield on his left arm automatically detached itself and struck and Chang-Ro straight at him in a high-speed spinning stance. And Chang-Ro watched the shield fly towards her heart beating violently as a cold touch spread throughout her body. The powerful force contained in the shield was the first time she had seen it in her life. If she was hit by this strike, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable, and she might even die here. And Chang-Ro's strong desire to survive burst out of her mind when she thought that her husband might be saddened by this, or even depressed. I can't give up, I can't die here. The strong conviction resonated with the flying shadow armor, and right at this instant, Chang-Ro stepped into the forbidden realm of the flying shadow armor. As fast as the wind, as slow as the forest, as sweeping as fire, as difficult to know as Een. And Chang-Ro shouted out. The surface of the flying shadow armor emitted an intense blue light that was brilliant and dazzling, and his own essence instantly entered a new realm and reached new heights. And Chang-Ro's right hand glowed with a great deal of light, and when the light dissipated, a summoning card appeared out of thin air in her hand. And Chang-Ro did not have time to think about it, and quickly inserted the summoning card into the flying shadow armor summoner by instinct. Flying shadow armor, upgrade. After Chang-Ro inserted the summoning card into the summoner, a powerful force emanated from the inside out, and she keenly sensed that her own strength had been upgraded by leaps and bounds. The surface of the armor rapidly changed, a large amount of silver white appeared, paired with deep electric blue lines, sharp electric wing-like protrusions extended from both sides of the head visor, and the eyes flashed with ghostly blue light. The shoulder armor and chest armor were covered with lightning-like metal decorations, and the electric light wings hovered on the back. And Chang-Ro quickly mobilized the blasting electricity flying shadow, narrowly dodging the Shadow Aurora shield with her speed that had been increased by dozens of times. As the Shadow Emperor watched Chang-Ro successfully dodge the attack, there was a glint in his eyes before he took the shield back into his hands. What, am I getting lucky today? Crashing into 2 armor upgrades in a row. Outer space advanced armor upgrades, something. And Chang-Ro flashed to the side and pulled out a card that had never appeared before from the card box and inserted it into the summoner. A weapon with a silver blue body and a sharp tip at each end appeared in Chang-Ro's hand. Jedi Shadow Whirlwind Blade. And Chang-Ro held the weapon in her hand, feeling the super strength coming from it. Her eyes lit up with a strong fighting spirit. She infused her entire body's strength into the Jedi Shadow Whirlwind Blade, then leapt high into the air, rotating her body in the air and lunging towards the Shadow Emperor. Reviewing for finals now, should only be 1 chapter, if I have enough time I'll still write 2. Chapter 85 20 times the battle power. The Jedi Shadow Whirlwind Blade chopped through space with a sharp edge, and the silver-white blade drew a semi-circular arc in mid-air. The blade slashed at the Shadow Emperor's body, from the shoulder area all the way to the small abdomen, and countless sparks erupted along the trajectory that the Jedi Cyclone Blade had traced. The Shadow Emperor's body trembled slightly, and a powerful sweeping leg swiftly kicked at the Jedi Cyclone Blade. This kick was incredibly powerful, directly knocking Chang-Ro back a dozen meters. Again! And Chang-Ro's left hand scratched across the card box and pulled out the summoning card with the flying shadow armor symbol and swiftly inserted it into the Jedi Cyclone Blade. Blistering lightning demon breaking slash. And Chang-Ro gripped the Jedi Shadow Cyclone Blade tightly, converging all of the powerful energy from the flying shadow armor's upgrade into the blade. The silver blue light flourished, and the body of the blade was surrounded by electric currents in circle after circle, releasing a powerful power fluctuation. And Chang-Ro charged towards the Dark Emperor armor once again, sweeping through the air in a blur of residual shadows. The Dark Shadow Emperor also stepped forward, holding the Dark Shadow Aurora sword single-handedly and slashed with the Jedi Shadow Cyclone Blade. The shadows of the blade and sword filled the entire space, emitting a hissing sound. The power of the blast lightning demon breaking slash was transmitted to the Shadow Archon's arm, causing him to even faintly freeze and take several steps backward. Through this exchange, the Shadow Archon was able to clearly feel that the power of the flying shadow armor had increased by at least dozens of times after it was upgraded. The previous flying shadow armor, even if it went all out, had at most 20% of the Raging Wave Rhinoceros's combat power, but now it had been raised to around 60% to 70%. Thinking about it, the Shadow Emperor sensed a crisis and began to grow grave in his eyes. Alone, he could ignore the blistering lightning flying shadow or the Raging Wave Rhinoceros alone, and easily achieve victory. But if these two joined forces, he would have some trouble trying to achieve victory. Blistering electricity flying shadow leg. Seeing that blasting electricity demon breaking slash had no way to cause damage to the Shadow Emperor, and Chang-Ro directly used one of the strongest moves of the flying shadow armor attack. Not to mention that the distance between the two of them was still so close, the power of the blistering lightning flying shadow kick would be taken to the next level. And Chang-Ro quickly inserted the card into the summoner, and with a flash of light from her legs, the electric current overflowing flying shadow leg was instantly equipped. Taste this move. And Chang'Ro's toes pointed, her legs glowing with an intense blue light as she heavily kicked towards the Shadow Emperor's chest. The Shadow Emperor looked at the approaching blizzard flying shadow and unhurriedly raised his Shadow Aurora shield, steadily blocking it on his chest for defense. Boom! The powerful defense of the Aurora shield steadily received this strike from the blizzard lightning flying shadow.
You've been fighting for so long, now it's my turn.
Fire flashed in the Shadow Emperor's eyes as he used the Aurora shield to send the blizzard flying shadow flying out.
5 Emperor's Fire's definitive kill.
For the first time after fighting for so long, the Shadow Archon had opened a great move. He intended to use this move to completely knock the blizzard flying shadow to the point of disintegration, making it impossible for her to continue fighting. The Dark Shadow Aurora sword in the Dark Shadow Emperor's hand emitted a sword chime, and the black flames on the sword instantly skyrocketed by several feet. The Dark Emperor armor was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up with the blizzard flying shadow. And Chang'Ro knew that this strike was unavoidable, so he crossed his heart and poured all of the remaining energy of the blistering lightning flying shadow into the absolute Shadow Whirlwind sword. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, and Chang'Ro would not give up. Right at this critical moment, a loud bang suddenly erupted from the distant mountains. Gu Tian raised his head to the sky with a mighty roar that shook the 4 fields, and quickly pulled out the experience card from the system space, ruthlessly crushing it. In an instant, a mysterious power surged out crazily from the shattered card and stretched into Gu Tian's body. Gu Tian's body pounded his chest with one hand, spun around, and threw the Raging Wave heaven-splitting gun in his hand with all his might. The Raging Wave heaven-splitting spear was like a shooting star piercing through the sky, shooting towards the Shadow Emperor with a terrifying sonic boom that reverberated through the heavens and earth. The Shadow Emperor originally didn't care about Gu Tian's attack, wanting to directly carry it down hard with the defense of his armor, but when he felt the power contained in the spear, his face violently changed drastically. He gave up his attack on the blasting electricity flying shadow and raised the Shadow Aurora shield on his arm to clash with the tip of the lance. Bang! The moment the Raging Wave heaven-splitting lance collided with the Shadow Aurora shield, it was like a cosmic planetary explosion, and the dazzling light completely filled the entire space. The black shield trembled violently under this light, and the runes on the shield dimmed in light, seemingly struggling to hold on. The Shadow Emperor felt a huge force hit him, and his body was sent flying out, crashing down on his back and plowing a shocking gully in the earth.
Cough cough cough, something is wrong.
The Shadow Emperor trembled as he stood up from the ground. He raised his eyes to see that the Shadow Aurora shield that was originally mounted on his left arm had completely shattered. His eyes widened as he appeared to find it hard to believe this. How is it possible? How did his battle power suddenly grow so much? It's even possible to break the highest level of defense of the Dark Emperor armor. The Dark Shadow Emperor said with a face full of incredulity. He stabilized his mind, his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards the Raging Wave Mad Rhinoceros that approached step by step. In the Dark Shadow Emperor's field of vision, he could clearly see Gu Tian radiating an aura of light all over his body, the light shocking all evil and exterminating all darkness. It seemed as if all the justice in the world was converging on him alone. So that's how it is, Light Emperor armor, you really did strike after all. I still underestimated you. You lent your own heavenly Tao power to the Raging Rhinoceros, allowing him to gain 20 times his battle power to deal with me. Truly a good calculation. The Shadow Emperor clenched his teeth and said word by word, his anger almost swallowing his sanity completely, his back teeth seeming to be crushed by him. With a hook of his finger, Gu Tian re-summoned the Raging Wave heaven-splitting gun back into his hand. Countless questions instantly flashed through his mind when he heard the Shadow Emperor say that his own 20 times battle power originated from the Heavenly Tao. This power clearly came from the experience card rewarded by the system, yet the Shadow Archon said it came from the Heavenly Tao. Could it be that the system was related to the Heavenly Tao? He was another traveler and the system was bound to him. Could it be that his travel was also related to the Heavenly Tao? Gu Tian was a bit uneasy in his heart, and the confusing events made him uneasy. Forget it, whatever, let's settle the matter at hand first. The time of the experience card is only 1 hour. Gu Tian looked at the devastated earth and raised his eyebrows lightly. It looks like we have to change the battlefield. Later on, if I fight with all my might, I'm afraid that I'll break the entire earth. Black Rhino Cult. As Gu Tian let out a shout, a black mount came to his side. Shadow Emperor, you coward, you can come after me if you can. Gu Tian spoke out to humiliate the Shadow Emperor, incidentally comparing a middle finger. Immediately afterward, he dashingly mounted the Black Rhinoceros colt and soared into the sky, speeding towards the vast and infinite outer space. Damn it, you really deserve to die, insulting me and still trying to escape. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have the Heavenly Tao's enchantment. The Shadow Emperor felt like his mind was about to explode as he leapt into the air and chased after him on his Shadow Emperor colt. And Chang'Ro watched the two of them leave the earth, and gently touched the palm of her hand over the flying Shadow Armor Summoner. The Emperor Shadow Cult, which was originally parked on the moon, picked up the sensation and its power system was reactivated, appearing over the flying Shadow Armor in the next second. And Chang'Ro's figure flickered into the jaded Shadow Cult and chased after them towards the two. A day without the death of such a powerful enemy would be a cause for concern. Only after Gu Tian and the others left the battlefield and headed to space did the remaining armors of the Armor Alliance emerge from the outskirts of the battlefield in droves.
Ugh, the gap between armor and armor is so big.
Sujito sighed as he stuck his back. He actually came here early and originally wanted to go in to support the captain as well, but as a result, just as he reached the edge of the battlefield, he was struck by an afterimage that nearly disintegrated his armor. Although he had recently absorbed a lot of shadow stones, and the concentration of his wood bloodline had greatly increased, it was still not enough to look at in a battle like this.
Let's hope that the captain and the black rhino armor can win. If the captain and the others lose, we'll be even more helpless.
Zhong Kuan sat on his butt on the ground, his face was all lifeless.
Cough cough cough. What are you guys chatting about here? Duan Mu Yan limped to the outskirts of the battlefield carrying the broken hilt of the flame blade. Heavens, Captain Duan Mu Yan, you're still alive.
Seeing this, Wang Gang slammed his craggy cool thunderbolt armor and jumped up excitedly. He had seen Duan Mu Yan flying backwards from the center of the battlefield a few minutes ago, falling straight down into the distance, so fast that all the armors could not intercept in time. He had thought that he was dead, but he didn't expect to be alive. Worthy of being a captain, life is really long. Duan Mu Yan forcibly held back the urge to hit someone and said, "My muddy mother, Wang Gang, are you kid expecting me to die?"
Captain Duan Mu Yan, don't get excited. Am I excited?
Duan Mu Yan exhaled deeply, removing the irritation in his heart, and said, let's go back to the Armor Alliance together. We have satellites in space, we can observe their battle. If they fail, we'll find another way out.
Yes. Wang Gang glanced at Duan Mu Yan's left leg, scratched his head and said, Captain, your leg is broken, do you need me to help you?
Off.
Okay, la. Chapter 86 Joining Hands.
Gu Tian rode the black rhinoceros colt to leave Earth with a power that surpassed the speed of light and sped through the universe, smashing any cosmic trash that stood in his way straight to smithereens. It wasn't long before Gu Tian arrived in the middle of a dead and silent starfield. From time to time, he looked back at the Dark Emperor armor in hot pursuit, his eyes full of provocation. Come on, catch up to me if you have the guts, or off if you don't. The Shadow Emperor was infuriated and quickly turned on the attack skill of the Shadow Emperor Colt.
Shadow Emperor Cannon.
In the tiger's muzzle of the Emperor Colt's cannon, a ball of dense dark attribute energy quickly condensed, forming a huge black cannonball. It shot out with a boom and shot towards Gu Tian at a speed beyond imagination. Sensing the threat behind him, Gu Tian tried to dodge sideways, but he didn't realize that the Shadow Emperor cannon came with a tracking mechanism.
Bang!
The Shadow Emperor cannon hit the black rhinoceros colt, which was instantly wrapped in fire and exploded a dozen times in succession, crashing into an unknown planet. The Shadow Emperor thought that the raging rhinoceros had been injured, and was about to chase after it to scout it out when Gu Tian suddenly appeared in front of the Dark Emperor armor. Damn it, how dare you break my black rhinoceros colt, I'll pay for it with your life today. Gu Tian gripped the raging wave heaven-splitting lance with both hands and spun his body around 2.5 times, hitting the Dark Emperor armor's chest with the force brought about by inertia. The Dark Shadow Emperor was knocked off the Shadow Emperor colt and flew backward for an unknown number of kilometers, smashing 5 or 6 cosmic meteorites one after another. The Shadow Emperor colt still wanted to make a sneak attack on its own, but it was kicked by Gu Tian and flew far away.
After leaving Earth, Gu Tian's moves were no longer tied up.
On Earth, he always had to spare a portion of his power to control the range of the aftershocks a bit to avoid causing more damage. The Dark Emperor armor was the same. Earth was the total battlefield of light and shadow. If the Shadow Emperor really broke the Earth, the Light Emperor armor would definitely ignore the rules to find the Dark Emperor armor's original body to talk about life for a while. The Dark Emperor armor roared out in mad fury, and the super-powerful soundwave sound swept away the surrounding stardust. The Dark Emperor armor spanned across cosmic space, arriving in front of Gu Tian across endless space and time, raising the Dark Shadow Aurora sword and slashing it.
Almost simultaneously, the raging wave mad rhinoceros also met him. Clank, 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 clank.
The sound of clashing resounded through the universe, and every collision between the raging wave rift rifle and the Shadow Aurora sword caused a powerful metallic explosion. The originally relatively calm cosmic environment around them was instantly stirred into chaos, with some planets of relatively small diameters being shattered on the spot by the aftermath of the two men's great battle.
Emperor Annihilation Slash.
The Shadow Emperor repelled Gu Tian, and a black halo emerged from the summoner on his belt, wanting to cast the Shadow Emperor armor's sure kill technique.
Fine, let's decide in one move then.
Just as Gu Tian was also preparing to use a great move to compete with the Shadow Emperor, and Shangru's voice entered his ears.
Gu Tian understood and stopped summoning his grand move.
In the next moment, Shang-Ro piloted the Jedi Shadow Colt and appeared behind the Shadow Emperor, instantly striking while the Dark Emperor armor was at its weakest defensive point. She drove her horsepower to the maximum, and a beautiful ray of light that the ship transformed into crashed into the body of the Dark Emperor armor. The Dark Emperor was forcibly interrupted from making his spell, and his body crashed out of control, tracing a long trajectory through the universe.
Mud mother, that's abominable.
The Shadow Emperor howled angrily, his voice resounding throughout the starfield.
Bang! The Shadow Emperor crashed onto a planet.
Even with his armor protecting him, he coughed out a mouthful of black bruised blood from his mouth, and cracks appeared on the Dark Emperor armor, and its light dimmed. The Dark Emperor stood up in pain, feeling that his body had been crushed heavily by thousands of 100-ton kings at the same time.
Good chance, catch my big move. Mad waterfall imperial sky zapping.
Gu Tian's roar fell, and the runes of the raging rhinoceros erupted into a blindingly strong light, as massive amounts of aqua blue energy surged out crazily from all parts of the armor. The energy all converged onto the raging wave heaven-splitting lance, forming an aqua blue energy vortex comparable to the size of a planet.
Go!
The energy vortex detached from the tip of the gun and rushed towards the Dark Emperor armor, and wherever the vortex passed, everything was forcibly swallowed.